there's any deviation from a horizontal line?
You can measure it.
Great. How did you do that?
Well, I've done it with a theodolite, a level. I've done it many ways.
Okay. What is the
Water
measurement?
levels.
What is the measurement left to right of how much deviation there is in the horizontal horizon?
It was a matter of pixels.
Okay, how many pixels?
What difference does it make? There was curvature.
Yeah, there's a measurement that needs to ensue from your idea that you think you're seeing something.
I've taken many measurements of the planet.
I know. So now tell us the metrics by which you measured.
Did I not just tell you that I've done it with levels, with theodolites, and with water levels?
Yeah, that's a claim.
With straight edges, straight edges.
That's a claim, but we're looking for the numeric value that precedes your knowledge of data that would support your case for there being curvature. Numeric value, sir. What are they?
It's not a numeric thing. It's a yes or no thing.
It's not a numeric thing. Oh, really?
May I finish this one sentence, please?
Well, it's interesting because you have numeric.
Finish this one sentence, please?
No, because it has to be numeric values, Donald.
No, it doesn't. If you let me finish, it'll be very clear.
He doesn't have a theodolite.
The test that I ran.
Numeric values.
The test that I ran was a yes or no test, not a number quantity test.
Yes or no test?
Yes. Is it curved or is it not curved? That's the test that I ran.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, so you're telling us that we do not need numeric values to substantiate how much something is curving, right?
My test was not about how much curvature there was. My test was, is there curvature, yes or no?
Then I'm asking, this is what I'm asking, since you didn't do that. Is it possible to measure the curvature that you saw?
Of course.
Okay, by what means can you measure, sir?
You can use a theodolite. You can use a quadrant. You can use all kinds of different things.
Okay, there's so many ways to measure. Why didn't you do it?
I have done it.
Then what are the values that you used for the metrics of knowing how much curvature there is on the horizon?
The test that I'm talking about was not a quantity. It was a yes or no.
I know that. But I'm asking, if it's possible to do such a thing, and there's so many ways, why haven't you done it?
I have. I'm just not talking about all of them. I'm just talking about
Okay, see, now you're saying, you said you have.
Is it possible for you to let me finish a sentence at all?
You've just agreed that you've measured it, dude.
Yes, I have measured it.
Okay, so now I'm asking for the numeric values in which
it was not a numeric thing. It was a yes or no thing. What do you not understand about this?
What do you think a measurement is, Donald?
A measurement is
a yes or no thing?
And it can be, yes. A yes or no can be a measurement. Well, it's just, oh my God, it's just the simplest way because you're a fucking dumbass. I'm using the simplest method possible for your dumb baby brain mind.
Easy now. Hey, Alpha, I have a quick question. Alpha, does it say yes or no on the measuring tape?
Yeah, when you go to fit your shoes at the shoe store, what shoe size am I? They're like
yes or no.
Yes.
Well, it's like
what shoe size am I?
You talk to me about my shit instead of just having a private conversation.
Let Crit come through.
In the middle of the fucking room.
Donald, relax.
Where he goes to ride like at a park, amusement park, and he's got the guy has a pole that says, "Hey, you must be this tall." And Donald walks up to the pole and he's like, "Yes or no?" And the guy
that's a measurement. Thank you. You proved my point.
The guy just looks at him and says, "What the actual fuck is wrong with you? This is to measure kids, you dipshit."
It's to measure everybody. It's not just kids, it's everybody, and it's a yes or no measurement. Either the kid is tall enough for the ride, yes, or the kid is not, no. It's a yes or no measurement.
That's not you.
This is so hard for you to comprehend. I tried to make it as simple as possible, and even my simplest explanations are too fucking complex for your tiny baby brain to comprehend.
Lower your voice.
Donald, you're going to get muted first.
No, nobody's letting me finish a sentence, so I just have to yell to talk over all you people.
Easy, Tiger. Easy.
That's not true. That's not true, bro. It's an online server.
Dude, you guys have interrupted practically every sentence I've said.
You're in the comfort of your own room.
Easy, Tiger.
I'm
perfectly relaxed. I'm just speaking loudly because you guys won't let me speak uninterrupted.
I'm relaxed.
Yes, perfectly relaxed.
Yes.
Dude, you guys are assholes. You guys are complete assholes.
He's so relaxed that his He's so relaxed that his microphone is picking up the disruption in his voice. Wow.
The volume of my voice has nothing to do with my feelings. Do you understand that the volume of my voice has nothing to do with my feelings?
Well, it's
I'm definitely getting Zen vibes from him, for sure.
yes.
So you don't understand.
Totally
So let me inform you.
He's so
The
zen. His
volume
mic
of
is
my voice
peaking.
has nothing to do with my
Ooh,
Your mic is
My
peaking,
goodness.
bro. It's
I
peaking.
couldn't give a shit.
Yeah, he's lucky he doesn't have a local cut, because his microphone would have been cutting him off a long time.
This is Donald when he's kind of simmered down. I mean, you should see him when he really gets going.
Please simmer down. Don't tell me to
That's
do
not-
things I'm already doing.
Wait, that's not simmered down?
Mm-mm. No,
I'm
no.
perfectly
This is him simmered down right now.
You guys are assholes. Fuck off.
Oh, come on, man. I thought we were besties. Oh, where'd he go? Damn it.
You hurt his feelings.
I didn't do no such thing. I think he hurt his own feelings. He wanted a reason to yell into mics and such. And he got one.
Yo, Alfred, do you guys not see what's happening? These guys are coming in. Dogs came in, chased them out. Donald came in, chased him out. Who's next? Was to chase him out.
Well, all I got to do is point out the logic in their flaw, or the flaws in their logic, and they find out that they're not actually talking about the thing they think they are. So, in his case, he thought he was providing evidence that the Earth is a globe by affirming the fact that in a logical statement, he's going to use premise, conclusion to provide that evidence. But he's telling me what it's not. And when you affirm something, you have to provide, like if I say the Earth is flat, okay, affirm that it's flat. Well, it's definitely not a globe. Well, yeah. So, well, what else can it be? If you're not affirming the thing you're saying, it could be a myriad of other things. You're come up with something, you know. So, affirming the thing that you're claiming with the premise conclusion would give him a logical way to actually
What
make
is
it
it?
sound.
What? Just I'm not trying to do this sound annoying or anything like that. But what is the
Sure.
definition of affirmation? Does it mean to provide different examples of other possibilities, or does it mean to just prove your standpoint? Like affirming.
It's so if I affirm that I'm a man, I'm going to give you without a shadow of a doubt that that's the case. What I'm telling you is true. It's a true statement. I'm affirming the thing. It's like making it valid, I guess, in a proposition.
Because from my standpoint, what I understood is that he's not affirming what he says because he's not providing other examples of what the Earth could be.
Yeah, there could be other things involved with the statement that he made. But that's the thing, though. If someone that thinks that the Earth is a globe could affirm in some logical way that it's been proven to be such. And that's all I'm saying. Like, if you can formalize it in a premise, conclusion, and just put it out as a proposition, I think we'll all be good. All of us. And, you know, you can do it, by all means. I'm not going to interrupt. I just want you to do it, if it's possible. Not you, the royal you.
Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, I guess I don't know. A part of me wants to say that always for the lulz as well, but...
Well, I won't tell you my secrets, but you kind of get the gist now that you're in this conversation. I don't even know, by the way, did you stumble upon this room, or like how did you find out about us?
Oh, I have all the servers on my Discord maxed out, and politics is one of like the very first servers I joined. Nobody's on any of the other servers I usually join, so I'm on politics now. That's why I'm like genuinely asking you guys about like logical fallacies and I ask you about because like I don't want to come across as just some troll, because usually the servers I come upon are the servers I like to hang out in are just degenerate servers and like echo chambers.
Yeah,
but I know that there's some people in this server that have at least above 100 IQ. And that's at the very least. So when I was younger, when I joined the server 5 years ago, I would just troll and get muted. But now as an older person, I just want to listen in. But I see that you guys also have troll tendencies, because I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like, while there might be some logical, well,
hold on. I think you're broke. You messed up there. If I'm in this room by myself or with other people like me talking about flat Earth, how could that possibly be a troll to you? When
it's not a troll. It's not a troll to me, but it felt like you guys were. It feels like you guys were. It feels like you guys were fishing for an emotional response from the guy that left. I don't know. I don't know anybody in the server. It seems like you guys all know each other, but.
Lama, let me cut in here, man. I get what you're saying. You don't have to say too much. I know what you mean. So it's true, right? I don't deny the fact that I do get my jollies when some of these guys are spiraling, because the fact that let's put it this way, Llama. If they were standing behind truth, right, and that's what they stood for, then there's no reason to like run away from that. But the fact is, I want the third party listener to hear them spiral, because when somebody is not standing on truth, you're going to hear the epic spirals that you've been hearing so far.
That's mission accomplished, bro. Because I'm laughing. I'm over here.
I've barely begun to define myself. You should check me out on Twitter, AV_overdrive.
Oh my!
Look for me there, man. Me and the team, actually, we do this because we understand the thing that triggers the people that come in here that are 10 toes down for Globe. They don't have evidence. We all know this. Everybody in here knows this. So we're going to ask them to provide the very thing that we know they don't have. And when they start to run away from those questions, we're only going to press them harder and harder. And it's just going to increase. And the amount of... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No, you go ahead.
So in your experience on the internet, and specifically in this server, in this social sphere online, would you say that the guy that left prematurely ejaculated?
It's even worse than that, dude.
Like he left early?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make a homoerotic metaphor, but
no, I know what you mean. You're proficient with words, but like what I'm saying is the idea that people's hair is on fire, according to Crit, the way he put it, I can't get away from that. That's a great description. Their hair is like on fire. They're running around like a chicken with the head cut off. They're saying a bunch of words, and they're exactly what they want to not be when they're explaining what they're saying. But it's just like when they don't have sound logic behind them, then all they have are epic spirals. You don't believe me, man. You need to believe. And it's like, dude, you're taking it to
me, it's ironic because I barely stopped by the server and the channel I joined is called Flat Earth. So to me, I feel like the burden would be on him to prove it. So for somebody that believes that the Earth is flat to leave the channel.
No. You got it backwards. You got it backwards, man. He's the Glober. I'm the Flat Earther.
Oh.
You've been listening to the opposite the whole time.
Damn, I'm retarded then.
Yeah, not only is hilarious. He's like an anti-Flat Earther.
Yeah.
Like, he thinks that
my.
Here's my take on this. The fact that you didn't know that and are actually addressing it the way it is, now that you've understood it's the opposite, you might feel a little different. You're like, shit. I just admitted.
That just to me
sounds dumb.
To me that all right, so like to me humbly that makes me feel a little stupid, but at the same time it piques my curiosity on why you think the Earth is flat. Okay. I'm not about to sit here and debate you on it because I haven't built my argument, but I want to listen to your debate on why.
Yeah, for sure. You know my position. My position is I can disprove the globe and I can affirm that the Earth is flat and stationary. For sure, 100%. There's no doubt in my mind that the position I stand on is the exact one that I represent. And so there's 3 questions to disprove the Earth as a globe, with the premise that it is an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space. And then there's also overwhelming evidence that in everyday practicality, we affirm every day that the Earth is utilized as a flat and stationary plane. So we can talk about the debunk first, just to run those through with you real quick. Now, these will be because you sound like a pretty okay dude, man. I mean, you didn't understand who was a glober and a flatty, but now that you do, I'll just put it to you this way. You don't have to answer. So the 3 questions I ask people, and I would say this, they're pretty much scripted at this point because they're just basic answers that would prop up the model of the idea of the Earth as a globe. First question, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in the drop over distance? So according to the Earth being a globe, surface has curvature. And anywhere away from the observer, right, like you, there would be a considerable amount of drop rate. Now, excuse me, over the distance, it would increase, right? Because more distance, more drop rate.
Drop rate meaning what? Meaning that what you see in the horizon drops below the line?
So we have think about like a ruler on a basketball. Okay. That would be considered like a tangent line across the surface of the Earth, which of course globers usually talk about when they say, measuring angles to stars. They have a tangent line, right? So that tangent line, the Earth would deviate from that, meaning there would be a drop over the distance. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, no. Yeah. It makes perfect sense.
So that would have to be demonstrated in any way. Thank you for that. In any way measured, that would have to be done, right? So that's what I was asking with the first question. If you think that the Earth is a globe, any time in history, who's ever measured that drop over distance? Now you could
are you looking for a concrete example, like a example I can provide evidence on, or
it's a method?
Because I don't have any concrete examples, but I would assume that governments that hire, I don't know, like just for lack of better knowledge or wording, archaeologists or geologists or whoever studies the Earth itself, those are the scientists that would provide.
Yeah, absolutely not. Like, let me tell you a little secret here. The fact that geologists and people that are into building on the surface, they actually have to depend on utilizing the Earth as a topographical stationary flat plane. Now, this is important, right? Because when they're doing these things, they have to figure out what the distance between the thing that they're building, like the road or the canal or sewer systems or whatever. They have to know how much elevation there would be in a specific part of land. So they need to understand how many feet something is above a horizontal plane. So let's take, for example, a geographic location that you stand in, right? Wherever it is. I want to know 10 miles away or 5 or whatever distance, right? How much elevation there would be, or, perhaps, underneath the sea level, something would be. So I know that if something's above or below, I need to create a horizontal, plane in between them. And I would get that from the mean sea level planar surveying measurement. So mean sea level would mean that the rise and fall of tides, because it fluctuates, right? So you'd have to get a mean value for those between the rise and fall of tides. And so what you would do is draw a datum point from that vertical point of mean sea level. That would be one singular point. Now, any other point on land would be a connecting point where that datum point, that vertical point, was taken from. So you would create essentially a line or a horizontal plane, if you will, from that datum point. And so you would establish that that hill is a couple of 100 feet above sea level, or this valley is below sea level, or whatever. You could establish that because you've established a horizontal plane. Now, this is important, right? Because geologists and people that use information that's derived from planar surveying is specifically tied to this information. They want to know how far something is down underneath sea level or above, whatever the case. They would rely on this information. So you could see something. Go to Wikipedia and look up elevation profiles or topographical profile, and you would understand how this information is utilized. And so I'll let you do the wiki on that. But the information would substantiate that in order for you to understand something is above or below a horizontal plane, you need a horizontal plane. So in order to get that mean sea level connecting point to wherever you're standing on, you'll know you're above or below that horizontal plane. The horizontal that extends outward from that mean sea level point, that is what we consider flat Earth. Flat Earth is that horizontal plane that all of nature references. All of it. We measure by it. That's exactly how we see water behaving. Water conforms to that horizontal plane. So we know that that is a specific way that we can know this is true, right? So water displays no convexity when large bodies of water display no convexity when at rest. So this gives us an indication that we understand we're working with things that can be measured, which would be the rise and fall of tides. Yeah. So now that we have that specific data, we work, and all geologists and people who are building on the surface will use this information to substantiate how they know what part is higher than another based on that information. What's below sea level, what's above it. And so working with this information, you can then create or map out, should I say, as you're looking up, we should map out like a topographic surface. I'll show you how mountains rise and valleys are lower and such. And I could also tell you, well, in certain rainfall amounts, this area will flood. Just depends. I could be able to predict certain things based on all this information that's true. So we have to know some of these things practically on Earth so that we can work with them, build with them. And so practically, this is how the Earth is measured as flat with the horizontal plane. Like, this is true. like planar surveying, never takes into account, and you can look this up too. It never takes into account the Earth's curvature. Only after the raw data measurements are taken does the surveying include. Does it include a formula to actually account for curvature based on a model? So that's called geodetic surveying. That's what's done after the raw data is taken from the field. And so you do a couple of transfers of the line over a certain distance, and then you can extrapolate out working with mathematics calculations over the WGS84 model and conforming the raw data measurements over a oblate spheroid.
Whew, bro, you just threw in these last 15 seconds. You just threw a bunch of terms at me that like it's like my brain is exploding.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Like I try to not be long in the tooth, but it's so hard.
No, I had a question for him, but I've forgotten it now. Like
was it on measuring or what?
It was on measuring, like, and measuring specifically different data sets over different distances, and then you mentioned a model. You said GS something.
Yeah,
so I was gonna say, like, if it's you, like, because you basically, I'm assuming, or in my mind, the registered has that you're saying that based off of the mean that you take off of different topographical points, that it can imply that there's an elevation difference, implying that there's a curvature. But then you spoke about these models and whatnot, nigga. Like,
yeah, hold on. Who's that guy? Then go ahead and speak up. Did anybody catch him?
Yeah, I got him.
Thank you, AJ. So do you know elevation profiles help us establish the fact that we know what is above or below that mean sea level, right? So
yes,
that's going to help us. There's curvature on the surface based on the hills and valleys that are there. We do understand it, but we can't get those. We can't get that profile until we establish a plane that we can reference those profiles to.
So let me clarify this. You're implying that instead of it being assumed that it's because of a curvature in the Earth that the differences in elevation are due to us having no reference?
No, what I am saying is that when taking profiles of elevation into account, we have to figure out a baseline of knowledge to derive those profiles from.
And we don't have that.
We do. So we can't, I just told you, it's mean sea level data point versus, mean sea level data point to any position that you are geographically. So let's say you are 20 miles inland, right? And you want to know if you're above or below mean sea level because you're going to build a community of houses and you don't want them to be in a flood zone or whatever.
Right.
But you can't do that until you establish the horizontal plane that you're going to reference to know if you're above or below. Do you follow?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So once you establish that, then you know, okay, I'm above, 300 feet above sea level or whatever. It's good. We can build here. But if you're at a location where there's a lot of variables to where you're doing the surveying, and you find out that after the surveying's done that this particular part of land is below sea level.
Can I ask you this before I lose this thought?
Yeah, go ahead.
If the Earth wasn't curved, then why would all mean sea levels be uniform?
If it wasn't curved? What do you mean? Yeah. That's already begging the question. It's not curved.
So if it's not curved, why are there variables in between? Like, why are there standard deviations in the mean sea levels of the entire planet? Why are there differences?
Yeah, that's interesting because wherever the data is taken from, that's a good question. But wherever the data is taken from, that specific local area uses their measurements from that specific region. So it's going to vary from region to region, right? Depends on where you go. But it's still going to equate to the same thing. You're still going to figure out you're measuring from a mean sea level position. Each place that utilizes this is using it in the same way. You get what I'm saying? The method is the same. It's just different. It's done differently in different regions. Yeah. It's done differently in different regions. That has been there was a time where we talked about that actually in spades, but it doesn't need to be. You can look it up if you want, but that is proven. The methodology is utilized in the very same way. It's just it's not as uniform as people think it is from region to region, because there's different elevation profiles and how they would say that certain lakes are above or below means. You probably have to find like
topography. So Sorry,
Yes,
I'm
yes,
sorry.
yes,
I was
yes,
gonna
yes.
say-
Thank
I
you.
was just
Yes.
gonna say you'd probably have to find like a country or somebody dedicated enough to just measure the whole world. In that case,
Yeah, there's a lot of
Like-
problems with there's a lot of problems with cartography. Trust me, we can talk about it. It's a very interesting topic. But nevertheless, like from what we understand, based upon the information that's been kind of brought up over the years, we've had conversations about these topics, and I think it's interesting to note that everywhere on Earth, the methodology for planar surveying is identical. You're
Right.
not going to deviate from the methodology because it's effective, it's useful, and it's practical. So people in the professions, right, that build things, they need this. It's so crucial to having something built, understanding, knowing how sewer lines are meant. You know, if you're going to build a community, you got to know how all this stuff works. How can I build roads? How do I know if I'm above flood levels? You know, I need to know this stuff. Am I above sea level? Am I below? Like, how does this all work out? So when you start doing that, then the elevation profile can afterwards be kind of mapped out. So if have you seen these like grid? They're like grid profiles. They're like, it almost looks like chunks of Earth, like in a 3D model, like taken out, like in a grid form. And using a planar surface is showing you the elevation profile on that specific piece of land. You know, like the hills and the valleys, and there's a lot of images of that online.
you're talking about like satellite images with a gradient of color.
No, I'm
Or-
talking
No.
more of it's like a 3D projection of a side view of a like a square piece of land. Like let's say it's just like a giant square piece of land, and on that giant square piece of land, you see like mountains and
Okay,
valleys. and stuff.
so the last thing I looked up that you asked me, or well, you didn't
Mhm.
ask me, but the last thing I looked up where I was like, all right, I need to look this up, was topographic profile.
Mhm.
And do I have perms to post an image?
I'm not
here?
sure.
I don't
No.
have perms to post an image in a side chat, but it's basically like a flat line. It's a horizontal x-axis line.
hmm
And there's a bunch of like oblong circles. I don't know what those circles are. And then
I
there's like
think I
this
know what
yellow
you're talking
pyramid.
about. I think I know.
You just look up topographic profile on Wikipedia, and then you'll see the image I'm talking about. Because I looked it up
Yeah.
because I was confused on what you were talking about. Is that
Hey,
the image you're
DM
talking about?
Hold on, let me
Yeah,
look in.
I'll
That's
post
a
it.
great proof of FE, by the way, because of elevation angles required to get the contour elevations.
hmm
If you
Yes,
want to
yes.
DM me, I'll post it for you.
Okay, I know. I just saw what Eric Amish posted. Okay.
Is that akin to what you're doing? Is that what you see?
No, not at all. That looks a lot more detailed. That looks a lot.
I think I know
way
what
more
you're
detailed.
saying, though. To be honest, because I've looked already. Like that's the reason why I
I guess the
referenced it.
concept could be similar, but they don't look alike at all. The images themselves don't look.
This is what he posted was a 2D side view. I
Right.
know it's like cut into the earth, but
Right.
one that I was talking about was like a 3D at an angle, kind of a square platform. You know, maybe you've seen it.
Well, we use topographical maps all the time, yeah? So you can just have a look for a topographical map. So, for example, I have a 200-acre property that I just subdivided, and we had a topographical map that shows all the different slopes, the pitches of the slope, whether it's a gentle slope, a steep slope, and then it gives you elevation profiles.
I'm just from my own curiosity. Who do you
Sure.
hire that does that, AJ? Like, how did you get that map?
You get a surveyor. So
Yeah.
today they actually do it with drones a lot of the time.
Okay.
So they drone survey.
They're using LiDAR, right? LiDAR.
Yo,
I
that
believe
last
so, yeah.
picture, that Eric Amish posted, that's very similar to what I was talking about. Extremely similar, actually. Like it looks almost identical. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's the picture I was talking about. That's what I thought you were. That's what I thought you were referring to. that last
No. I'm actually that's not it either. You know what? Let me see if I can find it. But continue.
No, I had nothing else to say. I just wanted to say that last picture was.
God,
the
man,
most
I know.
similar.
Hold on. I'll look for it. I know. I got it somewhere. Let me look at the internet.
I feel very lost trying to understand where you're coming from and the
So-
origin of this debate. By the way,
Really simply, let me try and simplify it while he's looking for what he's looking for. We all know that large bodies of water at rest, are going to lie horizontal or flat, yeah?
yes.
I have citations for that. So we have a mean sea level that these elevations or depressions are going to be above or below. So when we're surveying this over smaller distances, which is out to about 260 kilometres squared, then the Earth is
260.
considered. Yeah, the Earth is considered as flat. There's no curvature added. There's no curvature measured, etc. So if you were to square that into equal sides, you would have 16.2 meters of missing curvature over that distance that's not accounted for. Now, he then went on to geodetic surveying, which is surveying that's done over a larger area. And again, what we see is that they first measure well-defined triangles. They form well-defined triangles on the plot of land or area to be surveyed. Only one line, known as the baseline, is measured, and all other angles are measured from that baseline. So again, what they're doing is they're measuring from a horizontal baseline, a well-defined triangle, and then after the fact, the correction for the Earth's curvature is then applied to those measured distances after the initial measurement, and that's the WGS 86 model that they try to fit those plane triangles into. And when they can't fit those plane triangles, then they come up with their spherical excess. So it's a calculation made after the flat Earth measurement, and they use triangulation, reciprocal leveling, etc.
Right.
Let me post I'm going to put some words in the text. Can you copy these words and put them in your Google search, Llama? If you don't mind.
I'm about to use the bathroom right now, but give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right. Let me know when you return, man. All right. Yeah, this topic I think has fascinating. I'm going to actually put it in the text for everybody that's here. I won't let you guys keep guessing what I'm going to post. Put that into your Google search, and AI should actually post up what the explanation for that is. Because that's what I was wanting to show. And if you guys want, somebody get the best image of one of those and put that in the chat. Remarkable, this piece of information. This is like so amazing. This part right here, I think. Doing this.
All right, so you want me to Google 3D square topographic profile?
Yeah, can you do that? And also post an image if you don't mind. Because I want to see if you've actually were able to see what I see.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I have perms to post the image, but do you want me to just go into images on Google, or because my first result was a Reddit post. I don't know how
not about Reddit
legit that is.
Yeah, I could just post an image. If somebody has an image before I do, that'd be great. But let me go back.
Interlocation. I did find this website called Top of You. Well, it's a government website actually.
All right, let me post what I'm talking about here. Give me a second.
It's the website I was talking about is by National Geologic Map Database.
There it is.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
No. Look at what.
Okay.
Look at what I posted.
It looks like something that an architect would design.
Yeah, but you see this? It's a square 3D piece of land.
Right. Yes.
This is what's happening for them to understand that the horizontal plane. That if you were to set this little square on top of it would sit on top of a flat board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So because.
And so this extends outward as far as the eye can see, as far as the people can measure. It's this way. Think about land that extends.
What was the original figure you guys mentioned? 260?
Yeah. I didn't. Yeah.
It wasn't you. It was
That was me. Yeah. So 260 kilometers squared for planar surveying, and then distance beyond that is geodetic surveying.
So would that be the max upper range of what this square would represent in terms of what a human can do in measuring elevation levels?
I get what you're saying, but I would tell you that think about this. How many squares that you could connect? Let's say you had a giant board, right? And you could fit all these squares in that giant board. When do you think the Earth will start showing its massive amounts of curvature? Because what's going to happen is that if you have all these square pieces fitting nice and snug next to each other along a horizontal plane, and the horizontal data that's got from mean sea level all across the plane is giving you this profile that you see, this 3D topographic profile.
Yeah.
It's giving you information of what the land is. It's showing the elevations and such with a baseline that would be from the baseline underneath is mean sea level. And the part that's above that would be all the elevation that you see, or the dips from that. So that's how they know something is below or above that mean sea level position. Do you get it or no?
I don't want to say I get it because I don't feel confident. But
So
what I want to say is that like if you did have multiple, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm saying think of that grid line that's underneath that thing.
Yeah.
Think of that as mean sea level for just a moment. The horizontal plane that extends outward from mean sea level, that grid line that's underneath that little image, that would be how it extends across the plane. Now, everything above or below that.
If there was a level that went below that horizontal plane, how would you represent that?
As underneath mean sea level, it would be a dip underneath that. So it would show that when somebody's
depression angle.
Yeah, it's the depression angle. Yeah.
Physically, how would you represent that though? Like in terms of like being a geologist that has to make these models, how would you represent that? How would you show?
Well, in the model, the model that I showed you is
and then
kind of what
my follow-up question, not to interrupt you, would be how would you take that into account for averaging out the entire world?
Name one thing that Hitler did wrong.
What? No, we're not doing that. We're not doing it.
Oh shit, bro! The immediate mute and disconnect was crazy.
Yeah. So these are distracting people, man. They like to jump in, when points are being conveyed. But all I'm saying is, when this is done, the geologists take this information into account. That resource from Wiki should. I don't know. Did you look into Wiki? Go to elevation. I know what. Better yet, type in elevation profile.
Okay.
And then that would give you the wiki and then it tells you can also commonly known as topographic profile as well. So it's either known as elevation or topographical.
Either way. I wasn't even simpler though, Lumi. In the first instance, all of these measurements are taken. You don't even have to really worry about these topographical maps. What you really need to understand is that they're just a measurement with a horizontal baseline, yeah? On the surface of the Earth.
So, but I hear you out, but wouldn't the differences in the different data that you take over the entire world, like if the whole world is just a 2D horizontal plane, all continents, etc., so on and so forth, wouldn't the differences in the data collected, assuming that the whole world could collect the same data with the same logic at a same average, just IQ, imply that there's a curvature because the data would be so deviated? That's an assumption. But I'm just saying, like, there's no way that the data would be uniform throughout.
No, that's not the point that we're making here. Is the elevation profile that you take from the horizontal plane. That's important. That's what AJ.
But that's localized though. That's not like universal.
No, but what local means to you, we would say that that's Earth. Like we're measuring flatness. And so above or below that flatness is how we understand elevation profiles are taken.
But how do you know that that's a uniform value? Like, how do you know that that's just a value that the whole world uses? Because there's a method to measure it?
Non-local measurements being done ever. It's all calculations. There.
So when people are transferring lines from surveying, they're doing it without any indication that they're measuring with any curvature taken into account. So let's say you want to let's say you do that little square grid that I just shown you, right?
Right.
And the guy says, well, I want to measure another 20 miles more. Let's put another 5 or more squares to this little piece of the square that we got. Yeah. Every time they keep. So what it is, it's a localized measurement that can get extrapolated out into data that's going to support that there's no curvature taken into account when you're transferring a line from surveying. So localized, that's correct. But in moving forward, what you're doing is you're not utilizing any curvature calculations to figure out from this line to that line, from that line to the other line, from that line and so on. You're not going to have any curvature taken into account to account for the deviation from that horizontal line.
Well, why is that?
Because the Earth's not a globe, dude. It's not a globe.
Well, I guess the track that my mind was following is that it's because it's an equation just like Pythagorean theorem.
No. Listen, equations are great. Equations are great, right? But if validation of that equation per the actual measurement doesn't line up, let's say you've measured, 5.
So how do I know that?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. You measured 5 squares, right? And so those 5 squares, you had to transfer the line 5 times. So if you did that and you got the line transferred, there is no curvature in between those transfers that takes the curvature into account. There's no need for that. So what you're doing is you're actually painting a larger picture of raw data that's been collected from the field from measuring the surface, not curving. And you could extrapolate that out to any degree of distance you want. It just keeps getting more exponential. And at some point, you're going to have to give up the ghost on like saying that, well, the Earth is a globe, because we don't take it into account when professionals are measuring the surface of the Earth over large swaths of land. So if they're doing the transfer of the line localized, and if they wanted to, they could. But like, think of railways that are created, sewer lines that are created. There's some things that go on for miles, dude. And you need to know certain information according to like where you start to where you end up at, whether or not it's going to be above or below, mean sea level. So you need to know certain information impacted by a practical means of measuring. This is all true things, dude. Like, no surveyor is going to go out there and just lie to you and tell you they're taking globe Earth measurements. They're not. They can tell you that they're using geodetic information that superimposes itself over the raw data, but it's never going to be taken from the field that it is a globe. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So it doesn't matter how many times you transfer the line, because of the Earth not being a globe and the way they use their elevation, it doesn't deviate from a horizontal.
I want to ask
horizontal
you
line.
This is not from my own logic. This is just from something I just Googled right now. How do you explain when a surveyor is looking at an object or a geographical landmark from a significantly large distance that the bottom goes missing first?
Yeah, the optical distance of what you're looking through, it always takes into account, there's always going to be distortions, right? And so this is what they have to account for as well. Make sure that depending on the time of day or whatever they're doing their measurements from, that it is due to whatever indexes there are in the air for refractive measurements, right? So if they don't take that into account and they just go ahead and measure, then they're going to be off by a lot. But if they do, then they're going to know that that's going to equal up to, then when they do their measurements, they're going to say, okay, we're going to first do the line of sight from the point of observation to the target, because they're looking through their rangefinder on their instrument, right? Like, let's say at the Autolite or a total station. And then once they sight their target, they're going to see it and then be like, okay, well, this doesn't appear to be lining up to where we thought it would be, because it's like it deviates or whatever. But that deviation.
Why does that optical illusion happen?
That's atmospheric. I'll say it to you this way, that way you can understand what I mean. It's atmospheric distortion.
If you go out on different days, you'll see different effects. It may not appear to be sinking as much, or may even be lifting.
And I can see it from the point. Yeah. I'll use the anecdotal experience, even though anecdotes aren't really that relevant when it comes to debating. Mm-hmm. The other day, I live in New York City. I teach kids in school, specifically kids with autism, and my teacher, who runs hot because education is a mostly female-dominated field, and she's older, was talking about how she felt hot. In my mind, it registered as she's just menopausal because she's 45 or whatever. But I was looking at the window, the difference between the classroom and outside, and it was like at least probably below 20 degrees Fahrenheit. And I don't know how to explain it scientifically, but I saw the waves from the radiator causing a visual distortion from the outside. So I can understand or empathize as somebody that doesn't know a lot about this topic with what you guys are saying.
Yeah, it's practical, man, because cold and hot pockets of air in between you and the target distance will always cause distortions. And this anomaly happens depending on the type of day, right, or the conditions of the ambient temperature outside. It's going to vary wildly. So you can never go out and say, I see the same exact distance every single day, all the time, every time. This is always going to like more distance, more distortion. How about that? More distance, more distortion.
That would be getting into a different topic, though, wouldn't it? Like in terms of meteorology and like
sort of, but what doesn't
optics?
Optics. It doesn't talk about that too. But what I was saying to you about surveying what happens is when you sight your target, right, and you have the target in the line of sight, you have to think about that when you're going to be going from point A to point B, because the distance traveled is going to have to be something that doesn't take the curvature into account. So from where you're sighting your target to where you reach your target, that has to be a horizontal datum or line horizontal plane. So you can't have deviation from that, because like I told you, when you're building on the surface or tunnels or whatever you're going to do, you need to know whether you're above or below, or what you're working with in accordance to elevation, how much there would be. Let's say if you're building a sewer line from your building to the city sewer, like where it connects to the city sewer, because if you're below it, then you won't have flow. Flow will not occur. So you need to have these very important specifics understood by this planar surveying. It's crucial information that somebody who's building needs to have. You can't guess, well, it's refraction, we don't really know. Now, you have to know whether or not that piece of land that's way over there, where you have the target distance, and where you're at, how much inclination there is. So to know, okay, I'm actually below that area, so we need to actually raise over here in the elevator. You know what I mean? Like, there needs to be some compensation for that. So you can't do that until you understand. So looking at something is one thing optically.
Yeah.
And then measuring to it is an entirely different thing, right? Because people that do the measurements, they never take the curvature into account because they can't afford to. It's not the thing that's practically done by professionals everywhere. They have to understand when they're measuring and they're transferring lines, it has to be horizontally. So one horizontal line connects to another one, and that horizontal line connects to another one. And it just keeps rolling forward and forward and forward. So they're not connecting things that are accounting for curvature. You can't afford to, especially if you're building for miles. Hopefully this is kind of
in the geometric principles, right? Geometry is also a form of logic.
Geometry, by coincidence, was my worst subject in high school.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you have the Pythagorean theorem, you've got Thales' theorem, you've got basically all of Euclid, who writes things like, two parallel lines can never touch each other. Perpendicular lines are always going to be parallel if they're perpendicular to a common line. Things like this are immutable. And so the proof of flat Earth is in the geometric logic and principles. So we look at the underlying methods that surveyors and navigators apply, and we pull out the geometric principles and the logic behind it and show the world that how people themselves may be thinking about the world as they do the surveying may be different than what they're actually doing. You got a surveyor who thinks he's on a ball taking elevation angle and azimuthal angle profiles to objects. And that's kind of contradictory.
Yep. As you can clearly read, they don't do that. That's important.
All right. Well, listen, guys, I'm about to disconnect. It was a good conversation. I'm out.
See ya, man. Niggers! Yeah, wonderful.
So you'll read all the time, like in books, blog sites, whatever, people talking about their craft if it comes to surveying and navigation. They'll say things like, we're using an elevation angle to the star, but we know Earth is a ball as we do it.
Yeah, don't make any sense, Amish.
So, and Globers will go and read that and say, see, Earth is a globe. It says right here, the guy said we know Earth is a ball. And then we say, well, hold on. Let's look at the underlying principle at play. He's talking about an elevation angle, which has a baseline across the horizontal plane of reference, which is Earth itself, mean sea level, subtending to an angle that one takes to a star. You can't have a curved baseline to form an angle.
Right. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. He dipped out, by the way.
Oh, he did? Okay, well,
Yeah.
there you go.
He's like, I gotta go. Bye. And he just took off.
Sound like when he did a Google earlier, he probably found one of Jesse Path of Light's Mount Shasta observations.
Probably.
Why does the mountain look sunk in this Google search I did?
Yeah. Optical distortions are going to occur, but that's why it's important to get the measurement.
Yeah, and these guys take their theodolites and do 100-mile sightings with them. And then you go read the literature on how to properly do it, and they say, don't do that. Use the graduated scale. You set up a series of surveying rods and leapfrog your way all the way down.
That's exactly how. That's why I say when... Go ahead.
That's why he ends his meth field symposium without a claim, just a question. What is the path of light?
Oh, yeah, Jesse.
Figure it out, Jesse. That you've got what you ran yourself into is a contradiction. Because if that was a straight line path of light, what would it look like if you were to fly that path? That'd be a weird wavy earth underneath you. And from the other point of view, that side's dropping, but the other side's lifting up. Like he shows a picture, I think path of light is straight. And here's a picture of a building off in the distance, and I can see the roof. I'm like, okay, so if that person's standing on the roof, looking back at you, what do they see? Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. You didn't think it through, did you? If that's a straight line path of light, back and forth, both directions, one guy's down, the other guy is up. So you just demonstrated for one person concave Earth, and the other person convex Earth.
You're going to summon that concaver back in there, Crit.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why people who are concave have used Jesse's content to demonstrate concave. I'm like, fuck, dude.
Yeah, too funny. So you're just getting up?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no, I was here earlier. I'm not sure if you remember. I was here for for dogs and for Danny or no fuck. What's it?
Before dogs?
Well,
Donald C?
They
all just say, yeah, you can call him Danny. Donald.
Yeah, Danny.
Dogs. Hey.
Dogs and Danny. Yeah, you guys were handling it pretty good,
Yeah,
it's good to run dogs off without him getting banned or muted, so that way he doesn't say, "Oh, I won the internet." No, you ran the way, dude.
Yeah, it's funny because I know what pushes his buttons every time, dude. He doesn't like to talk about how he admitted that he could be schizophrenic. That's what he said, and every time I point it out, he actually acts schizophrenic, which makes it even compounds the problem. So he's not making it easier to, no, I'm not schizophrenic. I'm not schizophrenic. I'm not schizophrenic. I'm like, dude, you sound like it right now. So it's not my fault. That's what you're exuding.
It's like when they post the meme, like, hey, flat earthers, your Dunning-Kruger effect. I'm like, well, how? How do you know that? Well, that's the first rule is you don't know you're Dunning-Kruger. I'm like, okay, sure. Let's test that. Are you Dunning-Kruger? And they're like, no. Oh, the first rule. Oh, you don't know that you're in Dunning-Kruger.
Crit, you missed the best conversation I think you would have been perfect for earlier. Perfect. I mean, it was the conversation that I think I need to hear you have with Moner. Moner, if you're here, I don't know if you've fallen asleep already. But tell Crit the reason why you think the astronauts that went to the moon were incapable of doing the type of sort of science that they should have been doing, and they were hitting balls with the golf clubs. I'll see if Moner's here. Because he was advocating for a position of them being frat bros. Crit.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Oh, dude, it gets wildly better. I think you would have been swimming in this like content. Like it was talking about how things that they did back then were just like, because they did crazy stuff. He said they were cowboys. They didn't do things like they do now, like the pencil pushers. Like that. I was like, you trying to tell me that they didn't have the best and the brightest up there? That they had frat boys? That would have. He was arguing that they snuck the clubs onto the lander. I was like, bro, you know how meticulous NASA would have been to make sure that weight was not an issue? How the hell did they sneak on a bag of clubs on the? You gotta some point. You have to call them out on their bullshit. I'm like, dude, that's not. Weight would have been a thing. Clubs would have been out of the question. You're not taking clubs to the most historic moment in time. There's no way, no how. Do some science experiment. Prove to the human race. And he's like, well, they didn't want to do it for that reason. They just wanted to throw a middle finger to all the other countries. I'm like, are you serious? That's the reason why you think they, the whole purpose, to throw the middle finger to the other countries? That's why they went to the moon? There's no scientific endeavor. There's no real, work that was being done for them to prove that they're actually there. It was just to be like, ha, we're up here. Now we're going to play golf. And we're going to ramp dune buggies.
I know how the conversation went. After all their training, the hours, they were going to die if they failed. They've got old Doris there with her 7,000-page manual of maths and trajectories. They're like, what are we going to do when we get there, boys? Oh, let's play golf.
Let's hit a couple of balls, yeah. What the fuck, dude?
We can't fit the bag on. Neil, you put one club in the suit leg of your pants and, you put it in your leg pants. We'll sneak them up there.
I mean, they had their own loaded poopy diapers to be worried about. They ain't got time for golf clubs, man. They got to change their own
cowboy.
diapers.
His argument failed even so because Don Pettit, right, when he talked about cooking tandoori chicken and stinking up the ISS, he said it, and I had to bring eggs to do it. And don't ask me how I brought eggs to ISS.
No, I just think that Crit would have been this would have been his forte, man, to have this conversation. You'd have been like, dude, I mean, don't get me started on Nixon, right? Because you would have just been in a world of trouble right there. But I mean, just to get it started, did the whole moon landing thing and get him advocating for them being frat boys? That's the reason why they weren't doing science experiments and they were just horsing around. I'm like, dude, that whole logic. And he's like, yeah, go ahead. And he's saying to me, cope some more or do something. He told me to swallow the thing or something. He said some stupid thing. And he just keep telling me over and over. And I was like, dude, you're seriously advocating for these knuckleheads that they were frat boys. Just a couple of boys up there hey, man, get a load of her, eh? Those are the guys that we sent up there to throw the middle finger at the other countries versus the most historic moment in human history, do some science experiment that proves that there's certain elements that we never discovered on the moon. There was nothing like that done. There was no kind of, endeavor that was taken to the degree of having verified certain crazy stuff, right? You'd want to know. Because you'd never been to the moon, so you want to know what it's made of, It's just different things, man. And then yet we have time to play golf and ramp buggies on dunes. This is stupid, dude. The reasoning behind why you think all of this is oh, they're just frat boys. They're just hanging out and have a good day. Obviously, you do a long travel. You want to, kick back and relax. So dumb. The argument is so dumb.
But you didn't see the part where they were chasing each other around the moon, flicking each other's asses with wet towels.
Yeah, dude. But it's they might as well have because according to him, they were frat boys. And I was like, dude, Crit, where the hell are you, man? This is you need to bust this party up.
Yeah, there was the one from Skylab where they had to bag their poop and one of the poops got free somehow. And there's broadcasted, recorded, part of NASA's official record. And they're trying to evaluate, the poop. And they're like, oh, look at the frat boy, poop jokes they're doing. And I'm like, Okay, so they're kind of accounting for every molecule of oxygen. Every surface is clean, sterilized, prepared for like experimentation, and they're just laughing and having a good old time about a poop floating around. It's like, look at that one. It's all stinky and slimy. Yeah, that wasn't mine. Like I used 2 pieces of toilet paper.
Yeah, but why does there cut? Like, dude, I'm telling you. And so he's advocating for this position of these guys being frat boys. And it's hilarious, dude. And he was saying because a long time ago, they didn't have the same, they were doing things differently kind of thing. And I'm like, oh my God, dude, you can't be serious. Like, you don't think NASA would have weighed out their lander to know how much weight they would have? Come on, bro.
No, they wouldn't, man.
Oh, it's you again.
What's going on, boys and ladies and people?
But you guys come in in pairs or something?
He triggered hard in the Catholic chat. It was hilarious. Like, everyone's just rolling, laughing. It was like, wow.
Wait, what did I do?
Well, he's happy that George Lemaitre was a Catholic priest that invented the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, that's what ended up getting them, because he was all like, I understand why you Catholics think you're all right and all
I didn't say that.
And shit. And
let me explain my viewpoint. Okay, let me explain what I said. I said, how do you know that you have the right religion? Because there's so many of them. And then they gave a very detailed and good explanation for it. And I accepted their opinion, and I accepted what they said, and we moved on from there.
That's great. Do you think the Earth's a globe, though?
What a nice story.
Absolutely not. Of course it's a flat Earth. Are you stupid? You think there's a globe?
No, I don't think that. I'm just telling you what you think. And then, of course, Grim believes it's a ball.
It sounds like you're telling me what to think, not what I think.
Yeah.
I just asked you. I just asked you what you thought. You didn't hear what the words that I said?
Yeah, and did you listen to what I said?
Yeah. Yeah, you think that I said that I think that you think that the Earth is a globe.
He said,
yes.
She said.
Yeah, no.
No, the Earth's not a globe. The Earth's flat as fuck, bro. And the reason why it's flat as fuck is because the global elites are lying to you.
No, that's not the reason why.
No, they are. They're pushing this bullshit agenda.
That's great.
Fucking... Okay, then, if that's what you think, I think the opposite. I think they're pushing this bullshit fucking propaganda that we're going to be flying to space, we're going to be going to Mars, and all this other bullshit. And it's not going to be happening. They've been saying it for the last 10 years. They're trying to make there's the reason why Donald Trump won, because they're fucking Elon Musk and all this sort of shit, just pushing all this bullshit, and gullible people like you believe it. And then they get into fucking power saying, oh yeah, we're going to fucking fly to Mars and shit. Not going to happen. They're never going to go into space. It's never happened before. Space doesn't exist. Man. They're all just stupid. You're one of them, clearly, because you love Trump or something.
Interesting.
All right.
I don't know where you pulled that literally out of your ass, but that's great. Let's try to figure out if.
I didn't pull that out of my ass.
Oh yeah,
I've
literally.
always thought the Earth is flat. I've always thought the Earth is flat.
That's great. But the reason behind why you think it's flat is basically you think that someone's lying about it.
Well, the moon landing. Do you think they were lying about the moon landing? Or do you think they're telling the truth about the moon landing?
What you didn't do. Let me tell you what you didn't do. You didn't provide empirical evidence that the Earth is flat. That's what you didn't do.
I've got empirical evidence that prove that it's round.
Yeah.
Got empirical evidence that the Earth is round.
No, it's not something that it's not. Providing evidence that something that it is affirms the fact that you understand how to substantiate a claim such as the Earth is flat. But since you've given me...
You're not going to accept my claim that the Earth is flat when I said the moon landing was fake. So you believe in the moon landing. Okay.
That's not what he said.
You must be, yeah.
All right.
That's definitely not what he said.
Well, it sounds like that's what he said. I'm literally saying the Earth is flat.
My friends, maybe dial it down a little bit and listen a little bit closer. That's definitely not what he said.
Oh, well, every time I join this, fucking Crit gets all up my ass. Gets all upset.
Well, calm the fuck down.
Okay.
And then I get banned for saying the Earth is flat, and then some globalist like him believes it's fucking round. So I'll turn it down. If you're not going to ban me.
That's all you want. Just turn it down.
Fine. That's fine.
Just don't ban me.
Sorry, again. Would you be able to demonstrate that the surface of the Earth is flat at all.
You mean demonstrate? What? Fucking, you know,
Yeah.
Oh my.
Why do I have to demonstrate that it's flat?
Simmer down.
Just look at the. Okay, whatever. Okay, yeah, no worries.
Okay, so the idea that the moon landing was faked. Okay, but that doesn't say anything about the Earth, does it?
What do you mean it doesn't say anything about the Earth? Just look at the level of fucking when you're in a plane. Look at fucking the Earth is. How do you know the Earth's? How do you know the Earth's? Okay, I know you're a globe. I know you're a globe. How do you know the Earth is a fucking globe? Prove to me that the Earth is a globe. Everyone's always thought the Earth was flat, and then all of a sudden these propagandists push this shit. So how do you know the Earth's a globe?
You didn't quite answer my question. You brought up an airplane. That wasn't your first example.
You're just
slow the fuck down, sir. Calm down a bit, sir.
Yeah. Why do I have to substantiate my claim that the Earth is fucking round? No, Earth is flat when it's obviously flat. You just look at the fucking. You're not letting me answer. You're just telling me to calm down. You're just a fucking retard, clearly.
Okay, shall I help you? I know the Earth is flat because water is a horizontal reference datum. It is observed as such, measured as such, and practically used as such. Mean sea level is horizontal. Now, I know that for fact. Now, if I was a flat earther,
I've got something for you. Just look at compasses. Look at compasses. The fucking.
Okay, let him finish his sentence. Let him finish his thought.
Go on. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay, so the question is about the surface of the Earth. You don't have to give me subsidiary topics like the moon landing was faked and what compasses do. We're talking about the surface description of the Earth. How do you know that the surface description of the Earth is whatever you say it is? Flat, I would have thought. How do you know that?
Fucking, what do you mean? I've gathered my own evidence, and over a long period of time.
Yeah, what's that?
It's evidence that I don't need to fucking really disclose with you because I've tried to give you some fucking evidence.
So Jedi, if we can stop for a second so you can understand that. Ebenezer, we're trying to help you. That's what you don't understand. We're simply trying to show you how we know. If you slow down a bit and let us finish the complete thought, then you maybe understand. We're trying to show you how we know that the Earth is measured flat, how it is flat, so we don't have to come in saying we think it's flat and talk about things.
Well, I know it's fucking like the moon landing. Deal with it, because if you think it's round, that's it.
I was almost done with my thought. Almost done. We don't have to talk about the moon landing and things in the sky if we understand how the Earth is measured flat, and we have fundamental things like water, 70% of the Earth being water, all laying flat, measurably, testably so. So we don't have to come in saying we think things when we know things. We're trying to help you. You can just calm down a bit. You just calm down a bit. You can just calm down a bit and just understand that.
Well, I know things too. We all agree here then. Okay, cool. Well, I know things too.
If you were more calm and let people finish their sentence, it would be a lot more interesting and a lot more.
Good. I'm glad. I don't want to talk to globalists.
It's extremely rude when you talk over people that's trying to help you.
All right. Well, I'm glad we agree.
You're creating an environment that the guys are rushing their points, and it's making you miss their points. They're making some really strong points, but because they're having to rush it to get in before you clip them, the points aren't landing. And I just want you to slow down so the points can hit home for you.
He's doing right now.
Yeah, okay, cool. Let me just say, it seems like you don't want me to...
Yeah, we can get rid of the meta. We got Moner in Chief here wants to talk about INS systems.
Oh, wait. Moner's the guy. Moner's the guy, Crit. He's the one that with the whole frat boys. So I don't know. Do you think I could, Moner, if you're there, could you tell...
Hello, online racist. I am here. How are you?
Nah, that's just what's his name, man.
Oh shit, wrong room. Oh,
he's dishonest.
That's the guy who cracked during the town hall.
Yeah, he's dishonest as hell. Moner, if you're there, man, come on, tell Crit your reasoning behind why you think the people going to the moon are frat boys, and their reasoning why they're hitting balls on the moon and not doing science experiments.
Getters, dude, they're experimental pilots back in the day. Those guys were like lady killers, dude. Those guys were like drop dead, like fucking retards in some respects, dude. Like
just like Tom Pettit.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, dude. It's not easy, to build a rocket, but it's pretty easy to follow a procedure, and those guys are fucking good at it. So that's why they became astronauts.
Okay, so if that's true, what do these guys do with the rest of their lives after they did this amazing thing for all of humanity?
They talk, they stay astronauts, they train astronauts.
No. Okay. So the second guy to walk on the moon.
Aviators.
No, incorrect. Okay. So the first guy to walk on the moon went in complete isolation. He became a shut-in, like agoraphobic.
Yeah, he was kind of already like schizophrenic beforehand. Yeah.
The second guy to walk on the moon became a used car salesman, and he got fired.
That's good. I mean, you can't fly planes forever, right?
You're busted. You're right there. These guys weren't some sort of like amazing people.
Did that happen to every astronaut? I mean, not everyone's
we're talking about number 1, number 2. So what do you think happened to number 3?
I don't know. That's not a very big sample size, my guy. That's a lot of extrapolation.
100% is not a good sample size.
What about the Challenger astronauts?
Yeah, but the thing about this whole particular, like earlier, Moner, that what you were saying earlier about them being frat boys and their boys will do what boys do on the moon. Like they want to hit balls and ramp dunes, and you didn't make any. They throw the middle finger at all the other countries because they went up there. Like, dude, come on! Like, why would you even want that to be the scenario that the paradigm in which you exist in, dude?
I just said that that's what we had at the time. I never made any claims that that's what I wanted.
But why didn't we send the best and the brightest? That was my argument to you. Why was it like these Neanderthals that we sent to the moon?
Best and the brightest. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like the astronauts.
Tell me the truth.
Like that was the best and the brightest of the time, dog. Like I don't know.
Seriously. There you go, Crit. Crit. Do you hear what he said, dude?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. These are the best.
We're talking about the Nixon era, bro.
Aviators are nogs, dude. Like, I mean, they're just absolute fucking animals, dude. Like, I don't know.
There you go, Crit.
These were high-grade military officers. Okay, these weren't somehow the best and the brightest.
I mean, humans are humans, man. I don't think you people are people. Like Van Gogh wasn't a saint. You know what I mean? Like,
these are artists. That's an artist.
Yeah. Do you want to send to the moon the person that's going to analyze and critically go through and do experiments, or do you want to send Joe Blow at the bar?
I want somebody who can fucking get the job done safely. That's what I want, and I know for a fact that those guys can, and they did. So,
no businessman would say what you just said. You're literally making excuses.
Like Crit.
Literally.
So
in what world do we not put our best people forward for the most important feat of mankind? Crazy.
Thank you for that. That's all I wanted him to say.
Yeah.
He couldn't do it.
The stories are pretty interesting for the first astronauts too.
Yeah, how do you do
selection process? There was like a bunch of teams, if I'm not mistaken, and Neil Armstrong's team wasn't even like the actual like first pick.
Moner, you're flying by the seat of your pants with your speculations, bro. You don't know any of the stuff you just said.
It's been a while since I, recounted the history of the Apollo programs, but I'm pretty.
You honestly don't know, like, dude. I'm putting my hand on my forehead because you honestly don't really know anything of what you said to validate that they were frat boys, that they did what. You have no idea, bro.
You're extrapolating a concept. I'm not making any actual like crazy claims. I mean, it's more you are doing that. Like the claims that I'm making is just that these people just made decisions that probably wasn't safe, like adding extra weight to the shuttle.
Like golf clubs.
Probably not a good idea. Yeah, no, that's probably not a good idea.
But you said they snuck him on there. How?
I thought we were going to talk
about I don't know. I would love to ask him, but he's
so you're speculating.
And
so you were speculating. So you were speculating.
Yes.
Just say it. You were speculating, dude.
He literally said.
There you go. I'm not speculating. There you go.
The astronaut guy, literally said that he snuck it on, and NASA got mad at him after the fact.
Mulder, pay attention here, okay? Have you ever heard the conspiracy theory that there's reptiles in government?
Sure.
Do you know where that comes from?
Don't really care, but sure I'll figure it out. What do you got?
Okay, so have you ever heard of the overview effect?
Careful of Crit.
Sorry, say again? Step
down.
Okay, so it's Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. He came back and he said that it's absolutely amazing going to the moon. Like you see the Earth as this fragile blue dot. Everybody's interconnected. It's all one story. Like he basically leveled up the concept in the Bible where treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. He said the way you treat your neighbor is exactly how you're treating yourself. You're all interconnected.
Okay.
So then he went to politicians and tried to articulate this idea. Mm-hmm. And he's like, "Hey guys, I got something to tell you. It's very important. Okay, you're fucking the world up, and I did this amazing thing, and you shouldn't be like this. It should be this is a new renaissance, a giant leap forward for all mankind." The politicians were like, "Shut up, retard." And then he got pissed. He's like, "Okay, well, how about this? I drag your ass out into space and say, look at it." A direct quote. "Look at the Earth, you son of a bitch." And the politicians were like, "Are you threatening me?" Like, seize him. And then at some point, he got so frustrated that he said that the shot callers, the politicians at the executive branch of the U.S. federal government, they disvalue human life. They have no concept of the human condition. So they must be reptiles from outer space. Because they have a reptilian brain where they don't value the Earth, they don't value each other, and they don't even value life. So they got this reptilian thing. And since they look human, they must be shapeshifters. And he went down. I mean, if you look up what did Edgar Mitchell do after the Apollo program, he pushed a conspiracy theory that shapeshifting reptiles had taken over the world's governments.
Okay.
So how does that go in line with your concepts that these were the best and the brightest? If given, you think like shape-shifting reptiles is a stupid conspiracy theory, like tinfoil hat type of thing.
Gonna be completely honest with you, I really have no idea what you're asking, dude.
Okay, so if someone were to tell you that they believe or they can prove that they're shape-shifting reptiles, would you consider that person the best of the best? That person is clearly way above the curve. They are the creme of the creme. That's a highly educated person that could do amazing things for all humanity, or they're just some sort of schizophrenic crackhead freak just spouting a bunch of nonsense that no one really understands what they're on about.
I remember saying and claiming that they were the best and the brightest at the time. Like the options that they had. Like, what do astronauts need to get done at the end of the day? They need to get procedures done, and so like pilots, aviators, they have checklists. Okay, like anything in the military, you have checklists, you have procedural compliance, you have all that. And that the astronaut stuff requires that on a bigger scale. So who's better? Who's good enough?
No, sir. In the military, you have compartmentalization.
Who did they pick at the time? Military aviators or experimental pilots.
Easily susceptible, easily manipulated. That's who they picked.
And Freemasons, they're used to containing compartmentalized information and leading dual lives, one private, one public.
Okay, what does this have to do with like anything at all?
Yeah, you said it's the best and the brightest, and it's just pick anybody. You keep saying that, but it means nothing.
Yeah, I know. But like this conversation, like what? But like,
well, they're perfectly
compartmentalization, so they don't have everyone to lie. Everyone doesn't have to lie. They have compartmentalization. People think they're doing something. They believe they're doing something that's connected to something else. Yeah, it's called compartmentalization because they don't want everyone knowing everything. So when they do it like that, they're not choosing the best and the brightest. They're hiding the lie, the fact that you're easily manipulated. You believe these guys went somewhere and because they were the best and the brightest at the time, but now they're coming out. These people won't even repeat that. They get punching people in the face for asking them to tell the truth on the Bible, whether or not they want to. Like, come on now, like you're appealing to liars,
like
bro.
You act like people are like
You're appealing to liars, provable.
Yeah, Moner, I think you might have known this, but Bart Sabel, okay, he is a conspiracy theorist. He hates flat earthers, mind you. He thinks flat earthers are CIA, without exception.
Mm-hmm.
Every single one of us is CIA just trying to discredit truth movements. He went up to Buzz Aldrin and said, "Hey, I'm skeptical of that you went to the moon. I noticed you're a high-grade military officer. You've sworn on the Bible many times in your career. The only proof I would need that you went to the moon is put your hand on this Bible and look me right in the eye and tell me you did it. I'll believe you to the day I die." What did Buzz do? He sucker punched
the guy in the face.
Sucker punch.
Face dog. Getting back to that.
So is this the type of
crazy cowboy spirit?
Yeah, this is the type of advanced intellectual mind, or is this some sort of just
where am I claiming that these guys?
No, it's the best and the brightest at the time.
I'm really confused.
The best and the brightest, or just some thug? Just some violent thug who acts violently.
I never said these people are like great people. Like what is this? Like, do you have your hand up my butthole and like you want me to like speak like what you want me to do?
Appeal to provable liars, bro. We're giving you examples of how they lie, and you're appealing to them.
Nice, dude. Hello? Your parents lie to you. Like, what the fuck do you want, bro?
No, dude. If you climbed Mount Everest, and you happen to be the first person to do it, and someone come up to you and says, "Put your hand on the Bible and promise me that you did it," would you punch that guy in the face, or would you put your hand on the Bible, look at him in the face, and say, "Dude,
depends on my mood,
I went"?
Like, I don't fucking
No, you wouldn't. Any normal human being would have no problem putting their hand or swearing.
He seems to be apologizing for the guy punching him in the face still for some reason.
I don't really care about the conversation that we're having. It doesn't get me anywhere.
Yeah, you brought it up, sir. Yeah, you brought it up.
That's cool, but
it was your appeal to the guys who are the best
really
and the brightest.
Aren't you?
Maybe you don't remember. Maybe you're assaulting me now.
They were like great people, but at the time they were the best.
Yeah, you said they were the best and the brightest. Yeah, you said that. I just repeated that. Good job.
Yeah, but there's a caveat to it. They aren't just the best and the brightest. They were the best and the brightest at the time. Maybe you would understand what that means.
Yeah, it means nothing. Yeah, I explained it to you. They just pick people who are people who have no problem lying. Yeah. Were you in the military, sir?
You tell me.
Were you in the military, sir?
Mine was the better option.
Were you in the military?
I'm currently in the military, big dog.
Okay, currently. Okay, so when they need people to do like do those what do you call them? When they check their serial numbers out the Tritons, who do they get to do that? The best and the brightest, or just the privates?
Check their serial numbers. What do you mean by that, dude? I mean their cat cards, like entering base.
Cat card.
What are you? Are you a hyper pusher, bro? Are you infantry? Are you in a navy or something, bro?
Dude, are you slow or dense? I just asked you a really simple question, and you're just like.
There's no need to get upset.
I asked you a question. Are you a paper pusher? Or are you in a navy?
I'm in the navy, big dog.
Cool beans.
Why are you getting triggered? Like, how is this personal to you? It doesn't matter. No, but it doesn't. You're defending them blindly, right? But you shouldn't have a horse in this race. You should be listening, really.
Twice, and he's interrupting you.
No, I'm not. Do you know what I'm doing? It's actually really easy to understand what I'm doing, but you're taking it as a front against like God whenever I fucking just bring it up. I think it's crazy to insinuate something about a scenario and about people that you have no verifiable idea of who they were and what they were. And you don't know the situations that NASA had to put themselves through. You don't know how they're fucking.
What are you talking about?
You just shot yourself in the foot because the same could be said for you.
No, I'm just telling you.
Yeah, you have no idea who they were.
Evaluate the whole culture at the time. That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying this entire time.
Did you have a mandatory vaccine?
And then you guys keep fucking. And then you
several.
He's in the Navy, so yeah.
Yeah, when I got out of the military, when I was in the military, you could refuse vaccines. I'm sure you can't do that now, so I'm sure he's vaccinated.
Stay away from that. So the thing too, like Navy, you've got a chance
being condescending the entire time. You ask why I'm getting
okay,
angry.
dude. Don't worry about it. Okay,
you're being a crybaby. I was just joking with you. We're moving on.
Okay.
See, look.
Do you fancy yourself to be? Dude, listen, pay attention. Do you fancy yourself that someday you'll be an astronaut?
No.
I mean, you've got a pathway. I mean, military to NASA is still open. They're about to close the door.
What's the point? What's the end goal of this?
Yeah, I'm saying that you
Get to your point.
do it now before
interrupting.
they shut the door on that.
No, because I don't want to have a 15-minute long conversation about why I want to be a fucking astronaut.
We'll leave then. Leave.
Dumbass.
We'll leave. You brought him up. You brought up the astronaut. Dumbass.
Okay.
Do you seriously think astronauts go to space?
I don't even think that's what the conversation I wanted to have.
I know.
Segue conversation. What it is. I don't want to talk about whether or not we're
that's what he wanted to do.
Give a shit.
Okay, then I'm kind of confused why you're here. Then, if you don't
because
give a
somebody
shit.
asked me about the cultural concepts that I was evaluating earlier.
Yeah, we understand. I was here for that conversation. Thank God on the moon.
Okay, so what's so hard about understanding that people
But they didn't go to the moon.
Not with safety in mind?
Yeah, that's awesome. But they didn't go to the moon. They couldn't have done.
Who gives a fuck, dude? That's not what I'm commenting on.
Again, I don't understand why you're in this conversation. And if you don't give a fuck, these are the subjects that we talk. Why are you talking through me? These are subjects that we talk about: surface description of the Earth, motion of the Earth, and the claim that you can have vacuum without a container. That's it.
That's
what we talk about here.
About.
I know what you're talking about, Sunshine. Just trying to get it onto a subject.
I envision you getting more frustrated as the conversation goes on because, yes, we do focus on the curvature and the motion. Why are you talking through me? Why are you talking through me?
He can't help this shit. Why does he keep doing this? It's very
It
rude.
might be better for you to leave, brother, because we do focus on the direct claims of the ball, which is curvature motion, and there's a vacuum in the sky. If you're not willing to discuss any of them, then I don't know why you're here.
Not what the conversation was about.
Well, you can just add your own ideas. You don't need to try to preface your.
I would rather talk about stuff like INS.
I think that Jedi just finished off that previous conversation, when he stated that we don't have to worry about whether they played golf or took golf clubs or what they did because no one went to the moon in the first place. So
if you want to do the INS thing, it's fine too. Because you're asking how does it not work? I mean, do you know how it works?
What, INS?
Yeah, what's your expertise in this? Is it just something that you turn on? Like, is this your
I read the documents on it. I'm not gonna share how it works because that's not
the acronym.
It's not exactly to your purview.
Sorry,
the inertial navigation system.
Thank you.
Basically, using angular momentum to correct.
Similar to the IRS. I know what you're talking about, Sunshine. Awesome stuff. So, how does that prove that the Earth is a globe?
Because if its calculations were wrong, ships would crash into things, and if it was on a 2D plane, like a flat surface, it wouldn't even work in the first place.
Awesome stuff. So, do you know what the INS is connected to?
What's it connected to?
Yeah, the gyroscopes within the aircraft.
I mean, I'm talking about on ships, but
okay, cool. The same type of thing. You're going to have gyroscopes in ships. So it's going to help you. Yeah, it's going to help you figure out if you're pitching, if you're yawing, those types of things, right? So I'm confused. How does the INS prove that the surface of the Earth is curved when it's connected to a gyroscope which maintains rigidity in space?
Jedi, he's going to need pitch data for the boat, and I'm not even joking.
Oh, I know.
Well, regardless, Jedi, the article that he posted where apparently all these flat earthers are crying and can't explain it, doesn't mention anything about how it works or the curvature or rotation. It just mentions the device.
It's going to be illegal.
And I do like talking over.
He really does, doesn't he? I mean, maybe you could help us. Maybe you could cite within your document where it says that the Earth must be a sphere.
I mean, just by consequence of it working and existing.
No.
It literally works.
It's like I have to be clearer, dude. It's like I've got to be clearer. So within your document, put quotation marks around the part that you think is relevant with regards to the Earth being and can only be a sphere.
It doesn't really have anything like that in the document.
I can help you, actually. If you go to the part where it talks about initializing the INS, you might be able to find something there. Because I've got these documents too. I've got a user manual for Northrop Grumman's INS that they use in merchant marine ships and the Navy. It's totally unclassified. And you know what it says? It says this device does not seek north on its own. When you go to initialize it, use GPS or use a map and input your coordinates manually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying it needs GPS?
How does it work?
Right?
Right. So how is it actually an inertial navigation system on a non-inertial Earth? If that's the case.
Okay, so you're saying it needs GPS inputs to work like all the time, right? Or just the initial boot up?
Just to initialize, yeah. Or you can use a map. And these things tend to be slaved to other devices, just like Jedi was saying earlier. The INS doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's not
actually kind of does.
Standing on its own. Well, it's hooked up to other compasses and GPSs. It can be used on its own, of course, but it has to be hooked up to these other systems because you could have like steaming errors. You can have there are all kinds of errors. There are like 13 different kinds of errors that need to be controlled for.
On the right, like equator. Like if you get towards the equator, it's about like 1,000 feet of error, and then it starts turning off and on.
Is this due to the coordinate reference grid, or is this due to some physical phenomena, like Earth turning beneath the boat?
Phenomenon?
Yeah, like Earth turning beneath the boat. Yeah, that's what you have to differentiate here. So if this is a true INS and Earth is non-inertial, then you'd have to have some evidence of the Coriolis effect. You'd also have to have pitch data, evidence that the boat is going ass overhead as it negotiates over the curvature of the Earth relative to a fixed horizontal plane.
So, good example of this actually working in real time are submarines. If submarines didn't, so submarines don't get any input whatsoever from any other system besides the INS. So once the INS is active, it is only working off inertial navigation propagated in a globe-like state. So that's why I will never believe in flat Earth or even entertain the idea, because submarines would crash into fucking mountains.
One of our esteemed members is a sonar operator, used to be on a submarine. He says Earth is flat because of the sonar pings going across the abyssal plains. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles of direct propagation.
Yeah, when was he a submariner? I'm curious.
90s.
Yeah, not like his claim. Whereas if the Earth was curved, you would run into a mountain. But since you're navigating 100 miles underwater, it's obviously a flat plane. Why is he interrupting constantly?
So he brought up like a case where he was doing like pings to something 40 miles away or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Shadow. How's that possible?
Mm-hmm. Just depends on where you're at. I'm being serious. It just depends on where you're at, dude. Like,
we're on a ball, apparently, and the ball would interrupt the signal of the sonar. It would be limited by the curvature of the Earth. What we're pointing out is there's no limit to the sonar device apart from the energy that you put into it, and definitely
sonar is limited, like 100%. It's limited
to the energy
range because
energy and frequency.
It's because you keep interrupting. It's because you keep interrupting. You didn't hear the rest of my statement. Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm pointing out. But it isn't a limitation of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
it's the device itself and the energy you put into the system. That's it.
Yeah, but I'm not claiming that you can find the curvature of the Earth through a sonar.
Oh, but we're pointing out that the
my
sonar
God.
propagates for hundreds and hundreds of miles and isn't interrupted by the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, like you said, it would crash into a mountain if it was flat. Yeah, it would crash into a mountain if it had to go around a curve because it's not the pitch data proves that it's
Not
going
true.
straight hundreds of miles.
Actually,
Oh,
it's
so
a
you haven't
disgusting way
looked
of
into it.
understanding how water gradients work. Like
Water
salt
gradient?
and all
God,
that
dumb. You
pressure,
too dumb.
temperature.
Okay, all right. Boatswain.
Well, I'm just letting you know, like
The dense
Submarine
medium
is
is
gonna
how
spit.
sonar works so well over such vast distances relative to the air.
depends where you're at. Yeah. The sonar has a maximum range, by the way. It's not very far.
Yeah.
And not the curvature of the Earth, which would be the limiting factor.
Precisely. Precisely.
We're talking
I mean,
about
it's a little bit over the curve, but it's not that much.
Not
Yeah,
that
I
much.
wasn't saying that one ping could go hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles. I wasn't trying to insinuate that.
You
I don't
can
even know
hear
why we're talking
whale
about
sing. You can hear whale songs for hundreds and thousands of miles away.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Okay.
The pitch
Yeah,
data.
no shadow.
The pitch data within the submarine, the ship, the
I'd be
aircraft,
curious to
and
talk
the
to this person
satellite.
with sonar tag
Why the
because
fuck is he
that's not
talking?
how sonar works, but that's fine.
It's fine.
Why do you
I'll
keep
stop.
interrupting people, bro?
The pitch data within the submarine, the boat, the aircraft, and the satellite will show you that it maintains an altitude above a horizontal plane. No ship, no submarine, no aircraft or satellite is rotating around the Earth as it gathers distance. You can see the pitch data and that will prove it to you. Would you like to see the pitch data?
Sure. What's your data?
Cool. Give me 2 seconds. I'll post it.
I just posted some sonar data. I have a PDF source. It's from Russian submarines. This is showing Russian sub, basically showing the fall off distance of sonar, and there's no Earth curvature present here. There's nothing that would indicate Earth is a globe in the data.
You gonna post the other thing real quick before I
Yes.
respond to the sonar deal?
Yeah, you respond to the sonar deal. It's just loading up at the moment.
The submarine should also record its pitch as it negotiates the curvature of the Earth. You know, I doubt we'll have access to that kind of information, nor would we want it if it was privileged information. But that's why we can turn to things like the National Transportation Safety Board. The NTSB publishes all their incidents from flight recorder boxes and other data sources of aircraft that experience trouble. This is not only for insurance indemnification purposes, but for safety, recalls, and quality assurance. So NTSB has published this, and Jedi, you can take it away. I got to move into work.
I literally got a phone call. Hold on.
All right. Well, quick second here. This is from a flight that took off from, I think, Honolulu to Los Angeles. Something I'd have to go back and look at it. But the point is this is a flight, and the highlighted blue section, it's 1,000 miles of the airplane going 500 miles per hour, where it maintains a constant upward pitch angle of attack in order to maintain level flight due to the shape of the airfoils, right? You have to maintain a positive angle of attack at speed and altitude in order to avoid descending or ascending. And there's no evidence in here in any of this data that it's negotiating about 14 to 15 degrees arc of curvature over the Earth, which would have to happen. At some point, the pilot must push the stick forward, or the airplane itself must lift the tail up in order to maintain down over a curving surface. And that data is not present in this flight recorder information or any other data that we looked at from the NTSB's database.
It's
because submarines don't need pitch by the way. Like, you don't need to pitch your sub in a way.
You do.
Otherwise, you might crash into the floor of the ocean if you don't pitch right.
No, that's not how that works.
Yeah.
If you're pitched 45 degrees up, you're gonna fucking know
the water layers. You sit in a water layer. You glide along the water layer. It's not.
Yeah, but does the submarine go ass over head as it negotiates over the curvature of a globe? The answer is yes. To maintain orientation on a globe, it has to rotate.
It's like a ship underwater, dude. Like,
I know it is
in the gradient.
You're not hearing what I'm telling you.
No, you're not hearing what I'm telling you.
If the submarine did not negotiate the curvature by altering its pitch, then if it goes over a quarter of the Earth, it's going to be facing directly up towards outer space.
And where's your data to support that? I'm curious.
This is geometric logic. If the submarine didn't rotate to correspond with down over the curve of the ball, the submarine would eventually be pointing in the opposite direction and upside down after it completes a rotation around the Earth.
No, it'll eventually surface.
I'm not going to get into water layers because that's not exactly like within a purview, but there are water layers in the ocean depending on salinity, temperature, and pressure. And they vary greatly, and that's why sound can propagate differently within them as well. And you glide in those layers like you do in a ship on top of the ocean. So I just want you to understand that, so you don't have to pitch anything.
Okay, so if those layers were curving around a ball, does the submarine just take care of it all by itself because the layers are different, or would the pilot have to negotiate those layers to keep in accordance with the curvature of the Earth? Like, why? It just proves to me that you're not fucking listening, dude.
No, dude, you're
seriously. What's the fucking point in talking to you?
And to Jedi's point, either way, it'd have to rotate. Is Jedi's point?
No, it wouldn't. Why would it have to? Why would it have to?
Because
what makes you an expert on claiming that it would? Because I'm going to be honest with you, it just sounds like you're speaking out of your asshole.
It's a ball, and it's not my arsehole. I've posted the pitch data for an aircraft. This is the same premise. If you're going to go round the circumference, dude, if you're going to go around the circumference of the ball, you must realise that you rotate, don't you? Your pitch changes. Your orientation changes in accordance with the curvature that you're trying to negotiate. Not pulling this out my arse. It's like Amish pointed out. It's the logical consequence of being on a ball, you fucker.
It changes with you moving in the gradient. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I've already said it.
Okay, so the gradients are different. Like I asked you right at the beginning, does the submarine take care of it all by itself, does it? Or does the pilot? It does it? Just takes care of it all by itself. Changes its pitch, does it?
It's such a negligible change that he doesn't.
No, it's not.
Anything. Yes,
it's going to be. No, it's going to be 360 degrees as you circumnavigate. Look at my little man here at 15 minutes past the hour. He's rotating. He's rotating as he walks around the ball. So an airplane going 500 miles per hour over that 1,000 mile stretch has to alter pitch by 15 degrees, and it's not in any of the data.
Literally by like inches over like 1 mile, like not
degrees. That's 2 hours. 15 degrees in 2 hours.
Like you don't think it can? Mile, 52
you don't think that the avionics? Yeah, no, 2 hours. That every 2 hours that the avionics is incapable of measuring a 15-degree rotation over a 2 hour period. Okay, submarines too. You think submarines are even more high tech than airplanes, man? You think those things can't measure a degree pitch of change? 1,000 miles and the degrees change. I mean, dude, you'd be driving that thing into the dirt if you didn't alter the pitch correctly.
Dude, you don't know what you're talking about, respectfully. You really don't.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Let the audience decide.
I will keep telling myself that.
You should go back and listen to this.
That's what I do for a living. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
You follow orders for a living. Shut up.
Dude, you wouldn't be able to do my job in a day.
Wow. You don't think for a living,
you couldn't even get through the interview.
Is the man rotating around the ball? I'll either need your concession or lack thereof before we move on. Is this man that I posted at 15 minutes past the hour doing a rotation?
He's moving pretty fast, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
This dude will cry and quit Ranger School.
Just avoid. Avoid and deflect sounds like your job. Sounds like a government nerd to me.
Yeah,
1,000%.
Yeah. You could be a Walmart greeter the second you step out of the government field. That's about all you're qualified for.
One thing I want you to know. One thing. INS on a submarine, whatever you say, there are times when the submarine for months is operating on INS exclusively. And if it did not work on a global status, because the way it plots points is in a globe model, by the way, not in a little planar fucking axis model. Okay? If it didn't plot in that 3D space in that globe, then you would crash into fucking underwater mountains. And if that doesn't change your mind on anything, dude, then I don't know what to tell you. You are just genuinely not wanting to hear anything. That's fine.
All right, so I need you to back that statement up.
Yeah, that's called projection, sir.
That would be
Go back that up. Go back it up right now that submarines only use INS and nothing else for months.
Well, no, that you can probably Google right now.
That's what you said, okay? I'm calling bullshit.
What are these dumb crackers talking about now?
I've done that for months,
prove it.
By the way.
Prove it. Prove that they use nothing else, that not once they sent something up to the surface to communicate with anybody. No, they just stayed underneath and they moved all over the earth for months using only INS. Yeah, that's bullshit. You know it is.
Yeah, no, sure it is. I will live and die on that hill, and that's why I am not a flat earther.
Right, well, if you can't back it up, then we can just say, see you, mister, because you have nothing to prove it, nothing to show for it.
Let me just dump fucking top secrets onto you real quick.
Oh, so your proof of the globe is top secret. Top secret proof of the globe, guys.
Yeah, it's really just secret, but it would still be highly illegal to drop data.
Yeah.
I would have to print them out from the fucking computer that's on it.
No, nobody needs whistleblowers. Earth is flat. Anybody can discover this by just going outside.
Sure it is, dude.
It's measured that way. In actual fact, your IRS comes from a flat Earth measurement system to give you a global. You understand what I said, right? Surface of the Earth is measured flat.
Not with the INS, but that's cool.
Sorry,
it's
so
specifically designed to not be
just
like that.
Address that. That's a spherical coordinate system, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah. Where did that spherical coordinate system come from?
Angular physics.
Angular physics. So to derive longitude
MIT,
physics. Okay.
Physics.
Still talking. So your longitude and latitude comes from flat Earth measurements, angles to the stars, for example. To get your latitude, that would be a measurement above the horizon of Polaris. If you or I were to measure the angle of Polaris 45 degrees above the horizon, that's what your latitude is. Understanding that's what your latitude is, you can find out the straight line distance between you and the ground position of that star, also known as the geographical position. All of your measurements for your coordinate system come from a flat Earth.
No.
Yes.
Dude. True.
Yes, they do.
In a 3D placed globe.
Let me ask you this. How is latitude derived?
How is it?
No, I'm asking you. How's it derived? How do we get...
I'd have to get a history lesson on that.
Okay, well, I've just told you. Maybe you wasn't listening. It's angle measurements to stars, in this instance, Polaris. Lines of latitude are circles of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. You're going to need a flat Earth to measure this. Second time I've told you now. No.
So if you model, but if you model a globe, with latitude and longitude lines, if you model it into a globe, then you base an INS system off of that. Doesn't that just mean that it's modeling off of a globe regardless of it was derived from a flat planar surface in the first place?
No. It's like I to tell you that the way that we derive latitude is by angle measurements to Polaris. I don't care what you do after your flat Earth measurement, but you're going to be measuring a flat Earth to derive latitude and longitude.
Then we put it into a globe.
The whole coordinate system. I know you're not listening.
And
but the whole coordinate, dude,
it spins. The INS system spins.
It's just going to keep talking. I'm going to ask you again, being as I've given you a lesson. How do we derive latitude? Told you twice now. How do we derive it? How do we come up with the whole concept? Yeah, angle measurements. Next question. Do you know what an angle is?
Mm-hmm.
Good. What's an angle, my friend?
In reference to what?
Are you mumbling now? I'll tell you what, I'll just tell you. An angle is the meeting. Yeah, because you're mumbling now, I've got to do it for you. So an angle is two straight lines that meet at a vertex, a point, right? Like 90 degrees, 45 degrees, 180 degrees, those types of things, right? Now, I'm going to ask you this. Can you measure an elevation angle if your baseline is curved?
I mean, does an INS system work all by itself?
Excuse me. I just pointed out to you that your INS system works on a coordinate system. I'm trying to tell you where that coordinate system comes from. It comes from flat Earth angle measurements. Why are you not listening?
Because it's put into a 3D space in a globe.
Oh, God's sake.
Like you're saying that it's not.
It's literally
I don't
like you didn't
understand what you're
listen.
saying, dude. Like it doesn't.
It's like you didn't listen.
You're like, oh my gosh, latitude and longitude came from flat Earth stuff. So that means we can't put it into a globe.
Dude, I don't care what you do after you measure the Earth to be flat, but you're going to need a flat Earth to get an elevation angle. You can come up with your concepts and your models after you measure the Earth to be flat, but you will be measuring the Earth to be flat.
It's just not. Just earlier, you guys were saying that the INS wouldn't even work without any inputs. So even though it does from the initial input.
We've just pointed out that that's a coordinate system, longitude and latitude, and I've just given you a very supplementary lesson into how that's measured and derived. You're going to need a flat Earth for you to have a full coordinate system.
But it's modeled in 3D, and then the other 15 degrees.
It's measured on a flat Earth. It's measured on a flat Earth.
Get longitude and latitude from like way back in the day from flat Earth, but that doesn't mean that it isn't put into a globe form.
Yeah,
like
I said,
it works out perfectly, and then circumnavigating with only INS active.
He's just going to keep rambling. So
That's
I don't care.
Rambling. Like it literally shatters. Like you guys need proof of the INS being the only thing, because if it is the only thing that's circumnavigating for months, your fucking entire ideology would get blown
it's not.
out.
You're not only wrong about that, but that's also not a fair statement.
Just one sec. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry, just one sec. I'm really sorry to do this. Roots guy, can you mute, please? Roots XL. Causing audio chaos. Can you mute? Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks for doing that. Please don't swear as well. I know it's getting heated, but please don't swear.
But your entire like ideology would get blown out, dude.
No. What I'm trying to point out to you, dude, your INS works on a coordinate system. That's how you figure out your longitude and latitude and where the submarine is.
It doesn't work on a 2D.
Excuse me.
3D space.
Yeah, I know you're underwater. Yeah, we understand depth. But your system, your coordinate system, again, you're not listening. Your
coordinate too, so I don't know what you're talking about.
That's lovely. The coordinate system is derived from flat Earth angle measurements.
Yeah, the X's and Y's are derived from longitude and latitude. Yeah, and it's put in what? It's put in what?
Measured on a flat
globe
Earth
format, and then it's measuring the what as well? The inertia of the Earth, the turn of the Earth as well, right?
Well, we're measuring the turn of the Earth now. What the fuck?
It's been doing that, but it's kind of what it does. It offsets it so you can actually navigate correctly.
What device does it use to do that? Is there anything else that the
angular physics? It turns. It physically moves while you're stationary. I've watched it physically move while it's stationary.
Can you pop yourself on mute? Are you guys moving past that subject then? So Jedi's put it to you that the way that the measurements are acquired are with the flat Earth, and you keep describing what we'll do with those flat Earth measurements.
Because he's just like...
I'm summarising his position, and like with Jedi, you're talking straight through me rather than Jedi now, as I summarise his position that you talked through about 16 times.
Yeah, because he's saying the same thing.
Talking.
He's saying something without it being true.
I heard what was said. Now you're talking through me. I'm summarising it. You don't need to do that. Thank you. It's the third time I've asked you to shut up while I talk.
It's great, man.
You cope? Are you too triggered to listen to me summarise the position that you've just...
No, I'm not. No, you're good.
Shut up, then. Walk past what he's told you. That's 3 words. Triggered, zealot, globe-believing, numpty dickhead. Go on mute while I summarise that which you cannot tolerate to hear, even in summary from a third party. How pathetic are you? Go on local mute. Go on local mute, you pathetic coward. Couldn't bear to hear it from Jedi, and you can't hear me. Can't even tolerate me summarising it. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
I've been waiting for you to say it.
What's wrong with you? It's a question. It's not rhetorical. You have a malfunctioning brain.
Yeah, sure thing, bud.
You seem mentally retarded because you can't seem to cope with a specific and strict instruction.
No, you guys are telling me my job's a lie, dog. That's fine.
Go on mute. Trying to summarise Jedi's position, you keep telling me about what your job is. I couldn't give a shit. Go on mute.
Yeah,
while I summarise the position. You just keep wanting to.
I'm gonna make like $200 or sorry, $200,000 a year plus, and I'm gonna keep making more money the rest of my life.
Jedi now he's talking straight to the middle of me. He's causing audio chaos in my freaking show that I'm recording. You stupid globe-believing dick. Why do I have to appeal to the frickin' moderators to shut you up? Jedi put it to you multiple times. The way it's measured is flat. He gave you specific examples. And you kept on telling him how he'd have to apply those flat measurements, demanding that he accepts how they're used after the fact. Not once did you acknowledge what he put to you. I sat here and listened to it. Me trying to now summarise it, you've had to be physically shut up by a mod just for me to summarise what Jedi couldn't get through to you once. You haven't acknowledged it, and now we're at the point where you're going to walk straight past it into a different subject. Unbelievable. You're a zealot. Globe-believing zealot who cannot tolerate Jedi laying it out for you. You haven't acknowledged a single word. You walk past the graveyard and say how you'll use those flat earth measurements multiple times. So I ask, before you change the subject and move past what Jedi put to you multiple times, and you once acknowledge what he put to you, are the flat earth measurements that you seem so insistent on us using in a globe fashion. So acknowledge the measurements. Then we'll welcome you to flat earth, sir. I'm done now.
I mean, me progressing the conversation is acknowledging it. Saying how it's applied is acknowledging it.
It.
Like, if you can't understand that, then that's fine.
I waited for a pause. Now I'm talking. Yeah. It. Do you want to tell us what it will be applied? That would be the flat earth measurements. I'll summarise it for him just in case he tries to obfuscate like he did with Jedi.
The lat long that you guys have been talking about?
While I'm talking. As he does that, zealot, shut up. It, you haven't defined. That's quite loose and vague. Jedi was trying to make you specifically tie down what it is that will be applied, and it is a flat earth measurement.
So you can't take a 2D space and turn it into a 3D space?
Yes, you can take the earth which is measured flat and turn it into your zealot globe belief. When it comes to acknowledgement of the fact that we will be measuring earth flat, you seem to want to tell me about what we can do with those flat earth measurements like you did with Jedi. Again, you want to whistle past the graveyard and tell me what we can and can't do with an earth that's been measured flat and you haven't acknowledged it with Jedi. Jedi, got you back on the rails. This prick now understands where you were taking him and where he wanted to go in a different matter. I will step off.
I was doing the whole time.
I'll step off the mic with this dick interrupting me before I've even finished the sentence, because he's a triggered zealot globe believer that wants to talk straight through anybody that challenges that flat earth measurement application to his zealot belief. Off you go, Jedi. I'm sorry I had to interject there. You were dealing with a fundy. I'm sure you appreciate it.
I do. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. So you understand where I'm coming from now, right? Your INS.
I understood from the beginning.
Good. So you understand that your whole coordinate system comes from flat Earth measurements. You understand that, right? That's how we derive latitude, which is a circle of equal altitude around the ground position of Polaris. If I'm to measure with my sextant the angle of Polaris at 45 degrees above the horizon, guess what my latitude is? 45 degrees north. I can also figure out my distance to the ground position of Polaris. That's going to be a straight line distance. If I'm on the equator and the elevation angle is at 0, it's going to be 5,400 nautical miles away from my position. It's going to be a flat Earth measurement, my friend. An angle measurement. That's why I asked you if you knew what an angle was. I wasn't trying to be pedantic or facetious. I just wanted you to understand what the measurements were and how they were taken. You cannot measure an elevation angle upwards from a curved line. If the Earth was curved, you're not going to be measuring elevation angles up from it. Do you understand this?
So my question would be then.
Don't ask him a question.
Why?
Don't. Stop. Acknowledge what he's just said. I had to step in to stop
I am
him. Don't
acknowledging
change the subject
it.
or ask him anything.
I'm not going to repeat what he
He's not
said.
asking you
I'm
anything.
acknowledging it.
Stop.
What the fuck are you?
Stop. Don't ask him
crazy,
anything.
dog?
I'm not crazy. I'm irritated with you,
Kinda
you zealot.
sound it.
He's put something to you. He's not asked you anything. He's told you something. Something you can't acknowledge, and I had to step in to get you to acknowledge. Now you're asking him something. Don't. Acknowledge the smegging measurement of Earth that is required. Acknowledge it. Don't ask him anything. Acknowledge it.
What we've been doing here. I don't like repeating myself. I'm going to be honest. I have acknowledged
You're not
the fact
being honest.
that latitude and
All I'm
longitude
demanding
lines
you do, or I'll have
been
you
measured out on
removed,
a
is
2D
acknowledge
plane.
a single word he said. You're not.
I've been doing that.
Go on mute.
I said latitude and longitude is yes on a 2D flats plane. Like I don't.
Okay, maybe
what's stopping us? What's stopping us from?
Just one sec. Say it again. Sorry. One more time.
Okay.
One more time. You acknowledged what, sir? You've gone very quiet. Want to repeat what you just said?
What? I acknowledge the fact that latitude and longitude are measured on a flat plane. They're measured as a
Welcome
flat plane.
to flat Earth. Earth, sir, is measured flat. You want to not talk through me? I'm welcoming you to the flat Earth we measure that you acknowledge and understand now. You seemed hesitant and reluctant to acknowledge that fact that Earth is measured flat. I'd appreciate if you shut your dumb zealot mouth while I welcome you to flat Earth, sir. That's correct.
Crazy, dog.
That's correct. You don't need to yammer through me, you trembling zealot fundy. Yeah. Earth's measured flat. It's the fifth interruption to the sentence.
So why does an INS
zealot? I'm summarizing your acknowledgement to the point where a moderator has had to step in and mute your ass because you can't air it. And you got to mumble through the top of the fact you've just acknowledged. Earth is measured flat, and you damn well know it, don't you? Shouldn't take 6 attempts to get one sentence out. Wasn't rhetorical. You know it, don't you? You just acknowledged it. Well done, Jedi.
That was fun.
So welcome to flat Earth, Chief.
Yeah, you need a GPS heading.
You need to stutter much, Fendi. You need to stutter, do you? You need to stutter. You need to acknowledge you just measured Earth flat and you damn well know it. Do you want to acknowledge that? Do you want to tell me what I need? You need to understand what you've just acknowledged.
Go on a Navy ship, get a secret clearance, and you will be able to see.
Oh, I've got special authority to know my belief in a measured flat Earth.
I just acknowledged is true.
Submarines use INS for months on end.
You interrupted me right on cue. Trembling, zealot, fundy, stuttering, muttering through me. As I point out, you just acknowledged Earth's measured flat, and now you're muttering through the top of it. Do you think your appeal to authority is going to work? No, you zealot, fundy, globe-believing numpty. To get your numpty globe faith that you're appealing to with your authoritarian position I couldn't give a crap about, you need to measure Earth flat, something you just acknowledged. Again, you've had to be muted by a moderator because you're not going to come off mute and suddenly acknowledge that fact. You just iterated to me and Jedi. You know it's measured flat, don't you? Not rhetorical. Second attempt. You know it's measured flat, don't you? Stutter for me. Appeal to the authority you don't have here. You know it's measured flat, don't you, sir? Third attempt.
Sorry, say again.
You just acknowledged how Earth was measured for latitude. It is ipso facto a flat Earth measurement. You just acknowledged. Fourth attempt.
Fourth what?
Fourth attempt to get you to acknowledge you just described how Earth is measured flat as a, quote, plane. Or latitude when navigating Earth.
Is
that the interruption to the summary of that which you couldn't quite comprehend the first 4 times? Did it need to come with a zealot's interruption to me summarising something you couldn't quite comprehend? I already asked you if you were mentally impaired, and you said you weren't. Now it seems after 4 attempts of iterating something that you've just told me, and I need to, reiterate the words that came out of your mouth 3 minutes ago, you feel you need to interrupt me, do you, zealot? My name, sir, is Nathan Oakley. I'm a flat earther. I'm the one dragging you, the zealot believer in a globe, through a bush backwards after having a fellow flat earther named Jedi point out, not ask, in no uncertain terms, how Earth is measured flat. Got you to acknowledge that fact, which we're now dragging you around kicking and screaming with you interrupting non-stop. Earth is measured flat, as a plane like you described for latitude. That measurement, with respect to Earth and its surface, as a plane for the angle and its ground position. It was iterated to you by Jedi not 5 minutes ago, sir. We all know, including you, this is not rhetorical and the 6th attempt. We all know Earth's measured flat, including you, don't you, sir?
No, you don't interest me at all, dude. I'm not gonna lie. You don't even have conversations. You're kind of just nothing.
Don't call me dude.
No, I'm not gonna call you sir. You don't deserve it.
Dude.
Oh, don't call me dude.
Get rid of this prick. It's insubordinate little child. I'm not your dude. I'm the authority here. The one that you thought you could appeal to with some bullshit story about what you do. No, that's not you. That's me, the flat earther, telling you about how you already know Earth's measured flat, don't you? And can you acknowledge it in 7 attempts? No, you're going to call me dude and patronise me. No, sir, you won't do that. You'll be shut up by the moderators who know you know Earth's measured flat, because that's exactly what you've just told us. Welcome to Flat Earth. Again, props to Jedi.
Good afternoon to you, Nathan. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server here on the Politics channel. Happy New Year to you, mate.
And you too. It's a pleasure to be here as always. A year. Been coming for a year.
That's awesome stuff, man. We should have a party.
Woohoo! Always good to have a little verbal workout in the pre-show. The old lungs working for the live show.
It's been like that before. Well, I've been in here for the last 7-8 hours. So yeah, it's been like that all day so far. It's been awesome.
Why can't it reach a conclusion with your opponent? Why does it have to descend to this, where they chant through the top of the conclusion so they don't have to hear it? Why does it have to descend to that? And then them telling us, oh, you mute us. No, you can't acknowledge the fact that Earth's measured flat and you damn well know it. You've got to chant through the fact that we're getting you to acknowledge what you've just told us. You can't bear to even reiterate your own bleeding words in this instance. Yeah? Sad, fundy belief in a globe that you know is measured flat deep down. Maybe that's going to cause you to have a little paddy while I'm talking. Sad little twat.
It's cognitive pain. That's what it is. He reached that moment, and it was just cognitive pain.
We noticed that a lot of the people that are getting labelled as shills have started to say Earth's measured flat. Like latching onto the best possible argument they could reach into our forum and grab. Oh, that sounds awesome. It's said with real power and disdain. Yeah, when it's backed up with actual flat Earth measurements, it works really well. There's a strap line too. Yeah, well, we know we were completely wrong about this map that was debunked 8 years ago. We just wanted to flog it on maps and mugs and T-shirts and apps and stuff. It was really useful to flog to numpties that are now made to look complete idiots. Earth's measured flat, you hear them now cry. And we've been saying that for ages, you also hear them cry. Like, oh, really? Why did I face opposition for the last 12 months coming places like the politics server? Having me. When I'm telling you for 12 months that's how we should be moving forward with this argument. When, oh, what did I know? The biggest names were already saying it, and I just didn't even realise. Yeah, lying bastards.
Sorry, which flat Earth shills are saying this now?
All of them.
Oh, no. Oh,
I kid you not. Well, we all knew Earth was measured flat, though. Oh, really? Why would I have to go around pillar to post in 2024 telling people it's the best thing we could be saying rather than Earth's not a globe? Which was absolutely the rhetoric all the way through and including 2024 up until TFE.
Is this list of shills that are now saying the Earth measured flat, including Jeren?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Fucking hell. Sorry for swearing.
I want to praise it, yeah? But yet the controlled opposition then takes your best arguments. Fine, in a way. Like Dave used to say before everyone was calling him a shill, if Eric Debay's a shill, then give me 10 more like it. All right, well, if Dave and Jeren and Witsit and Karen B and all these true earthers have been saying Earth's measured flat for as long as we know it, we just didn't hear it anywhere ever, then, oh, well, fair enough. Praise be to my not needing to spend an entire year on the circuit telling people we should be saying Earth's measured flat and giving them examples of it and trying to dig them out and example them. I mean, why would I be doing that given that everyone was already saying it in the most popular forums? Who knew? Lying shit stains.
Wow. We were having a massive conversation. We've been talking about it for the last couple of weeks about the TFE final experiment. We were talking about Jeren and going through some of his past live streams and quotes and so on with regards to the things that he said. And I'm very surprised that he's jumped on board saying that the Earth is measured flat, being as I've quoted him recently saying that the Earth can't be flat because of the way the sky works.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know.
I mean, my only comprehension of this was to say that he would apologise to somebody pointing out any flat Earth measurements. And he even did it with Bro Sanchez from memory, where he was like, well, it's just like having a load of Home Depot stacked around a ball. You're like, what? Okay. Not Earth's measured flat, here's the measurement. There's nothing to contradict it beyond my assertion that if I stack all the Home Depots next to each other, it's just if you stack all the Home Depots, it overcomes the measurements that you're not iterating in any way that's coherent to a flat earther to use. You know what I mean? No one's coming away from that going, look at how Home Depot's measured, it proves Earth's measured flat. No one's coming away from that example being apologised to about how that could work on a ball by Jeren. There we go. Spin doctoring is what you need when you're in this sort of shit and everyone's calling you a shill.
Interesting stuff. Well, I wonder how 2025 is going to go.
Very well, by the sounds of what I came into today.
Yeah.
Basically hammering somebody. The frustration for you, and I can hear it in your voice, I get the same exact feeling while I'm listening to you as I get when I'm doing it, which is this asshole's never going to concede. He's never going to comprehend or even reiterate the words I've spoken to him. All it's going to be, at best, is a short pause while he figures out how he can best deflect and obfuscate away from what you've just put to him 16 times.
Yep.
Or change the subject entirely. That's all at best you can get. And it drives me nuts. Like, you pathetic zealots can't acknowledge a single smegging word that we say to you, can you?
I couldn't agree more. Oh, dear.
Although I am a guest here, and I am very grateful for your hospitality, say a quick hello to my panel. Neil, hey Adam, hey Click OK, Craig. In case when I get the hellos, I've got.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello, Craig.
Hey, Nathan.
Yeah, hello. I'm a guest here, as you can't maybe tell, because I'm taking quite an authoritative stance in terms of what I'm taking charge of. But I am actually a guest here, like everyone else on the panel. However, in about 10 or 15 minutes, we're going live to an audience on YouTube. Not that most of you will probably care about that, but all I ask is that you don't swear. That's it. Because it's a hopefully reasonably family-friendly show for the most part, he says, with a tone of humour. But yeah, ideally, no swearing. That's it. Other than that, I don't think it's necessary me going through my rhetoric of I'm here because I want flat earthers to not say Earth's not a globe, here's how it's not a globe. Globe. Instead, as flat earthers say Earth is flat, and then offer up some measurements to prove that fact like Jedi did. After 12 months of saying it and coming into Jedi going, here's a few flat earth measurements, acknowledge one of them. What about this? What about that? What about... Acknowledge my flat earth measurements. Here's my example again. Can you acknowledge it? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? What about my flat earth measurements that I've given you 3 times? That's how it goes on. I'm just here for funsies now. I don't have to tell you that Earth's measured flat and we should lead with that. It's pretty obvious that that message has been pretty much picked up on by preemptively and retrospectively by everyone that was bigger than us to begin with. They were already saying it, apparently. All credit to them. I'm glad they all went round and told everybody that's what they should be saying. And they were already saying it. Good for them. Not me. I had no part in this. Saying Earth's measured flat malarkey. At least they're saying it. I mean, jobs are good in that respect.
I suppose that if that's a silver lining of the cloud, then at least they're saying it now.
Yeah, they're saying it when my name gets mentioned. Like, Nathan's not the only one who says Earth's measured flat. Like, why would you need to put my name in it at all? If it was always the case, I wouldn't need to be mentioned alongside it because that would have been always the case. Why the disclaimer? Is it because I've spent 12 months going around telling flat earthers that they should talk about flat Earth? I'm pretty sure it is. To disclaim that you've been saying it forever when you discredit me in the light that you've been saying it forever anyway. And Nathan just shouts at people. You chant through him fundamentally, showing their zealotry. Yeah, there's been a couple of week gap, hasn't there, since I was last in politics with Christmas and New Year. In a way, good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to have you back. Yeah, good to have you back. I mean, it's been a couple of weeks. Maybe you've had 2 weeks out of it. But yeah, it's good.
Is this the English bit of the politics rotation, if you will?
Yeah, it is the English bit. I think the Australians have gone to bed now.
Exactly. It's Australians and English, then Americans, right?
Yeah, that's how it goes, yeah. We've still got some Americans in the chat, though. I know Crit's in here. Elijah's in here. There's quite a few of them around. Up early in the morning. AJ's still here, so I presume he's up at midnight. Yeah, there's a nice spread.
I picked this time for that reason. So the reason I went 2 o'clock UK time is because if there's a determined Aussie, they will stay up a little bit later into their evening, and it's not going to kill them. And if there's a determined Yank, they're going to get up a little bit earlier, just so that they can be on the show for 8 a.m. But it's not 6 a.m. and it's not 3 in the morning. You know what I mean? It's that happy medium. In fact, the only people that it doesn't benefit are the Brits because they're all at work. You know what I mean? It's the middle of the day for us.
Yeah, I've personally often thought what would happen if you changed your time that you did the show, but I think your reasoning is kind of logically sound, and it gets a nice group of people from across the earth at the best time for everyone, apart from us that have to work, of course, in England.
Yeah, I think so. It's a good balance for the majority of people that speak English for a start, that are going to be conscious and able to join. I did try all sorts of different show times. Like when I first started doing it, I did shows at all different time slots to see which ones would get what kind of audience. later you get in the day, the more Americans you get, and therefore the higher the proportion, just because of the vast number of them, of trolls that you would get. Whereas the trolls, in my opinion, seemed lazy and didn't want an early morning. So it reduced the number of yank trolls because they can't be asked to get up at 8 o'clock to join the show. 7 o'clock in some instances, or 9 o'clock in some, you know what I mean?
Yep, I know what you mean, mate. Just noticed the chat is filling up full of people, so welcome to the 24/7 channel on the politics server. We are warmly welcomed welcoming Nathan Oakley and his FED panel to the show. So if anybody's got any questions or points of views to raise, you've got control of your microphones. I don't think anybody is muted by the moderators at the moment, even you, Mona and Chief. So if anybody's got any questions or points of view they want to raise, please unmute yourself and ask away.
Not only questions, Jedi. So-called evidence of a globe. We'd like to hear and have a good laugh at that.
Poison the well.
Yes. But yeah, good to hear you as well, One Deck. Happy New Year to you, mate. Haven't seen you for a couple of weeks. Hope you're doing well.
Nice one, Jedi. Same to you, pal.
I'm going to talk boring nonsense if nobody talks. What I really want to do is get rid of this doll's house and replace it with a 37 hertz tuned bass trap. Exactly the same size. Problem with that, my youngest daughter wouldn't be very happy if I got rid of her doll's house. That's a conundrum that I really, really want to solve. Where can I put this doll's house? A 37 hertz room mode I need to tame. A thin acoustic panel in front of it for now, so it's not in my camera shop. Have you all had a lovely Christmas and a lovely New Year? Not that it makes any sense to have New Year at this time of year.
Exactly.
The Selenilian was outstanding.
Literally a couple of weeks before we celebrate New Year, in quotes, it's at the point in this part of the world where we've got the shortest days. You're like, new? What are you talking about? We're in the dead of winter. Couldn't be any colder or darker.
Yeah, it's like it's starting to get, daylight is returning.
I just look out for when spring comes, and you know the environment around you normally tells you when spring's coming. Flowers start popping up. And,
yeah,
you know, you can feel it in the air. Days get a little bit hotter, and you walk around. And you're like, "Can I get away with a t-shirt today? Is it above 10 or 11 C? If I wanted to go outside in a t-shirt for 20 minutes, would it be all right?" You go, "Yeah, I'll be all right. I'll take the bins out, get chatting to the neighbour." And as you do, you see someone walking past in a duffel coat, and you're like, "I bet you're boiling." Because the sun's beating down on me. It's not that hot, but it's spring. Everyone's being told it's winter because that's where the calendar says we are in the year. Like, it doesn't mean anything. Spring's here and it's here.
It's all out of syncing it with nature. How they've done the calendar. It's not. It doesn't synchronise with nature correctly.
But that's the whole point of the heliocentric model and paradigm to begin with. That's its purpose, right? To try and unify these systems into one. And then you've got the Gregorian calendar, you've got Augustine. Everyone's meddling with it and trying to make it one system. And you're like, what are you talking about? It's not one system. There's dozens of them. Unify it into some stupid ball that we're flying around. Ugh. They don't tell you that. That's not the history they give you, is it? We're having to give people that history. At this point, we're fighting against people who, in some instances, know they're measuring Earth flat. So, yeah, but we can apply that to a ball that we live on. I automatically assume we are. So that's reasonable. Violate the measurements I've just made. Like, no, it isn't. It's not moved past that fact.
They don't need measurements, Nathan. They just need observations.
No, they do. The ball's created with those measurements. That's the other thing they don't appreciate. wonder where Flurf's got to in the cycle previously. I would imagine that they've got this on a 10-year cycle and it gets eradicated and wiped out every 10 years or so. In terms of recent history prior to us flurfing, you can see previous Flurf resurgences that come and go. You know what I mean? On a little wave, on a little cycle.
Yeah, this time we're not going anywhere because instead of just ignoring it, they fought against it and invoked the Barbra Streisand effect. Like, no one really gave a shit. And all of a sudden, oh, I'm sorry, it slipped out. No one cared.
Absolutely. Yeah, Barbra Streisand effect. I don't want you publishing my house. Well, at that point, 5 people had looked at it online or something. Yeah, Cox chimed in. I published his thoughts from I think it was the Daily Mail in the UK, out the TFE from Cox. You're like, oh, well, if High Priest Cox is stepping in, obviously a little bit more to this than I first thought.
Well, yeah, I think we've just witnessed for the last 10 years, because we all came to Flat Earth and there was a nice AE map waiting for us that everybody was flogging on mucks and t-shirts, like you pointed out. And then for the last 10 years, they've built this straw man up. They've gotten people involved. They've had their Pied Pipers singing that tune. And they built this straw man up, and then they went to the Antarctic and they burnt it down. Brilliant. We've just watched a whole psychological operation take place for the last 10 years. They built up a straw man and they burnt it down. And now we're going to find out which ones were the real flat earthers and which ones just believed and thought it was trendy to think the earth was flat on TikTok.
Remember they did the exact same cycle with Tiger Dan? Do you remember Tiger Dan doing exactly that? Over a much shorter period. Maybe a 12-month, 18-month period.
I remember that name. That's going back years and years, though, isn't it? Gordon Bennett.
Yeah. But he did the same thing. He created the AE map before your eyes and then showed how it didn't work as a flurf. And then went, I have to disappear forever. Taking a load of flurfs that weren't really in the know about how Earth was measured flat. I was one of them. Oh no, map's not working. What did I do? Well, I tracked the sun with Antonio Subrats to see how accurately it did actually depict the positions of the sun with relation to the map. Use time and date and people's phones live. Figured out how well the map actually accurately or disaccurately, whatever you want to call it, represented the land below. It was out on 2 separate occasions, on 2 separate events. It wasn't matching where the sun was saying it was on their map, where it should be as it is map, the Gleasons, basically. Or the azimuthal equidistant projection, same thing. North Pole centric globe projection didn't work. Shocking, isn't it? So you go, okay, well, it don't work. You're saying it doesn't work, Tiger Dan, with flights. Okay, well, that's not something I can easily verify, but I can easily verify where the sun is if I've got enough participation from others. And we did. I remember my heart sinking when Antonio said, well, it doesn't match. It doesn't work. Me going, oh. Well, he's pointing it on the map on his back wall and going, it doesn't match. And the woman's on screen picking up a plant pot. There's a shadow directly below it. And you're like, yeah, it's definitely a solar noon. She ain't where the map's saying she should be for the sun to be there. It's wrong. You're like, okay. That's it then. The azimuthal equidistant map is not a flat Earth map. No, it isn't. It never was. It's a globe projection. Azimuthal, North Pole-centric globe projection. Fucking. It's not a flat Earth map. It don't work properly. It's distorted like bloody all of them. You go, oh, where's your flat Earth map? I'm not a cartographer. Every single map or model that exists is A, flat so it can be functionally used, and B, derived from a globe that was created with initial flat Earth measurements. What, are you telling me I should be a cartographer because you've got a load of globe distortions in your maps that are only distorted because of your globe faith? That's not my problem.
That's what they're going to regret, that they slapped the flat Earth sticker on the AE projection. Because now they have to decide, is the map wrong, the model that it was based on, the globe, or is the math wrong? What variable did they use to say this now doesn't work? They could have been smarter about it and said, "Oh, look at the AE does work. Oh, interesting. Oh, that's because it's a projection of a globe. That's why it worked." When they said it didn't work and it can't work, that's a clue.
Welcome, Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by One Deck, Neil, Adam, Click OK, and a whole bunch of people in the politics server. So welcome one and all.
Hey.
Hello.
Welcome.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, yes. First time back since Christmas and New Year in the politics server. So previous to this, I've spent a year telling you guys to move forward on the front foot as flat earthers. Stop telling people Earth's not a globe and start telling them how Earth's measured flat. And it comes to light that people bigger than myself with more influence than myself have been doing it already. Who knew? There we go. So it seems I didn't need to have done it preemptively because it was already happening, even though I was proactively promoting that idea as it was already happening, as I'm now being told. Nevertheless, hopefully everyone's on the same page now. Good to hear. Earth is measured flat, and if you're a flat earther, that should be what you lead with. That's in essence why I came in 2024. I'll start 2025 by saying that, but ultimately I'm here for kicks and giggles now. So, it might be the case that my presence here fades out because it isn't needed. Even my entry to the server today was with Jedi telling someone in no uncertain terms that they measure Earth flat. Getting them to concede how they measured Earth flat was a task that I had to step in to actually drag out of the opponent after about 20 attempts. Shocking. Zealotry works. Hey, good to be here. Happy New Year.
So have you picked out a topic for 2025? We've got Earth was measured flat in 24. What have you got for 25, Nathan?
Back to basics. In light of the constant suggestions that TFE was offering A, scientific validity through B, experimentation, with C, the word prediction being bandied around, it's pretty clear that we need to go back to the starting process that even I went through 6 or 7 or 8 years ago with Quantum Eraser, which is to say understanding what is the scientific method so you can appreciate what isn't an experiment when it's claimed to be. You can point out fraud. Because I'm not being sued by Will Duffy. Will Duffy is a fraud. Am I receiving notification of action coming? No, he is a fraud. Why? Because he's claiming he did an experiment. What, the actualization of a hypothesis after observing a phenomenon? No, he hadn't even observed it. Went down to observe it. He'd hit to set 1 and called it an experiment. That's fraud. It's a fact. I can state that because I know what science is. Quite a considerable number of people around me have followed people like Jaron and Whitsitt and Dave Weiss, and they don't know what science is. Because the audience of Jaron and Dave and Whitsitt don't get told what science is because Jaron and Dave and Whitsitt don't know what science is. Maybe Whitsitt kind of gets an idea of what it is to the point where he may not get a complete grilling from us. He's certainly not putting that out to the audience and its importance because Whitsitt's also a fraud. And we'll just rename MMX something that's also claiming to be an experiment when it's not doing the method that would make it an experiment. It's back to basics, teaching people what science is so they know what it isn't. And don't get scammed things that aren't really science, which is the case in both TFE and in the case of what people are labelling scammers and frauds and grifters and shills. That'd be Dave Weiss, Jaron, Whitsitt, and a whole bunch of cronies that hang around them.
Now, I'm not suggesting that they're scammers, grifters, shills, con men. We can demonstrate where they lie and what they lie with, and we've been doing it for quite some time. The fact that everyone's on board behind us because they don't like some inconsequential sun observation is kind of neither here nor there. We've been saying they're frauds and con artists and grifters with examples of them doing that, as opposed to just calling it because they don't know whether or not there's a sun that appears for 24 hours. And there is on videos, and I can use those with their flat Earth measurements that you guys in this server have been told about for the last year. You should be leading with. And lo and behold, after watching the dust settle, they're coming out with flat Earth measurements from TFE. Thanks, lads. And we'll just point out you're measuring Earth flat with those, and we'll move on with our day, knowing Earth is measured flat, because it is. That's what we'll be doing, going back to basics. I don't think we need to do that here, though. That's the thing. That's kind of what I'm hinting at. I already know you guys know what science is in this forum. I've heard you do it when I arrived in the beginning of 2024. Any of you guys in this server duped by TFE being an experiment?
No. Absolutely not.
Right. I don't need to take you guys back to basics, do I? I need to take the principal being called scammers and grifters and shills, if they still remain here after the fact. If the dust settles and Dave Weiss is still here, I've already contacted him. Now, I've done it in a very tongue-in-cheek, browbeating him, ribbing him, whatever you want to call it, poking fun at him, calling him a Jew, saying he's a bit grubby and grifty and his app's all he's interested in and he's a money grabber, all those sorts of things. Because I know Dave. I've had enough interactions over enough years with Dave to poke him as hard as I feel necessary. And he's shown to be a complete dick, wrong, and made everybody look like idiots. Now, that would have been negated if you knew what bleeding science was. They called TFE out for what it was and debunked it in the correct way from the off.
Everyone in the flat chat, listen up. Looks like you guys have a virus on your computer. You need...
It's trolling, bro. It's trolling. What the fuck?
No swearing, please. But can I get that guy's number? I do think I do actually have a virus. He could be right. Can you connect remotely? Fix it. I love it. Very, very, very good. Very good. Yeah, so I don't know whether or not I'll be in politics for the rest of 2025. Like I say, my job is done. I came with a motive. Right? I was motivated to achieve something, and it seems like I definitely have. I'm very, very pleased with that. I'm smiling from ear to ear.
Greater Sapien had a video where he basically berates, the idea of why you would call it the final experiment. He says, "Is in no definite." I'm paraphrasing, but under no definition will it be final, and under no definition will it be an experiment. He says what it was marketing. This was a marketing campaign. He says you could call it good marketing or bad marketing or whatever, but like using these words has had an effect.
Yeah, and if you can leave it intentionally shrouded in mystery, if I get my words out, and there's a potential need to go and do it again. Well, maybe we should get people constantly going down to a little sectioned off part of Antarctica to go and watch the sun go round and round. Maybe we could have a stream of people doing it. And then maybe next year there's enough ambiguity for people to need to do it the following year. It's quite lucrative at 40 grand a pop, or 15, depending on whether or not you're going through Will Duffy.
I think, like you say, Nathan, is back to basics, but it's very important we keep going forward with them measurements because, the final not an experiment. It has started a lot of talk and people have started talking about the sun. It's taken the focus off the main piece of evidence, which is the Earth's measured flat, elevation angles, latitude, to and from Polaris using sea level. This is how we know Earth's measured flat. We can explain it, we can present it. And explain how that's done. So it's very important we stay on that topic at all times. Let's not get drifted off to lights in the sky as per usual.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's one of the reasons it's part of housekeeping. In terms of flat Earth measurements, there's plenty of examples of them, pitch data question and elevation angle questions that are, alluding to the fact that we measure Earth flat in housekeeping. And it's good in a way, because I was questioning the need for housekeeping prior to TFE. Do we really need to point out all these anti-globe questions when I'm telling people to move forward on the front foot as flat earthers? Well, yeah, if you want to debate globers, they're going to move forward on the front foot with the globe, and if you don't know all those arguments, then you're going to be a bit stymied. You should still lead with Earth being flat, and I'll lead every show with it, because that's the facts in the matter, and the globe comes from those measurements, so why wouldn't I lead with that? When somebody starts telling me, oh no, well, when we've applied flat Earth measurements to a globe, I'm now assuming, and I don't mention those facts, I'd be to say, well, if Earth's a globe, blah, 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 blah. Well, you can recognise that their globe comes from flat Earth measurements. If you've started with that, not, well, the Earth can't be a globe because you've got your person you're talking to thinking about how Earth can or cannot be a globe. That's what's in their mind when you leave the discussion. Is it or isn't it a globe? As opposed to, it's definitely measured flat, which it is. I wanted to do a shout out to TB, who said, it's not marketing, it's fraud. Said it the other way around. It was fraud, not marketing. And while I don't think he's disagreeing with you necessarily, I think he's just reiterating the fact that when you claim something's an experiment and it's not, that's fraud. And I agree. Good marketing either way, sometimes marketing's fraudulent. Yeah, if you're watching this live, there's 84 people. I know we haven't been live for very long, but the numbers creep up towards the middle of the show. But if you are amongst the 84 people watching, number one, please share the show. Smash that share button. If you did want to join, one of the mods will stick a link to the politics server. So we're not in the usual Flat Earth Debate Discord server today. We're in politics. If you did want to join this public stream, then you need to join politics, and that's how you your way into this stream to talk, if you did want to do so. So if you're watching this and going, didn't we see the 24-hour sun? Shouldn't this all be shut down by now? And maybe you'd like to put to us how that would be the case, feel free to click on the politics link and join the politics server, and then you can put that point of view to the live audience if you wish to do so. 88 people watching. Please share the show. We'll get over 100 shortly. As we are here, though, is there anybody in Discord already that had something they wanted to ask, some query they had, some pain that they needed to project onto us? Anything of that nature in the politics server, that is?
I got something for you that I think is maybe it's been said, but maybe not fully. That I think the biggest winner out of the final experiment, quote unquote, is you. I mean, you've got McToon freaking out. You've got Whitsitt now picking fights with other flat earthers. It kind of like demonstrated that all these other people have been the problem.
Yeah, and their defense is to use our best argument that I've been trying to usher people into using for 12 months, and then claim it as their own. I mean, fine. Scummy, but fine. Good, at least people are hearing Earth's measured flat. Now, when they get to baiting it and they don't know how to actually substantiate that statement, because it just sounded good when it came out of the mouths of someone defending how we haven't got an AE map anymore. That's like to Unitox Femi for the super chat. At best, you only prove measurements of the surface. Thank you for the super chat.
That's an amazing throwback.
Well, it has picked up the traffic here, yeah. I mean, this has gotten out everywhere. It was actually on mainstream Australian news with Jaron up there on the screen. So traffic's definitely increased, and I've definitely heard about the 24-hour sun many, many times over the last week or so. It's this 24-hour sun seems to be very important to people, but they just can't seem to explain why.
Well, it suddenly offered up normies the need to cope with Earth definitely being a sphere, when prior to that, they're like, hold on, why would there be a need to go and validate this? I thought this was a done deal. Why is it even in question? Now, I get that what they're offered is, question's over, flat Earth's done. That's how it's presented, right? Up until a point, most people didn't have the slightest bit of concern about it. like already kind of knew it and didn't ever give it a second thought. Then it's like, well, why would you have to question it? Let's have a look. Maybe I need to go and tell flat earthers how stupid they are. I didn't even know there was flat earthers. Let's go and have a look and tell them how stupid they are, if they're that way inclined. Or find out why they'd still exist after this. I get so many people like, shouldn't you be shut down? Like, why? Because of the 24-hour sun. And, well, if I assume I go to the bottom of a globe and observe that 24-hour sun, you're like, okay, you can believe whatever you like. Assume you're going to the bottom of a globe when you travel two-dimensionally with respect to south on a flat map with a flat compass. What are you babbling about? Your antipodal assumption's just your belief. I don't know that belief. I know Earth's measured. And you describing getting down there will involve travelling with respect to a direction that only works on a flat plane. So this is nonsense waffle from you. You're looking for cope from me as a flat earther. It wasn't prevalent in my life until this TFE thing exposed you to it and your concerns about how well proven your globe that up until that moment was just a done deal is now suddenly having to be questioned because I've just figured it out in 2024. It's like you say, it's going to rattle a few cages of people who up until that point didn't even give it a second thought.
What made me laugh though is like before when Tem started looking at the celestial navigation and the sextant and all that, you didn't hear any of these globers. None of them had a sextant, by the way, or knew anything about it. Then all of a sudden there was professional navigators and they all had sextants. Now, I mean, it would have been interesting to get some elevation angle measurements in Antarctica, if that's where they was, and get, some measurements of the sun throughout the day. As just out of pure interest, would have been, let's do this every hour and get the elevation angle to the sun using a flat plane.
They did. Did you not see Toon present exactly that to Ryan?
I've seen something about a shadow.
Yeah, he's taking elevation angles and showing it on a 2D piece of paper with the angles with respect to a plane. It was hilarious. Brian pointed out to him, "Why are you waving flat Earth measurements at me, Toon?" And I said to everyone, just wait for the measurements to come out. They'll all be with respect to a flat Earth. And there they are. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're measuring Earth flat. The elevation angles, that's correct. I'm just waiting for somebody to tell me that they've gone south. Okay, what's south?
Well, this is what they've been doing for a while, isn't it, Nathan? Even when how was Earth measured flat globe? Well, a Greek did it 2,000 years ago using elevation angles. Oh, really? So every sort of rebuttal they give you is a flat Earth measurement, and then they've just gone to Antarctica and done exactly that. I mean, irony of it.
It's as predicted, though, from us. That's exactly what we said they would do. We wrote down the fallacy that they'd use to employ, suggest either Earth as a flat plane based on the azimuthal equidistant globe projection being debunked, or affirming the consequent with their own belief in a globe by saying, if I travel antipodal, I'll observe a 24-hour sun. 107 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Very warm welcome if you've just joined us. Smash that share button if you haven't. Equipment was only for the sky, not for the ground, says Unitox Femi, presumably in reference to TFE. Yeah, right.
Okay,
it wasn't.
Question to you,
recent video points out. Go ahead, whoever that is.
Nathan, are you there?
I am.
Okay, you say it's a projection, and the measurement is taken from flat Earth measurement, and then in the same time you're saying it's a globe projection. But it is a protection from the flat Earth in the beginning. So do you understand? The protection of the globe came from flat Earth. So
yes,
we are going in a circle there.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So you go from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the stars to create a globe to put in the Copernican motion orbital in nature around the sun, but that spherical system never had any mapping use until Mercator projection, and you can plot the points through the globe from the equator. That's the equatorial plane. Then you're plotting those points with angles through the globe like it's a giant protractor. when you map those points with Haversine conversion, you've then got effectively a mapped landmass on the spherical surface. That isn't then useful to then use in mapping, so then you have to project in various different ways, like transverse Mercator or azimuthal equidistant, whatever you want to do. You then plot those points that are on the globe surface back out onto something like a tube or a cone, get it up to a circle or out to a cut out flat map. Well, those are the projection processes from flat to sphere to flat again.
Yeah, you're flattening out the globe again to so you can measure it and map it in a
no, exactly. No,
measurement.
You're not flattening out the globe. No, you're projecting the points onto a tube. If you take the transverse Mercator, for example, right? You've got. I'm just showing my picture hasn't come up on my slide reel, but in a minute it will. Right, what you've got on my screen now, you haven't, but my audience has, is your average angle. In this case, Polaris measurement, right, off a respective plane. So let's say this is the equatorial plane, what's labelled horizon. Right. Well, those points that Polaris is are at on this glorified protractor can be plotted out as a spherical surface with the ground that the guy in this diagram is standing on now being a globe that he's standing in with the mapped projected points on that globe via Haversine, and then the respective celestial sphere wrapped around that. If you then wrap a tube around the globe with its projected points, you can project, there it is, right on cue. You can then project the points from the sphere out onto the tube, and then you can cut the tube down the middle, roll that out flat. That is the transverse Mercator projection process. Exactly. Measure flat angles.
Yeah. And therefore, the Australian and everything is not really right, because it's get a circle and you're trying to get every so-called continent inside the circle, and that will never give you the right picture or the really right map.
No. Always going to distort it. Absolutely.
Yeah, distort a tube.
Yeah. But that gets projected onto us. Probably not the best word.
Yeah, you have it.
Like, where's your map? Well, what are you talking about? Your globe fantasy is ballsing everything up. Okay, right. I want to do a quick shout out to, as we've got a live audience. I'm sorry, as I'm guesting this server to do this while I'm a guest into your server, but Mark Sargent's hosting Brian's Logic about 12 hours from now. Oh. Be here or be sphere. If you're in my live audience, there's 112 of you watching right now. Make a calendar note, go to Mark's video, put a comment on it so you can find it easily in the future. Whatever it is you need to do, make a reminder, click the bell so you get a reminder on this video. Go to it now if you're in my live audience. And just make a note to yourself that you need to be watching Mark Sargent in 12 hours from now, whatever time that is locally for you. We are live. 12 hours from this moment is when Mark Sargent will be hosting Brian's Logic. He'll be talking most importantly about pitch data. That has been Brian's shtick for many years. He's acquired it off the back of TFE and us demanding that would be the necessity. Well, he didn't. Brian was actually saying we just need any pitch data. I spun it into, well, you could get pitch data as you're going down to Antarctica, because we didn't have it. Now we do, from the NTSB, a far better source. And Brian's going to be opening with that. It's his raison d'etre when it comes to this interview. I'm sure he will do other things, and it will be an extremely interesting interview. It won't necessarily be what I'd do with Mark, because I'd be saying, Mark, do you remember when we talked about the azimuthal equidistant projection, and you said it was a useful tool? That would be my line with Mark. So maybe I need to simmer down and have someone like Brian actually put my own rhetoric, which is front foot forward, and talk about pitch data, as he specifically told me he would be doing in a message when he asked me to plug this. So shout out to you, Brian. I am plugging it for a fairly decent sized live audience. 117 of you watching. Go and watch Brian's Logic, and if you're not, subscribe to Mark Sargent. I'm sure most of you are already. Well done. Sorry about that, Politics Discord server. Thank you for indulging me. Where do you think we could go? If not politics, go to some other server that could do with a bit of flat Earth kick up the arse. Nobody knows.
Yeah. Well, interesting thing about Jaren yesterday is that he was saying that he was questioning everything, and now he's moving more towards the ball, or moving towards the globe, because because the AE and the Gleason's map, the so-called flat Earth map, have been debunked. But interesting enough is that you yourself, Nathan, have already debunked the AE map and the Gleason's map 10 years ago. You know, why didn't Jaren have a problem with it then? I mean, it's, you know, why did it have to take a Glober and him to go down to Antarctica to debunk the AE map when it was already debunked by you guys? It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense, but what you glean from that is he's not a flat earther. He never was, and we were telling people that for quite some time. He's a true earther. He detached himself from flat earth partially some time ago. We were like, well, why would you be subscribed to him then? Because at some point he's going to sell you a flat earther down the river. And where are we now? What do you know? Yeah, well, fine. He can be whatever he likes, but the people that have attached some sort of importance to what Jaren says, it's like, well, he's not you. He's not, if you want to draw some allegiance with people and form consensus, Jaren isn't it. He's not a flat earther. He's saying he more leans towards the globe. What more do you need to hear?
That's what he said last night when I talked to him.
Towards the globe.
I talked to him briefly last night on his speaker's corner where he gives you 4 minutes to talk. He's a glober now. So, just is what it is.
If you want to see, if he's flat earther, you go to his channel and watch last 20 videos, and you will see there is nothing about the flat earth.
You still believe in the flat Earth? Is that true? No, as far as I can.
He said you can take
it doesn't work. Globe, the sphere Earth, perfectly describes the observations that I made. Do you need me to spell it out any clearer to you?
What's very clear is Jaren's a shill. This
Oh, beautiful.
He told Vax that he could take elevation angles on a pin. Like, what?
Right. I didn't do the best job because my phone was dying and I was tired. It was like after midnight, but he doesn't get it because he doesn't want to get it, and that's his problem. Unless he literally doesn't have the brain capacity to comprehend what an elevation angle is. I don't know. But it seems like he's purposely being incorrect about it.
Well, if you can't recognize a Pied Piper, and you've got to sort of question, well, what's he going to do now? It's like, well, who cares what he does now? What are you going to do now? Maybe listen to some decent arguments for a change. You know, don't worry about what Jaren's doing. Sod him.
No, but we did have a good point brought up in here earlier today that up to this point we've had a lot of people coming in talking about the Netflix, etc., and we've always defended Jaren and said, well, you know what, he made a mistake there, or Netflix has done him wrong, but that can't happen anymore. Yeah, there can't be any more defense. You know, he's you can't say he's doing the wrong thing, but he's a good guy. You know.
Some people are a glutton for punishment. Empaths specifically, people who are too empathic. Oh, poor Jaren, will be their attitude. How can we help him? Will be their attitude. And you're like, well, you'll just get bitten again and again and again, won't you? No matter what I say. Try dealing with some empath that's trapped by some nasty narcissist. I explain to them that person's not doing you any good, and they'll attack you. The people who are like apologetic for Jaren, Whitsitt, Dave Weiss, whoever, let them be. They will bite you if you try and point out to them like we did. We've learned. Once bitten, twice shy. Did you realise this guy was well aware that the azimuthal equidistant projection isn't a globe? Isn't anything more than a globe projection. It's not a flat Earth map, and we've shown how it's wrong. No, you're just stirring trouble in the community. That's what you get. You're just a con man. That's what you get when you try and help people out by pointing out. No, they're being deceitful. Leading you astray. They're lying to you. What you get? No, you're causing trouble. What you get? Let them. These dicks who want to follow Dave Weiss and Jaren and Whitsitt, yeah, they're proven to be complete con men and frauds and scammers and grifters, out to get your coin and sell you maps they already know aren't working correctly. Yeah, they knew it already. That was QE's rhetoric. Why? Well, because that whole team, Jaren included, knew what was going on. They were part of it. They arranged people like Bob personally to have control of my channel so that they could keep the stream going for 24 hours while we track the sun in case I fell asleep. You're telling me they didn't know? No, they just carried on peddling it afterwards. Yeah? We're like, well, hold on, we've debunked it. Some of them, like Mark, gave me a reasonable justification. And then every time I went back to Mark, after the fact, Sergeant, that is, I'd see him putting enough weasel words in to get away with it, until now. Now, those weasel words don't wash anymore, unfortunately. Now, Mark will adapt. He's a very adaptive character. Resilient, thick-skinned, same as us. Yeah? This won't affect Mark. He'll adapt his rhetoric accordingly. I'm not going to say I told you so to Mark, because it doesn't warrant it. He was civil enough to have the discussion with me, didn't turn around and tell me I was a scammer. There we go. Yeah, that's why it's back to basics, back to the pre-show. I mean, like, what are you going to do going forward in 2025? Teach people what science is so they can recognise what science isn't when it's claimed to be. Utilising experimentation, hypothesis construction, the repeatability aspect, whatever the fallacy of division they'll employ, you can recognise it if you know what science actually is. That's where we will be best served. Maybe not necessarily in politics.
Yeah, no, 100% agreed. I wonder if he's going to remove that app now that he's been proven wrong by his Globe mates.
Nathan, you make me go.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's up to him what he does. I don't care. It's like, you do whatever you like, but it's the audience that should be concerned. It's like, well, what will you do? I'm not trying to decry your point either. It's you, the audience, I'm speaking to now in response to that question. Will he remove his app? Will you detach yourself from the fraudsters that sold you the app to make you look stupid, or will you retain that which is making you look stupid? That's up to you. Will some grifter still be selling crappy marketed bullshit that doesn't work? Yeah, people will still try and sell you crap. Like, how many times?
I have to point out there is no science behind it. It's most measurement, and the Flutter that's just pointing out clear measurement. There's not so much science involved.
Never was. It's a category error. Measuring Earth is maths. You want to call it anything or categorize it. It's not science.
But do we have some science?
No, it's a category error. What Earth is a what is question. It's not a cause and effect question. Science, natural science, that's physics, deals with naturally occurring phenomena. Cause and effect reasoning. If nothing's occurring, like what is Earth? That's not why does that happen. What Earth is isn't Earth doing anything. Unless you automatically assume it's moving, then spend 25 minutes justifying why you see no effects of that claim. Mm-hmm. Mitigating why the effects you say would be occurring don't. But non-positive claims of why we're not accelerating at a great rate, as is asserted by bull believers, again, that's not an occurrence. It's non-positive. There's no phenomena in us not moving.
Okay, do we have some specific science? Excuse me. Do we have some specific science that we can call science? That we can say we are using science to prove that the Earth is not moving?
Don't need to prove something's not happening. What science experiment do I need to give you to prove Earth is not a roast chicken? It's nonsense. I don't have to prove it's not a roast chicken. I don't have to prove it's not moving. That's non-positive. I'm not going to make a demonstrable suggestion of a non-positive claim. I declare Earth is not a chicken. Why would you do such a thing?
Okay. Then we just have a 0, and the measurement is 0. There's no proof for the Earth is moving. That's it. So it is still just about measurement.
Well, you're trapped in this now, aren't you? It's clear. They're the ones with the burden if they, hypothetically, suggest we are. And it is upon them to demonstrate such a claim. If you want to refute that claim because they haven't substantiated it, you do that. It doesn't suddenly make the burden yours to prove we're not doing anything. What's that? Prove we're not doing whatever you've just suggested we are doing and we're not because you haven't evidenced it. I've got to now prove we're not doing the thing you haven't managed to evidence. No. Back to the original question. What's to science? Nothing. When it comes to this particular question,
Is Earth flat? Yeah, that's how it's measured. Measured. Not put into a cause and effect reasoning hypothesis and then actualized with an experiment. Can't do that with a measurement. It's a measurement. It's measured flat. That's it. It's no science. It's a category error.
Okay, if you are talking about observation, like a specular reflection, that is a great point to say, oh, how can we have a crystal clear specular reflection if we are going in different directions in a different speed?
When you say specular reflection, you're describing something mathematically, aren't you? That's language of maths.
No, not really. That's observation also.
I get that you're seeing it, but observation isn't enough for science. Science is observation of a phenomena. Something's got to be occurring for you to go, I wonder what caused that to happen. Yeah. Something's got to be happening. If you say, well, I see a reflection.
That's reflection. There's no science. It's obvious. You don't have to include any science to it. It's just a clear fact. It's a clear measurement, and there's a clear observation that's point out it is like it is.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the reflection across a lake of a mountain, or likewise, if you use specular reflections to debunk the assertion that is made in a positive manner. So if someone says, well, the moon's reflecting the sun's light, like, do you understand how specular reflections work? In rebuttal to that assertion. But ultimately, again, it doesn't mean that I've got to then prove positively that the sun's illuminating by some means that I suggest. Because I'm not doing that when someone makes a positive claim that it's reflecting light from the sun, or that we are moving in a positive manner. That's their claim they have to substantiate. The burden never flips. They fail, they fail. If they prove it, then they prove it. Okay. They can't, because we're not. Otherwise they'd have proved it.
Again, there you have it, guys.
The best thing they've got is to look at the sky and go, well, that means we're rotating. Speaking of which, Brian's done a video on that in terms of the directionality of a globe Earth that's turning and a counteracting of a spin that's beneath you on a rotating frame of reference. Flat Earth required. It's impossible to change direction. And Brian's pointing that out in his video, his most recent video. So if you check out Brian's Logic's channel, you'll see his most recent debunking of Earth rotation in that regard. I have to get my head around that a little bit more. I understand the base premise of it. If you've got an Earth that's rotating from west to east, then that is the direction of rotation. If you're going to counter it, you're always going to be countering it in one direction. You can't go both ways and suggest you're counteracting a one-way rotational direction. As I understand it thus far, to summarise it, now, I thought I had a grasp of it initially. There was a bit of a misapprehension by Brian along the way with a video that he eventually deleted because he made a small error in terms of which way he was looking. He's corrected that now and is much more strong in terms of what his assertions are. So go and check out Brian's videos. As I say, it's going to be him making that assertion till I've heard it 10 more times. So I've got my head fully wrapped around it. But I think I've got the basics thus far from what Brian's explained and from what I felt I comprehended already. It's just never been put into words or videos, and Brian's now attempting to do exactly that. Watch this space in that regard. It's ultimately frames of reference that he's using to describe this stuff, so it's not beyond any person who's listening to Flat Earth debate or involved in it and their comprehension. If you follow Coriolis and reference frames rotating, then you'll be able to understand what Brian's explaining in his videos. Cool. 130 people watching. Very warm welcome to you all. In case you were unaware, we're in the politics Discord server today, so if you did want to join, hopefully one of the moderators will stick a link in the live stream chat as we're chatting, so you can toddle along to the politics server. Very good server. May carry on coming on a Friday. We will see how it goes. Maybe our efforts are best served in a different server, going back to basics with science and the scientific method. We'd be patronising most of the people in this server if we started doing that here. Get the pink writing out, did I? Remember the pink writing?
Oh, I love it.
What is your independent variable? Look forward to seeing some repeats of the Spurs chemo effect, where people think they've got a grasp of how the scientific method works, start wielding it like a chainsaw in the hands of a 5-year-old. Removing a few of their own limbs.
Well, the apple fell off the tree, Nathan, and obviously it was the centre of Earth that was pulling it down towards the ground. What's your problem?
Down, do you mean in?
Yeah, sorry, my bad. In.
I have down on a globe. There's no down. There's no south. It's in and there's out. Flat Earth concepts like north and south, and such like, two-dimensional directionality. You can't have those on a globe. Up and down, you don't have that on a globe either. You've got in and out only. People love to hijack flat Earth measurements and flat Earth prerequisites when describing their fundamentalist zealotry in regards to their globe belief and how it's measuring a globe. No, it's measuring Earth flat.
You mean like sea level, horizon, horizontal, parallel, perpendicular, elevation, angles, triangles, sea sextant, theodolite, spirit level, altitude, vertical, tangent, straight, line, up, down, plane, north, south, east, west, azimuth, altitude, and flat. Do you mean words like that, Nathan?
All of those words get used repeatedly by globe believers on their flat Earth prerequisites in every single instance, aren't they? On deck.
Yeah. Every breath they take, they will mention one of them words when trying to explain curvature, not realizing that it has nothing to do with curvature whatsoever.
Oh, I'm being told from the chat, from Steve, one of my members. Do you know that Triangles McKeegan is trying to give the IV and DV for the Antarctica and the sun angles, sunspots? Oh, right, we've got IV and DV claims. I see.
Yes, I heard that.
Find out what that's all about.
It's
writing comes out already. Go ahead, sorry.
It was the latitude or longitude. It was their position they were in was the independent variable. Apparently.
If position, if you vary location. If you vary your position, then if position, then sunspots. Okay, I'll just change my position. I've changed my position. I didn't influence the sunspots.
And then he went on to explain how they sort of did it. He didn't really explain it too well. He just he rattled that off at the start, I believe, and then he didn't go any further into it. He just went into his camera batteries and why the clip had to stop and then why he had to move his camera halfway through and explained why the clip had to be edited at the end because they had two cameras too close together that were going to block the view, etc., etc. He then went on how he couldn't exactly pinpoint the sun. He wasn't able to do that. He had to estimate that and, just basically made a fool of himself.
This. EB says, that was hilarious, Stephen, agreeing from the chat. Let's just put my chat back up so people can see this conversation. That was hilarious, Stephen, laughing emoji. Triangles said there were two independent variables, location and time.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like the Lone Rangers.
He's going to need a flat Earth for that time.
The point is he's saying if time and location, then sunspots. So he thinks time and location cause the phenomena of sunspots. These people are thick. Yeah. Not only have we not got an independent on its own alone variable, it's independent. No, we've got time and location. Sorry, these are physically variable things that you, the researcher, can vary. Is it just me, or is time not something that you can physically vary and manipulate as a researcher? Like time, the abstract description of us and our process as we elapse through the universe. Yeah, that's a concept. He thinks he can vary and manipulate. He's got a freaking DeLorean. Hope Dave's listening to this, you dumbass. You can vary time, do you, dum-dum? That's a concept. What a clown. Trying to insert what he's done retroactively into the scientific method. He's alluding that he can vary one of his independent variables of time. DeLorean much, dickhead? My God, Dave is a spastic.
Just the way he went on to explain it, Nathan. Sorry, just the way he went on to explain it, and having to cut the 24-hour sun clip, having to edit it at the end, like it just, what he was claiming was just falling apart through the video.
Oh dear. All falling apart at the seams as we watch from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the measurements coming out of Antarctica are all confirming a flat Earth. Everyone aware of this? All of the measurements that they've taken thus far, they're all confirming a flat Earth. They were from the moment they started doing them. The moment they leveled. Hey, there's one of those words, One Deck. Get a perpendicular. Oh, there's another one. To a horizontal. There's another one. When they weighed something. They used 3 flat Earth prerequisites when they set up a really accurate scale. Even detailed to the audience how they were levelling it. Yet nobody seemed to notice all these flat Earth prerequisites they were using for their measurements. They don't have on a globe. Debunk their globe. All of the measurements that come out of Antarctica, without exception, lead to a flat Earth. If not, be directly measuring a flat Earth in the case of Toon and his elevation angles. Yeah, I look forward to more of the TFE's measurements of a flat Earth coming down our way. They're very, very useful. Is it just me, or have we not had a single question from a funder yet? We did in the pre-show. That was all down to Jedi.
No, there was a few in before you came. It was pretty solid for a good, like Jedi said, probably 6 or 7 hours.
Didn't they just spend $100,000 to get us shut your channel, shut your shutdown, shut? What's going on? Where are all the people rubbing it in our face how disappeared we should be?
Well, I said, they come in, they mention the 24-hour sun. I ask them to put that logically, how the 24-hour sun would equal globe, and they fall apart at that stage. Yeah, we haven't had a logical answer yet. No one's actually been able to give us one.
Oh, we've still got 10 or so minutes that I'll be live to an audience. If anybody does any globe-related or flat Earth-related questions, feel free. A whole panel of people ready and raring to answer questions if you've got any. Don't be shy. Remind me to get back to that guy about my computer viruses. To him remotely.
Yo, it's popping in here, though. So many people.
Yeah. To my wife just before I joined, I was like, look how many people are on this server. It's going to be a hectic day. Not a bit of it, it would seem.
Flat Earth wins again.
Seriously, man, this...
No more globetards to conquer, I guess.
Yeah.
The only globers that are coming in at the minute are melting down within record time. I don't know if it's TFE or time of year, but yeah, these guys are a bit unstable at the minute.
As you said, time of year, yes, people get sad. Seasonally affected disorder around this time of year.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
If the Earth isn't a globe, you think it's completely flat? Like, what do you think it is? Like, do you think we're on a spaceship or something?
It's kind of non-connected questions. Which one do you want first? Is it completely flat?
Just answer me.
Just paint my house. Paint
you
my
have
house.
a misconception, darling.
Why aren't you here painting my house? Just paint my house. When you've done it, clean my carpets and cook me dinner. You do that. Don't demand anything of me. I asked which part of your question you wanted answering. Is it the bit about being on a spaceship, you daft cow?
No, I won't be answering that stupid
You're
shite
rude.
question, moron. I'm answering you, love. You don't need to talk through me while I berate your stupid question about being on a spaceship. That was stupid, wasn't it? That made you sound like a moron. Are you getting shouted at for asking moronic questions that you demand the answer to? You're getting
I don't think you need to be so rude just because like you were taking your sweet time answering my question.
Your stupid question about
He's taking
being
the
on
piss,
space.
bro. He's taking the piss.
I don't give a crap. Stupid answer from a stupid woman. Was it a little boy? Sounded like a woman.
No, it was a woman.
I think he's just trying to be a funny.
Wait, do you have proof that it was a woman? It might have been, as you said, like a little boy.
Can I prove that assertion? You're right. It was baseless.
Before we get any more stupid questions, just want to make it clear to the room: nobody here believes that flat Earth is a disc in space. I just want to make sure every Glober knows that before they ask dumb questions.
Space
or on a spaceship.
I can say it's a topographic plane. So far we know what it is from all perspective. I cannot answer that, but it is absolutely topographic plane. So far we know.
Right.
That's the answer.
In other words, to answer our first question, well done, Johnny, to bring us back on track. Surprisingly, Johnny's the one bringing us back on track. Amazing. Anyway, yes, exactly. It's a topographical plane. If you're going to describe the heights of things like mountains, valleys, things like that, they're going to be described with respect to that horizontal plane. Sea level is the average reference that you'll use for everywhere across the plane that we know and has been mapped. Yeah, you've got height differentials, all of which will reference Earth as an entirely flat plane overall. To answer her first question. Very rude.
Are you going to answer the rest?
Yeah.
Are you going to answer the rest?
You don't have to answer about the spaceship. That was just. I think he was just trying to be funny or something.
No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's like I'm just trying to find out if you think that we're on something that's like moving through space, or if it's like. Like, how is it stationary?
It's a foundation.
Okay, hold on, Johnny. No, how is it stationary? That's a non-positive claim. Let's deal with that first. I don't have to prove we're not doing something. That's the first assertion. That if you're going to suggest we're moving, you would need to prove. In terms of what we've just told you, Earth is measured as a flat plane. In terms of space, there's obviously a third bit I missed. We're not hurtling through a sky vacuum in any way, shape, or form. Because if we were, we wouldn't be breathing. The gas would vacate the area in line with entropic laws of nature, second law of thermodynamics specifically. Gas fills space. If the sky was a space, the gas we're breathing would have filled it already. We'd be dead.
Do you think that
I have another question.
Do you think that we're like inside of a? Well, for lack of a better word, I'm gonna describe it as a cave. There's like a roof above us, and it seals away the possibility of air escaping.
There must be containment. That's what gas pressure must have. It's a prerequisite. It's an antecedent consequent relationship. To have gas pressure, the gas has got to press on something. It needs containment.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what the containment is, but I know we're breathing gas pressure. So we must be under pressure. Yeah, there must be containment. But you've stepped over the lady that has now become quite conciliatory. She has another question. I'd rather just get to her if you don't mind.
Do you hate Globers?
I don't care. I don't think about them very much, other than when they're talking through me because I'm pointing out how Earth's measured flat in their own estimations and measurements, and then they start talking through me. Then they just irritate me in the moment. After that, I couldn't care less. Believe whatever you like if you want to believe.
Like, I mean, do you see people that go around like talking shit about Flurfs as like people that are like spreading dangerous, misleading information and propaganda to like because they have some sort of agenda or something?
I mean, I don't care. I don't watch them for the most part. I will review their material and critique where they're wrong. But in terms of them, I just described what you described. I'm still talking.
Trying to get at.
Still talking and answering you.
I guess what I'm trying to get at.
Still talking. I mean, shut up. I mean, shut your mouth. Don't be rude.
Why are you so?
Just shut up. Just shut her up. Insubordinate woman. I'm answering you. Yeah, like you demanded in a very rude tone. Just answer me. Yeah, I am. And you're talking through me. You're rude. Yeah, People like you, irritating twats like you, irritate me when they behave like twats. Like answering a question and then getting immediately talked through by somebody that feels that my response isn't satisfactory to the question that I'm answering that you've asked. I don't concern myself with twats after the fact. You won't bear any influence on my life after I'm finished being irritated with you interrupting me. In this moment, I find you highly irritating, madam. Can you not tell?
EJ, before you continue, I just want to ask you to not clip the person speaking. Just wait for you keep clipping Nathan, and that's what's annoying him. If you could just wait for him to finish before you respond, that would be considered more reasonable.
That means don't
I'm
talk
not
over
clipping anything, dude.
It means don't talk over me. It means shut up when I talk, madam. That's what it means.
Wow.
Okay? Do you understand? Not wow through the top of me talking. Not being completely belligerent while I'm telling you off. Not wow in the middle of me talking. Do you understand, madam, what I'm telling you not to do? And it's been reiterated by one of the moderation teams. You laughed. And now start talking before the sentence is over.
He's sounding like a vagina, bro.
Shut up while I talk. Do you understand? Not rhetorical.
Bro, why are you so
not
dense,
their
bro?
response. Remove her from the discussion and we'll never talk to this irritating, belligerent woman ever again. She was incapable of responding with an authority. I understand not being a total twat like she's doing now, justifying her removal from the discussion. As soon as she's being told, no, you won't be getting to do that, madam. That's the reason I find you irritating. Not because I've got a concern about disinformation you might peddle when I'm not around you. I don't care about you. I just care that you're an irritating person in this moment as you're being belligerent and irritating. That's what you are. Presumably a globe believer who wants to know about how I behave as a flirt towards you, the globe believer. You're inconsequential to me, madam, except when you irritate me in front of 122 live audience members that I've garnered over the years of doing this. You're a nobody. You've no right to interrupt me when I'm answering a question you've asked. Bloody hellfire. That's why we find you globe believers irritating, not because you're peddling misinformation. You're just deluded and ignorant. We know better than you. We're not going to lord that over and pretend that you're peddling disinformation. No, you're just thick, just poorly researched. I don't care. Believe in your stupid globe all you like. I don't care. Tell the world how you're actually on a globe. I'll just point out how ignorant you are for saying it. Point out how wrong you are. That was a fun 10 minutes.
I'm always right in the end. I'm always right in the end. Therefore, I shall have the last word, I think.
Give you the super chat, Duncan. No, it's not women, right? It's irritating people. He is no better or worse than any man that comes here and does exactly the same thing.
Cool down, Nathan. She's not worth it.
That's Duncan McLeod from the super chat. He says, women, shrug face, and then a fireball.
In case a lot of the Globers aren't aware, this is a structured show. We organise this show every week. Nathan runs his show, and what we want is good content. So we don't want to sit here talking about Nathan's opinions of Globers or somebody else's opinions. We're here to talk about the subjects, and you will have a moment to open your mic and speak. If you want to waste that by trolling or getting butthurt, that's your fault. You can't really blame us for that. We're running a structured show here, guys.
And with that in mind, I'm really sorry to do this through the top of that excellent call to action from your panel of fantastic participants in the politics server. Please join the server if you haven't done so already. A link will go by shortly. But in the meantime, thank you very much to Enos. Super chat, he says, thank you guys for all you do. You guys have brought so many people to Christ because of your endeavours. I'm not overtly Christian, Enos. I mean, I'm grateful for that. But typically, if somebody tries to lay down a biblical standard, I'll stop them. If they lay down a standard that's based on demonstrable evidence that proves their point and then says, and the Bible is affirmed with that fact because it also says the same, perfectly reasonable.
Same with the Quran. If someone came along and went, Earth's measured flat with elevation angles, just like it says in the Quran, I'd go, yeah, I'd completely agree with them. So, yeah, it's one where I'm glad that's the case, but it isn't necessarily my aim. Okay. There we go. Thank you for the super chat, though. Really appreciate it. I'm not trying to bring people to Christ, is my point. Whether or not I am with Christ is none of the person's business that I'm debating with, and it's not my endeavours to bring people to Christ in doing what I do here. If it does, as a byproduct, then I am elated about that. Very, very pleased.
Well, with people like that woman who's just been on, they don't really want to listen. I mean, she's asking about, is the Earth totally flat? And
Why
everything
don't
like
you
that.
talk to me instead of about me? Why don't you actually talk to me then?
I thought you'd been muted. Sorry,
Yeah,
I thought you'd been
you
removed.
were removed from the conversation. That's why we were talking about you, like being as disrespectful about you while
No,
you're
I'm
here.
still here. I just think maybe you should.
And continued as you are now to talk through me while I talk. So based on how rude you've been, like, just answer me, that kind of shite. We'll talk about you, like, be as rude about you as we feel fit, and we'll get away with it. And if you try and stop us, you'll get stopped by the moderation team after being extremely rude to us, telling me and demanding that I answer you. I demanded that you paint my house and clean my floors, didn't I, love? Didn't do that for me. Why aren't you here? Why aren't you here scrubbing my floors, love? Oh, right, it's not reasonable to make demands of people, especially when they're being quite conciliatory and answering questions that they've been asked by you. I feel you've got the right to demand things. No, but after the fact, when you've been quite rude, we'll talk about you with you on server mute. Yeah, having been shut down and shut up for being rude. Walking through people as they answer questions you've asked. That's why. I hope that's clear, love. Yeah, Earth's measured flat. Space is fake. I answered your questions. You don't seem to be responding. Second law of thermodynamics violation.
Wait, what was the question?
We're on it. There's our interruption. Start swearing if you do me. If you do it to me again, I'm just going to start calling you rude names. Okay? You're living up to the stereotype at the moment. Belligerent, globe-believing stereotype. That would be not woman, in case anybody starts sending me money because they think it's me being sexist. No. Not at all. Belligerence. It's just giggled. I answered the questions. There's no space, love. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Do you know what that means, or are you going to giggle at me?
I mean, you haven't answered any of my questions, so I don't know why I should answer yours.
Shut her up. Shut her up immediately, please, moderation team. I've just answered her question. She asked about whether or not Earth was a spaceship in space. I said there is no space. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. It's the fourth time I've put that to her. Twice she responded by giggling. Now she's saying I haven't answered her. No, you seem like you are either deaf or retarded, because I've answered your very specific question 4 times, and your response was to giggle. Yes, like a small child. Now, I've asked you if you understand what a law of nature is, second law of thermodynamics specifically. It's the 5th time I've asked you. Do you... I'm slowing down because you seem mentally retarded. Do you know what the second law of thermodynamics, debunking outer space, which you asked about, is or not? I'll take that as a no, shall I, love? Oh. Shall I take that as a no? She's dumb as all shit. She doesn't know what I'm talking about. Dumb globe believer. Dumb ass globe believer. You don't know what I'm talking about, love. Go elsewhere. You're too stupid to be here. Do you hear me?
You don't have to be so fucking crazy and rude.
Don't swear at me. Remove her. I've got a live audience of participants that don't want to listen to your belligerence and swearing and ignorance. You are stupid. You don't deserve to have a discussion forum like this offered to you. You're too stupid to be here. I'm saying based on your stupidity and your lack of understanding when I answer your questions that you claimed I hadn't,
I did. Second law of thermodynamics, something you don't understand, love. Way beyond your pay grade, my darling. You're too stupid to be here. And what you've done when I've pointed that out with facts and silences when asked if you understand the second law of thermodynamics, you start swearing at me, making me think that you're probably quite common. Get lost and talk to other idiots like yourself that aren't us. You don't have a worthy place at this table. Do you understand that? Too stupid to be here, you're just a common globe believer. Numpty. That's all you are. People like her, they're not for educating. Me attempting to try and tell some stupid woman how her globe faith came to fruition through the measurements of Earth. How Copernicus and Huygens created a ball for her to believe in and swear at me about when it's debunked. After her pathetic questions about Earth being a spaceship. Yeah? Me trying to educate some dumbass woman about how that came to fruition for her to believe in is never gonna be filled. Never going to benefit the audience. Because what will we get? We'll get some dumbass woman's voice through the top of me explaining it to her as she objects with a total ignorance of the subject. That's what we'll get. Yeah? Because the people who believe in a globe are idiots. They haven't figured it out. They haven't figured out where the origins of that faith came from. They come here arrogant to tell us how we're wrong. Well, you know where your faith came from? What was measured to give you your stupid ball?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good evening.
Oh, it's evening in your country?
No, but it sounded sexier.
Oh, okay. I was just wanted to say, do you remember me?
No.
Oh. It was about like a month and a half ago. I accused you of using a fallacy and then hitting your kids.
What, you've come to ad hom me?
Kick him out.
What?
Do you want this to continue or not, Nathan? Because I muted him.
Feel free. So far I've offered flat earth measurements. This guy's come to accuse me of being a child abuser. Okay? That's ad hominem. That's a fallacy.
Maybe he's come to apologise.
Yeah, no, my first question was, do you remember me? That was about a month and a half ago.
I heard you the first time. You don't need to repeat yourself. I heard you. I've responded to you and pointed out I've need to talk through me when I reiterate that which you've ignored. You're non-responsive to my rebuttal. That's an ad hominem fallacy. You accusing me of being a child abuser is an ad hominem fallacy.
Yes, yeah, I know what that is.
Okay, what's an ad hominem fallacy?
It's when you use a personal attack instead of addressing their argument.
Personal attack, did you say?
Say that again, please.
Did you say a personal attack instead of attacking the argument?
Yeah, so it's when you attack the person, not the argument.
Yeah. Why would you employ this fallacy?
Well, I don't even know if you remember me, so...
is it just me, or is this going round in circles? I respond to what you've said, you acknowledge that response, and now you go back to repeating yourself.
Well, you get to answer my question.
I'm still talking. Don't need to yammer through me pointing out that it seems you have mental impairments where you need to repeat yourself over and over again. No. I understand your ambition is to find out if I remember you. No, I already told you that. What I've then pointed out is your use of fallacy when claiming I'm a child abuser, which I'm not. That's ad hominem at the man, not at the argument. Earth's measured flat. That's why I'm here.
You get that?
Hello?
He doesn't remember you, and now he's addressing your fallacy.
Okay. So, we can move past that statement. So, I remember you said to me that
No. We're not moving past it. I'm asking you why you've used that fallacy.
Because I saw a video online. It was like a stream, and it's you talking, and then I hear some loud footsteps, and then I hear a smack, and then a kid crying, and then that's why I assumed was you hitting your kids.
But you heard a sound and assumed I'm a child abuser.
No, I saw a video on YouTube called Nathan Oakley Hits His Kids.
And you saw me hitting my kids, did you?
It was an audio clip with you on a stream.
An audio clip that you didn't see, you heard a sound and then claimed I was a child.
I mean, I could post him sidetrack.
Now he's talking through me. He's had hominins managed to get his greasy little hooks in. Based on a sound you heard, you're levelling the accusation of child abuse based on a sound, correct?
I mean, we do that all the time in court proceedings, so yeah.
Right, I don't want to know what you did all the time. I want you to confirm that based on a sound you heard, you've come to the conclusion that I'm a child abuser, correct?
I don't actually think you're a child abuser per se. I just heard a snippet of you hitting your kid. Big difference.
Sorry, you heard what? You heard me hitting my... No, you didn't hear that.
Can I send the audio clip inside chat?
You've accused me of a crime. And I'm saying, no, I did not hit my child. You said you heard me hit my child. That is not correct. That's outrageous.
You literally accused him, and then you said that you don't believe that he's a child abuser.
You heard a sound, and you've called me a child abuser, and now are claiming I've hit my kid. No, I haven't.
Okay, so I think we can just move on to the next topic.
Move past you claiming a crime against me? You are the scum of the earth. And when it is pointed out, you've literally levelled. Now he's going to talk through me. A crime at my door. Why are you talking? We can move on from you accusing me of a crime, can we? No, we cannot. Based on a sound you heard on a video that also levelled a crime at me in the title. Yeah? Oh, so you thought based on that you would come here and call me a child abuser? You people are degenerate scum. That's what you are. Now, when it's pointed out and made really glaringly obvious how scummy you are, your response is to say, well, I think we can move on. That's my egregious behaviour and accusations of crimes. No, when I call Will Duffy, someone who's also claimed this crime against me, said he saw a video of me abusing my child. No, Will Duffy, the fraud, is also a liar. Like you, a scumbag, degenerate, globe-believing, ad hominem using liar. You said you heard me hit my kid. No, you did not. You heard a video titled Nathan Hits His Kid and heard a sound and then a kid crying. Made your conclusions and then called me a child abuser. Like so many before you. You're scum. Why would you come here to do that? Well, because I prove Earth's measured flat. And that is so egregious to you that you feel it's appropriate to accuse me of crimes. Rather than addressing flat Earth measurements. You'd rather see me locked up for a crime I haven't committed than face the awful truth that Earth's measured flat. It's pathetic.
Typical Globers. No arguments, just a bunch of ad homs and fallacies.
It's not pathetic, it's sick. Very sick.
I thought it was going to head that way. That's why I just muted him.
Bro.
Will I remember him? No. This is completely irrelevant to me. Water off a duck's back. Why? I've dealt with arseholes. That's that guy. For 10 years. Shockingly, prior to dealing with this bunch of arseholes, that's Globe Believers, basically small potatoes. I've dealt with much bigger assholes with a lot more power and a lot more impetus to make my life a living hell. And I've got through the end of it and defeated them. So these pathetic twats that come along and tell me I'm a child abuser because they heard a sound and decided that the title was correct of some scumbag that's obviously heard me telling them that Earth's measured flat and feels the need to, put me down as a man? Earth will still be flat, dickheads. How many crimes you accuse me of. Oh, and your gurus will still be actual frauds. Yeah? Those are actual facts when I say it's true.
Well, they do believe in a bull because of cartoons. typical, isn't it?
Hey, who said some globe proof? Who was that one deck? It cracked me up. These people are losers.
And not a fun note to start in the politics server on 2025, but fortunately it is towards the end of the show. You all up for hanging around in our G Plus panel in the politics server after the live streams ended?
Absolutely, Nathan, but that's why we have to go back to basics. It's going to be fun all over again.
You're right, Neil. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, me up on PayPal and Ko-Fi and all that good stuff. Another massive thank you to today's politics server for making the interactive live part of this show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Yeah, that was a great show, right? Very crazy in the end, but the first part of it was very informative. And
But damn Nathan Oakley guy, he's so cool. He is so cool.
He's cool, yeah. Of course.
He's my hero. For third grade, I put him down as my hero.
Yeah, but he can be hurt. He can be hurt also. But anyway.
Nathan Oakley, you a hero. You a goddamn American trooper.
Yeah.
No, he's not. He's not a hero. There is a sea level and elevation. They are heroes.
I love him.
I don't know much about that sea level. I don't believe that there is a sea, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, sea, it's something, it's philosophy, and lake, it's more philosophy than sea.
It's philosophy. I don't know them philosophers.
Yeah, the accent irritating you. It's okay, man. It's all right. It's a third language. It's okay. But sea level in all other languages is leveled. It's okay.
Yeah, it's in my language also, and it's my third language also. So,
in Italian today, there is also level. Sea level is leveled and flat, in every language. Doesn't matter how it sounds.
The ceiling birds don't tell you what the topographical plane is on the floor. So.
Nathan, can you please define the second law of thermodynamics that you appealed to in your argument?
Sure, change over time.
Change over time. Is this the second law of thermodynamics?
Yeah, you cannot have a gas pressure.
Also sometimes summarized as the arrow of time.
That isn't the second law of thermodynamics. Try again.
You're saying the arrow of time is not the second law of thermodynamics. You think that's not an accurate
nigga, yo, you fucking live on this server, bro.
It's
live on the
simple
server.
fucking things. Everybody should know that. You cannot have a gas pressure without a container. What is wrong with people?
What? Why use firing? It's a simple rule.
What's wrong with people that they use laws in order to debunk other people's arguments that they don't even understand and can define? That is very wrong.
Well, what's an irreversible change, Embo?
Irreversible change, it's an irreversible process. That's what it's called.
Like a change over time.
Change of what over time? There are many variables that can be changed over time.
Question what that change over time would be when it's, according to you, not an accurate description of the second law. It's not a decent summary, but now we'll discuss what the change will be over that time that I summarized it with. It's reasonable to discuss what the change will be, but it's not an accurate summary of the second law. Dickhead, shut up.
When your mom eats more and gets fat, is that change of your mom over time entropy?
You didn't hear me. What I said was, dickhead, shut up.
Second law of thermodynamics is all spontaneous processes produce an increase in entropy of the universe.
That's a little bit of a word salad, but you're already closer than your master.
Word salad, right, to a numpty dipshit. That's what it is. In classical thermodynamics, entropy is the dispersal of energy from localized to spread out at a given temperature. Molecular thermodynamics, it is considered the change in a system or surroundings or their total forward to the fewer accessible microstates to one in which there is an increased number of accessible microstates. Gas expansion into a vacuum, the mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy, sending the vacuum of space in your fairy tale religion into the abyss.
Okay, so to sum this up, can you please define the second law of thermodynamics now with this knowledge?
You just did with loads of examples. You gave detailed, specific definitions, cited them, and then read them out. What are you talking about?
That was a definition of entropy, not of the second law of thermodynamics.
Second, Embo, backpedal a bit to my point just before that, which was, dickhead, shut up.
He said that entropy isn't the second law of thermodynamics. Did you hear him?
Yeah. Yeah, that
it describes how entropy behaves, but entropy itself is not the law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics is a concept of thermodynamics.
Thermodynamics is just a concept?
Well, entropy is a concept in thermodynamics. But that's kind of getting away from the point. The point is that this is not the second law of thermodynamics, so we have to try again.
Law of thermodynamics. Entropy. Science. Chemistry, chemical reactions. Second law of thermodynamics, the entropy law, or the law of entropy, was formulated in the middle of the last century by Clausius and Thomson. That's Lord Kelvin, by the way. He said it wasn't the entropy law.
Embo, when he's taking a giant steaming dump on the stupid shit you say, I'd prefer you didn't interrupt him. I've already told you what I prefer you do. That's dickhead. Me referring to you because you're a dickhead. Sit down and shut up. What you spew here is all wrong. Not entropy. Now, he's just gone and defined it as the entropy law. You stupid dickhead. Sit down and shut up.
Kiwi, can I ask you, what is microstate about?
That's a personal question. He doesn't in a family show.
Oh, okay. But can you try? I think
microstates is like a mathematical description of an available position that something could be in potentially. Number of them is the number of available microstates when you're describing the gas. If it's going to be expanding into a volume, that'll be the availability of microstates that the gas can be in when you're describing it dispersing into those availabilities. Well, obviously, it's hypothetical because they're available to it. Could be a position that the gas could be in. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wow, you are good, man. That was a great answer.
I mean, I'm good. QE's good, not me.
It's QE your teacher, okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
So I fully agree that the second law of thermodynamics, and I already said it, I'm just repeating it again, is a law describing how entropy behaves, but the law itself is not the concept of entropy. So we already defined entropy, I agree with that. And now, in order to define the second law, you have to use this concept of entropy and explain how it relates to that law.
He's just
I forgot more about the second law of thermodynamics yesterday than you'll ever know.
Hold on, but let's just square this away though, rather than it being back and forth where there's a little gap and then he just hand waves that. Can you just read the last citation that you read out, QE?
Concerning?
It specifically titled it as the entropy law and detailing what the second law. On Embo, you listening?
There's a number. I mean, there's a number of them because it's a well-duh. You want me to say that again?
It's just the last one specifically. Yeah, fine. Either any. Fembo's listening. I just want to make sure because he's just hand waved it for a second time.
From Simply Science, learned chemistry, chemical reactions. The second law of thermodynamics, the entropy law or law of entropy, was formulated in the middle of the last century by Clausius and Thomson.
It's fine.
You want some more?
No, that's perfect. That's perfect. So, Embo, in the actual description, it's going second law. That would be the entropy law, and then telling you who came up with it, and telling you what the entropy law, that's the second law of thermodynamics, in that description is. So it is in contradiction to your denial of it being the entropy law. The second law of thermodynamics isn't, according to you, entropy law. It just involves descriptions of entropy. No, it is the entropy law, you dickhead, for the third time. Stop hand-waving stupid shit that you babble after it's been proven wrong 3 times. Can you stop doing that, you irritating dickhead?
Entropy law is the same thing as a law describing entropy. You're grasping at semantics right now instead of addressing the actual formulation of the law.
You said it wasn't the entropy law. It is. You were wrong. Shut up.
I've never said that.
He did. It's recorded. You're a dickhead. Now you're a lying spastic also. Yeah, you said it wasn't the entropy law. It just described with entropy what second law of thermodynamics was. That's what you were telling us. It isn't specifically the same thing. It just uses entropy in the second law. No, it is one and the same thing. As it's just been explained to you and gone over 3 times. Now it's just semantics. No, you're a wanker. Just a wanker. It's just wanker, you, being a wanker. That's what this is. Wankery by a wanker, you. I've already told you 3 times. Stop being a dickhead. Telling us what things aren't. Oh, no, second law's not the entropy law. I mean, it may use entropy in the description, but it's not the entropy law. Oh, right, so when we go and cite that second law of thermodynamics, that would be the entropy law, you're going to carry on talking your stupid shit, irritating everybody around you. Stop it, you stupid dickhead.
What I said is that the law isn't entropy itself, it describes how entropy behaves.
It is.
A description.
You unbelievable spastic. Yes.
Absolutely isn't.
Moderators, I'm losing my temper with this asshole because it's now been 5 times. Right, just remove this zealot prick.
I extremely hope this is
right from our lives with his distorted mic and his babbling of nonsense that's wrong. He's polluting your minds because he's fundamentally wrong, and in the face of being wrong 5 times, he's still chanting the same shite. Why do we have to listen to it? Bugger off! Go to a mental asylum, you stupid man! Globe believers are all nutters. You're all nutcases. Chanting your wrong assertions in the face of things demonstrating how wrong you are. You're nuts. You need to project that. Keep doing it so we go nuts. I'm sick of it. Called chanting. Wishful thinking exercised through chanting. If I just believe this is the case and keep saying it over and over again in the face of all that challenges it, then it will be so.
Okay,
like when the same apple's not level when it's curved.
I will recap and go back. I will talk about the elevation angle, what the elevation angle will do, because nobody's talking about that. Still, nobody that's so-called big guys in FE. It doesn't matter if it's Mass Sargent or if it's this guy or the other guy or Dave and Nathan. You have forgot to point out the circle of equal altitude. It has to be all the time because the circle of equal altitude is absolutely the dead point. You cannot have intersection of circle of equal altitude 1,000 of miles over the globe area. That's absolutely impossible. Therefore, circle of equal altitude is the point that has to be bring up. Not only the elevation angle, also what the elevation angle will give you, the circle of equal altitude around the GP. I would just let everybody know that.
I need that drum, Johnny. I do. What I do is I keep that in my back pocket, waiting for them to start denying the measurements. Well, what measurements? And I throw latitude up. Obviously, you're detailing it more specifically as the area of equal elevation. Well, yeah, it is. They need that for their globe. It's wrapped around it, isn't it? Oh, it's in my arsenal, ready to be sprung on them when they deny that Earth is measured flat. In case you think I'm not highlighting it enough, it's strategic. Forget the word.
No, I'm not saying that. Yeah, yes, you are talking about it, but there's not. You're not pointing out the absolutely must that you have to point out. You don't have to talk about the elevation angle. You have to talk about the circular equal altitude around the GP.
That's hard. That's baloney.
Yeah,
That's baloney.
The angle's the measurement bit. The circle's after the fact. So that's a calculation.
Yeah, of course. But you have to give all of the weight on the circular equal altitude. Of course, you have to talk about the elevation angle. You can say, you just take the elevation angle, you aim it to the sun, 50 degrees, and then this and that. And you take, if it's a 50 degrees, then 90 from 50 is 40, and 40 times 60 nautical miles. That will give you 2,400
that's all good.
miles of circular equal altitude around the GP.
Hello, that's all good, but we don't have to do that because they must deny the very existence that is globetards. They must deny the very existence of a sextant's existence. All you need is the elevation angle. It's all over.
Yeah, but it's not working so well. Nobody's talking about it.
Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, did you not know, Johnny? Oh, maybe you haven't been kept up to date. All of the people like Jaren and Whitsit and Dave, Big Ball Dave, they've been talking about Earth being measured flat for months and months. We just been around telling you lot to, use that rhetoric when they'd already been using it, apparently. You just didn't know or hadn't ever heard them using it. But they've been using it the whole time.
I listened to Jaren yesterday. He said he was just telling everybody that the Earth is so biggie, and every area is flat everywhere you are, and everything is horizontal.
Kind of like a 2015 baller telling us Earth's so big we measure it flat, and that's why it's a big ball. And then now in 2025, I turn around and say, so we're measuring Earth flat then. Let's not worry too much about how you say that's because it's a really big ball, because that's kind of not how you measured it when you said we measured it flat. Jaren's just giving you 2015 ball Earth rhetoric of, we measure it flat because it's a big ball.
So
no, that's because we measure it flat.
Yeah, and then he's talking about the tangent. He don't know how to do celestial navigation. He's just repeating something that he have learned from MC Toon or all these guys. And he's absolutely on the side. And he is talking about the time.
So you know, Johnny, I know you want to get this out, but you do realise I've actually gone on Jaren's show live and discussed this with him specifically. You realise that, right?
Yeah, you did that. And he also come on your show. It was catastrophic.
Yeah. I get where you're coming from, but I do want to thank the Politics server for having me. Thank you, Politics server. Maybe we'll see you next Friday. Hopefully so.
More than welcome, Nathan. Hope we do get to see you next Friday.
Indeedy. And yeah, you've been great hosts. And as always, thanks to the unspoken heroes that are the moderation team. You've been blinding as always. We'll toddle back to our own server in the meantime. Hopefully see you next Friday.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Cheers. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Oh no!
How long was he streaming?
I came too late.
Never too late.
It's like a rare occurrence. Like I've never seen the Flat Earth chat this big.
Whoa! Nathan Oakley's not a rare occurrence; he's a special occurrence.
Well, special occurrences are subsets of rare occurrences, presumably.
Okay, smartass.
Okay, smartass. How dare you use that globe rhetoric in our chat? Sorry, I'll use simpler words.
Like what?
Fuck.
Like lack of curve.
Bruv. In it.
Yeah, lack of curve. It's no possibility to measure any curve.
And notice how they have to have 3 syllables to talk about curvature. We only need 1 syllable to talk about flight. That's parsimony saying it.
And someone mute this retard.
And you know, you have to have a curve in all directions, not only in the front of you. And you don't have it. It's so simple.
Here's what the Globers do. They pontificate. They
It has to be left to right, behind you and in front of you also, if you're on a sphere.
Hey, Ree, that was your second chance that you asked for. So good job ruining it.
Looks like Embo's got a fan.
And also we have new things. We have piece data. Piece data that will tell you there's no fucking change over long flight. You can fly an airplane over so vast distances, and they will always show you're flying absolutely straight. There's no dipping at all. There's no change. Yeah, you have 3 degrees upgrade the nose, but that was just to hold the lift, the thrust under the wings, but it's flying straight in that position. There's no question about it. The data is there. So just because of piece data, it's over. For Globe. And so on, and so on, and so on. Just the beginning, but very, very important points. I can talk about lasers. I can talk about this and that, the radio waves, radio conversations, line of sight. I can talk about whales. They can communicate 10,000 miles, and it has to be straight. I can keep on day long, night long. Oh, no Coriolis? Is the atmosphere following the Earth? Or isn't? Or do you have Coriolis? No, you have not. So there's a problem all over the place. Everything is wrong with Globe. And now people are talking about, oh, I can see the sun in Antarctica. Oh, so what? What do you know what's happening in the sky? What do you know about reflection? What do you know of the pattern? Not really so much. But you know of the measurement accurate. So you cannot just handwave the measurement that you have just away from you, just because you see some sun in the sky. You just have to understand what it's about. And also you have to think about, you're able to see the sun in the same time that the sun is showing up in Antarctica. And in the same time you can see the sun in Sweden. Not so much, but you can see it. Is that normal if the sun is going in a circle around you in some small places in Antarctica, under you? Under you? How is that possible on a big fucking spherical Earth? That's impossible. So that they are showing is impossible on a spherical Earth. It doesn't matter what you say the Earth is moving from the sun, tilting or whatsoever. It has to tilt absolutely over to be able to give us sun to Sweden. If it is going around you, around Antarctica in the same time, and the Earth is so picky, then you will not have any sun in Sweden in the same time. or whatsoever, Norway, Denmark, or whatsoever, Iceland, or whatsoever, all around. But you can see the sun. There's no fucking darkness like you're saying. It's not like darkness that is in the 6 months in Antarctica. It's a fucking darkness. But in North, it's not darkness. You have twilight. You always have light over the day. And we have sun now also. So if we have sun now, and there's 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and we have sunlight in Sweden in the same time, maybe you have to think, what is that about?
Don't think about that. If you think about that, the globe is dead.
The globe, you cannot have 24-hour sun in Antarctica if you're on a spherical Earth. That's
I
so
know.
picky.
I know, but they don't know.
They don't understand it.
Well said, Johnny. And it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time until all of the analysis is done and the globe is debunked with their own footage. I mean, we debunked it with the surface, right? But they will stop talking about the 24-hour sun soon enough.
Very Once soon.
The analysis is done.
It's a small time of winning feelings for them just now because they don't know what is waiting. Because we will prove it's impossible for them to have 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's absolutely impossible. But it's impossible to have 24-hour sun in North if you're on a flat Earth. It's also possible that you have a 24-hour sun close to the southern ring because of apparent sun. That is absolutely is true phenomenon. That's known.
Hey, Johnny.
Yes, Brenda?
If it's impossible, then why did we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
No, I am not saying that is impossible. I say it's impossible if you're on a spherical Earth, but it is possible if you're on a flat Earth.
Can you answer the question, Brenda?
I still haven't gotten an answer to my question.
Yeah, besides, you said this would be no more. You were wrong.
Can you
Brenda, you didn't listen. I was answering you. I say it's not possible to have 24-hour sun in Antarctica if you're on a spherical Earth. Yes, but it is possible if you're on a flat Earth. There is so many possibilities, but we don't have really knowledge about it, how it is, but that is possibilities there. But there's no possibilities if you're on a spherical Earth. That's my answer. Do you know why? Because if it is the Earth is so biggy, and it's going around the small fucking Antarctica, so it's just very small there under, then you will never get any sunlight in the north. But we have sunlight in the north in the same time. Therefore, impossible. Therefore, globe wrong, flat Earth more to flat Earth.
The globe actually predicts a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
No, that is tilt. The tilt is not working. That you are pointing out, maybe that will never work. Because you are saying the sun is going very small circle around the Antarctica.
No, that's not the claim.
That is the claim.
No, it's not.
That is the claim.
No, it isn't.
Really? Wow. So there is no 24-hour sun in
no, there is. There is.
It's really in the text, in the headlines, 24-hour sun around Antarctica.
Yeah. The sun doesn't.
Antarctica.
The sun doesn't circle Antarctica in our model.
Oh, so it's not.
It's 93. It's 93 million miles away, dude.
You're double speaking now, Brenda. Do you have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
You bet.
Or not?
Bet. Yes, it is.
Yeah, then you cannot be welcome to flat Earth.
No, the flat Earth predicts no 24-hour sun.
There's possibility for that.
No, there's zero possibility.
No, Brenda, you're wrong. The flat earthers saying nothing about 24 hours.
It has nothing to do with what is happening on the ground or what's
They're not
happening
saying they're not. The flat earthers are not saying anything about sun.
Yeah, it does. It says that.
No, it doesn't, Brenda. It doesn't, because I'm here. Brenda, I'm here for 7 years, and I'm listening them, and they're saying everything about the surface, nothing about the sun.
Yeah, the flat earthers have specifically stated
No, the real flat earthers, not the pretend clowns. The real flat earthers always pointing out the surface, never the sun, ever.
Yeah, that's just not true. Flat earthers have predicted.
That's true. I'm 7 years here. I know that it's true. I don't know what are you talking about.
I'm talking about the flat earthers who say that there would not be a 24-hour sun.
Can you choose one? Can you choose one flat earther now? Choose randomly. Choose randomly from this server now and ask him: is it everything about the surface, or we didn't claim anything about the sun? Can you try?
Eric Dubay.
Can you try on this server now? You are here now.
Yeah, you aren't. You all here.
Brenda, you can choose the person here. I'm telling you, you can choose the person. I'm not telling you which person. Choose. You know who is flat earther here. Choose one.
Yeah, you're only about 20 or 30 people.
Yeah, choose one of that 20 or 30 people who have this 24/7 flat earth server for I don't know how many years.
Oh,
I'm telling you,
over 10 years.
You're only a small percentage of flat earthers.
Brenda, where are you? Are you on BBC now, or are you on 24/7 flat earth server politics?
I'm on 24/7 flat earth.
Okay, can you ask people from BBC what is going on here, or you ask people here what is going on here?
The flat earth community is larger than this Discord.
There is no flat earth community, I can tell you that. And these people will tell you also that there is no flat earth community. These people where you are now, here in this server, there is no such a thing like flat earth community.
Of course there is.
Can you try again? Choose some people here and ask, is there some flat earth community? Do you feel like a
No, there is no president, there's no leader, nothing like that. So it is.
Yeah, it's not that kind of a community. It's a different.
No, it's Armin knowledge and people from all corners of the world just seeking the truth and absolutely open their eyes and understand it is an issue. There has to be done something about it. But there's no fucking leader.
And Brenda, what this community, properly this precise this community, this 24/7 flat earth politics, what they are saying about the sun? Are they saying something about the sun, or they are saying something about the surface?
Whether or not you see the sun or not depends on the surface you're standing on.
Yeah, and what they are saying about the surface?
Yeah, they're saying that because the Earth is flat, right, it is not possible to see the sun 24 hours in Antarctica.
No, that's not correct. I'm hearing for 7 years. I'm hearing they're speaking something about measuring elevation, sea level. Nothing with the hours, time, and the sun. Nothing.
Has nothing to do with the sun.
It doesn't matter what you say. The model predicts a 24-hour sun.
Which model? You don't have a model.
Your model is flat.
It will be falsified. Your so-called model, if you have it.
It's not our model. Your model.
It's not
your
working.
model.
Yeah, and the thing is that Johnny B asserted that that you can't have sun in Norway, was it, wherever you are, Sweden, whilst the sun is also in Antarctica. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're able to see the sun at the same time. They have circling sun. Yeah.
Yeah, you think that's impossible on the globe model? Well, look at my live stream. Can you see it?
No, I don't. Where are you? I'm in a Discord, so I don't see anything.
It's Pazza C.
Pazza C's live stream in the Discord.
Okay.
This is the day-night map rendered on a sphere from 4 hours ago. Yeah.
Okay.
You see that?
No, wait. Okay, wait.
Johnny?
It's
important that Johnny sees he made the assertion.
Open. Okay. Give me a time. Okay, now I have it all.
Okay, can you see that? That's from 4 hours ago. That's the day-night map wrapped on a sphere. Okay, so UK and Scandinavia are all in daylight there, right?
Yeah,
You see that?
Canada?
Well, no, he was making the assertion that Sweden couldn't have daylight in Sweden.
Okay, Japan?
Okay,
Listen, why are you shouting random countries? I'm addressing Johnny's assertion.
Pata, how much distance is from the Antarctica to North Pole?
Why are you doing this? I
only want to tell you something, and then you will
Go on,
tell
you
me.
tell me something. You tell me something then, rather than.
Can you tell me the distance? Can you tell me the distance from Norway to Antarctica?
Yeah, it's a lot.
What use is that to you?
I will come to that. Can you tell me the distance?
No. Why would I want to? Why do I have to tell you the distance right now?
Can you tell me approximately the distance? I will lead you there.
Why? What so what's what?
Why?
What are you
I
getting
will lead you there. If you tell me the distance, I will lead you there.
Okay, I don't know the distance off the top of my head.
But you know, your fantasy Earth is 24,000 miles in circumstance, so you can think about some number, right?
Sure, it's less than half the circumference of the sphere. Yeah.
Is it 8,000 miles?
No, it's more than that, isn't it?
It's more than that. Okay, 10,000.
Yeah, but on the globe Earth model, you do understand
let's say 10,000. Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
that's less than half the circumference.
Okay, great. Now the person there on that spot when they was on Antarctica, in that, let's say now, in this moment, now you took that now is that happening?
Do you want to show you what it looks like now?
He saw from 6 foot elevation. He saw the sun on the 10 degrees above the horizon, 10,000 miles away. Is that correct?
Who are you talking about? Which person are you talking about?
He has let you understand it is impossible that it will happen on a spherical Earth of this.
That person
like
who
that.
was.
Is there any chance? Is there any chance you're going to be? Hang on. Before you start.
No, I'm not hanging on. You have to understand this.
Okay, I'll give it a rest because clearly you haven't got the grace.
Oh, because you are losing it. You are losing.
But you're not letting me make my point, are you, Johnny?
Be humble.
No, because you made an assertion. You made an assertion that on the globe model it would be physically impossible to have daylight where you are in Scandinavia, while you have the 24-hour sun.
No, the visible sun. You can see the sun also. So there you have it.
You can see the sun in Scandinavia.
When the sun is going around onto your fantasy globe around the Antarctica.
It's not going around Antarctica.
Yeah, that's the other way of saying. That's the text. That is the Rubik.
It's 93 million miles away, Johnny.
What?
You made the assertion, Johnny.
How do you know that?
You were somehow
not make any sense.
You were somehow assuming you wouldn't be able to see the sun in Scandinavia if this 24-hour sun.
If it is 93 miles, they will not take any fucking circle around Antarctica. You will never see it like that.
The sun doesn't go Antarctica, Johnny.
You are talking about local sun. You cannot be 93 miles away then.
There's no local sun.
Around the small fucking continent that you call it.
How far away is the sun then, Johnny?
Pata, why your sun is so small and Earth is so big?
Why am I standing so small when the Earth is so big?
Why the sun on your drawings is so small and Earth is like 100 times bigger?
That's a symbol showing you.
So small.
Okay, go on, Johnny's going to tell you. Johnny's going to tell you, isn't he?
It is small. Oh, it's because it's so far away. If it's so far away, you're not able to see it.
Is it that your eye behind that picture?
He can't understand abstract ideas.
It doesn't matter how big it is. You will never be able to see anything so far away. Let's far away. It doesn't matter how big it is.
No, it is big. It is important. You are saying that this small. You are saying that this small. You are saying that this small dot, what you put on the drawings with the big Earth, this is like 800 times bigger than Earth.
No, listen. Now, see if I'll try and answer it. Let's see if Johnny can let me.
How you will get this? How you will get this angle of view?
Again, you're not interested. You're not interested in the conversation, are you? Either. This is a waste of time.
Why? No, I want to understand how you present in the heliocentric model with the sun like a dot on the
Why don't you stop talking and let me answer you then?
Okay.
This is not a representation. Again, Johnny's going to have another go. Oh, go on, Johnny. You tell him the answer to his question.
No, I will give you a chance. I say I'll give you a chance.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Now, that sun symbol on that map is not a representation of the sun. As the moon is, see the moon over Madagascar? That's not a representation of the moon. It is these two icons placed at the subsolar and sublunar point on the surface at that time. It is not supposed to represent the size of the sun or the position of the sun, only their GP.
Yeah, but you were never able to see it 93 miles away. There is out of any view. It doesn't matter how big it is or whatsoever.
This isn't saying how big the sun is. This icon is not demonstrating how big the sun is or how far away it is. It is an icon placed on the surface of the Earth under the zenith for sun and moon, the subsolar and the sublunar points. Those are irrefutable. If you were in Madagascar at this time, which is now, the moon is directly above you. This isn't some sort of like magic.
Yeah, but
this is not a magic.
It's not fitting. It is not fitting your.
The moon's always above you.
The sun has to be very, very big above you, but it isn't. You cannot see the sun 93 million miles away. And you say, but it doesn't matter. It is just like it is. No, I'm telling you, you are not able to see anything 93 miles away. It doesn't matter how big or what the fuck it is.
We're not looking for stuff. We're not looking for stuff above us. We want the moon and sun to go below us.
Everything gets smaller in the distance. And 93 million miles is so fucking big, you're not able to see anything. It doesn't matter how big or small it is.
How are you making that assertion? Where are you getting that from?
Of a perspective, perspective.
What, angular size over distance?
And angular size and angular resolution.
What does that mean? The sun's got an angle. When I observe the sun, it has an angular size. I don't know how far away it is, but it has an angular size. Yeah.
Yeah. In the sky, then better to use angular size, of course, but it's also angular resolution because your eyes is not able to grab anything that's so far away. So I can say angular resolution also.
But you only put on that drawings the local sun and local moon, and then you are asking how is that working. That's great, man. Phenomenal.
That's not.
Phenomenal.
Why are you doing that? I'm telling you, that's not the
I'm doing that. Do you know what I'm doing this? Because I will tell you this, and now you will realize. If you have a source of the light, what is bigger, and if that source of the light shining the sphere in the space, all the time, if the sphere is rotating, all the time you will have the 12 hours of light on every point of the sphere. Every time. Do you understand that?
Yeah, that's not true.
That's not true.
That is true, because if you can show me any example of source in the space,
here we are. Look.
Shining.
Here we are. Are you watching the live stream? Look. Here we go. Look.
Yeah, I'm watching the live stream, and you have a very small local sun that is you're trying to play with. You are playing with a very local sun.
That's not a local sun, Johnny. That's the sun's GP.
Just a second, Pata. Is it that a software, or you can take me a one sphere in the space and take a source of light and shine the sphere? Can you do like that, son?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, great.
Again.
Okay, great. The question is this:
you're going to have to stop fighting each other to talk to me.
Man, wait. Can you make me shine source of light, the sphere, and then that light is going the more than half of the sphere? Can you show me that with the video?
Not more than half a sphere, but that's not the same as any given point having exactly 12 hours.
Can you rotate the sphere or whatever you want to do with the sphere and show me more than a half of the sphere?
What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're
I'm
saying. 'Cause now
talking,
you
I'm
change it.
talking about of the source of the light, big in the space, shining on the sphere. That I'm talking about.
A distant.
Yeah, you will have a very strange shadows all over the place.
Do we have a source of the light big?
That's
big
what he's showing you. That's what he's showing you right now. That's what he's showing you right now. The sun symbol is just the sun's GP.
That's a software. I'm asking you.
Yeah, it's doing the same thing.
Then let's do that in laboratory. Let's take a sphere. Let's take a big source of light, shining the sphere, and let's see if it can cover more than a half of the sphere of the light.
It doesn't. Nobody claims that you can. Nobody claims that.
Oh, really?
Yes.
You're not a software engineer, so you don't have to talk about this issue.
Man, do you have a source in the light, big source in the light in your heliocentric model shining on the spherical Earth?
They got bending light that bends around the ball, plus shows on half of it. They got light that can go around and show you your own ass. I don't know what Brenda's talking about.
Anyways, I have to take a.
If you set up a sphere at distance, a model in a lab or whatever.
Plus looming, plus refraction. So 50% light on the ball plus refraction. How much is that of the ball now? Add refracting light that bends around it, retard. Come on.
This is never a conversation.
You can do it, dipshit. The trouble. You got 50% with light, then it refracts how far? Come on, we can do it, buddy. Come on, puppy. Good dog.
Yeah, he can put the on the
12.
No man,
add your refraction, good dog, to 50%, and then how much earth are you shining on, son boy?
Put the ball on the string and shine on it,
and add the refraction both ways. Matter of fact, all four directions: top, bottom, left, and right. Motherfucker.
Yeah, that's what the image you're seeing does.
Yeah, and we will do you know what we will do? A little bit of fire or something, to get.
So you're saying refraction only shows you 50%? Refraction stops at 50% of the ball? Is that what you Globers are saying? Are you too retarded to know what the fuck you're talking about? Brenda, Pazza.
Well,
where's the refraction start and stop at the 50% line of light on a ball in my room?
This is why no one else lets you in their server, because you 50%.
Yeah, right. Said your mom. Your mom lets me all up in her server. I don't know what you're talking about.
Denmark. This is very constructive. This is why no one.
No, you're not constructive. How much refraction are you adding to the already light that will cover half?
Tell me more about my mother, Brent. Tell me more about my mother.
She refracts all over us.
Right. Tell me more about something else then that's not related to what we were talking about.
Elevation. How do you show elevation on a globe drop that stays the same?
What you need, your Denmark, is a bucket of
what you need is to show elevation, drop, and stay the same, puppy. Come on, doggy. Come on, puppy. You can do it, doggy. I'll give you some kibbles and bits, brother.
Show me a bucket of Denmark.
Come on, show me a bucket of dog food you done ate.
Anyway, what were we talking
about?
Get a
bucket of dog food in the lab, puppy. Come on.
Oh, some bucket of dog food.
Brother, where's your refracting ball at?
Show me a bucket of
you don't got it? So this is what you got? Buckets of non-refracting light, no ball now. Now you lost your ball.
No balls.
That elevation thing. That elevation thing is interesting. Let's go to that. Without any, bullying anyone. Let's only speak like old humans, good people. Let's see what is elevation. Can we do that?
Who are you talking to? Sorry.
I don't know, but can we do let's teach kids what is elevation. How you will do that?
Yeah, we know what elevation is, don't we?
Yeah. Can you make elevation of UK? Elevation profile.
Elevation profile of what?
Of United Kingdom.
He doesn't know what an elevation profile even is.
Okay. Do you know what is topography?
Topography, yes.
Can you make a topography map like a kid? You will make a little bit of mountains, hills, at least to look like England, and then you present to me. Can you do that?
Okay, you want an altitude profile.
Yeah. You know, all that. If you can put some rivers a little bit, you don't need all. Put 3-4 rivers, some hills that that a little shape, a little bit to look like, like England. And I will look and I will say, well, really look like the king. I will tell you really.
Well, to be clear, you don't get any, there's no such thing as an elevation profile. Okay, go on, carry on then.
I need elevation profile from Scotland to the Southampton.
Okay, that's what. To be clear, that's what I was a bit confused because you said elevation.
Yeah, but also left.
Carry on.
Yeah, also left and right, because that's all.
Are you under the impression the illusion you're having a conversation at the moment?
Yeah. I have but I'm on 24/7 politics servers. Usually we're speaking about.
They learn this.
Yeah. Usually, Patsa, we are speaking about measuring surface because to describe something like a sphere, you need a curved surface, and to describe something like a flat, you need the flat surface, for example.
Yeah, they learned this from Nathan. They're Nathan wannabes. They want to be a rude asshole, just like Nathan.
Yeah, Brenda. For example, Brenda, I'm born in Croatia, and I started to live in 2014 in UK, and I found out for Nathan in 2017. That means sea level. I never know because Nathan was there. Elevation, mountain stuff, ocean. In my language, because I didn't know in my language, Nathan. Everything was because of Nathan.
You're not making any sense, dude.
And Brenda, God, I can tell thanks to God because if it was not Nathan, can you imagine that I never realized that sea level?
This is very boring, Sasha. Very boring.
I know. But let's speak because of that of sea level and
we can't
elevation.
Speak, Sasha. You won't stop fucking talking.
Yeah, but let's speak about the sea level elevation, not about Nathan, because it's not supposed to be about Nathan.
Why don't you just carry on speaking about
okay. Can you tell us now, because Demo said the good question, how elevation change on the sphere? Go.
Sorry, what was the question? It's very
difficult
to
elevation change on the sphere?
It's just, the elevation of the surface?
No, elevation of the air.
What?
Jesus Christ, yes, of the ground, yes.
Okay, the altitude of the ground, you mean?
Yeah. Elevation. Okay. Do you know what is elevation?
The elevation can be an angle protracted to something optically in any space framework, or it can be a description of the ground at some point.
In a sense of the earth, what is elevation?
In the globe model, it's the height above a geode, effectively, isn't it? The height above.
Oh, really? Level. That means height above the sea level.
Yep.
And what is sea level?
That's the altitude above the geoid that the water mostly sits at.
No.
Yeah, it is. That's what it is.
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is in the model. In their model, that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Is it level curved?
Geoids are three-dimensional surfaces.
Is it level curved?
Yes.
Okay. If level is curved and curve is curved, what is flat?
Level means pertaining to the same altitude above a datum.
Is it level curved?
Sorry, is it level curved? What do you mean? Yeah. You're asking me if it's level or curved?
No, I'm asking you, is it level, curved, or flat?
It can be either. A level is a fixed altitude to a set datum.
Yeah. Is it curved or flat?
He can't answer.
Oh God Almighty!
No, he did answer.
It can be either. You don't know.
You tried to answer for him, Brenda.
You can have a level follow a. You can have a line follow a cam. That line is level to the cam. Go on. Carry on.
Is it curved or flat? That level.
A level line.
It's curved.
It's curved. Okay.
A level line is curved. A level line is curved.
Stop the cap.
Okay, great. If level is curved and curved it's curved, what is flat?
Level can also be flat. You're not listening.
If level is flat and curved is flat, how we can distinguish?
By the context. By the context is how we tell.
By the context.
So into your imaginarium.
By the
No, it's by the context of what the person means.
Yeah,
you can make it whatever you want then, right?
That's how words work. Yeah.
Yeah, if yellow is blue and blue is red, that means that red must be green.
Okay, Sasha, you won.
I think you're fucking them up with the level thing. You can draw a line around a circle, and it'll be level to the circle.
Question, Pata, for
That's
kids.
not called level, you moron. That's called equidistant.
It would be level to the surface.
No, it's equidistant. No, bro.
level,
Stop
man.
the fucking bullshit, dude. Level doesn't fucking curve, bro.
Oh, look,
level
we have a PhD.
If the surface curves, it would be level to the surface.
It's parallel to
flat is the word you're looking for.
Stop,
we have a PhD in here.
Is parallel curved or is it fucking?
Or parallel would work too.
Is parallel curved?
Would work too.
Is parallel curved, buddy? Is parallel curved?
Yes, it could be. Yes, it could be.
You're fucking retarded, dude. You're an idiot.
You could have a line that is parallel to a curved line. And it would be parallel to the line. You fucking idiot. You're a stupid motherfucker. You know that?
Curved, dude.
This is why we ain't made no progress in this conversation. It's people like you, man.
Because a bunch of idiots think that level means curved.
You don't know how to use words, bro.
Level before?
Fucking
dumbasses never fucking use a level. They never build anything in their fucking life. They're fucking morons.
Are
you doing something right now? You're literally sitting on your fat fucking ass doing nothing.
You're literally just fucking listening to me fucking berate you like an idiot that you are. Thank you. You're literally a fucking idiot. Thank you.
Another Nathan wannabe.
Yeah,
two parallel lines right next to each other on a ball can't be the same size.
We got a tool called the level, right?
Unless you put it
measuring
over
level,
itself
right?
down the center.
If they can't understand how level is fucking level, and then just fucking leave it at that, dude. Like, what are you gonna do when a retard slamming their head in the wall? Just fucking let them do it, bro.
Apocryphon, what is a level line in surveying?
Oh my god. Do you know what a level line is, Brenda?
I'm asking you.
No, I'm asking you. Do you know what it is?
I asked you first. Neener.
Oh, fuck up. Get out of here.
What's a level line, Apocryphon?
Do you know what it is?
No, I'm asking you.
The reason why I asked.
You can't be honest anyways. Why bother asking a question, man? You're just gonna fucking be dishonest.
Exactly. That's why I want to make sure you understand what it means, because what I think you're going to say is that you're going to take that word, right, the way the surveyor manual says it to be, and you're going to then say, oh, because it says that it's going to curve away from you when you mathematically equate it and bake it into your fucking formula when you take an angle measurement, well, then guess what, Brenda? Then I'll say, fuck off. You don't know what a fucking angle line is because, or I'm sorry, whatever level line, whatever the fuck you want to call it, because what you fail to grasp is once they do that, and then you're saying, oh, it's because it's curved. No, fuck face. Horizontal lines aren't fucking curved. There's no such thing as a horizontal line on the surface of a fucking ball. You guys can't grasp that. You're idiots.
Yeah, but what's a level line?
I fucking already told you what it is throughout what I just said.
A level line is a line that's perpendicular to plumb at every point, right?
What it is,
right? By the way,
I told you what it is. This is why you guys use that. The reason why you guys use that is because that's where you fucking think level means curved.
Yeah, it does. It does.
No, it doesn't. You fuckface.
Yeah, it is. It's in the dictionary. It's in the dictionary, dude.
So let me tell you something. Okay.
Are you make your points without calling people fuckfaces?
So let me tell you something.
So when you level your pool table, is it curved?
Exactly. Let's take a flat table and put a level on top. Is it curving?
You guys
Like, how do you level your pool table? Any of you? Like, do you guys play pool?
Gaslighting, bro.
You guys play pool?
Yeah, we
they don't know.
I do want to ask.
How is your table level then?
Balls all the time. That's all they play with.
Have you ever leveled a pool table before?
I've leveled surfaces before.
You have. Are they curved?
No, a pool table isn't curved.
Oh my god! Because it's level. You dumb shit.
It's only level at one point.
It doesn't curve.
A pool table would only be.
Because guess what?
No, it's not. It absolutely isn't.
Because guess what, Brenda? If it's curved, then that means I can't level it because it's curved. So what you have to do, if you have a curved table, then you're going to have to straighten it out and then you're going to straighten it out to a position to where then you can get a level and say, oh, it's still tilted. Let me just move it just a little up from one side or another, and then eventually you're going to have it leveled. You dumb fucks can't grasp
level
that.
a pool table.
Yeah, for like ant babies, it would be a curve.
Right. So, Apocryphon, I have an unrelated question. Are you the PhD that talked to Mindshock?
No, I'm not.
That was you, wasn't it? That was you.
You asked me that.
That was you. That was you.
No, that wasn't me. I never talked to Mindshock. What the fuck are you talking about?
Mindshock had a PhD, and that I think Apocryphon was LARPing as a PhD.
You think no, dude? See, this is the problem with you Globers. You're fucking idiots. No, I never.
Sounds just like you. Sounds just like you.
Well, okay, good, great. And how does that? What does that mean?
And once it's got a secret Twitter channel too, right?
Exactly. These dumb fucks are idiots, dude. They're idiots. No,
bro,
Brenda.
You believe Earth Brenda. Calling you idiot.
Why do you think? First of all, hold on. I'm actually kind of curious. What were they talking about?
Epistemology, which you know nothing about.
So then, why would you say it was me if you're saying I know nothing about it?
Because you sound alike.
You're a fucking. Your own logic.
Just asking a question because it sounded like you.
Okay,
if it's honest, man, he's just gonna sit here and deny everything, right?
Sound like an Israelite.
Like you always do, Brenda.
Pedophile when they aren't, you know.
It's crazy. It's crazy. You're telling me
it's all over the place.
You're saying it sounded like me, and then in the same breath you said, but you don't know nothing about the subject. So then, by your own logic, obviously it wasn't me, even though it sounded like me.
Yeah, the person that Mindshock was talking to didn't know anything about epistemology. It didn't really say anything, but it did sound like you. So I'm suspicious. I think it might have been you.
You think I'm gonna go talk about that subject? You think I have a PhD?
Bullshit.
You're a fucking retard, bro. You're a retard.
No. Mindshock, he says, I'm not a flat earther.
I am curious. Post the link. I want to listen to it.
I'm just talking from fallacies and so on.
Johnny, who cares, man? Let's not entertain this bullshit, man.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you're right.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah, post the link, Brenda. I want to listen to it. I want to see what I sound like or hear what I sound like. Go ahead. Post it.
You sound like a little bitch.
Those are the real conspiracy theorists. They don't need evidence to believe what they believe.
It's not about any fucking belief. It's about measurement. It's about that is in front of you. It's about observation. What is a specular reflection? Yeah, that's observation. What is a measurement if you are using sextant? Yes, that is a measurement from reality that's around you, and you can go home. So if you can go home with it, then it's real.
You gotta have a good imagination to be a Glober. Let's just say that.
What is the logic, bro?
You're not taking in a fucking in the middle of the earth or in a tangent somewhere in the air. No, you're not doing that. You are measuring the GP that is the horizon in front of you. Nobody knows how far the horizon is. It's an illusion that is because of the distance. But it's absolutely flat. Therefore, it's called horizon. And you take the sun down, you take the time, you go now because the stars has been and the sun has been mapped. Then you know in that position where you are, and then you know how far you are from the GP. What's the GP? The horizon, and then you can draw a circle around it. But you have to do it again, and you have to let the second circle intersect with the other circle. Then you have double thousands of miles of flatness. No, there is not a globe there. It's impossible.
So you can use a star. You can use celestial navigation to work out where you are on the surface. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it is done.
Yeah, how far is it to the horizon, dude?
No.
Give me that measurement.
Hey, listen.
2 inches.
Nobody that is the same.
Yeah, the size of your dick, right?
Nobody's
Twice
using that
as
in
long
real
as a
life.
dick.
Nobody's using it. That's just an angle to the sun. Taking it down, take the time, and you mark the
Just
time.
to be clear, you can work out where you are on the surface by looking
And
at
you
the
make
sky.
a triangle also. It's a triangulation in a very, very visual.
We'll get there in the end.
It's a triangle in a visual way if you think about it right. And nobody can go from it. If you really understand it, then you understand it, then you know I'm right. There's no way from it. And
There's no triangulation in it.
It is not triangulation. Maybe that's something people are thinking about. No, but it will make a triangle because it will make a 90 to the GP, and you will get a right angle triangle.
No, you won't. 90. You just get a trilateration across the surface. You're not using triangulation.
You cannot handle that. This is a fact.
You're not using triangulation to measure where you are with respect to the sun's
but
GP.
You get. Oh, really? But you are getting triangle. You are getting triangle, and you have a right angle triangle. So
you're not getting triangles, are you? Even in your proposition, you're not getting triangles.
They're definitely not curved, are they?
So do you want me?
You can't grasp that.
Do you want me to take your? Hey, hold my hand. I will go through all of this with you, just relaxing, and everybody listen. I am aiming to the sun, 50 degrees.
I don't understand you, Johnny, man. Fuck, you got to slow down a little.
I'm taking it down to the horizon with the instrument.
Johnny's pretending he knows how to use a sextant.
And then, in the time, you can let the sun kiss the horizon, and you have to you have to know what you're doing there. But you are using mirrors in the instrument to take the sun down to the horizon. That's how it's done. Then you mark the time and position, and they will also give you the elevation angle on the instrument. Yeah, it's 50 degrees. Okay. What is 50 from 90 then? Or 40 from 50? Yeah, you have absolutely.
Yeah, we get it. You've got an angle. Now, what do you do with that then, Johnny?
You have 50 from 90, then you have 40.
Okay, so you've got a number. You've got a number now, Johnny. What do you do with that number?
Yeah, and the 40 times 60 nautical miles will give you 2,400 miles.
Yeah. Then what?
Yeah. That is circle equal altitude around the GP from the horizon.
Well, so where do you get the GP from?
I took the sun down to the horizon.
Right.
With the instrument.
So looking at the sun and where it is above the horizon tells you the GP of the sun, does it?
Yeah. I'm making triangle. I aiming to the sun, 50 degrees.
Oh, Johnny.
Then I take the sun down in front of me to the horizon and let the sun kiss the horizon.
Oh, the sun must be at the horizon then.
Yeah, it's sexy. It's sexy. And then, if you do that, then you know the time the sun is kissing. Then you can go to the almanac. Oh, you can also make measurement if you know what you're doing, but you don't have to do it. It's everything has to be done in the almanac and all the measurements.
Okay, we got to there eventually. The almanac, and well, you need the almanac to know where the GP is, Johnny, don't you?
Yeah, because in last time in that angle, last position, the sun is there because that has been mapped.
Well, you don't know it until you look at the almanac, do you? The almanac tells you where the subsolar point is, doesn't it, at a given time?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Okay. Then what do you do with that information?
Then you take it down and can plot it to the chart.
Right.
And then you can use the compass to follow the line at your chart.
Okay. Circle of equal altitude.
And then you're home very soon.
Huh? Yeah, you're home.
Yeah, but if something not else happening, maybe it would be storm or something. And yeah.
Oh yeah, trouble is a storm, isn't it?
Can I ask again?
Donald Trump, he gets stormy weather. No, stormy.
Why does this fucking termite mound keep filling
Can
up
we
with
talk about something actually productive? Like, come on.
Can I please ask?
Johnny's telling us about gaining his stories from the high seven seas.
Haven't we fucking like shoved fucking like petroleum into this termite?
But nobody can hear you away from the microphone, and nobody can hear what you're trying to say. So, you people, you have to your technique ready before you open your mouth. But as I'm telling you, Brent and everybody, you don't know how to do it. I know how to do it because I have done it.
Are you a clip and drum man, Johnny, or did you just go one drum?
I am a drummer. I can play all the cymbals also.
Okay. I, of course, was referring to a drum kit, wasn't I, Johnny?
Yeah, and the cymbal is like the stars or something that's heaven. And the drums is like the ground.
My ass has curvature, so the earth has curvature. We'll leave it there.
Why not?
Earth hasn't any curvature over long distance. We just have a graphical plane.
Steady, Johnny. Don't sprain yourself.
That's all it is about. Yeah, you have valleys, you have mountains, you have this a lot. But the straight line through is flat. It's not going anywhere, so far we know. Yeah, maybe it will do sometimes, but the area we know of doesn't.
Well, thank you very much, Johnny, for your dissertation and to your regaling of your times at sea in the storms and getting home.
Yeah, Johnny's he's not really explaining it very well with his accent, but he's a very experienced sailor, ship captain.
I know.
So what he was saying, yeah.
Johnny's told me in the past, and we've got recordings. Johnny said he was a NATO spy. He was the dance instructor on the movie Saturday Night Fever. Johnny owns a bank. Johnny owns a bar, a restaurant, and a nightclub. Johnny's a polymath. He's a multi-skilled, multifaceted individual, a luminary of his time. Hey, Johnny.
So you just bash his character and you figure you win?
Yeah. But what Johnny was saying about...
Like John, we know Johnny likes to get drunk too, right?
Yeah, he does.
Johnny likes to drink. But what Johnny was talking about there was the sextant.
Sober. More to the point.
Well, the point was Johnny was trying to make is that when you use a sextant, when he says the sun kisses the horizon, you hear 10th Man say that people who use a sextant use that term. I haven't used a sextant. I know how it works, how it measures Earth. You need a flat Earth to measure the angle. But lining up the horizon, that's a term that they use. I'm not sure what it is, but it's a term that they use when they're lining up the horizon, that when they're leveling the instrument with the horizon mirror. So they're getting a level, so they're leveling the instrument. So then the next thing they do is minus the dip correction, which is the height of eye from sea level. Oh! So you drop down so your eyeballs are on the surface of the ocean, and there's a straight line all the way to the GP of the star you're navigating with. So that was what Johnny was trying to explain there.
It was.
Unless we're looking through water,
the horizon,
right?
Horizontal. And the horizon's used to level the instrument to get a horizontal baseline, establish horizontal. Sorry, go on, dude.
Like all their measurements seem to come from the center of this imaginary fucking thing, man. They don't even do surface measurements.
Who don't do surface
Yeah,
measurements?
they're measuring angles from the center of Earth.
Who are?
Like, if you're
Anybody that believes in the
religious
sphere,
person,
dude.
For a religious person, that would be hell. Center of Earth. It's very hot there, apparently, in both in the biblical and in the globe Earth model. Extremely hot in the center of the Earth. So I don't know how you're going to measure an angle from there, but that's what supposedly you're doing.
Are you talking about latitude and longitude?
No, we're talking about GPs that are 1,000 miles away that you need to look through the water to see, dude. On your sphere.
But the GP's position.
If you look straight out at the horizon, you'd be looking off into space, man. Not a GP.
Airplanes have
you're not looking at a GP when you look.
No, you're looking at the horizon, right, bro?
Sure.
That supposedly the GP is on, right? On that
No,
plane?
it's not on the horizon. The GP is not
on that
on the
plane, right,
horizon.
brother? It's not over a fucking curve, man.
The GP is not on the horizon.
It don't work, man.
Oh, you're entitled to your opinion, but don't be under the illusion the GP is at the horizon. The GP is sometimes way, way beyond the horizon. Well, almost
How
invariably.
far is the horizon, dude? You don't even know that fucking answer. How can you
depending
say
on-
it's way beyond the
depending on
horizon when you don't
conditions,
even know where the
3 odd miles
horizon
away?
is?
3 odd miles away, depending on conditions. What's that got to do with the GP?
You're telling me it's beyond the horizon.
You niggers are retarded, by the way. Just saying.
Okay, there you go. But that's it. You have a go at me for personal attacks. That makes sense.
Payback's a bitch, right?
Well, this place is just nothing but personal attacks, isn't it? Frankly,
You fucking just went on a rant on a personal attack, dude, and you want to talk about that now?
well, I didn't start it, did I?
For me, you did.
Well, you arrived a bit late then.
I guess.
Don't be surprised. Are you surprised there was a personal attack in here?
Listen, man, I don't want to get into this fucking bullshit argument with you, dude.
Yeah. The reason I piped up anyway was this: Johnny made the brazen assertion that where he is in Scandinavia couldn't have daylight at the same time as Antarctica with its 24-hour sun
Oh, here
on
we
the
go.
globe model. That ain't true. On that model. Any of you guys got all the high def video footage from that final experiment thing?
Yeah, what did it tell us, dude?
Sorry?
What was the conclusion of that experiment? What did it what do we see? Like, what does it tell us?
That Prater is retarded. Quite simple.
Oh, so character attack is what it tells us.
Well, yeah. I consider all that humans as subhuman, to be fair. That's not actually the difficult to conceive. Most of you guys have a low economic outcome. Most of you have
90
no
miles an hour right now,
education.
dude? Fuck.
Most of them, you guys, don't even have a decent job. So, yeah. Just states the fact that this is your life.
I know you do. I know the guys fucking
I
just
just laugh with you guys. You are the subhumans of our planet, and everybody's laughing with you guys. And still, you guys keep on insisting on coming together, and we are right. Please, guys,
Why are you
continue
doing
and
that?
give us the comedy. It's funny.
Why
It's
are
so
you doing
funny.
you here, dude.
I'm here for the comedy. I'm laughing with you guys that still believe in the flat Earth. I'm laughing with the fact you guys don't have an education. I laugh with the fact
No, you don't have an education.
economic
You
outcome.
don't need an education.
In fact, this is your own.
An education is to be told. Idiot fuck. Not to think for yourself.
You got like a wind up on your back, Speedy?
Yes, he does.
Why is
Do you have a globe argument there, Speedmaster, at all?
He's not here to do that,
Yeah,
is he?
subhuman is his argument.
Oh no, there's no need for argument. We need guys to flip my burgers. I need guys to collect the trash.
So
I
what was
need
the conclusion of the 24-hour sun again? Since you brought it up?
Urges are completely retarded.
Oh, so no conclusion.
The conclusion, I would argue that it at least demonstrates that the sun is visible there. Yeah, that's
awesome.
That's the start and the end of it, isn't it? Really, for most of us.
Is it? So we have 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and
yeah, everyone's got to try and fit it in their model, or their understanding of the world in which we live. Can you agree with that?
Yep.
Let's get going.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
What's your logical syllogism that supports your model? From a 24-hour sun.
The model that they proposed for the globe with this axial tilt means that for half a year, the bit on the bottom has got a visibility of the sun for a period of time, all the time, and at the same time, the bit on the top doesn't, and then it switches over transitions through the equinoxes to the solstices when that occurs. That's the model that they propose, don't they? It fits that. So I'm asking what you guys think is the direction you're going to take it in other perspectives.
Yeah, the Earth is flat, and we have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Well, the place they call Antarctica, anyway.
Yeah, but they were looking south to see it some of the time. Yeah, this is the challenge, isn't it? Really, some sort of reflection. Something's going on, isn't it? I mean, I think it's amusing that there's all this Vapegate nonsense where they're trying to denigrate Whitsitt and Jeren because they couldn't see their breath, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, you think that was flat earthers that brought that shit up, right?
Well, it was flatzoid perspective, is it? It's difficult to know who's a flat earther and who isn't nowadays. Everyone seems to be saying that everyone else isn't. With all this ridiculous bickering over did they go, did we know where they paid?
I agree, it's fucking ridiculous.
Is it a studio? I mean, they went to Antarctica. I'm not, there's nothing in there.
There's no argument here, man. We are all on the same page, man.
Sure. I mean,
the first thing is it's not an experiment. So it's not an experiment. That's the very first thing that's fraudulent about it. That final experiment. No, it's not an experiment to begin with. And the sun or whatever in the sky doesn't prove the ground, the shape of the ground, or the nature of Earth at all.
No, it can only be used
begging the question.
Model.
It should have been called the bullshit begging the question journey.
So let's make some money and fucking get some views.
That's about it. Let's sell 15,000 tickets for 40,000, whatever. I don't know. It's very dodgy to me and to a few others. But yeah, the point is that the point is that it's a begging the question to begin with. It's not an experiment. It's just a bunch of cashed up people going to I don't know, going on a trip for something to look at the sun. It's got nothing to do with the Earth.
Well, they definitely went down there, didn't they? I've heard people say they filmed it in the Arctic.
Well, which way's down on the globe, by the way?
Well, they went towards the South Pole, didn't they, on that model?
Which way is that?
Guys, it's a great argument. What is up and down on a globe? You have to understand, if you're a globe believer, globe thought, then you have to have in all directions. You can have up and down.
Yeah, it's more in and out, right, brother?
What's up with that on a globe that is spinning? Everything is just surrounding. Nothing is up, nothing is down. It's going all directions. Oh, there's no up and down there.
Well, we use down, don't we? In the same way as we say down under as a colloquial way of saying.
Oh yeah, using it because they're using flatter measurement. That is disgusting. You are using my measurement of a reality of life for your fucking fantasy.
But they're not your measurements. You haven't made any measurements, Johnny.
I have made a measurement.
You can't be offended.
I know what I'm talking
measurements
about.
you haven't made.
I'm a captain. You're not a captain. I am telling you.
You're not a captain, Johnny.
Not now, but I have been. So.
So when you were captaining a deep sea trawler,
I'm 60 years old. I'm not a captain now, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but when you were a captain of a deep sea Icelandic fishing trawler, how exactly were you measuring the Earth, Johnny? Making measurements.
I know. I really know over long distance using all of the technology that we are able to use at over long distances. And the radar, how that works, we are talking about so long distances that it's not fitting in the radius of your fantasy club.
Well, I don't trust your measurements of Johnny. You told me at one point that Portugal was south of the equator, Johnny. So
no, I never said that. I said no. You are like. You're like. I said.
Can I get the recording, Johnny?
I said I never said longer than around under Portugal. I never got further than that. That doesn't mean. I'm not saying there's nothing more than that. I am just telling you. I was honest. I said no. I never said any boat or nothing further than that. That's all I was saying. Now you are changing until I say that is the. What are you trying to say? Really?
I don't trust your ability to navigate, Johnny.
Wow. I was around Germany, I was around Denmark, I was around Poland, I was in Russia, I was under in Aveiro, I have been in everywhere in the North region.
What's that got to do with navigating?
That's navigating. I have to navigate, and just for the knowledge, because we should never put all of your faith on the instrument. We do it on the shot also. We draw the line.
Have you navigated the Baltic Sea?
He just said he's navigated everywhere, dude.
I'm asking, has he navigated the Baltic Sea?
Germany? Yeah, probably.
What does it
We'll be able to.
Why don't you let him answer? What are you, his dad?
What's the difference? No, I'm just feeling because he's not. Maybe some people aren't understanding what he's saying.
Oh, I'm understanding what he's saying.
But he's pointing out that
all over the place, but I said across many countries.
But you haven't sailed across countries. You got wheels
across
on the boat.
countries, yes.
He's just saying for thousands of miles it's considered flat when you're doing celestial navigation on circles of equal altitude.
And the argument, you'll never be a sailor around Antarctica. Therefore, I am not able to talk about anything because I never was sailing.
Well, you did claim you'd been.
Who is there? Nobody is there. It's just a fucking empty. Nobody's sailing there. Nobody's flying there. Oh, it's very strange, right?
Are you sure? I thought it was between 3 and 7 million people who live north of the Arctic Circle.
No, I'm talking about in the Arctic Circle.
You've definitely not been. You've definitely not sailed down there, have you, Johnny?
Yeah, who is there? It's not so many. Why is that? Oh, you don't have any animal life. You have no flora. You have no fauna. It has to be similar to the North if you live in a spinning globe that is just spinning. And it has to be even, but it isn't. Why?
Well, why does it have to be similar?
It's so stupid. Because the sun is there, and the Earth is just spinning, and everything has to be similar. But it isn't. Why do you think it is not similar? Why do you think you don't have any flora or fauna in the so-called South?
Are you saying the only reason that there are more people living in the North is because it's not as cold, or it's significantly different to this Antarctica?
Well, why do you think it's so cold and there's a permafrost in there? It's because of the sun is not giving any heat. That's also give us that it's a reflection of the sun. It's not the real sun. Do you know why the sun is hot? What's happening in the North?
Oh, okay. All right, now we're getting somewhere.
You have a theory. Your flora, your fauna, your animal life. No, you don't have that in the South. That's just proof of flat Earth.
No, it's not. Now we're getting somewhere. We have a theory on this.
I know what they are talking about. They are talking about it with Nathan Oakley also. I don't want to go so deep into it. But AEMAP is protection from the beginning from a flat Earth. But it was taken from ball Earth and flattened down and made flat again. But that will make a distortion. Therefore, you have a distortion. But it was all of the measurement from the beginning were taken from the flat Earth reality.
Were they? All of them?
Yeah. Therefore, you have a circle. But it doesn't mean that the Earth is a circle. It's just the measurement of the pattern of the sun. What is the pattern of the sun? It is like an 8. So it can go in a different direction in some areas. You don't know what the sun is and how it works, but it is dilemma. It is a dilemma, and the sun is going in the number of 8, and that therefore it is so.
What do you mean number of 8?
Therefore, we have problem with it.
What do you mean number of 8s? What does that mean?
That means it's going in a 3-dimensional 8 pattern.
He's talking about the annual analemma pattern.
Oh my God, he's talking about the analemma. The analemma isn't the path of the sun. You do know that, don't you?
Yeah, but that is about.
No, he doesn't.
But it's a 3-dimensional, very strange things that we cannot really understand.
Well, who can't understand?
I cannot understand it really. I do not get it, but I will try. I will absolutely go into it. But like many other people have said, it has nothing to do with all of the factual measurement that has been done with the floor, with the topographical plane that we're living on. So far, we know.
Do you think you could perhaps humble yourself a little bit, Johnny, and say maybe I'm a bit dumb or something like that? I don't want to sound offensive. I'm just saying, recognize that there are experts in many different fields, aren't there? And, I was thinking about the Channel Tunnel the other day, and a lot of engineers, I imagine, the finest the UK and the French have to offer, right? They had to meet in the middle of that fucking thing, and they must have had some precise measurements. So,
but we don't have any precise measurement of the sun, because nobody knows how high the sun is. What's the elevation of the sun? Nobody knows really. So what are we talking about then?
You can't just
nobody knows what the sun is about. Hey, and the sun cannot be a physical thing like you want it to be. It cannot be a gases that is exploding and nuclear fucking things. That's nonsense, because all energy will change over time. But it's proved the energy of the sun has not changed over so long time. It cannot happen. It's not true that you're trying to say.
Well, you just keep making these wild assertions. Over what time frame do you
It's known in physics. You cannot let something burn forever. It's a fire on fire. You think it's a fireball?
Who says it's been burning forever? Who said that? No one says that.
So what do you think the sun is then, dude?
I think the proposition that's given in science is a sound explanation of what it could be.
So you don't have an opinion on it?
I just said I have an opinion on it.
No, you said you know what somebody else said. I'm asking you what you think it is.
I think it's a giant. I think it's a gas giant. I think it's a massive.
So you think it's a fireball then, right?
No, not a fireball. A fireball.
Oh, so it's not on fire.
No, it's not combusting in the conventional sense in which we describe fire at a campfire. No.
No, tell us about it. Come on, man.
What do you want me to tell you? You haven't already heard. Why are you doing this?
Because I want to hear your space story, dude. Fuck. Your fairy tale.
I can refer you to a Wikipedia page if you want to read it in detail.
Tell us all about your dying star.
A dying what?
Your dying star son. Tell us all about it.
Nothing lasts forever. Does it? Do you agree with that?
How the fuck would we know, dude? How long does it take for it to die?
And now you're quoting the Beatles.
Hi, Pazza. I miss you.
How are you? All right.
Yeah.
Oh, it's more caustic here, isn't it?
Exciting, yeah. I've not seen you come around these parts.
No, to be fair, it's got better. It's not some. Well, maybe it is. It doesn't seem to be that mutey anymore. There was a time when you literally just couldn't get a hello in.
Now it's turned into a Beatles sing-along.
Why not? Just let it be.
Nothing lasts forever. Anyone can see.
That's Queen, not Beatles. But keep doing the research.
There you go. I knew that didn't sound right. Yeah, you're a Freddie Mercury fan.
There's no curvature.
It's a Freddie Mercury fan. That's your answer to your dying star.
Yeah,
you can slip some Bowie there too.
But both the Beatles and the Queen believed in the globe, right?
I don't know.
There's no downward curvature.
The people who consumed the most drugs in the 70s? That group?
It is
I don't think the Beatles had a touch on the Grateful Dead.
And anything we can't explain, we just give it to God, right?
They were obsessed with space too.
I'll be back with a Flat Earth Beatles song.
Is there one? I mean, the Beatles, they all believe we lived in the Yellow Submarine, so I wouldn't take too much to what they were saying.
Oh, I see Matthew Learns is here. Principal Globe Liability.
Oh, I wouldn't call myself principal or anything like that, but thank you.
All right. I have a Flat Earth song, but I asked ChatGPT, and it's very negative towards Flat Earth, though. So should I ask it to do it again? But
no, ChatGPT is coping.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So here, you want to hear it?
Its feelings are hurt now.
In times of trouble, logic starts to flee. Flat Earth whispers softly, let it be. People speaking science, but I choose what I believe. Flat Earth whispers softly, let it be.
Well, you guys are the ones that can't let it be, though. You realize that?
I choose what I want it to be.
I just laugh at it, dude.
Sense to me. Horizon's flat and steady. Let it be. Water's always level. No curve for miles.
Hey, Joe Dubs.
The sun and moon are local. Let it be. Yeah.
You do realize you're the ones that aren't able to let it be.
I'm a true glober. I'm taking
Like
it
I
back
said,
down.
What's that mean?
You just can't let. Like I said, you just can't let it be.
What's a true glober, dude? Explain that to me.
Have you heard of true earther? Well, I'm a true glober.
So you still haven't explained it to me, man.
Globe is the container for the entire universe.
Nice.
Earth curves up, not down. There is curvature, but it goes the other way.
Holy moly, no. If you want stuff to be correct, if you want your globe correct, you got to put it on a flat map.
DMOC.
With the flat map. With the flat app.
Get him, DMOC.
Yes. What?
I have a map that's not flat.
Well, how do you know it's correct? How do you measure the accurate distances versus flat? Who's right? You or that?
It seems to match flight times.
What'd you do? Wrap it around a ball, Matthew?
Air times.
Yes.
The air is not the dirt. Repeat after me. Billy Bo Baggins. The air is not the dirt. Birds flying through the air is not measuring dirt.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
You're correct.
So how high did you drop fall rays? How high did you drop rays in your airplane to drop rays down around the ball?
Exactly.
Well, I'm not a pilot.
Hello, your drop pitch data, your drop rise altitude at the same time around the ball. You're dropping but rising. What's the data for that? How do you do that?
I'm not a pilot.
You flat earthers are halfway there.
So why did you bring air into it? Or an airplane, you fucking idiot?
I didn't. I brought flight times into it.
You dumb son of a bitch.
You dummy dumb.
No, I'm smart. I'm not dumb.
You're fucking retard. Don't bring flights into something, Birdman.
You guys get flat
measure. I measured the air over flat Earth, therefore globe. I don't think so.
You're suggesting we ignore certain classes of evidence?
You didn't make any sense. Did you compare the fucking accurate distances, flat versus round? What do they look like?
I said that the flight times match the globe.
You're retarded, dude.
No, I'm not. I'm smart.
Flight times ain't got shit to do with anything. That's just dumb. You're not smart when you bring in fucking flying through the air, retard. That's like going in a boat, you dumb son of a bitch. The time doesn't fucking matter.
So you're saying we should ignore certain classes of evidence?
Go down a raging river and tell me what the time matters. You're a fucking idiot. Just shut up.
Okay. I'll be quiet, but I'm not an idiot.
You are a super idiot.
Yeah, circular reasoning nonsense is.
Go ahead, old hoss. I just had a question real quick. Were you done? Is my mic working?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dave. Yeah, we can hear you.
So I heard somebody say that did the Beatles have a Flat Earth song, and none of you guys said Fool on the Hill. So I had to come in and say that. The fool on the hill sees the sun going down, but the eyes in his head see the world spinning round. Come on.
The wheels in the sky keep on turning.
That's a good reference. Yeah,
nailed it.
It's never dropping vertical. That's what I tell them. We're looking for the sun and the moon to be dropping vertically under our feet or somehow. When are they under? How come going to Antarctica and watching them above our head all year and all day is helping? That doesn't help a globe. Globe needs a sunset. What a bunch of goof troops.
Another one bites the dust.
And then look at that little bitty circle. And the sun's right there in the circle. You can see the whole circle, right? Like, what the fuck? In a regular day, you can't see what the sun does from left to right. How come that path got so small? Isn't that weird?
Why do you think the sun was going in the opposite direction, Doa, and the sunspots were upside down? Appearing, anyway.
Did you ask Denmark?
Yeah, or anybody, really.
Stuff in the sky is obviously doing stuff that we didn't expect, so now we got to figure out what it's doing. That's all I got. The water is still level, and we're not concave or whatever. We're on a level plateau. Change my mind. Go ahead.
That's fair enough, Dave, but it's also sort of sounds a bit like I'll put my head in the sand as well. Don't you think?
I have no access to verify anything, so I'm going to let all the experts handle that, right? Go ahead.
Well, there seems to be a phenomenon where there's things turning in the opposite direction. I just wondered if Anybody got any ideas why that would be?
I've heard some of them speculate a bipolar layout across the flat land. So we actually have two poles where the sun circles at different times, but it's still casting into the other areas somehow. But that's all I got. It's still stuff in the sky and the water is still level. Now I'm shutting up.
Oh, that's fair enough.
I got to say, when I first heard about this, the final experiment, I was like worried that they'd get down there and not see the sun. So I was like super happy that it was nice and clear, no clouds. So I'm happy it happened.
Matthew Learns is the only glober who is worried that he wouldn't see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
That's not what he said.
No, he just meant it'd be overcast. That's what I think.
Yeah, overcast.
See how Glowers...
You really do hear things, don't you, Yui?
Hey, Glowers does always do that. Especially Britt.
Weird.
You can tell him something exactly what you mean, and he'll be like flipping it up. Like, what? That's not what I said, bro.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder what's going on inside the noggin.
Yeah, not much.
And Matthew, even your own fellow Globers did that to you. Imagine how we feel when they do that to us all the time.
Yeah, a little bit defensive there, Yui. About your non-final, non-experiment.
Absolutely final. It's concluded. It's done.
It's done nothing but made some people some money. That's all it's done.
It's caused
Are
all
you saying
kinds of
Witsit?
dissension.
Are you saying Witsit and Jaren? Because to be honest with you, Apocryphon, I've been meaning to ask you this, right? Because
Yeah, they sound like Michael Collins and Neil Armstrong after they went to the moon.
I heard Apocryphon because I've been hearing that you've been suggesting that the 24-hour sun in Antarctica was faked. The breath thing, Breathgate.
No, I never
hold on, just give me a second.
Said it was fake,
I did
bro.
hear that you said that, right?
Stop already with the
that's
cap,
fine,
bro.
right? But I guess like when you questioned why there wasn't any breath clouds, that was just like you being curious, not actually suggesting it was fake.
I never suggested anything was fake, bro. I said there's questions that have been raised from the video, but that doesn't. If there's answers to them, then there's answers to them. And I did look. Matter of fact, I was over in Shine server, and they were talking about all kinds of fakeness. And then I'm like, no. And then I was actually explaining to them, like, no, like that's not what happened. This is what happened. And I showed them. This is back when the green screen came out, right, with the little TFE on his shirt. And then I literally grabbed the video, like clipped the videos, and was showing them. Look at here's that guy's pocket in another video. You can see it's green, and then it's showing over here. So no. So I was correcting people that no, this is not fake green screen.
Yeah. So I've got this. This is your post from X, right? And you said, just to remind everybody, even though the shadows raise questions, let's not forget it's been seen by a person as truth, or it being faked as a lie. This still doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. Still
Exactly.
Doesn't explain the ground you're on. It's still not a ball. Now, when you question the imagery, you're saying, look, these shadows don't make sense. The breath doesn't make sense. What you're doing is you're questioning the legitimacy of them having been down there.
But what you're not understanding, kind of like what you just did to Matthew, by the way. What you're not understanding in the words that I was saying, it doesn't matter what people are saying, whether it's fake that they win
I get
or
that.
that it's real.
It doesn't matter either way. Yeah. But you are questioning the legitimacy of that having actually happened, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not questioning the legitimacy of if they win. I'm saying that no matter how you feel about if or not that they went or not, like then that still doesn't fucking prove the shape of the Earth. Your feelings on what's okay. If I go to Disneyland and I say, "Hey guys, I'm here at Disneyland," and someone's like, "He didn't go to Disneyland," that doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter because if I said I'm going to go to Disneyland, and if I make it there, that means fucking the Earth is flat because I made it to Disneyland. It doesn't matter whether you believe if I win or not. And as far as if it pertains to what I claim that means.
Didn't you post loads of links to like Eric Dubay videos saying it was faked?
No, I didn't post a bunch of Eric debate.
Well, you know what's interesting though, Yui, is when these anomalies are brought up, the very ones you're talking about, when they're brought up to the people who are there, at least they don't get spastically defensive about it.
I don't mind if he wants to say that. Like,
do you not find that odd that the people who are there get spastically defensive about it?
It is odd.
Oh, you're mentally ill, they say. Oh, this is what flat earthers do. Do you not find that odd?
That is odd, yeah. But I would say,
do you find that scientific?
I would say it is interesting.
Is it scientific?
Absolutely not. But it is interesting that Apocryphon has the ability to think that there's some credence to whether or not it's fake, and then post videos saying it proves a flat Earth.
No, here's what you're not grasping. Again, I'll say it one more time. It doesn't matter whether you think they went there or they didn't go there. If it's real or if it's fake, that means nothing to the shape of the Earth.
What about Antarctica, though? Does it prove it's not the rim of the world?
That again,
I think it does. I think it does.
Again, going to a place doesn't make it a ball.
The edge of the world.
Right, but does it make it an ice island on the bottom of a spinning ball?
No, but it's interesting evidence, right?
It doesn't.
I wasn't talking to you, Matt. I was talking to the other guy.
Well, my question is, what does it do to Antarctica? I think it changes.
No, that's my question. Right? Does it make it an ice island on the bottom of a spinning ball?
Well,
makes it, that's the question, right?
It makes it not the border of the flat Earth model.
You need it to be an ice island on the bottom of a ball.
I'm not a flat earther, so.
No, I know, but as a glober, you need it to be an ice island at the bottom of a ball. Are you not following along? What's wrong with you people? What is wrong with you people's brains?
The globes are off today, bro. 2025 smack them some way, bro.
I'm a bubbler, bro. We live in a big bubble.
You're a bubbler. Hey, Yui, why don't you ask all these people all these heroes of yours, these Antarctic explorers, why they spaz out when the anomalies of their videos are? Do they not have a Michael Collins to keep them all?
I would spaz out, man. Like they went there. There's so much evidence.
No, I'm not talking to you, but Joe. Why do you? I was talking to Yui, Joe Dubs.
All right, fine. I'm going to talk too. Go ahead.
No, why don't you go Chat GPT another Beatles song?
All right, you want to hear it now?
To be honest with you,
no, Ringo.
All right, good. Carry on.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, to be honest with you, the people who've been really getting it badly, right, is Whitsitt and Jaren, right? Now I have little sympathy for Whitsitt and Jaren.
No, the ones that are spazzing. Those are the ones that are doing the spaz defensive. Why don't you ask them about that?
I haven't seen the others do it, but I have seen Whitsitt and Jaren have a bit of a spaz out a few times.
Yeah, so are you going to ask them about that?
Well, I mean, the only thing I would ask Whitsitt is the only thing I'd ask Whitsitt is how does it feel that the community you built to do exactly what they're doing is doing it to you now?
Exactly, man.
He built it. No, he wasn't there first. He jumped on the train.
He's definitely cultivated that behavior, right? So now he's on the receiving end of it. But he's been putting people on the receiving end of it for the better part of 3 or 4 years?
That's just objectively true, what you just said there. I mean, that's what's going on. I think he would admit that too.
No, he's too busy spazzing.
No, well, but there is a difference though, Britt. So if you're talking in regards to like how he was doing like NASA audits and like speaking against the moon landings and stuff, if you want to try to now compare, oh look you went to Antarctica and these people don't believe you, but you've been doing this to the astronauts. No, buddy, don't try to fucking falsely equivocate that, because then you're trying to give validity to the moon landing, and that's exactly what Globers have been doing now. I'm kind of tired of that bullshit.
It's quite hilarious. They've come back with this video after they've been picking apart moonwalking videos and now say, believe my video. You're mentally ill if you don't believe my video. Let me go find some snow. This is science, guys. Let's take our shirts off, dudes.
This is science, guys.
Hey, dudes, let's take our shirts off. Too cold to pick up snow. Hey, dudes, let's take our shirts off.
You raise a good point.
Yeah, I think it's like
I still think Whitson made exactly what he said.
Listen, Yui, my favorite thing is you guys have run to a mega church pastor to save your silly science. It's wild.
All I'm saying is that Whitson created exactly what he's getting, right? So
you have a lot of respect for theologians, right?
I respect theologians.
We're talking about mega church pastors, Matthew. Guys with goatees who brag about lying.
I do not respect mega church pastors.
Yui does.
Absolutely, I love them.
Yeah, you guys are hung up on a mega church pastor's field trip. Weird.
Oh, I'm also a young Earth creationist, so
interesting.
You're also GF6, so.
Oh, we haven't gone by that name in a good few months now.
What's that? Yeah, you haven't gone by Yui in a long time either, have you?
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. People still will refer to me as such.
Earth is flat. Dun dun dun.
Research concave Earth. $4.50 an hour, bro.
What's that?
You don't get the reference, 7 months.
$4.50 an hour. Tell me, I want to laugh. I don't care if we're laughing at me.
No, it's all glory to the Most High. That guy.
Oh, what does he say? Yeah, okay. I know he gets into it with you guys. I like his model, though. You got to admit, he did some good work in Blender. Second only to Lord Stephen Christ. All hail Lord Stephen Christ. I'm just kidding.
Is it true concave earthers see flat earthers as like they're like, well, okay, All Glory keeps on calling them like kids, right? Like, you know, they're still learning. They haven't got to concave earth yet. Is that what you're trying to say?
I don't know. I don't look down upon flat earth. I mean, I like flat earthers, to be honest with you.
Well, if you're a concave earther, you're looking down on everyone.
No, I'm looking up.
Good point.
I'm looking up on everyone. Everyone's
up and down.
There's no down. Down is out.
They're away, down, below.
Not below. Above.
Well, yeah. If you're inside of a ball and you walk up the side of it, there's people below you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, you're looking down on me.
You haven't spent much time on your concave Earth, have you?
We're like the flat earthers, but we have curves, so we're like the cool kids. It's like a cooler version of flat Earth. Or
you sound more bent to me than curved, but
we retain the sphericity. That
you got him there. You got him there, Hoss. Right? Oh, that was good.
What do you say? I missed it.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I'm missing all your jokes today. Right over my head.
Yeah. You did correct me with the Beatles Queen thing. I knew something was off by that. I couldn't place the song.
You started singing Queen?
No, you were singing Queen, and I thought it was the Beatles.
Somebody started singing Queen, and then I started doing Let It Be.
Yeah, it was before that, but anyways.
How do you think they convince, like on the flat Earth, right? We convince
nothing lasts forever. When someone was pinned down on that dying star sun story, they started singing Queen.
Yeah.
And I mistakenly thought it was Beatles. Yeah, they said nothing lasts forever. Anyone can see. So yeah,
sounds similar. Yeah.
Yeah. So what is up with that dying star sun of yours?
I don't think it's a dying star. I think Eric Dollard.
I forget you're a create your own cosmology guy. Yeah, that's what they pulled. That's what they told all these spinning water ball ideologists, that it's a dying star, soon to implode.
I like that. Create your own cosmology.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the sun is like, who knows, man? It's hollow.
Yeah, who knows?
It makes a real sharp circle, and then the ISS doesn't show you no big ass fat sun getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Nothing
Here's what I
shows
think.
you the sun the way it's supposed to be seen. And then when you look from Antarctica or wherever the fuck they were, it's like you see the circle, you see it left to right, you see it front to back. That's small as hell. And the Earth goes way farther than that. So there's no vertical drop anywhere where it's going to touch the snow and melt the fuck out of it. So that's not happening. So then on regular days, when you're in a regular spot, you see east to west, you see the sun for a little amount of time, and that's it. The rest of the time, you don't see it at all. And it's a huge fucking circle, too big for you to even make out. So, like, what's going on there?
Who knows? But I think the sun operates like the moon. Like, we always see the same side of the sun, but if the sunspots go around, it's a surface phenomena.
Right, but they're telling you it's closer in the wintertime. And then
Yeah, I don't know.
Just
about all
make up
that.
any answer you need, right?
So in Antarctica, when it looks way closer, right, to Antarctica, and smaller than Antarctica, what's that mean?
I don't know. Good question.
Yeah, and wouldn't you concavers, if the moon is inside this ball you've created, wouldn't the people on the other side of couldn't you just call them up, your concave buddies, and say, send me a picture of the other side of the moon, since they're so convinced that there is that to be seen?
I think God created the concave Earth.
No, I'm talking about your concave situation.
Everything works perfectly.
I want to see. No, the other side of it, because you're the one telling us you're implying there's another side.
No.
And you have people concave. If you're a concaver, your friends are above you.
No. Imagine you're inside
and the
of
moon is in between.
You're in a softball. You're inside of a softball, right?
Okay,
inside
where's the moon?
Is a baseball. Okay.
Where's the moon?
Okay, I'm telling you. You're inside of a softball. Inside of that softball is a baseball that spins in the sky. Attached to that baseball,
I think the moon would be better, or maybe a
Yeah.
Bouncy ball.
Golf ball. Yeah.
Okay, so shouldn't your friend be able to see the other side of the golf ball?
No, because of the heavenly oceans above, the celestial sphere, the black sun in the middle. There's a lot of
how
stuff.
How the hell are they seeing the moon at all then?
Because the moon goes in circles, and so does the sun. It just goes around in circles inside the Earth.
Yeah, but your concave buddies on the other side should get a good view of it.
They do when it's.
But they don't. They see the same side that we all see. That's what you just told us.
It's stuck. Yeah, the moon. It's like they call it a tidal lock or whatever, but we just see the same side of it.
Yeah, that's within the globe spinning rock ball hurtling through outer space, chasing the dying star story.
Yeah.
Not your make it up on the fly concave pseudo reality.
It's the oldest cosmology there is. I didn't make it up. But yeah, you see the same side of the moon. You see the same side of the sun too.
It's confusing if it's so old. Why you guys can't see the other side of the golf ball?
Well, I don't know if it's a ball because it could be anything.
Well, what kind of concave earther are you, bro? You're the one. You're the one that told me a softball, then a baseball, then a golf ball.
Yeah, but I don't know what's outside.
You don't know if it's a ball. Got it.
Bubble. I think it's all water outside. That's what.
But we're talking about the moon is inside.
Yeah. The sun and the moon, the stars are inside. The moon's
so why don't you see the other side?
Because Earth's real big, bro.
No, bro, it's concave. You're telling me
it's 8,000 miles wide. That's how big 8,000 miles.
It's funny. You stole the numbers from the.
What do you mean? They stole from us. Look at every old map. Just Google old map.
Okay, so if the Earth, if your concave Earth is 8,000 miles in diameter, where the hell does the Moon fit? And what's the space in between the Earth and the Moon?
It's in that. It's in the golf ball, attached to the golf ball, basically going in circles, just spinning. The golf ball's spinning. That's the celestial sphere. The sky spins, not the Earth. The Earth is
you were trying to tell me the golf ball was the Moon.
No. There's the Moon and the Sun.
Yeah, we were talking about the Moon. So what's the Moon? A pea?
Yeah, picture them peas attached to the golf ball, spinning around inside the softball that you inhabit.
Okay, so your buddies on the other side of the concave Earth should be able to see the other side.
When it spins, when the sun spins around there, it becomes daylight over there. God created day and night. Everything works. That's why he created Earth first. That's why it was void or empty. He created the empty Earth and he filled it. The water, the waters that he divided, literally describes sonoluminescence, right? He said, he divided the waters from the waters. He said, let there be light. There's water, there's sound. And then he created light. That's literally what sonoluminescence is.
Let us know where he created concavity.
In Earth. You're looking at it. Go to the beach and look at the horizon.
Not the beach, the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
the circles of the circuits of heaven, the circles of Earth.
Not your interpretations. You're the one saying literally. So yeah,
look at any
chapter and verse for concavity. That would be great. Bible quoter.
In Hinduism, it's the cosmic egg, and the yolk of the egg is the sky.
You brought up the Bible, so go and find that. Ask ChatGPT.
Well, we can look at Enoch. We can look at the secret book of John. All these things, Book of Job, they all describe
it. Go ahead and show.
There's 100
verses. Bible verse for concavity. Go dig that up. I'll pause you
100
in the
verses
meantime.
that say in Earth. Our Lord's Prayer.
Guys, I have a question. Is there any flat earther who voted for Democrats? Thank you.
You're welcome. The willingly gullible are trapped in the outer space mythos. Geo.
Yeah, once again?
You're welcome. I said the willingly gullible are trapped within the outer space mythology.
No, I'm just trying to figure out if...
Yeah, and I'm just trying to give you the clue that those who are inundated with willing gullibility out the wazoo, those are outer space believers.
Okay. I don't know what any of that means. All I'm saying is
you were asking who are the voters of the gullible doofuses.
Right, and the other side is not gullible, or is also in the same...
That's right.
Put them in the same box.
Yeah, graduated from that mythology.
Okay, that's...
No longer suffering from that Pollyannish naivety, bootlicking, peer pressure nonsense.
I was trying to understand this thing because I've heard about it. Somebody said that not every Trump supporter is a flat earther, but
why is the entire world they're so convinced that Americans are idiots, yet they're hyper obsessed with everything that goes on in this country? What is up with that?
Because you have 27 trillion budget, and that's more than the eighth of the health of the whole world. So maybe that's how you control basically the rest of the world. So it's always interesting. And yeah,
Well,
people.
it seems like it's living rent free in your mind, though.
Well, of course, because I do see it as a globalized society of the whole world, right? So.
Yeah, but what do you mean by globe? What is a globe?
The globe. I mean the sphere.
But what is a sphere? What is it?
I don't know, just three-dimensional circle, you would imagine.
But why would the planet be three-dimensional circle? Like, even a 24-hour sun doesn't prove that, right? Like in the final experiment?
No, this is important though. Hold on, Gio. Are you maybe making this is an opportunity for you to connect a dot here? That this whole idea of oneness and we're responsible for everyone and everyone's responsible for everyone else and everyone has to do what's best for everyone else and what's best for everyone else is what's best for the planet and the planet's dying. So this group of people, the globalists, decide that this is the idea. Do you not see that these people who want this unified forward, progressively backward progress, do you not see that they need a water ball in the first place?
Nah.
Well, what do you mean, nah?
I don't see it. That's what I mean.
Well, yeah. Well, what about Greta telling us, how dare you? They've convinced everyone that they're poisoning the planet, yet every time I go out in nature, it seems like it's doing just fine. Global warming. It's cold today.
It's cold right here
So
too.
you don't see the connection then?
Oh, I do. I mean, is that
do now? You do now see the necessity for this
depends what you mean
of a dying water ball to promote this endless social justice.
So old. If I can ask a question, what does that have to do with the final experiment?
You don't need a water ball.
Dude, it has to do with his original question: playing video games.
Once again?
No, he was playing video games, was bringing up the thing he brought up when all I was doing was answering your original question. That's all.
Well, I'm not convinced the Earth is a globe or Earth is flat, so.
Well, you said you're a globalist. You have a global vision of global oneness and global equity and sunshine and rainbows and.
So rainbows don't exist?
Yeah, they do.
Sometimes, right?
Yeah, but not all the time. And that's what you globalists, you guys think that if everyone just licks the boot of this idea that the earth is poisoned and dying and everyone has to check themselves and do what the dictates say. All I'm saying, yeah, you do realize it now that it is important.
And when did they come up with this? When did they come up with this? All this?
Long time ago.
Like
long time ago. Who knows?
Like 30 years or 400 or 4,000?
Well, Einstein's buddy, his priest buddy, is the idea that came up with your current cosmogony of the whole Big Bang. That's within this century.
So what do you believe?
Well, I believe it's weird that Einstein was hanging out with a Belgian priest all the time.
There are a lot of weird things, but what do you believe in?
You have to fight for your right to party.
Sure. I think we share this belief. Have a right to fight for the party.
No, I didn't say you had the right to fight for the party. You have to fight for the right to party. Anyways, close enough. Yeah, no, when it comes to the topic, though, I don't need my beliefs. All you just have to do is acknowledge the nature of water. They tell us we're on a blue marble. But water doesn't behave like that in reality, so it's a big problem for water ball.
It's actually not so much of a big problem.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. You could assume me either.
Oh yeah. What about the Suez Canal? Is that a problem for the water ball?
What's up with the Suez Canal?
It's 120 miles. No locks. Connecting sea level. Well, how many 120-mile flat slabs can you have on a water ball?
And who said it's flat?
Well, just the nature of the engineering and the water in it. There's no lock. It's a big ditch.
Even if you,
all I'm saying is, listen, you're the one. Yeah, you're just the one that has to deny the reality of water. It was never controversial that water sought level prior to the whole flat Earth conundrum. And now everyone says, "Well, level's curved." Well, that's nonsense.
Hey, I have a
That's
question.
not in the old dictionaries.
I have a flat Earth question for you. Why did they switch in the Renaissance or whatever? I mean, wasn't the accepted model of the Earth flat? Why did the powers that be change from that flat Earth model?
I don't know. We invented telescopes and.
Well, no, I'm asking I'm asking the flat Earth guy why they would go from acknowledging the Earth is flat to then saying the Earth is a globe. I don't understand why they would tell us at all that it's flat if it needs to be a secret.
Divide us and conquer.
Well, because it used to be, quote, common knowledge that the Earth was flat, right? Was it not?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what led to them basically changing that point of view. And then I guess now we're supposed to change it back. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. What is there to gain?
Nothing really.
Okay, so they're just lying about the Earth being...
Well, dude, what is there to gain? They tell you you're on a dying water ball, then they can dictate all kinds of activities in your life. They shut down. Listen, they shut down farms that are 4 or 5 generations. Hold on, you ask a question, and then you don't want to listen to the answer.
Yeah, but I mean, the first premise you have said.
They use the narrative of dying ball Earth to dictate people's existences.
Right, but what about saying just we're on a dying plate, so they could also dictate, so the outcome is the same?
Well, the plate isn't dying, and it's not even a plate. Mother Nature is doing. Mother Nature. Have you guys been outside? Mother Nature's doing rather well. Right. Healthy and abundant.
So, from the Glober's perspective, right?
No, they couldn't just say that because everyone would say, I don't know. Things look pretty good here.
Right.
They have to tell you on TV, and they have to use these little people like Greta.
I really don't think anybody gives a shit though when they say that. Well, fuck it, dude.
To guilt everyone into this idea that they're poisoning the Earth.
Right, but what about saying the idea that they are poisoning the plate or the disc or whatever you're doing?
Did you not hear what I said?
Yeah, but was a distinction for one.
Yeah, because here in reality, because the poisoning only happens on this place that they say has scarcity of resources and there's nowhere to hide and the water level's rising. Well, if Earth isn't a ball, if we're in just a mysterious realm and everything appears to be hunky-dory, no, they can't. Then people would say, well, that's just a scare tactic.
I mean, being on a ball in a galaxy is mysterious enough for you to assume very much less of the things you assume, right? But you
Yeah,
could
but time out. No. It's not that mysterious.
So you basically are battling the sense, right? So once something makes sense, you can then make some kind of assumptions about it. But if nothing makes sense, then you basically are stuck with a mysterious reality.
The whole setting for outer space leads to this idea of ever surrounding doom. If we're not on a ball hurtling through outer space, avoiding asteroids and black holes and sun flares, then all the spooky little stories, they fall on deaf ears.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that people would not believe some other nonsense.
That's fine. That's fine. But you asked what they had to gain. They create the perfect mise en scène for this whole doom scenario.
Yeah, they could create this kind of same doom scenario on a plate.
Dude.
He's not wrong. They can do the same thing either or. Vice
Yeah, but time out. Listen, if the Earth is a plate, their whole outer space mythology works only for a ball.
So there's no outer space if it's flat?
Yeah, it's all a mythology. It's all a story they have you guys believing.
So
we're chasing a dying star. Watch out for black holes.
Not a star, it's the planet.
They say the sun is a dying star.
Yeah, in 50 million years, that just makes zero.
Oh, a guy earlier told me 72. Someone yesterday said 86 million years.
From my understanding,
it's a bullshit story.
It's still much more than like 10 civilizations to rise and then die, so nobody gives a shit about it.
It's my oath sworn duty to protect the core. I must defend my people.
Let's go. Too far away. Where is he? Bring the sun. He must suffer from it.
Pretty strange, pretty strange.
Nobody talking?
Nope.
There was a controversial question asked.
Ask it again.
I think it was. Oh, he left. Yeah, so this guy asked why after Renaissance, as a common knowledge, when it was in the Renaissance period and before that the Earth was flat, why was it changed? What was there to gain for them? Them as in, I don't know, them.
Have you ever seen the movie The Village, Gio?
Let me check.
M. Night Shyamalan.
I don't think no.
Well, that's a good example of someone getting an idea and imposing it on those around him. In that case, he thought it was to the benefit of the people that he was, I guess, in charge of. I'm not going to give spoilers, but it's an old movie at this point. It's 20 years old, but it's sort of encapsulates the human's condition.
I mean, that would be more that movie would be more applicable to like the flat Earth.
No.
Theology.
So you remember the movie?
Like the way how the guys would dress up as like the monsters to like keep.
Those would be. Don't spoil it, but yeah, those would be like the asteroids and the black holes.
I mean, regardless of the asteroids and black holes, people still want to go out in space. Flat earthers don't want to go out in space because they don't believe it, you know?
Who said we don't want to go out in space, dude?
Well, that's his claim that it's made up or whatever.
Well, you're the one that's running. You're trying to run the parallels to that's more like the flat earthers' condition. I just don't see how. What are the monsters in the woods to us flat earthers?
I mean, you said earlier that it's all like a gimmick. It's all fake. That outer space, black holes, and asteroids, and the sun is dying, and all that.
Well, I said the first guy brought up the word global citizen or whatever. I'm just saying that's the necessity. That's what they have to have their whole ideology within. That's what their ideology is based on, that we're at the mercy of outer space.
Yeah, so it would be more applicable to your view of space and stuff.
No, the person who escaped the village, that's us.
Have you ever considered that maybe you're just autistic?
That's not autism. That's different. Okay, Olhas. Here's the question. Because I'm asking you this question is not to prove you wrong, but to see if you're credible enough to listen to. So here you go. Do you believe in any discoveries or inventions we've made? I mean, inventions is easy. Say we invented cars or planes, but do you?
Yeah. Do I have to believe in a wheel?
You don't have to believe in a wheel if you don't know the concept of the wheel.
Did the guy who invented the wheel, did he come up with the idea because he thought he was hurtling through outer space on a spinning ball?
No. Why
He's probably trying to drag something.
Wait. Why did you jump to that? No, wait.
No, you brought it up. I don't know. Some guy was probably sick of dragging something, and then he put Probably found a rock, put it underneath it, and he goes, "Oh,
right.
Drill a hole through rock. I make wheel." No, I have no problem with people inventing things.
And that was at least 300,000 years ago. Okay, you would say, let's say 2,000 years ago, but whatever.
And we still haven't. They've never improved upon it.
I'm talking about something new. I mean, in the last, I don't know, in a century, did we make any discoveries? Do you think?
What do you like? New chess gambits? Sure.
You mean like cartoon discoveries?
Okay,
Or-
scientific discoveries.
Like Jupiter has an atmosphere?
Who's doing science?
That's not the one you believe in, right? So tell me the one you believe in.
It sounds like you're wanting to rope the invention of the wheel into pseudoscience now. A lot of these things are discoveries are just created. I mean, Arthur C.
With you, man, as someone guilty of the same. Help, I took the cash, I would have taken.
Got him.
Yeah, mothership, you're thinking out loud. But nice derailment, though.
No, but look, I'm asking you the question: the ones you believe in, to tell me the ones you believe in, but you're telling me the ones you don't, and you're
Sure, people make advancements in technology all the time. Sure.
I mean, yeah, that's the invention, but what kind of discoveries did we make?
I mean, think of phones that were in cars 20 years ago. Yes, people invent new things. New things exist.
Okay. I understand that people are making the inventions, and the inventions are usually a product of the discoveries made prior to that, right? So I'm asking you what kind of discoveries that we made as a humanity, which are, I don't know, as a common sense, quote unquote, the ones you believe in that we made. Like, do you believe in molecules or you don't?
Oh, bro.
I don't know. I'm asking you, do you believe in atoms? Can you split an atom? Did Hiroshima and Nagasaki happen?
Let me take over. Do you believe in us not knowing what science and the scientific method is? Is that why you're asking this question?
No, I have no idea. I mean, he was old Hans was being ironic about the atoms and black holes just like 5 minutes ago. So I was asking the ones.
Well,
I didn't bring up atoms. I didn't bring up atoms. I brought up black holes. I was mocking them. Yes.
And something else.
Right, because technology, it comes from trial and error. Obviously, so does validated hypotheses. Like, you may fail a few times before you get the proper independent variable. But what the fuck does that have to do with black holes? Please tell me.
Okay, so every scientist who makes discoveries about atoms and about the black holes, they are correct in one thing and wrong in the other, or you don't believe in both?
What did you just say? There isn't right or wrong?
Are those the same people? Those would be different people.
Well, those would be different people, but I mean scientific consensus.
No, the question
derived that the atoms and the black holes exist. Do you believe only partially in that truth, or you just disregard?
Well, I don't like to just leave things open to belief. Is there some type of valid hypothesis about black holes that I don't know about? If so, you can most definitely post in the chat a paper and the citation to portion where they're talking about an independent variable affecting dependent variable, and then there be a conclusion from a testing that has happened. Because that's the scientist. So if you have that, I'd love to see it about the black hole.
Why not about the atoms?
Because I don't care about that.
Sounds like a very credible argument.
Well, no, that's why.
Shut up, Hoss. Sorry, no disrespect. It's not an argument. You claimed that there was something about science, and you asked me if I believed in one or both. And I said, well, when it comes to science, I don't believe shit. You just have a result, and then you know. So if there's some kind of result from a hypothesis test that has anything to do with black holes, please let me know. I don't know what the fuck you think that is an argument for. That's just me inquiring about scientific inquiry.
Okay, so in science, there can't be two answers, right? There's only one answer.
In science, there can only. What are you talking about?
What I'm asking is that, let's say in science, you can't prove two things simultaneously, right? You're proving something, so you're not open to belief. Like, let's say if
I just said that. I just said that. I don't need the example. I don't need to continue.
Okay, so can you prove that the Earth is flat?
So, are you scientifically illiterate, not knowing that geometry and the scientific method are in two different categories? You know what a category error is?
So, do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Do you know what a category error is?
Just elaborate. I don't know.
Yeah, category error is when you take one practice and try to apply it to something else.
What the fuck?
Yeah, like if you tried to apply, I don't know, chemistry to relationships.
Wait, what is it? Why did you separate them both?
I don't know. If you tried to apply mathematics to, I don't know, feelings or painting.
Okay. Let's say I don't apply, but
or science to black holes.
Right.
I don't give a shit about the black holes. Obviously, I don't. I would know much more if I did give a shit. But what I'm asking you is that if you say that you don't believe in anything that you don't have to believe in, do you know that the Earth is flat, or do you believe in? Do you believe that the Earth is flat, or you just don't want to believe that the Earth is a globe because it's a belief? So, do you try to disregard a?
How tall are you? How tall are you?
How tall I am?
Yeah.
I don't know, in inches or centimeters?
It doesn't matter.
Somewhere around 180.
Oh,
181.
you believe that?
I believe so. Yeah.
Why didn't you measure it?
Yeah, I did measure it, and I believe it.
You didn't measure it, and you.
No, I measured it, and I believe it.
Oh, so what's the difference between believing and knowing then? Because when I measure something, I know it's that length. I don't know about the belief part. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, are you tall enough to get on the carnival rides?
Did you measure the Earth to be flat?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you've been on the carnival ride, you know you're taller.
The answer is yes.
And how?
That's what elevation angles to Polaris are. Gave you a coordinate system and the diagram that you believe is a globe that you live in.
Okay, do you have a paper on it?
Yeah, just look up celestial sphere and celestial navigation.
Is that the name of the paper?
It's not a paper. It's literally something that we've been doing for, I don't know, for as long as explorers have been able to navigate.
But if you've measured it scientifically, you must have written a paper on it. That's the basic practice.
You're gonna get me back. Other guy fell back on the whole science stuff. Now you're not gonna have a scientific paper for how something measures. I don't think I know of any scientific papers talking about how long a piece of beef is.
You serious?
I am serious. If you are serious, if you're not serious, I suggest
you think there's not a science to measurement?
What I'm saying. All right.
Is there a science of measurement or not?
I don't have the patience for you Sorry.
You're really letting down your fellow flat earthers.
Sorry, what was that?
He's gone. Don't worry.
No,
What,
he's
did the
here.
other guy run? Did the other guy run out the back door?
He's here. He's not gone. He's here.
Gio's here.
Bro, if you're not gonna have an honest conversation, why are you wasting everyone's time?
What the fuck? Can you shut the fuck up for once? No one's talking to you.
Where's your paper?
No one's talking to you, you faggot.
Where's your paper, dude?
Anyway. So you understand that you don't, I mean, you measure something to be 6 feet. You don't believe it.
What the fuck did your man?
Okay, what I'm saying is that if you had a ruler, which is just a sec.
He's purposely missing the point.
A ruler's 1 foot, dude. I'll help you out.
If you had a ruler, which is if you had a ruler which is 2 meters long, right, and you compared yourself to it.
Listen. Do you know what a protractor is? Because I'm about to get on the train. I don't have that long. Do you know what a protractor is?
No, I don't give a shit about those random terms. No.
A protractor is a random fucking term?
That's hilarious.
Protractor?
Yeah. You don't know what a protractor is, bro?
No idea, no. Okay. I did not know the name of it in English. Of course I know, okay.
Yeah. See, you hopping on the tent. Anyway, it's dumb. Because, again, instead of like a little fucking yardstick, they use something like a protractor. It's called a glorified protractor. In other words, it's a sextant. And mariners use it to get elevation angles to stars to determine their position. Now, that could be thousands of miles of flat. So before you start talking about rulers and shit, when I said we measured it, we did. That's all. I'm going on the train, guys. Take care of them.
Yeah, Gia, but it's not your fault. I mean, they've got everyone under the spell that all these pseudosciences that they've put forth are quote unquote science and can't be denied.
Oh, wait.
You use a wheel, don't you? Well, how dare you? How dare you question the idea of a black hole?
No, wait. You misunderstood me. I am the one who questions.
No, you're.
Okay, so
but a lot of the stuff that you think is science is just pseudoscience.
Okay, so do you have a real scientific, I don't know, evidence that the Earth is flat?
Dude, you must have not heard anything Big Daddy Forth was saying to you. Because that right there is a question of geometry, not science.
Okay, do you have a geometric evidence that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you already hand waved it. When I told you of the nature of water, you just hand waved dismissed all that.
Yeah, but
I don't think that is a problem. Flat water on a globe, that's fine with me.
Okay, and water is leveled on what big of a scale?
Well, the question is at what scale does it start curving?
No, wait.
Because at every measurable scale, it's flat.
Okay, the water levels to what?
Well, it levels to horizontal. When the water is
horizontal of what? I mean, it's perpendicular. It's not horizontal. It's perpendicular to what?
Perpendicular.
Yeah.
The water's not up and down.
Yeah, it's not up and down, but it is horizontal, which is
it's water. Yeah, it's
what?
Well, the point is, you can't have horizontal water on a water ball.
Depends on the scale. What I'm asking you is that okay? Let's say you have.
At what scale does the water start curving then?
I mean, visually,
since you have all the answers. We know it doesn't curve at 120 miles of the Suez Canal.
It must be even bigger. I don't know. Visually, you're asking?
Yeah, visually. What scale, dude?
I don't like 200 miles. Who gives a shit?
So where do boats go over the horizon at?
Once again?
Where do boats go over the horizon at? Like, your curve, right? You start seeing boats going over the horizon, right? Is that at 200 miles?
Maybe 60 miles, 30 miles, like 2 miles. Who gives a shit?
Who gives a shit, right?
Yeah, you can give the explanation that it's I don't know, like I don't know what's a term for it when it diminishes into the horizon, just because that's how it visually works, or you can say that it just goes beyond the curve. Or you can say that you just brought up Suez Canal. I have no idea what's the point in that. Engineers did not use the curvature shit to build what?
Do engineers use water as a horizontal reference?
Not always, no, because
not always. Just sometimes they use it.
Yeah, for example, when they are building a long bridges, they take into the consideration the curvature. Yeah,
they do they?
Yeah.
Which bridge? Show me one.
I mean, even if I show you the bridge, you tell me that no, they do not.
Well, every time I look at a bridge, the water's flat underneath it, and you can see the curve of the bridge. Do you know what tensile strength means?
So let's say a mile length, if there's a millimeter of curvature, that means that the water is flat.
Show me a picture, brother, of this bridge you're talking about. That's taking the Earth's curve into account.
The longest bridge on Earth. I know what you're getting to, but here's the picture.
You think we build bridges because we make them curve because of the curve of the Earth, right?
No. We don't make them curved because of the curve of the Earth. No.
Oh, so why do we make them curved then?
He's backtracking.
Because they have to fit the scale of land that they go over, so they have to be curved in some places.
I'd submit it's for strength, guys. It's called tensile strength, right?
Well, most really large bridges you just use like tensile cords or whatever they are.
So that bridge there that you posted, that's curving because of the Earth's curve?
Dude, do you understand what I'm saying? It's not that it's curving. I mean, the curvature you see of the bridge is not done because of the curvature of the Earth. No. What the fuck?
Isn't that what you said in the first place, dude?
No. What I said.
What was your point?
What I said is that engineers, as far as I know, take the curvature of the Earth into the consideration when they are building the bridges. That's what I said.
Wrong.
I don't know, let's ask Google, or you don't trust Google, or you have to
ask Google.
Yeah, Google will tell you whatever you want it to tell you.
Oh, wait. I mean, one of you said I have to ask Google, and the other one did not. I don't know.
No, we didn't say you have to do anything, dude. You're the one saying that we build bridges to the curve of the Earth, man.
It becomes the curve of the Earth. Bridges are not the Earth. And on your globe, water will be curving 8 inches per mile squared. So of the ocean, for example.
Here's what Google says.
You can make it any smaller, man? Fuck.
Google says lots of things. We need you to show us curvature and how it's measured.
You say even more things. So I'm asking you, can you prove that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we told you water, dude. It doesn't lie.
Yeah,
we use it as a horizontal reference, but according to you, we only use it as a horizontal reference sometimes.
I mean, yeah, water in your cup is very much so flat, right? Basically. Because it's flat to the gravity, whatever you think gravity is, right? You're sticking to
What
the
do you
ground.
think gravity is?
I mean, some force that just pulls you to.
It's a force.
You down. Some force for sure that pulls you down. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they say it's not a force nowadays.
I mean, I experienced
that concept out of date. It's out of date by 110 years. It's replaced by bending space-time in fourth dimension.
Wait, what do you think gravity is?
That's what it's defined as. Bending space-time in a conceptual medium. It's not mass attracting mass anymore.
Always either CGI or 140p pictures of you guys proving that the Earth is flat? What the fuck?
I didn't give you any pictures, dude.
I mean, I'm talking to Jenna something.
Yeah, well, Geo, if you don't like
level water is hard, ain't it, bro?
Yeah, go make your own long distance observations. Don't need to spaz out, Geo.
Yeah, man. Long distance observations and level water, man. That's just hard, bro.
Did you make any observations?
Yeah, water's horizontal, man, at rest.
Water's horizontal.
The surface of water is horizontal at rest.
I would agree that the place you've made this observation on, let's say at your flat, at your house, is flat. Okay?
Thanks.
So yeah, the street I walk in is flat. I can give you that. That does not mean that
the Suez Canal, the 120-mile Suez Canal, flat.
I don't know. Okay, let me research. I mean, you just brought it up like third time, fourth time.
It's a big ditch of water.
Yeah, and what about Suez Canal?
It's just a big ditch.
Just a big ditch.
Hey, man, do you know about specular reflections? Do you know what specular reflections are, bro?
Specular reflections.
Specular reflections. Have you heard this terminology before?
Not in English, no, but that I searched of it, I think I know what it is, yeah.
Okay, it's when an image, right, or something makes a perfect mirror reflection off the surface of water. You're not going to get a mirror flat reflection like that if your surface of the water is curving at any degree.
Okay, yeah, sure.
When you get the reflections of the clouds in the water, right, those should look really distorted. They shouldn't look mirror perfect. They shouldn't be reflecting mirror perfect off the surface of water. But that's an observation that we can all go out and see, right?
This is when the reflection is diffuse. This is the example, not if it's curving. Yeah, I mean, there will be some difference, which you won't be able to see for sure.
Yeah, that's not curving.
Those are waves, dude. That's not the curvature of the Earth we're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, he said that it would be basically impossible for you to see the clear clouds. Yeah, of course, on the curve. Also, it is diffuse to some degree, which you won't be able to see most likely, considering to the globers. All I'm asking is why should I believe either of those two principles, that either it's flat or curved? If you can, guys, both of you, I mean, both Globers and flat earthers can explain basically everything that's happening on either way, in either's favor.
What was your question?
I mean, if you ask a Glober why the lakes, why you cannot see the curvature on the lakes, they will say that it's because that the Earth is so big that basically the curvature is unseen on the smaller scale. You will say that if it's a bowl, then there should be some curvature, etc. So, I mean, why should I go with any of those principles? I mean, why?
Tell me if this sounds logical. We see it as flat, but it's curved. Is that logic?
It's like saying, dude,
is that logical, dude? Straight up.
Yeah, it is logical because
it is logical. We see it as flat, but it's curved.
Yeah, exactly. Because
we don't feel spin, but it's spinning.
You can look at the ball. You can look at the ball, just a ball, just a plain basketball.
We can imagine a ball, yeah.
Yeah, you cannot imagine. You can just have the ball, and you can look at the ball with one eye closed, and you can.
Does the ball look flat?
And you will see the circle. If you just spin the ball, then you can comprehend.
So where do we see that in reality?
In reality, I'm telling you, you can look at the ball with one eye closed. You're going to see it in 2 dimensions. Easy. But it will be logical to assume that a ball is not flat. It's not a circle. It's a sphere.
So you think a guy with one eye could only see in 2 dimensions?
Yeah, that's basically your argument. Because if you see a ball in 2 dimensions, if you assume that it's a sphere, you're being illogical. Even though on their experience, the ball is usually a sphere rather than a circle.
Got him. Make us go down your path to where you're setting up a straw man and then trying to claim that you can see Earth from the side view.
No, I don't. I'm not saying that the Earth is a globe. I'm asking you, why should I believe any of those claims strongly?
Why should you believe your claims?
Did I make a claim? I'm just questioning yours.
You're telling me that water's not flat. At a big scale, right? Locally, you're saying locally it's flat, but on a big scale, it's not flat.
Let's imagine I'm playing a devil's advocate here.
No, dude, you're tap dancing. You claim that bridges were built in accordance to the Earth's curve, and then you backtrack.
That's what Globers say. Yeah,
dude, that's what you said until you realized how absurd it was.
Well, to be fair, yeah, if let's say some omniscient creature came to me and told me that you have to choose either of those, or either you're going to receive $1 billion or you're going to die, I would most likely
that sounds just like what an omniscient creature would do.
I would most likely bet, I'm just giving you the hypothetical, just trying to comprehend it. I would most likely bet that the Earth is a globe. But why should
because you saw it on TV. You saw it on TV in the textbooks.
I saw it on TV, and
nowhere in reality.
Yeah, exactly. Because
and every time we say, "How do you know you're on a ball?" You're like, "Well, you can pick up a basketball. Say you pick up a basketball, like a ball.
Yeah,
you can pick up a basketball, can't you?
When you're drinking water from the cup, it's flat, right? I mean, yeah, that's your argument. That's my argument. And
the Suez Canal. Yeah, the Suez Canal is also flat.
Suez Canal is flat. Yeah, Suez Canal is flat, and the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, how do you make a globe out of 120-mile flat slabs?
Actually, wait.
Yeah, the distance doesn't matter to you, then you mock the distance. So which is it? Oh, that's right. You're just playing devil's advocate. Oh.
Oh, wow. What awkward silence.
Yeah, you guys just destroyed me.
Well,
Yeah, we
I
use
don't hear you
water as a
making any
horizontal
argument.
reference sometimes, right?
This looks pretty flat to me. From this picture.
If that looks flat to you, brother, go with it.
I'm going with it for sure.
Let's play imagination.
So this looks.
Just imagine it, bro.
Wait, this does not look flat to you, right?
Let's just imagine that it's a ball, right?
No, wait. The first picture does not look flat to you at all.
No, it doesn't, man.
It doesn't. So it doesn't so that when you look at it, you imagine that it's a curved ball, right?
What?
So when you look at the first picture, it does not look flat so much to you that you imagine that it's a whole curved ball, right?
I'm still not grasping what you're trying to ask me here.
Yeah, it's funny you say, why should we not believe this? Well, if it's a weird little tricks you're trying to set up like this that keeps you believing in a ball, if that doesn't raise a red flag, I don't know what.
No,
yeah, Gio, you were doing okay until you got swept up into Itch Evans' weird cope. You're overcomplicating this. If you don't like the simplicity of the nature of water, I don't know what to tell you. If you're unable to connect those dots, don't know what to tell you.
Okay, if it's so simple, so how many flat earthers do you think there are on the Earth?
What kind of question is that, dude?
Yeah, I mean the masses are always in the dark.
Masses are always in the dark. So let's say what's the percent of the population of the flat earthers approximately? Just give it a shot.
You want speculation?
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you an odds maker?
Let's say, I mean, you do have some idea if it's a 0.0.
We all treat it and use it as flat, dude. So everybody's a flat earther.
Yeah, but if you ask them, they don't believe so, right?
I get it, man.
So what I'm asking is that, do you think it's a 50%? Do you think it's 10%, 1%, 0.05, 0.001?
What's your point, man?
I mean, do you think
How much you make the line? I'll give you the over-under. You have to realize that this water ball.
Wait. What I'm asking you is that
this water ball was in everyone's textbooks. So if your argument is that Earth is a water ball because very few people have pulled their head out of the sand, so be it.
That's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking. Be it. Do you think you're one of the few who did so, or?
Well, you're the one that seems so. You're the one that seems to think so.
That's logic, right? Everybody thinks this, so it must be, right?
So everybody's stupid except like
no one ever applies the everyone thinks so argument until it comes to water ball.
Actually, everybody does.
Not me.
You just said nobody does, and I said everybody does, but not you for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So make the line and all. What is that? What does that prove? One way or another. But yes, the masses are always in the dark. That's just the way of it. Have you ever heard the? There's some quote attributed to Mark Twain. It's a lie can make it halfway around the world before the truth can get its boots on.
If Mark Twain said so.
Yeah, if he said so, then he stole it from someone else, and they said so. Yeah, you do get it that a lot of the times the majority of people think the wrong thing.
Yeah, majority is what?
That's happened before, correct?
Yeah. Correct. And do you think the majority is how much? Like 99.99% or?
I think technically a majority is like 50.1.
So
does
do you
the majority think that we build bridges according to the curve of the earth?
Most likely, yeah.
Is it true?
Most likely.
But you don't think that.
51 on 49%. If I had to guess so, I would say that, yeah. Engineers take it into consideration. If Google says so, I believe in Google.
Who are we to question consensus, right?
Actually, do you guys believe in Earth?
What kind of question is that, dude?
I mean,
do you believe in reality?
No.
Or you just believe in books and what you're told?
No, I don't believe in reality.
I know you don't, obviously.
I don't believe in reality for sure. Do you?
I think it just comes down to
do,
who
yeah.
tells you what at what time, and that's what you're going to believe.
Yeah, I just believe that there is a room around me and there are people in my speaker speaking to me.
Oh, we got that far anyways.
Or at least voices, I mean. And I believe that I experienced that, but I have no idea what happens outside of this room.
Well, go outside, bro. You can figure it out.
Yeah, once I go outside, maybe I will have some other reality, but I won't know about this room anymore. There's nothing to map.
Whatever, man.
Does the sun rotate same on the North and South Pole, by the way?
We got it right. The sun is rotating.
Which side?
All around us, dude. Above us.
So is it clockwise or counterclockwise?
I guess it depends where you're looking at it from, right?
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Does it?
I'm not
Does it
100% sure. I've never been up to get a bird's eye view to know exactly what it does.
Look,
have you?
From the flat Earth.
Oh,
Either
flat
side,
Earth now.
From the flat Earth, right?
What does the flat Earth look like?
Looks flat, right?
That's it, just flat.
I mean, does it have an edge though? I'm curious about that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
it does. I think it's infinitely flat. And does the sun rotate clockwise, counterclockwise?
See, in your model, the sun doesn't move, dude. We got a little bit of a problem there.
No, the Earth.
Oh, wait. Is it Subdued who's just spoke?
Yeah, man.
No, I'm just fucking. We're on the same side. Wait, what I'm asking the flat earthers is that if the sun is rotating, which is easily observable, right? If it's rotating clockwise, does it rotate the same way on the north and south poles? Because if the earth is flat, right, the sun should be rotating the same way from any side and any part of the earth, right? But if it's a globe, it's rotating, let's say, clockwise from the North Pole and counterclockwise on the South Pole.
Yeah, and it always goes east to west, dude.
They're not going to be able to answer that question over there. What the fuck?
Okay, what I'm asking you. Okay, wait.
Well, you're looking at a
It
point
goes
of view.
from east to west. It goes from east to west.
If I stand on one side of the street, the cars go this way. But if I stand on the other side of the street, the cars go the other way, right?
Impossible, and that's impossible to do on the flat Earth, right?
If you say so.
Wait, Sabu, do you believe that the Earth is flat or round?
It's flat, yeah. I know it's flat. I don't believe it. Yeah, water's flat, dude. Like, it doesn't lie.
It doesn't lie, but does the sun lie?
Show me curved water, dude. It's real simple, man. Like, all the lakes should be curving. Give me a 10-mile
Okay, I grant you
10-mile lake.
Grant
and
you
from
that
shore to
point.
shore, show me 66 feet of curvature.
I grant you that
Show me
point.
water at rest being held in the form of a curve.
I can't. I grant you that point. Let's stop talking about the
You
water.
can't do that, right? So therefore, it's flat.
I mean, I live in Chicago, and if I look over the lake, I can't see Michigan. I'm like, where the fuck is Michigan at? I can't see it.
Well, we've seen the Chicago skyline from fucking Michigan before, though, right?
No, I've seen it from
Never.
like.
You've never seen that picture.
I've seen it from like out in the lake. You go out in the lake, then you look back at Chicago. You can see.
I'm pretty sure if you look in chat, somebody will post it for you, dude.
Like, I can't see Michigan from Chicago.
He doesn't believe in photos.
So I live in Toronto, and I can see St. Catharines from Toronto, dude. So I don't know what's your problem.
Well, maybe that's just closer.
It's 30 miles away.
But Michigan's probably a lot farther than
It's
that.
different in Michigan, I guess.
How far is Michigan from Chicago?
I'm still unsatisfied with the answer. If the water levels and the Earth is flat, because of that.
I don't know what the sun does, dude. Like I said, I don't have a bird's eye view. I've never been up there to look at it and see exactly what it does, man. Neither of you.
It's not
Neither
about
of
the
you,
bird's
dude.
eye. It's not about the bird's eye.
And you're asking questions about what you would see at the South Pole. You've not been to the South Pole. How do you even know a place such a place exists?
Oh, wait. So you don't believe in South Pole too, right? You'll say you don't.
Well, you're
believe-
asking about what you see at the South Pole. You and me have not been to the South Pole.
Okay, then we have to agree what exists and what doesn't, right? So do you exist that Canada exists? Do you think
you
that
want
Canada
speculation, dude? I get it, man. Fucking, you're asking questions
Okay,
now, right? You're
so-
not giving proofs. You just want to fucking wander off
China
into
doesn't
imagination,
exist,
right?
Yeah, China does not exist because you have never
Yeah,
been.
hockey exists, therefore Canada. I mean,
Heidi exists, therefore can. So if people from South Pole exist and they have seen that the Earth is rotating,
oh, people from South Pole exist. I love it.
They seen the Earth rotate, dude.
I say people who've been on the South Pole,
So they seen the Earth rotating, though.
not the Earth that is rotating, but the sun is
No,
rotating.
if they, well, hold on.
so
If
the
they were
sun's moving
standing on the South Pole, they'd be turning like a record player.
Is the sun moving or is the Earth moving? I don't know. You got me confused.
They're both moving at.
They're
at the
both
same time. What are
moving.
you talking?
They're both moving, yeah.
So the sun moves.
Yes.
So the sun moves, yeah.
But the sun goes. But the sun goes across the sky, according to you guys, because Earth spins.
No.
Yeah, true.
The Earth
Yes.
spins,
No, hold
but
on.
the
We have
sun-
one no and one yes.
I mean, yeah. Essentially, yes.
You mean
because of our spins.
yeah?
Essentially, because of our spins.
So
Yes.
prove the spin. How do you know it's spinning?
Well, it goes around us.
It does.
That's
does it?
the sun.
That's the sun, yeah.
How about the Earth?
Yeah. So
man?
prove Earth spinning.
I mean, relatively, either we're spinning. or it's
Relatively.
spinning
How about
around us.
reality?
Okay. Okay. I'll
You guys
explain.
see the,
I'll
you guys
explain it
see
to
the
you.
sun move, right?
Wait. So if you have, let's say,
You're just, it's empty circular reasoning. You won't even complete the circle of your own circular reasoning. You realize it's so empty.
So we assume it's spinning, right?
yeah, we do. We do assume it's spinning, and we also assume that the sun is going around us. It's either of those
Whole bunch
things.
of assumptions, man.
Yeah, you know what happens when you assume, right? You make an ass out of you and me.
So how do you distinguish if the Earth is spinning or if the sun goes
Well,
around
that's
us?
your job.
That's not my job. No.
Yeah, we don't think it's spinning, dude.
You don't also think that it's going around us, do you?
Well, something's moving up there, right?
Something's moving, yeah.
Yeah, we don't think it's the Earth, man.
So how big do you think the sun is?
I think it's
really like you're gonna ask me how big the sun is, dude?
Yeah.
How the fuck would I know, man?
How big it is?
How big it is? That's what she said, right?
Is that what he said?
How big do you think it is?
I have no clue, man. You want speculation? Like the size has changed so many times.
How do you know other people exist?
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, this goes back to you. How do you know it's a dying star? Well, in 50 million years. Someone also told me in 82 million years. Someone also told me actually, technically, in 48 million years it'll implode. Yeah, it's just
what the sun. The sun, I think.
How do you know?
Yeah, this would be good. Let's hear your 2 cents. When is our sun, this dying star that we're chasing, when is it going to implode?
From my understanding of what they've told us, is that it's halfway through its life, so it's around.
Thank you for being incredibly vague.
I mean,
it's around 4 billion years old, 4 or 5
at
billion
least
years.
100 years. I don't know.
years old.
5 billion years to go. The other guy said 8. The guy said 50 million. Now you're saying 5 billion.
I'm saying
50 million, 5 billion. Got it. Great.
I mean, it'll destroy the Earth way before it implodes on itself.
That's what she said.
No, but seriously, I'm curious if you believe that.
But seriously, it's 4 billion years old, right?
I mean, if you don't want to, if you don't
Halfway
wanna,
there, guys.
I don't want to partake in your story. No, I don't.
But who gives a shit how old the sun is? I'm asking you, the way it rotates, is it the same on the South and North Pole, or is it not?
Dude, it
But
goes
maybe
east
you
to
should
west,
give a
right?
shit
We know
about how
this,
old they
right?
say the sun is.
The sun rises
ever
in the
think of
east
that?
and it sets in the west, right?
Right.
So it goes east to west, right?
Right.
So what the fuck kind of question are you asking me, man?
It's not going only on
So what, the bottom of your Earth spins a different way? Is that what you're saying?
it's not going only on the straight line. You do know that, right?
I see it go across the sky.
Do you believe in seasons? Dude? Wait. Do you believe in seasons, that the seasons exist?
No, I don't believe in seasons. I've never experienced them before in my life.
You've never experienced that the days getting shorter.
I've experienced seasons.
You've never experienced seasons. So you've never experienced that the days are getting shorter and the temperature is getting colder every winter?
You don't hear sarcasm in my voice?
Yeah, what's a coat?
No. So you do understand that the the sun is moving a bit more south when the day is getting shorter, right?
If you say so, dude.
I mean, do you say so? Do you think so? You don't.
Like I told you, I don't know what the sun is doing, man.
You don't know
I
a
see
lot
it
of
go
things.
over my head, right? I see it go from one side to the other. That's it.
You don't know a lot of things.
Same thing you see, man. But all of a sudden you're drawing conclusions from that. I don't get it, right?
Look, you also draw the conclusions that the other people exist, except your solipsistic mind, right?
Yeah, I can
You'll-
see other people exist. I can't see what the fucking sun does. Can you?
Well, yeah, you can observe it pretty easily.
Yeah, it goes from one side to the other side. That's what I observe. What do you observe?
I observe that it's, people that I believe exist. I think that they have observed that the sun is going the counter rotation from south to north pole. So that's the only
the
way.
bottom of the earth spins the different way then.
Yeah, so it's what the fuck.
So the top goes one way, but the bottom goes the other way.
Yeah. Very geometric, very scientific. There are actually two flat discs that spin random direction each day.
Well, that's what you're saying, right? Like it turns a different way on the bottom than it does on the top.
That's what you're saying.
I haven't said anything. You're the one proposing all this shit.
Yeah, I'm proposing. And then you're battling.
I'm not battling nothing. Dude.
Yeah, it's funny because it's all based on your assumption that the Earth is spinning in the first place.
Oh wait, does the sun spin around us? I'm asking you.
Well, dude, you're the one that's convinced that the sun moving is because the Earth is spinning, yet you can't
No, I don't
substantiate it.
I don't.
You acknowledge that it's just an assumption.
No, I don't give a shit if
you and I see the same sun. We see the same sun.
And I don't give a shit that's visual.
We're seeing the same thing every day. You're the one imagining that that's happening because Earth's spin.
No, you're assuming of what I think.
No, you're assuming, bro. You've admitted that you're assuming that this is all happening because the Earth's spin. It's a tongue twister.
Or
Have you even been to the sun?
Or it's happening because the sun is spinning around us, right? I don't give a shit whether either of those things are true or false.
The story of the globe is Earth. Yeah, if I was saying sun spin, I meant Earth spin. The story of the globe is
Can you focus on a
day
single?
and night is created by Earth spinning.
When I ask you,
It's not flat. Prove me wrong.
Listen, when I ask you the question, you don't have to pivot and say, "Oh, you believe in that story of the people who say that the let's say Hollywood stars are."
I'm not pivoting, bro. I'm not pivoting. I'm just reminding you of the tale, the fairy tale.
Focus on a single problem, right? Whether the Earth is spinning.
This entire fairy tale. When every time we talk about it, you say, "I don't care how old the sun is." Well, maybe you should examine the tale of this dying star sun.
Wait. I don't give a shit.
He contradicts himself, though. We know the sun goes east to west, right? But then you tell me that it goes the other way on a different part of your globe, right? Like, I don't understand. Like, does it go east to west or doesn't it?
It does. I'm saying that.
So then what the fuck are you talking about that it goes a different direction?
The sun is also not going on the straight line from east to west. Do you understand that?
I don't know. I see it go east to west every day, dude.
If you see so.
People in the south see it go east to west every day, right?
Yeah, nobody
But
said
you're
straight
telling
line.
you're telling me it goes a different way, right?
Nobody said straight line, but it's basically assumed to say so because I'm saying
Did
that.
you hear what I said, dude? The sun goes east to west on the north and on the south.
It's going on a curve, right?
Whatever. It goes east to west, right?
Not only.
Is east to west a straight line?
From east to west is the straight line. That's what I'm saying.
No, it isn't. It isn't a straight line even on your globe. Yeah.
So you can't.
This isn't even a debate.
Same sentence, though, right? You say it does go east to west, but then you say it goes a different direction somewhere else. Like, I don't get it, man.
This isn't a debate. The Earth isn't flat. You have no proof to prove the Earth is flat.
Water's flat, brother. Straight up, man.
Yeah, measured
That doesn't
flat.
make no sense at all. But okay.
It's measured
Pour yourself a glass of ice water.
Yeah, we use water as a
What does it
horizontal
measure?
reference, right? Like, but according to this guy, we only use that sometimes.
Like, I have no proof that the Earth is flat, so I don't know why this is debate.
I just told you, man. Water
Yeah,
it
we
doesn't
do.
lie, dude.
Like, what are you? Can you show me any video proof that the Earth is flat?
Can you show me some curved water, bro? Like fucking, you know, like water at rest.
Actually,
That's curved, that
That's
holds the
basically your
form.
whole argument. That's basically your whole argument. I
Yeah,
had-
this is my whole argument.
Like, he
dude.
has no other
Yeah, I can say that I'm flat
That's
Earth
it, man. Water is it, dude. Fucking.
So
that's
you have
all I
no
need.
actual other proof besides the. You're actually stupid.
It's all I need
that's
is the
only
water,
proof
man.
Based. Well, wait, you're saying that
you don't
water
like
is
the
flat, that means
simplicity
the
of
Earth is
it.
flat?
It's so simple, man. Water is fucking always finds fucking level,
You
dude.
got any evidence for your curvature?
Like he has no proof
evidence.
that the
Show
water
me
is
some curved water, dude. Fuck. It's real simple.
You
should
might
have it.
actually-
Every
You're the one with the
every
claim,
lake you
buddy.
have on this planet, dude, that you call a planet, should be curving. Just show me a picture of that.
Where's your picture of the flat Earth? I want to see it.
Every fucking body of water you look at, dude. There you go.
Can you please shut up? Like you have no. Please,
What,
you're
am I
saying a whole
hurting you,
bunch of
dude?
nothing. No, you're saying a lot of something, but you're not saying shit. Like
Projection,
I'm saying a lot.
Likewise.
Peru. Okay, I have just searched for what I was asking you. The name is the Coriolis effect.
Oh, here we go.
So does this effect exist, or you don't believe because you have not observed it?
So when a helicopter is hovering above the Earth, it's not moving underneath it.
No, because gravity's holding it stationary.
Gravity's holding the helicopter stationary.
The only thing that can control the helicopter is
So only when you shoot a bullet does the Earth move underneath, right?
no, the bullet's moving on its own trajectory after it's fired. It does dip because of gravity, though.
So why is this guy brought up Coriolis then?
There's so many blacks and so many whites that I can make a checkerboard in real life.
You guys are spiraling.
Yeah, this should be easy to show me some curved water, man. Like real easy, dude. Like show me a picture of a 10-mile lake taken from a side view with a curve. With the water being held up in the form of a curve.
Waves are curved.
You know,
Water.
like a hill in the middle, right? Like from one side,
Yeah, like
from
a
one
wave.
shore to the other shore,
those
right?
are undulations.
Waves, right?
I
Yeah,
still
yeah.
want to know why I can't see
Water at
Waves
rest,
have
right?
curvature.
Chicago.
But the waves have curvature.
Water
Yeah.
at rest, right, bro? Understand?
Michigan's only like 282 miles away. I should be able to see it from Chicago, you know?
Just like your dad.
Dude, he's just
One sec. Is that the same guy that was asking about Coriolis effect?
No, it's this
Oh, hell no. If you're talking to me, no, there's no fucking way. I'm not that retarded.
I was asking about the Coriolis effect.
I asked you about the Coriolis effect.
That's Geo.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering if he could tell us what the Coriolis effect is.
Retardation.
Whether the systems rotate in different directions in the northern and southern hemisphere.
Oh, here we go.
Wrong.
What is it then?
Try again. Coriolis effect is not exclusive to Earth and phenomena, right? We observe, like in the sky or to do with Earth. It's simply the apparent deflection of an object which is traveling in a straight line, but not necessarily a straight line. But you can think of an object traveling in a straight line above or outside, like you said, of a rotating system, right? As observed from that rotating system, its path will appear to deflect, but it doesn't really. That can occur like just you being on a merry-go-round and someone throwing a ball over the top of you. Ball's path will appear to curve when it's actually just going straight. It's the Coriolis effect. That's it. Just the observed apparent deflection of an object traveling straight in an inertial reference frame, as observed from a turning non-inertial reference frame. That's it. That's how you describe the Coriolis effect. But yeah, sorry. Carry on.
Still waiting for that globe proof.
Yeah, that was a
Curvature,
pretty
anybody?
nice derail.
Anybody got
Water will work.
curvature? Curvature, anyone? Anybody got that? We need a measurement, empirical, repeatable, observable, measurable, curving water. Where's this curving water?
Yeah, I don't think the curvature of Earth can be directly measured.
Okay, how does the lunar eclipse happen? If you have any
How do
idea?
you know it's a fucking globe then if you can't measure it?
More stargazing. Okay, good job. You're looking up at the sky to determine what the floor is?
Yep.
Is that how you measure your floor? By looking at the ceiling lights?
Yep.
Okay, go to the hardware store and ask them to measure your ceiling lamp because you're putting in flooring, you numpty.
That's what you do every day, don't you? You drink your tea, look at the liquid, and say, "Oh, it's so flat. The whole Earth must be."
We're not looking at the sky to determine if the surface is flat, Bozo.
You're looking at the
No,
cup.
yeah, that's water. Your tea is water, not earth.
Yeah, you're looking at the cup and say, "Okay."
Yeah, and so you've acknowledged what water does in reality, and they've told you live on a blue marble. 70% of its surface is covered with water, is what's on the textbooks. Yet in reality, not in La La Land, water doesn't do that. You can shake your fist and say "nuh-uh" and hand wave dismiss reality all you want, Gio. Don't spiral now. You've been doing pretty good. Don't spaz out like the rest of them.
Well, I asked you the question before. You avoided like 2 times. Old Haas. So the water levels to what?
Just levels, bro.
We've gone over this. I don't understand
Taking a bottle of water and
why are you trying to
What are
confuse
just-
something?
So why do you stick to the ground?
What do you
Because
mean
you're heavier than the
stuck? I'm
air,
not
dude.
stuck to the ground. What do you mean stuck?
Yeah, you're stuck to the ground if you don't have enough force to fly up, right?
Force again.
That's because you think you would fly.
Yeah, I'm not a bird.
You think humans would fly.
Yeah, why can't you?
If I were a pigeon, you wouldn't be saying that to me. Go ask that to a pigeon. Why aren't you flying? They'll fly away.
Why would you think humans would fly in the first
If the
place?
pigeon is not flapping their wings, they're not flying either, do they?
But you think humans would fly.
With the airplanes? Yeah, sure. But
Why aren't you flowing? Because you're not a bubble.
And why do the bubbles float and not the hard objects?
Science.
Because you don't have feathers.
Okay, so that's your explanation of why you are walking and not floating around? Because
you know why you're not flying? Because you're on the ground.
Again.
You're on the ground, meaning like what keeps you on the ground? Why aren't you floating?
If you're not flying, it's because you can't buy an airplane ticket.
It has to be because of the bending and warping of space time, right?
That makes perfect sense. The gravity,
right? It does.
If you want to fly, you go to the airport. Don't you know that?
I just have this information from you. I just got it.
Yeah, you go to the airport. You say
the water levels on the horizontal level to the ground because they don't have the airplane tickets. Got it.
Have you even been to space?
He said horizontal. He's right about that. Horizontal.
Horizontal, yeah. Horizontal to what?
That doesn't mean curving. The word horizontal is named after the horizon, which is a straight line.
Horizontal.
In the X and Y coordinates, straight lines.
Sorry, Sonny. It's horizontal to the surface of water at rest, dude. We use the surface of water at rest as a horizontal reference. You understand that, right?
There are some curved objects that when you look at them, they appear to be a straight line in your vision.
Yeah, but not.
It's so big, right?
That. Earth itself doesn't obey that.
I'm talking like if you have a flat plate and you look at it edge on, then it will appear like a line. Same with the horizon, even though the horizon is a circle.
So do we use water as a horizontal reference or don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Thanks.
Not a curvizontal reference, a horizontal reference. Level.
Do you guys believe in gravity?
Why would we have to believe something if it was proven to be true?
Proven how?
So you apparently believe in gravity. You have no proof of gravity. Do you have a scientific experiment that proves gravity has a cause and effect?
Are you talking about space-time?
Nah, I don't have to go that fancy. If I just let my pen go, it just falls on the ground.
Yeah, that's an effect, brother.
That's an effect of what?
Hey! Before you picked it up, before you picked the pen up, was it going down before you picked it up?
No, it was on the table.
Oh, it was on the table. Oh.
So why does it?
So when you picked it up, you turned into anti-gravity device because you went away from gravity, right?
Wait! Do you guys explain this shit with what's the name of the Archimedes shit? That the gravity only exists because we're what? We're more dense.
When you say gravity, what do you mean? Like you mean like a word that you write on a piece of paper? Gravity, like a parrot?
No, just some kind of force.
Like specific gravity.
Just some kind of force that keeps you on the ground. Do you believe in this?
Some imaginary thing that you have in your head, something.
I mean, do you float or do you stick to the ground?
Here we go again with the floating human.
I don't think it's gravity that holds me underground. I think it's unicorns.
I understand you're trying to make fun of it, but are you that schizophrenic you cannot engage in this topic?
Okay, so you say gravity, I say helium, water vapor, gases.
Okay. Sure.
I say dragons.
Sure.
Helium. So are helium balloons anti-gravity devices?
No, they are just less dense than the air, so it just goes above the air.
Oh, so what about the pen? Is the pen less dense than the air? When you picked up the pen, is it less dense?
Yeah, but why is it not the other way around?
The pen is less dense. You say yeah to that.
That's what I said. I just guessed your point. You're talking about the Archimedes shit, and how does it contradict the gravity?
Because
the helium balloon is an anti-gravity device.
Yeah, because the helium balloon using buoyancy overcame your gravity. So where's gravity? Why isn't it holding the helium balloon down? It has weight, doesn't
Gravity
it?
has less force than the I don't know what's the name of the force that keeps the less than.
The buoyant force. It's an actual force, not a pseudo force. Your gravity is not a force. Hasn't been a force since 109 years ago in 1915. So, what do you mean by gravity? Why don't you explain to us what do you think gravity is?
Okay, here's my question. Okay, so once again, what was the name of the force?
The buoyant force. But I think we need to stop and go back because you claim gravity. So first of all, let's get to terms and definitions.
I don't give a shit about
the term. Hold on. What do you think gravity is first, and we'll move on from there.
Okay, what I think is a force that keeps you down. And my question is, if you let go the helium balloon, why does it go up and not left or right?
What in the hell does that have to do with anything?
I'm asking you the question.
Because the buoyant force carries it up.
Why does it carry it up and not right or left?
Because the gas is trying to escape and the gases expand in all directions. Omnidirectional. Right. So gases will try to go up. The gases in the balloon have a buoyant force with the medium around it, so it goes up.
Holy shit.
Oh, wait, once again, why does it go on the left or the right?
Why would it go to the left or right unless it has wind pushing it?
Why would it go up? I mean, what's up and down to you? What do those two terms mean?
Okay, you wanted
the next level of atmosphere. In the next level of atmosphere, we have layers in the atmosphere. That's why it goes up because
we don't have an atmosphere. You don't have a sphere, so you would need a ball for that. So why wouldn't the helium balloon go to side on your spinning space ball?
It wouldn't.
If you want to answer my question with another question, I'll just answer your question. You're questioning the question with another question. On your spinning space ball, why doesn't the helium balloon go side to side? Good question. Why doesn't the helium balloon go side to side? Your spinning space ball is supposed to be traveling at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So why isn't it going side to side? No answer. Okay.
Oh, shit. Oh, okay. I just realized what the fuck you're asking. So let's say you're asking me if you jump, why don't you jump down on, let's say, in Africa, right? That's your question is, basically.
Well, it's something you asked about why doesn't the helium
something around that.
You asked the question. So the helium balloon with its buoyant force overcame your gravity. So the buoyant force is stronger than your force of gravity that you claim is a force that hasn't been a force for 109 years.
Right.
So, yeah. So,
the reason why it goes up, I mean, the reason why I asked you in the first place, why I ask you why does it go left or right, is to demonstrate that you have this perception of up and down, right? So the gravity is pulling something down, while the buoyant force is pulling something up. It's so easy, right?
Yeah. So, do you have any demonstration? Do you have any demonstration of gravity acting like a force, like through demonstration? In other words, so you think that the atmo or the gases are being held down to a sphere, right? The ball Earth. So, do you have proof that gravity can contain gases? In other words, a demonstration that you could maintain gas pressure within a space of, let's say, a cubic yard with only gravity maintaining gas pressure. Do you have an example of that?
No, what the fuck?
That's what you would be required to do if you're going to prove gravity can contain gases. You need to show an example or demonstration that gravity can maintain gas pressure in a certain amount of area without a container.
Oh, wait. Now, here's the question to you, Beck. When you let go of your pen, which goes down, why does it go down?
Because it weighs more than the medium around it.
Yeah, but it goes down to what?
Goes down to the floor.
What the fuck? Yeah, down on the floor. Why?
To the floor because it's more dense than the surrounding medium. That's why you don't fly as well. Because you're more dense than the surrounding medium. So buoyancy and density explains the entire thing.
No, it doesn't. Why does it go down? That's the question. I mean, what's the down to you?
Now you're asking us a God question that only God can answer. Why did God make it so that everything is down to the floor? Only God can answer the reason why that is. It just is. It's an axiom. That means it's a natural law that has never been violated.
Why did you bring up buoyant force and not just say it's an axiom? Why did you do that?
No, the axiom is that things go down to the floor when they're more dense. That's just the way it is.
That's just the way it is.
Yeah,
so down is down, and the reason why down is down, only God knows why, right? Okay, guys, I'm out.
Yeah. And your explanation is what again? Gravity, this fairy tale gravity that you can't prove.
Yeah, God is not a fairy tale
gravity. Prove gravity.
Now he's quoting Brian Wilson.
Brian Wilson, come on, keep going.
God is real. You can explain why down is down, but gravity can't.
Wait. Guys, you'll take note too. Wait a sec, dude. Wait a sec, dude. I want everyone and the audience and you to be aware that not in all instances do things go down. Okay, so we observe the motion of objects different ways. Some things go up, some things are just remaining static. Right? Some things just appear to just go sideways, like clouds. They just stay at the same level, they appear to, and then just move sideways.
Now,
this goes in all directions. Gas goes in all directions, right? But I haven't finished talking. I'm still addressing the major point that was made.
Okay.
And so there is something that happens in observable and measurable reality, right? Where the motion of an object seems to be dictated, but specifically just talking about solids and liquids, right? Seems to be dictated by a density relationship, right? Density of the object and its surrounding medium, right? And it will either go rise or sink. Right? And gas, right? Well, that medium that surrounds it needs to be something. So, like you have gases. Right? They're just going in all directions, defying any idea that there's a universal one direction bias of motion. That is not in contention. This is not in contention.
Well, I think you said things move depending on their mass, correct? Or just don't answer my question. That too. Okay, I have no intellectual superiority. I was only going to try and ask a question.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said feign. Anyways, I was just razzing you. I do that to everyone who butts in mid-conversation.
Yeah. Did he mute? Come on, I want to hear what he was going to say.
So actually, we have 0 examples of gravity overcoming the actual force of buoyancy or density. There's no example where gravity overcomes these things that we know about that can be measured. Unfortunately, gravity cannot be measured. It never has been measured.
Really, I'm not a flat earther. I disagree with flat Earth, but
okay.
I'd like to say that you guys are correct that you can't really prove the Earth being not flat.
Yeah, water doesn't behave the way you're saying it does.
I did not. Did I say how water behaved?
Yeah, no, I said it. So
okay,
if you can prove water is curving at a specific rate, that would be required on your spherical Earth. So if the water's not curving and 72% of Earth is covered with water, so they say, then your Earth cannot be a ball. The water would have to curve at a specific rate. Yeah. That means your geometric horizon should be 1.22 miles at 1 foot above the water. This is not true in any case.
Well, I think you got that.
Yeah, certain conditions are going to exist. If you think that you live on a ball of a certain size, right, then it means there's going to be conditions which are a necessary, absolute consequence of being on that ball, right? Which means, like Sonny's talking about, the surface of liquid not being horizontal but curving.
Okay, but my problem, you're saying it's a perfect curve, right? It would have to be a perfect curve continuously, 0.222. Correct?
Non sequitur. It would have to be curving at a specific rate. They gave us the size of the Earth, so it would have to curve. This means the water would be curving at that rate.
So I'm correct to say that you're saying that it is curving. It would have to curve at a very specific set rate.
Yeah.
Right. Waves and such aside, it's not like there's going to be a big dimple or something like that of water that your boat will fall into in the ocean, or a hill that your boat has to climb.
Okay. Well, then how could I'm just confused. How could it be? No one believes that the Earth is circular to the point that it would have a 0.2 perfect curvature. To think that our Earth would have perfect curvature would be to say that when you look out there, it just doesn't make sense. So what I'm confused about then is how
we're looking at curvature. Doesn't have to be perfect.
Yeah, but you just said it had to be perfect. If it has to be perfect, then you're fighting against no one because no one believes that it is perfect, because our Earth is in fact, from what I remember, not perfectly circular.
Okay, but what about the water?
So your argument is belief?
No.
Well, that's what you just said, right? Everybody believes this, so how can you not believe it, right?
No,
I mean, does this mean that you believe that gravity?
Out of what I said. You're taking things out of what I said.
Oh, that's what you said, dude.
I said that he made an argument against the Earth being circular that doesn't exist because he's arguing it's no one, because no one actually believes that the Earth is perfect.
Do we use water as a horizontal reference, dude?
Okay.
And can you answer the question?
Water perfectly.
Can you answer the question? Do we use water as a horizontal reference?
He's trying to tell us that the uneven distribution of mass throughout the globe creates the geoid, which is the gravity model, which creates undulations of terrain. And it creates
into words for an idiot, please. Like me, I don't get
offset. Offset. The center of Earth is also offset and isn't perfectly radially inward all over the place. So my question to you is: where's the evidence of that? Where's the evidence that there are hills of water and dipping bowls of water that boats would have to negotiate?
Now that is technically, when you look at the ocean. Liquid, what does it do? It goes directly down, and it in fact does it perfectly in a way where there's still waves because of the planets around us, but the water slightly evenly distributes itself. Because if there was a dimple,
that's right.
Then how water works is it flattens out those areas, but it's still does have dimples. They're just not as massive as you think.
Okay.
To a point that you can't really see how massive.
I have to ask you this. Do you think water obtains the shape of the bottom of its container? Or does the top surface of water, no matter, or is the top surface of water always flat and horizontal when undisturbed, and only the bottom side of the water takes the shape of the container, but not the top?
I'm sorry, I don't get the question.
Okay, so if you pour water into a container that has, like, let's say, a mound on the bottom of the container, is there a mound of water above where that mound is underneath?
In a way, maybe I'm saying that. I know I'm not saying that. The problem is you're trying to trap me, and I know it's a trap.
No, I'm not trying to trap you. I'm just trying to get to the point, because you're trying to allude to some point that the waters are not perfectly flat level, because the underneath part or the sea floors are uneven, or Earth is unevenly curving. That would replicate itself on the top surface of the water. Is that what you're trying to say?
I think I was saying that a bit differently, but in a way, yes.
Okay.
Right, because if there's a sea mount, there's going to be more mass and therefore more gravity, so the ocean would dimple on top of the mountain, right?
On top of what mountain are we talking about? Because
the sea mountain.
Yeah, it does.
Undersea mountain.
I'm sorry. The water dips above the seamount because the seamount has more gravity. Oh.
Okay. Well, I guess
nobody's seen that. Nobody's measured that.
Can we measure that? That's the real question.
I don't think so.
So then, is it relevant? Really, what I think is
no evidence of the globe.
Really, what I think is the only reason you guys have the stance you do in flat Earth is because you guys are like the affirmative or like the negative. You guys have to set what was before people trying to offer the affirmative plan of we're a globe now.
No, bro, we just live in reality. That's it, man.
Yeah. So
that's what I'm saying. You guys have the previous assumption. And
you have to imagine, dude. I just live in reality. You imagine, right?
Yeah. The only place you've seen a globe is on your TV screen. You've never seen the globe out in reality in nature.
Okay, so I think I've had this conversation before, but then in that case, if we're not a globe, if we're flat, then can you explain to me, as if I don't understand all the weird phrasing, all the special ways, why I look outside and I can't see farther than how far? Not very far.
Yeah.
So when you go underwater, dude, how far do you go down before you can't see?
How far it depends on the soul levels and the water itself.
Right. So do you think that has any correlation to our atmosphere? Well, what you call atmosphere?
Very little.
Very little, but it's still that way, kind of, right?
You can't see You can't see 3 or 4 blocks down your street without it being obscured. What are you talking about? But did you know that if we can see the horizon at 10 miles out at 1 foot above the water, did you know that observation alone with a 10-mile horizon would make your Earth's radius 250,000 miles? That means that's 500,000 mile diameter. So that's only 10 miles. I've seen the shoreline of islands 30 miles off in the distance and can zoom into the actual lights on the shore reflecting off the water. That should be at least 200 or 300 feet below my line of sight. So all these observations.
How much further can you see of that?
All these observations.
Why is there a limit?
Listen, if you see islands 30 miles off in the distance, and half of the island's not obscured by a bulge of water, that would make your Earth radius millions of miles in diameter. That throws the whole heliocentric model, everything about it, off. So all of it's incorrect if we see further than 1.22 miles at 1 foot above the water, and every observation you make over water is much further than that.
Okay, so you backed that argument off of evidence from your own example, correct? Like what you understand.
Yeah, are you in the side chat?
I have side chat open. I'm just not looking at.
Can you go to the side
Basing
chat?
it off reality, dude.
I'm going to post an image. I posted it earlier. Let me see. Let me scroll up here.
Yeah, man, how far away have you seen something, Overcomer?
From the floor, from the ground level?
Yeah, from your eye level, dude.
From the ground level, at least, I'd say 5 miles, Cap. And that's with some of it being lower down, some of it being up or higher.
Okay.
When people ask the question, how come I can't see a certain distance? It's almost as if you're not even applying any scrutiny to the question yourself. It sounds like people usually say, well, someone told me that the Earth is the reason. The curvature of the Earth is the reason that I can't see a certain distance. But you never applied any other scrutiny to that claim either. So let me ask you, how come you can't see a certain distance?
From what I know, it's the curvature of the Earth, and I want to explain.
Did you ever apply any other scrutiny to that particular claim or idea, or did you just take what someone told you, almost like the power of suggestion, kind of like a wizard, where these are not the droids you're looking for? Like you succumb to their Jedi mind tricks.
Okay, let's.
I just said, yep. I guess it's the curvature of the Earth. No, I'm not ad-homing you. I'm asking you, why did you do that instead of actually asking more questions? Because the Earth isn't curving measurably, so why can't you see very far? I'm going to ask you.
Unless if the curvature of the Earth is incorrect, I have no idea why. And
so let's scrutinize it. What else could it be? What else could it be?
Have you ever seen the visibility rating on the news channel, dude?
Now that we have to remember then is that on a perfect day, there's not a perfect day. Okay, to lower that sentence, there is still a limit, to what you can see. If you don't include humidity, at a day where it's pretty humid,
and is that limit in accordance with the geometric parameters of this space ball? No. It's beyond. Yeah, even on the clearest days, the air isn't transparent forever. I mean, it layers to, there's a storm somewhere. There's fog, if you've stood in the thick fog, you can barely see across the street.
Yeah. I've had fog where I can barely see 3 feet in front of me.
So not curvature of the Earth, right?
That was not curvature of the Earth. That was fog.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm. Amazing that there's such thing as weather and fog. But then, so if we go
so there's no reason why you should see forever, even on the clearest days, because in the distance, who knows?
So then let's say we're in a clear day in the Bahamas. I've been to the Bahamas before. On a clear day, it's pretty clear. You can see. Now, in the middle of somewhere where it's as far as you can see, it's ocean. Why can't I see farther? And why doesn't, if it's the Earth, if it's all the fog or whatever, there's no
what are you hoping to see? What's out there? What's out there that you're hoping to see?
Out? Why can't I see islands that are way too far for me to see? Many, many, many miles.
Far.
Like, I don't slowly see a gradual decrease.
Well, it depends on how tall those islands are, and
yeah, you've heard of angular size change. Yes.
Okay, so I can't see it because depending on how high it is. Did you just prove my? Did you just prove how high it is shouldn't matter on a flat Earth? Dude, we can't tell what you're saying.
You're roboting there.
Why can I not?
So you don't know what angular.
Okay, can someone tell me what he's trying to say?
Angular size change. You know what angular size change is?
No.
Okay, so they don't actually change size in reality.
Says who you keep roboting.
Sorry, bro.
You're good now, but you might have to disconnect and rejoin.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Well, no, I'm just in a bad coverage area.
Oh, you're good now.
Anyway, am I still cutting out? Okay, so while I've got 3 bars, you realize things get apparently smaller as you get farther away from them. They don't actually change size in reality.
Yeah, it's just they're being less light, being farther away, so less that light can actually be received by my eye. We can't tell what you're saying again, dude.
Yeah, you're still roboting pretty bad, man.
So if you think a light has something to do with angular size, I don't know what to tell you. Do you know what angular size is?
No.
Okay. So
Okay, can someone else explain to me angular sizes? He just disconnected, I think.
Yeah, we see an angle. So there's an aperture to your eye that lets light in, and light diffracts through that.
Yes.
And by diffraction, there's a difference between refraction and diffraction. Diffraction is what happens when light changes angle of propagation around objects, and refraction happens when light changes the angle through media. So the light comes in through your eye, and it enters the lens, and it draws a picture that you know is like upside down on the back of your eyeball. So if you could imagine an optical axis going from the back of your eye through the lens, through the middle of the aperture, and out into the horizon, that's a straight line. And that line is about 0.02 degrees width, in which objects cannot be resolved.
Okay.
Due to diffraction. It's because the light itself interferes with itself and creates its own obstruction in a way. So you can't see anything smaller than 0.02 degrees, no matter if it's up close in front of your face or if it's 50 miles away.
Okay.
If the Earth was flat, how can we play GeoGuessr?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. That's the dumbest argument I've ever heard, but that is absolutely hilarious. So then why?
That's angular resolution.
Camera. So then a camera. Is it the same thing if a camera then? Why can't a camera see? Okay. So then what would the camera need to see farther? Higher aperture.
So yeah, it needs a wider aperture. You need to widen the opening. You need to adjust the focal length. And if you widen the aperture too much, you get what's called chromatic aberration around the edges. You get diffraction of light, and you start to see rainbows and stuff.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah, they're engineered to preserve the ratios so that you can see further. And cameras, because they increase your angular resolution, that's what allows you to see more detail. People often think it's the zoom.
Detail.
It's not the zoom. It's the aperture.
Though the aperture does.
We can also exploit the different spectrums of light too with cameras, so then we can see we can see out into the distance without the the problems that we get with the visible light spectrum.
Right. Okay. So like infrared doesn't tend to refract as much due to its frequency through media, but it diffracts a lot more around objects than higher wavelengths. But the point is you can use infrared to mitigate refraction, to mitigate bendy, warbly images in the distance, because you're seeing in a wavelength that is not as affected by the medium. You can increase the angle of propagation to distant objects by raising yourself higher off the floor, maybe going up in an airplane, and then use infrared. And now you can see a whole new world that you've never been able to experience. We got flat earthers that do this. They go in airplanes with high-end infrared optics.
Hard to imagine, right?
Yeah. You see a new world, man.
Well, then my problem is, why with the high infrared object can I not see from a spot on land out farther? Why with in most insane cameras can they not see any farther than a certain point?
Well, the cameras are diffraction limited optics. So every optic is diffraction limited at some point. You cannot read a newspaper at a certain point away from the camera, no matter how good it is. Everything starts to blur together and then disappears.
But that's incorrect.
That's absolutely what happens.
I can get a camera right now with an optic. That means that I can set it. I set a newspaper exceedingly far away from it, and it does differently compared to another camera. But
right.
I presume, are you talking about?
Right, there are different distances.
Okay.
Yep. But they will reach a limit. Whatever that is depends on the optics that's being used. One of the main reasons why you can't see far, if it's not limited due to the device itself, is due to the weather conditions. So there's a contact layer above the surface of whether it's water or terrain and the air. And most of the distortion that you're going to see occurs right above that surface. It's because it's subject to the sun heating it and cooling it. There could be geological effects underneath. Yeah. You know, you hear about like thermal currents that carry gliders up, and glider pilots look for thermal currents.
To take that into like then why on two separate days where the weather goes the same on one area, continuously on one area, why on the Bahamas, let's say, let's go back to the ocean, because I like doing it in the ocean, because it's perfectly, I'm going to say flat, and don't call me out on that. You can look straight, okay, and with that camera you can see to your distance. Why is it still set at a certain point? Most commonly.
So the further you're looking,
weather with your cameras going out, no matter the camera, it's at a certain point.
What's
no
that?
Matter
Answer to your own question.
Well, I mean, you're looking further and further into the distance, right? So the further away things are from you, the more information is being packed into smaller and smaller angular size.
Yeah.
So you could be looking at miles and miles of distance of length along the ground, packed into a teeny tiny fraction of a degree nearest the horizon, and then less distance packed into that same degree of separation closer to you, and so on and so forth, until you're looking at stuff that's right up in front of you. So if you think for a minute, how much terrain, how much chaos is being packed into smaller and smaller angular size. And by chaos, I mean the interaction of the weather, the ambient environment, with the ground and with the air, causing turbulence What's even more is the further in the distance you're looking, the more of a rotation you're seeing away from you. The ground is basically starting to flatten out and even out. It's like taking a book and tilting it away from you. And the more you tilt it away from you, the more and more detail gets destroyed on it. But you're also seeing more and more of the surface that's interacting with the air above it. You're looking lengthwise through the most chaotic part that's possible. And you're looking edgewise into this horizon means you're looking into multiple optical phenomena going on. Turbulence, reflection, refraction, diffraction, total internal reflections. Atmosphere.
Where's the side view? Yeah, but where's the side view of the sun dropping vertical? And when there's 15 people lined up, like I'm here, which one of you goofy assholes see it dropping vertically to come bust you in the head? The sun's not dropping anywhere. Or else it would drop and touch one of the people in between the other two people seeing it drop. Goof troop.
The point is there's so much chaos that eventually you have what's called the extinction of light. Yeah, the extinction of light happens at about, I think, 298 kilometers under the most optimal conditions over a flat surface at sea level. It's called the Rayleigh atmosphere model.
Well, thank you very much for the explanation. I think I've never been given such a clear explanation, to be honest, of flat Earth. So thank you. I do have to go now, though. So
all right.
Remember side view.
You're very polite. Thank you.
Never forget to remember the side view. Always remember to never forget the side view.
I hope I didn't butt in on anybody there either. I just got home from work.
Smashed that out of the ballpark. Yeah, that was brilliant. I was coming in to say that, you couple your angular resolution with other things like weather conditions.
Yeah,
so you covered it all now.
Yeah, they both have to be taken into account together. And then add to that the, law of perspective. And add to that the supposed drop over curvature that nobody sees at the same time as perspective scaling.
Yeah, and even then we can bring in things like swells, distance swells. You could be six foot standing on the shore looking out, and at 3 miles, 5 miles, there could be a 7 foot swell, which is capable of obstructing the bottom portion of objects. Like let's say it's 150 feet at 10 miles away from you at that point. That's going to appear to block a lot of that object.
Yeah, and you might not even notice it. So there might be, let's say you're 6 feet high, and then 5 miles out, there's a 7 foot swell. 100 meters from there, there's another 7 foot swell, and another 7 foot swell, and another 7 foot swell. And you're looking at a boat, like a cruise ship, that might be another 2 or 3 miles beyond those swells. And it's going to look like it's disappearing from the bottom up. You don't notice the swells. They're so small, but there's a successive number of them that happen to be just at or above eye height. And you don't notice them because they're all compressed into this tiny angular field of view. And you lose depth perception at that distance as well. And so when you look at it, and even if you were to zoom in, it might look like a wall of water. And you say, there's the curvature of the Earth. Am I right?
Yeah, no, that's why I want to ask these folks when they say, well, how come I can't see, right? How come I can't see this object in the distance? You go, well, look, bro, if it's Earth curve, it's got to be at 1.22, right?
Right.
But if that's debunked, then why don't you try and apply your own scrutiny? They think that we're just going to spoon feed them some answers that I think instinctually they already know. They just never thought about it in this way. Angular resolution or angular size change is the bulk of it, right? You got a 7 foot swell, let's say 500 yards out from you. Well, that 7 foot swell is angularly larger than the boat that's 10 miles away. This is not difficult, right? We all know what perspective. So we can all block the sun out with our thumb. Now, we don't know the actual size of the sun, but, you know, you can block a lot of things out that are huge with your frickin' thumb. This is not difficult. So I think we got to try to get them to, like, answer their own questions sometimes.
Right. You're right. Everybody understands these principles. But as a glober, you don't really have the experience at applying these principles in a rational way.
You're a flat earther?
Yeah.
I can line my thumb up with curves of any curve if I get it close and back it up. I can line it up. And my thumb can also match the moon and sun, but it can never match the horizon because my thumb's curved. My thumb's curved and the horizon is horizontal. So at what point do you back your thumb up and match this fucking earth curve?
Exactly. They just won't acknowledge it because. Amish, can you counteract him?
Listen, man, I'm probably old enough to be your dad.
Oh, and you're still a retard.
Oh.
I might have taught your dad a thing or two.
How old are you?
Dad in here?
I'm almost over the hedge, man.
Oh, bro. Is there any proof that the Earth is flat? Go ahead.
That's all there is.
Water.
Water.
Elevation.
Very nice.
Elevation, water, and everything you build. What else you need, brother?
How about celestial navigation?
How about pool walls?
Prove Earth flat.
No. Pool walls prove Earth flat. 'Cause on a globe, you don't need the fourth wall to hold the water in. Goofies. You need gravity.
So back in about 1806, Thomas Jefferson commissioned a Swiss-American immigrant. His name was, I think, Friedrich Hassler, to survey the entire east coast of the United States. And Friedrich Hassler went out there with planar surveying methods, which means not taking the globe into consideration with his measurements.
There's literally no way
the entire east coast of the United States. You can look it up. It's called the U.S. Coast Survey.
There's no way you can take curve into account because these guys don't know where it's at. They can only calculate it. They can't touch it physically and find it. So what human could take curve into consideration and where at?
That's right, Demok. So this man, Friedrich Hassler was his last name. I'm fuzzy on his first name. He wrote about this in his journals. He's like, I just assume that I'm baking in Earth curvature as I go. He just assumed it.
Right. See, that's funny, right? It's like the song I made, right?
I don't know your song. Can you sing it, Demok?
Put it on a flat map. On a flat map. You want the globe to be accurate? Put it on a flat map. On a flat map. Do it with some flat map. With some flat math. With some flat...
He's obviously mentally ill.
With a flat book called an atlas. You can get a flat smack with a flat map. Where's your globe at? Put it on a flat map. How's it accurate? You put it on a flat map. How you prove it, man? You do it with the flat map. With the flat angle on a flat app. GPS, man. Where's it flat at? On my phone, cat. Put it on a flat map. On a flat app. That's my song.
Flat and level, flat and level, flat and level.
You know what it is. GPS. Flat, and they do it big.
I find it interesting that people ask for the evidence of flatness when that's what they experience and view every day. I think the other question
right,
is
you ask them where the curve's at, they say, I don't know. I can't find it. You can't see it. And then they say, what now? Where's the proof for a curve? It's not there? It's horizontal? Oh, too big horizontal? What proves flat Earth? The curve that's horizontal.
Perverts chasing flat ass.
Perverts.
That's right. Curverts. Don't be a curvert. Put it on a flat app. On a flat app. Put it on a flat map. I'm telling you, that song is the shit. Right, edit it a little better. You know what I'm saying?
Can you give me any concrete proof that the Earth is flat, Go?
That's all you got. Are you retarded?
Are you retarded? You have to give me any.
I'll give you concrete proof through geometric principles. Okay, we can measure elevation angles to Polaris and attain our latitude position on Earth.
Okay.
Elevation angles being an angle subtended by the horizontal plane of reference, which is Earth, and the angle of elevation you take to Polaris up in the sky.
Okay.
That angle corresponds to latitude.
Okay.
It is a flat Earth proof because angles can't have a curved line.
Okay.
The horizontal plane of reference can't be curved.
He's obviously trolling you guys.
I'm not trolling. They're denying the fact that literally with the GPS, it won't work if the Earth was fucking flat. That
Oh yeah, tell me how GPS works. I love talking about GPS, and I give instructions on how it works all the time. Now I understand some of the higher mathematics behind the geometry of some of the coordinate reference systems that GPS devices use. So why don't you educate the room, and maybe you can school me on something I don't know.
Wait, so you're telling me, wait. Since you know this already, how would the GPS work if the Earth was flat? Go.
It does work because Earth is flat.
So now he's asking.
Bro. Wait. So you're telling me right now the GPS would work with the Earth being flat in your eyes?
Yeah, absolutely does, 100%.
Oh, okay. Can you give me any proof behind that?
Sure. Sure. So GPS systems use fundamentally elevation angles from local observers to the satellites. So there's a whole network of what's called ground monitoring stations all over the world, which is run by the U.S. Air Force. I think now it's taken over by Space Force. So these are localized monitoring stations that measure the altitude and azimuth angles of where the satellites appear to be in the sky relative to their location. They send this data to a central processing station called the Master Control Station at, I think, Shriver Air Force Base in Colorado. There they take all the altitude and azimuthal angles collected from all the monitoring stations and compute what's called Keplerian orbital elements. They upload this information to the satellite network, telling the satellites where they should be if Earth is a globe.
Okay.
Aware. That there is the main crux of the matter, because Keplerian orbital elements are a philosophical preference for how we interpret a coordinate reference system for the placement of objects. This could easily be any other kind of coordinate reference system that they would upload to the satellites, but they choose to use Keplerian. Why? Because it freaking works and it's one standard.
Okay. I'm curious. Are you aware of the fact that the GPS uses a reference of eloped in a pre-programmed coordinate system?
Yeah, so that comes after what I'm telling you. So after the satellites get this information, they then send a bunch of bleeps and bloops to each other and also to ground stations telling them what time they sent the packet.
Okay.
So, and also within that bleep and bloop is the Keplerian orbital elements, which have to be used in conjunction with the pseudo-ranging information that is with the GPS systems. GPS receivers take the pseudo-ranges, they take the Keplerian orbital elements, and they produce what's called RINEX data, RNIEX. And from the RINEX data, that's fed into an algorithm that produces coordinates in Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. And this is a pre-assumed globe. They then take those ECEF and they apply it to WGS84 reference ellipsoid to give you latitude and longitude measurements, which is displayed for you as a pretty globe on your GPS receiver.
So in order to get GPS to work, they have to assume a globe? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. You can choose a different reference ellipsoid. You can choose no ellipsoid. As long as you use a coordinate reference system consistently, you can pretend Earth is any shape you like. Freaking dinosaur, for all I care. It doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. There's no curvature. And I'll tell you what I would need for GPS to prove curvature. I would need something like the rotational vector of the satellites and their constellation, showing that they're actually rotating relative to Earth's surface normal over their orbital period.
Oh, I love that GIF that you made of the trajectory of those satellites, that they have this weird orbit. They don't even do a complete orbit. They turn around and come back and do this like figure eight shit and shit.
It's called the tundra orbit. That's it's almost a trick. I almost use that to see. So when satellite people come in and they say they're satellite people and they're like, but GPS satellites prove the Earth, I like to pop that GIF up and say, what the hell's that? Yeah, and 9 times out of 10, probably less often than that, they have no idea what that is and can't explain it. And it's a tundra orbit.
GPS
it's actually produced from elliptical orbits, but the end result is like an analemma.
Yeah, the Sirius XM satellites use the tundra orbit, but I don't think GPS satellites do.
No, they don't. No.
Where did you post that? I don't see what they're talking about.
I don't know. If I have access to it, I'll be able to share it, but not right now. Stick around long enough, and you'll probably see me share it at some point. The next guy that comes in saying that satellites, I'll post it for them, and you can snag it.
I probably saw it before. I'm just trying to say. Wait, I'm like, what is he talking about? I probably saw it before if you posted it.
Fuck it. Enough people are asking. Let me go find it. Hold on a sec. All right, hold on. Do. Matthew Lawrence knows exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you, Matthew. I appreciate you, man. You're like the honest Glober. I know I've said some harsh things about you in the past, and I take that away. All right, here we go.
Thanks.
Oh, there he is.
I posted the GIF for you.
Yeah, that's not it.
He posted the globe version of it.
No, the tundra orbit.
No, I'm kidding.
All right, so there I posted it. There you see, double decker there. So on the left is how the Sirius constellation appears, and on the right is showing you how they are quote unquote actually orbiting the globe. But again, it's using Keplerian elements to tell the satellites they're in this position. Whether or not they're in that position relative to a globe is not determined. It's not determined by the satellite itself. It's determined by the ground station that uploads the information to the satellites to tell it that it's doing that, so that the user sees that and thinks that it's doing that. And you know what? It freaking works. I'm not disputing that it does.
Right.
So that orbital configuration is actually made on the left, is actually made from the right. Isn't that cool? I usually post the first image on the left for the satellite nerds that think they know what they're talking about and ask them to explain it. And I wait for them to show me the image on the right. And if they don't produce the one on the right or talk about it, then I know they don't know what they're talking about, and we can move on. Yeah, and old dude's following up there. Yeah, you can have Keplerian orbital elements transformed to work just fine over a flat Earth, even over an AE map. Not that that's Earth itself, but you can do this. You can whatever you like. And then you change the pseudo-ranging corrections to accommodate, which they also do. They've got pseudo-ranging corrections. They correct for longitude and for relativistic timing. They can make Earth into a fucking potato chip, guys. And it would fucking work, and it'd be precise, and they could launch nuclear bombs and shoot like, missiles down chimneys and crap like that, like they did in Iraq. They can do anything with math. Where the problem is happens to do with like the scale. Like all of the applications of GPS for the user, for all the collection devices all over the world is locally sourced and referenced. What they produce out of it in aggregate is a global situation. And they can come up with any number of aggregate solutions. But the globe, fits people's expectations. The globe works.
Yeah, mathematically.
You go back to sleep. Here's your globe. You navigate on it. The end.
Yeah,
In reality, sorry, go ahead.
I would say, yeah, mathematically, it works in a lot of ways. That's part of the way I look at it. The way I look at it is that's what makes it a great lie, because it could even be presented as truth. Because what they'll say is, well, prove me wrong, because mathematically this makes sense. But something in a formula that's on a piece of paper on a computer screen, it doesn't mean it's reality. Because just like we said before and argued before, okay, if you have this mathematical equation, Black Swan blows that mathematical equation out the water, pun intended. Right. And then it's like, okay, your math no longer comports with reality. So let's at least acknowledge that mathematically, yes, your globe works, but in reality, it doesn't. So that just makes it more of a, in my opinion, I've said this before, it's a doctrine of demons that's making the globe be this lie of what creation truly is. That's all I think.
Yeah, so GPS, right? What is it? They start with the globe in mind, and they hand jam a globe into it. And when it doesn't work, they introduce all the corrections that they need to make it work. You don't have access to see any of that. None of us do. It's a black fucking box. The corrections is a big part of what makes GPS work with the globe in mind. The corrections are not privy to you to see or anybody else. They're uploaded from a fucking top secret facility in Colorado to the satellite constellation network, telling the satellites where they think they should be.
Yeah, and Alan from Space Audits over there in that Ether Club. I know.
Yeah, I know Alan.
He dove deep into GPS as well. He even did like a whole like presentation on it, and he found out like that before they even clocked them, they already programmed them to clock it. Like they fix it, bro. Like to where they rig it.
It's rigged.
They rig it before they even test it. So like, it's like, bro, like, are you kidding me? Like, so they're saying, oh, we're getting these, readings, or sorry, these spherical readings, but it's like, yeah, but you programmed it to give you that reading.
It is, and so, but at the same time, what they do is they say they open sourced it, right? It's like in the early 2000s, they said that they'll stop degrading the public channel. And they'll let everybody use GPS to the full extent of its accuracy.
I need to speak 1 minute, please.
Okay, why should you interrupt? What's going on?
No problem. 1 minute. I need to speak.
Floor is yours.
Yeah. Excellent.
Okay, well, if you're trolling, like, can you hurt?
I know. I know. I know. Okay? 1 minute, please. Okay. I know. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch you. Don't touch me. Okay? Number one. No way. No way. Dude.
I think he's trying to practice his English at this point.
I know.
He knows I'm pretty sure you don't.
Give him a minute, guys. Give him a minute. I get it. I was a foreign language
learner. Thank you, my bro. My brothers and fathers, mothers, sisters. Thank you.
They all believe the earth is not flat.
You know what this fucking pitching fucking what this? You know what this? I don't know. I say I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, who was speaking before he came in?
I'm speaking English.
Go ahead, Amish. Let's get back to you, Amish. I think that was good enough.
No, please.
I can send you a language learning chat.
Please don't test me, please. I know what this.
You don't have any permissions to not test you. Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead, Amish. Finish what you were saying.
I fucking forgot.
That's what they do, man. You were breaking it down for these Globers, and like, dispatch the wrench, and then here it comes in.
Here we go. Throw it into the gears.
I don't know. Get out of here, you wrench.
Me.
No. Let's hang out. Hey, Lion, where are you from, man? What's your accent? Sounds really exotic.
He left.
He got muted, then left.
Oh man. I'm somewhat of a language connoisseur, so I was really interested to hear what his native tongue might have been. Oh well.
My favorite piece of evidence that he presented was no way.
No way. No way. All that with conviction, you go places, you know? That's how the world works.
Yeah. No. He was just distraction. We were talking about how it's rigged and they send it out already programmed, and then you're just talking about the specifically you said fuck, I forgot.
That's the point of it, is it's rigged. You don't have access to it.
Yeah.
And people think that they do.
Open source. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about the open source. Go ahead.
Yeah. So people think they see through the entire GPS system because it's claimed to be open source, but they don't. They don't see what the ground monitoring stations in the network are doing. They don't see what the master control substation is doing. And they don't see what the satellites themselves are processing before they produce their bleeps and bloops. And the Doppler effect and all that goes into this. They don't. They get instead the raw pseudo-ranging information in RINEX. And this is after much of it's been processed with all the corrections, all the Keplerian orbital elements, and everything that's been uploaded already to the system has now been delivered as a globe Earth to the user. So the globe Earth downloads the real-time GPS data and the and can grab the physical signals themselves. And they say, my God, Earth is a globe. And it's just garbage in, garbage out, man. Garbage into your GPS receiver, garbage out of your mind.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so the fact that it works so well is a testament to all the brilliant minds that made it work in this way.
Yeah, but that's the problem. Like, if you can make a model mathematically work, it can be the shape of anything, because then as long as it makes sense mathematically, that doesn't matter. And you can say, this is reality because I mathed it out. I created this model and it fits. Like, we've talked about him before, Trulin, who they threw under the bus a long time ago. But that dude made like 4 or 5 different shapes of the world, and they all equated mathematically. This dude was like a really, really good mathematically, it made sense. And then the Globers, they hated him. Like, shut up, dude. Like, you're not. We can't go with that.
So people think this stuff is so exotic, right? Like, what is the ECEF coordinate reference system? I think I can explain it pretty simply. Like, if you already know how CellNav works, you take elevation angles to Polaris. Well, imagine taking Polaris from the sky, but putting it fucking below your feet and calling that the center of Earth. They just flip it upside down, essentially. There's a bit more to it than that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. So now the absolute reference point is not something that you have to look up to, but it's something that you figure is below your feet. It's now hidden. And they call that the radius of the Earth.
Y and the negative X axis. Yeah. They just go, yeah.
So, yep. And the math actually invokes, and you won't see this published anywhere because this is just my assessment, but the math invokes hyperdimensional geometry. It treats the center of the Earth and the vertical axis extending out through it as the fourth dimension. So what they've done is they've taken planar Earth and in a higher spatial dimension for mathematical purposes, placed an absolute frame of reference, an absolute point of reference, and called it 0, 0, 0. Here's your point of origin. They call that the center of Earth, and it's an equidistant, approximately 3959 miles to every point on a plane. Now, anybody who thinks in normal 3D geometry is like, well, if I have a single point that is equidistant to every point on a plane, then that's a violation of geometric principles, because the single point directly to the plane, most directly, forms a perpendicular angle and will be the shortest length. But that point to a part furthest away from that point on the plane would make a longer distance. Well, in higher dimensional geometry, what they've done in the fourth dimension is they said that's all the same length. And they call that the fourth spatial dimension, and that's where curvature takes place for how satellites communicate ECEF. It's all mathematics. It doesn't exist.
And the problem with that, though, Amish, that I found, that I've even brought up a long time ago, is that back when they were saying like it's a globe, right? And then all their math is based upon this perfect sphere, just like we were talking about. There would have to be a point from the center of the Earth, and then you have this equal distance to all, I guess at those tangent points, in every direction, all around. But if all your math is based on that, that would make a perfect circle. And then years later, we find out, well, it's actually more like a pear. That would throw off all the fucking math. All of it. Yeah. Because now you don't have this perfect rock. And then even Glober's like, well, it's next to perfect. It's not perfect. Yeah, but in math, you can't be like, well, it's close to 4. It might be. Because if you're off by a fucking fraction or a hundredth or a thousandth of a fucking decimal, like you can miss your target, let's per se. Right?
Yeah. Well, don't get me wrong, APOC. Over the past 40, 50 years or so, GPS has evolved. And they've had downloadable content. They've got expansion packs where they alter that distance. They say that that Earth has this uneven distribution of mass. Therefore, the gravimetric readings are going to be different depending where you are on Earth. So we're going to lengthen and shorten that radius distance, that artificial radius, and a higher fourth dimension geometry. We're going to lengthen and shorten that depending on where you are to correct for the gravitational differences depending on where you are on Earth.
Right.
They call that the geoid model, EGM 96. So
they've worked it all out mathematically.
Yeah.
And they made up for it.
Okay.
Yep. So they just keep doing this. And what's happened is over the past 40, 50 years, they've got so much DLC shit, so many expansion packs to GPS that now it fucking works so well, and everybody's like, God damn, Earth has to be a globe.
Yeah, you're right.
It didn't start off that way, folks. It used to be pretty shitty.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Alrighty. So now, another argument I'm going to bring in, because I think that's adulterate. Why can't I fall off the side of the Earth?
Huh?
Why can't I walk off the side of the Earth? If it's flat,
all right,
where's its end?
Let me back you up, man. When you say that to a flat earther, for us, Earth is reality. It's like saying, why can't I go past the edge of the universe? And when I say universe for you, you think about 14 to 80 billion light years, right? Depending on the model. When you say Earth, or to us, we think of the universe. This is reality. So asking us what is at the edge of bounded reality is really just a philosophical question. You can't fall off the edge of bounded reality, just like you can't fall off the edge of the universe.
So then when I walk to one corner, why is there no corners? If it's flat, then why when I get to one side, does it go to the next?
What do you mean? One corner?
So I go to one side of the Earth, okay?
What do you mean by one side of the Earth?
It's flat. Explain what you mean when you say flat. How about that? That sounds better.
What if it's infinitely flat?
So then it just continuously repeats. So you go from one side. Is there more of the Earth that we haven't explored, are you saying?
Maybe so, dude. I don't know. So it's like this, right?
So then why
you guys and I used to believe this, that the universe was expanding, that there's more downloadable content going into the universe. over time. It's expanding, right? It's expanding, always more to go. And it's expanding at a rate faster than the speed of light, which means you can never catch up with it. So what if flat Earth is doing the same fucking shit?
Okay.
I don't know.
Well then, why can I go in my? Okay, I do some flights.
Get it?
So why can I fly? But the thing is, if we haven't explored everything, then why can I fly to one side and then it goes to the next?
Oh, so why does it like repeat?
Yeah, how can it repeat without being the same thing that's not flat?
I see.
But
So there are two ways to answer this. And first way is I'm going to produce to you an idea that is probably something a lot of flat earthers haven't heard. But this is just an idea. So you know how NASA says that there's curving and warping space-time? In fact, you can pull up like Sabina Hassenfelder and others who would say something to the effect of, if you go straight enough in one direction in the whole universe, you might end up back where you started again, because the topology ultimately is a hypersphere.
But that's not proved.
No, it's not proved. But what if Earth is that way and not proven?
But then the thing is, can flat Earth be proved if that's not true?
Well, I'll tell you what, they can already circumnavigate west-east. What if they're actually going straight and not bending in an arc? And they are ending up back where they started, like Pac-Man. And what if you could do this north to south too? What if I could go north and south and end up back going north again? The freaking celestial navigation data, the Nautical Almanac, would suggest it. If I go to Tasmania, during their winter, which is like June solstice, let's say, in the winter, and I were to look at the Southern Cross low on the horizon, maybe about 30 degrees or so up from the horizon. I'm looking south past the South Pole, looking at a star that I can use for navigation. It's one of the 57 navigation stars, G.A. Crooks, from the Southern Cross. And I look at my Nautical Almanac and it says it's over southern Chile right now. I'm a flat earther. I can conclude that if I continue in this direction, using this elevation angle over a flat baseline to the ground position directly beneath that star, I will end up in Chile from Tasmania, traversing the entirety of Antarctica. And it measures flat the whole way. I have no problem with that.
So then,
that's one explanation.
You don't. So then,
that's one. That's the crazy explanation.
Yeah, that's the crazy explanation. The unproved one. But because the thing that I find with that is, it's a new. Because originally it was thought, right? That's a new way of thinking about it. Because originally it was thought,
flat Earth's the future,
we fall off the earth and go to hell. That was the thought until they reached America. Then that expanded. So then, what's another explanation? Because your explanation is crazy. I gotta be honest, it's an awesome explanation, but it's not proved.
Right. Well, there are many other unproven explanations. And let me tell you this, nobody's ever circumnavigated north-south completely before, ever, in human history. It's still unproven.
North to south, you mean?
Yeah, like North Pole, South Pole, back to North Pole. Nobody's ever done that in human history. It's still unproven. We don't know what's happening, dude.
Isn't it? Tell me if I'm wrong. Remember, aren't the North and South poles part of our atmosphere in a way where it's dragged to one side within our atmosphere?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, I'm just being crazy then.
But yeah, I'm thinking what if Christopher Columbus, instead of going west from Portugal, ended up going north? And let's say he decided to do a north-south circumpolar navigation. And let's say he did it. I would still be a flat earther.
Okay.
You know why? You know why?
Why?
Because Earth measures flat and we can see too far for it to be a globe. It would tell me that this Earth is a lot more mysterious and mystical even than we would give it credence. I might even start coming up with crazy fucking ideas like bendy, warpy space-time. I might be the flat Earth Einstein who comes up with curving space-time to explain why on a flat surface in a Euclidean world that I can go in one direction and end up where I fucking started.
Yeah.
And people might think I'm crazy, but
True.
I would be heralded by all the astrophysicists. I would have space agencies like NASA being formed in my wake. And I would have the entire academic establishment behind me.
Okay,
because my math was so fucking good.
Except for the thing is, it seems like it's more of a theory. So then, there's pretty much only.
It's true. It is a theory. It's not proven yet. You know, there's never been one scientifically testable hypothesis proposed by Einstein for his bendy, warpy spacetime. It's still just crazy up in the air. But you know what? As a flat earther, give me the power of Einstein's math, and I can explain whatever you want. And I gotta go. I will talk to you later.
Yeah. So then, flat Earth isn't really proven in that case.
That was painful. Cool, but painful. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even if you gave them all the evidence that it was a globe, they would still choose to say it's flat. You know, because
I don't know how you can use GPS to argue the other side.
Then is anyone here can give me a reasonable explanation?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. You can't fall off because you're gonna hit a wall, bro.
What wall? I've flown all over the place and I've never experienced the wall.
You're gonna hit the wall that acts as a container for the atmosphere, bro.
Okay.
Jesus.
Okay. Whatever. Okay. Theories once again. There's only theories, so then really, flat Earth is there's nothing but theories to prove it.
Oh, no, dude, you missed the main point, Amish. Mate.
When you leave a couple of globers unchecked, that's what it does.
Wait, please don't. All right, so he said we observe it and measure it and practically use it to be flat. That's the way it's measured. Main crux. This whole thing, it's not a theory. Measurement is not a theory. Carpenters don't theorize when they're getting out their tape measure.
So then there's pretty much no explanation on why you go to one side and it leads you to the next.
Flat Earth is not dependent on one.
But it is.
It's not an attempt. It's not an attempt to explain everything. It's just pointing out that the geometry of the surface, and conforming to the claimed dimensions of a sphere Earth that we're given, measuring to be.
Then my problem with that. My problem with you saying that is the fact that then the globers, the globe has that explanation as the explanation for all of those.
So what?
It has more explanation in comparison to flat Earth.
Yes, but your explanation requires the surface geometry be curving.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. But, well, if you want it to be a reality, like you can go ahead and pose or posit explanations with different ideas and models and mathematics, all that you like. But if you want it to be representative of reality, then the surface must be doing what it would be doing within your paradigm, curving.
I still want to know why
it has to be a curve.
Chicago.
Well, that was already answered earlier, but she's confirming that there is no.
Bro, it fucking measures
other than a curve.
You see too far, you know.
So are you responding to me or the guy asking about the not being able to see Michigan from Chicago?
Yeah, there's still a limit to what you can see, bro. think you could see forever. You're a retard.
Ooh, he called him a retard. Holy shit.
The only explanation.
I said,
for not
if
be able
you
to go
think
to
that,
one.
then this, it doesn't mean you think that, or it doesn't mean, but maybe.
I mean, with a telescope, you can see millions of miles away, but I can't see a few hundred miles away with a telescope.
No, you can't.
Okay, can we please not? I don't think we need to go back to that. Earlier, it was already explained that there's multiple things, such as the climate and just the different weather factors that all produce, and not only that, but your eyes, how they work, how you can't see as far because of all those factors.
No, but what I'm saying is, what if I use a telescope and just point it out there? The telescope should be better than my eyes.
It's limited. It's limited due to the refraction stuff. Just go to YouTube and listen to like an hour, 20 minutes ago. He explained everything 20 minutes ago. But
come on, Overcomer. Amish said to feel free to message him anytime in the side chat there.
Who?
Rick Amish, who you were talking to just a while ago. He just left.
So then, there's no proof. There's no full-on explanation for going to one side to the other and it going to the next side, other than it curving and it being a globe of some kind, or curving back towards itself.
Do you even mean?
You can also go. You can also. You can also do like you can go around your house, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can walk around it.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's a perfect circular path or not, doesn't matter. Like you can start at one point, go
We're
around.
talking about the Earth, though.
And yeah, I know. So that's another conceptualization, right? Just looking for like nations, possibilities, right? Think of that. Okay. Think of just like going around up a central point, and doesn't mean you've gone.
It doesn't
around
make
a ball.
a difference.
You went in one direction and came back to the same point, right?
Yes, except the thing is, with the Earth, that would require a globe, and you're trying to offer my argument with just.
No, it doesn't, bro. A circle does the job. He just told you. You can go around.
So then, does the Earth
your house a globe?
No. So are you saying that the Earth is stretched in a way where when you're going straight, you're actually going on a curve back towards itself? But then nothing would make sense because you'd have to make a whole
even on your globe. Hey, look, even on your globe, east and west are circles. I mean, they already say that globe Earth is flattened out a little at the poles, right? So, like, if you're just looking top down, right, on your globe, you've got like a two-dimensional like aspect to it, right? Just looking at the top half,
Not really.
right? And
the two-dimensional aspect is only conceptual.
You've got longitude lines that radiate out from the center point, right? And then you've got latitude lines which are circles around that, and that's possible on a flat or curving or a ball, right?
So even with that, and I might be wrong, but there's still no proven theory to say that flat Earth is true. When you go around and you go straight,
it's not reliant on a theory. You tried to explain this to you. It's not reliant on any theories to explain why something happens or why we can achieve this
yes,
thing.
It is.
It's not. It's not dependent on it. It's not dependent on it. It's nor falsified by it. What it's dependent upon is direct measurement of the surface. Talking about surface geometry, not derivatives of the surface geometry. You're claiming, like, you're working backwards. You're saying because this other thing that dictates the surface must be X. We're saying that the surface geometry, the X, right, part, that dictates the surface geometry.
I'm sorry. What do you mean?
direct measurement of the surface, regardless of any other thing that you think is a consequence of that or reliant upon your idea of the surface curving, right? Independent of all that, just a direct measurement
So it's
of the
not required.
surface.
Basically, you're
It
saying
is required.
that you don't know why, but it is flat.
You start with the geometry of the surface. What is it doing? Is it deviating away from horizontal at a certain rate? Can we derive from that, etc., right? So how are we observing it to be? What are we measuring it to be like? And what are we using it to be like, right? So what can the average person go out and use it to be as such, right? Are we using it when we go out and we want to build roads and buildings or travel places? Are we using it like it's a spinning ball, or are we just using it as if it's flat and motionless?
Because from where we are, okay, that doesn't change our argument, because you see, that doesn't, when you think of a globe theory, that doesn't take away from the globe. It still can be a globe, because when you're in a flat spot, no, you're in a spot, the ground's uneven. If you think that everything would have to be a perfect globe for us to see it as a globe, because you think we have to see it as a globe, with such a large globe, there are flattened areas, and it's not a perfect.
You have no reason to think that yet.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by that?
No reason to think that yet. You have no reason to think that yet. And all changes in the vertical, you are going to gauge
you need to explain
and measure.
That.
Hey, listen.
Okay.
All changes in the vertical, you're going to gauge and measure against a horizontal reference.
Okay.
Whether it's just instinctively or whether you go out to do something like in the field practically, like with instrumentation.
So are you doing an argument against the globe?
No.
How is that still relevant? Because sure, you could say the Earth is flat, but I just want to know, and I might be wrong, but when you get to one side of the Earth, it continues to the next. So let's say even if the Earth is flat, you can't explain why you get to one side and it keeps going to the next side.
You've been given a couple now, which you don't seem to be able to have a conception of it. I don't know why, but why are you dismissing these explanations that you were given? Oh,
Well, I don't get them, because it sounds like
you don't get being able to go around a point in a circular fashion or any other form, right, and end up back at the same point.
Overcomer, I've got it in the chat and I've tagged you with it, bro. If you need, it's the one about circumnavigation on the North Pole.
Okay.
In direct relation to how we actually navigate, we navigate in relation to where we are in regards to the North Pole. And the physical measurements of Earth don't give us curvature, but we can still traverse around what could be a central point. Like if you go out your house, you walk to your right, you keep turning right, eventually you'll come back round to your front door. It's the same thing on a grander scale, but it doesn't actually imply that your house is on a ball, bro.
Well, I
can consider. You can consider. You know what latitude lines are, right?
I've got a good conception of them. I would like you to explain directly, because sometimes it differs on what you're talking about.
You can consider them to be circles of equal elevation, and a northern central point below Polaris, right? Know what a circle of equal elevation is?
So basically, you're telling me, as you go straight, you're really turning around a center spot.
What you're trying to conceive as being straight is actually It is actually a circle on your globe as well as it would be if it worked in that fashion on a planar surface.
So then, basically, then there's no way of going straight.
You can go straight if you want, but if you're on the surface of a sphere and you go perfectly straight, not deviating any other vector, right, in any other direction, that one direction, you're going to continually gain altitude, the distance between you and the surface, or that line, or whatever you're establishing.
And you do.
Increase with distance.
Are you saying that doesn't happen?
That I know of. Do you know of any time that's been shown to be true?
That does happen. If you go into, I do a lot of flight simming, okay? I've flown before. And I can tell you that when you go straight, if there's a way that you can go perfectly straight, because a lot of the instruments in a flight vehicle are based off of the pole of the Earth. So really you are going always at an angle, so you stay straight along the Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
If that wasn't true, then you'd be going straight and it would slowly go higher until you're going off the Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, man. You're saying it doesn't happen when the plane goes in a straight line.
No, I'm saying it exactly. I'm saying if we could, it exactly would. But in any flight vehicle today,
if we could, so you don't know that it's. I thought it was being done.
No, it can be done. You just have to base. It's just not commonly done because most people base it direction we go on the Earth, which means you're not going to go straight. You're going on an angle, and you are because if you go off of something else, such as not the gravity of the Earth, but some object out in space where it's separate, you would be going straight and slowly increasing in height, and it does happen.
When does it happen? Give us an example when that's happened.
I don't have any direct example. Right. But I can tell you that you can't dismay the argument by saying that because everything we have is based off of the gravity of the Earth. It's being pulled.
If your auntie was a man, she'd be your uncle.
Don't use those on me. Please tell me.
Is that a good argument? What you're basically doing, you're saying, well, if this happened, then it's my argument, right? Tell me it happens.
Tell me what happens. Tell you what happens exactly. That we do, that it does increase.
I agree. If the Earth was a sphere, I'm not disagreeing with you. I pointed this out. I said a straight line tangential to the surface of a sphere means that with distance along that line.
Are we trying to disprove?
The distance between that line and the surface will increase.
Okay. What are you trying to disprove? The globe theory, or are you trying to prove your own theory? I'm calling them theories only because it's a debate right now. I can't tell what you're trying to do.
Hypothetical. We're talking about a hypothetical at the moment. So
what I've been trying is, once again, you go from one side to the other, and you go to the next. And you explained that with the turning around. But then if you could go when you go perfectly straight. Who's done that? Every plane in existence has done that.
No,
I've gone through.
No, we've already established that even on your globe, right, going around the central point of north is a circle. Right? You can only claim that this could be done, right? One place, right, on one latitude line, and that's the equator, right? Where if you go perfectly in one direction, following east or west, right? With it, you won't have to turn left. You won't have to turn left or right to end up back at the same location that you departed from. Place, and I don't know of any time in history that's ever been proven to be true.
Okay, so basically, tell me if I'm wrong. You're saying that when you're going straight, it's based off of a pole, off the North Pole. You're going because of it, you're going not in a perfectly straight line attack. You're going on an angle to turn continuously until you
left or right.
But you can track the space station and see it with your naked eye.
Right. Yeah, you'd have
So
to
then
turn.
why?
You would have to turn.
Satellites
And
do it all the time.
You would have to turn.
Okay. This still doesn't.
The moon goes.
How does that relate? Then you're telling me that
what you're doing is you're conflating straight line with east and west.
No. I'm saying directly straight, not based off those. Why, if I could go from America, let's look at the North Pole circumnavigation chart. From the North Pole, if instead of going around it, I go straight downwards.
When's that been done?
Is it impossible to go off of the North Pole? Because then why can't I? Then why? Because if the North Pole circumnavigation is there, then I can't go anywhere on the globe but in a circle, which means you couldn't go anywhere.
I don't know circumpolar navigation examples. Still talking about ifs, buts, maybes, and hypotheticals and stuff. Well, if we could do this, well, who's done it?
Everyone in the world has. Every time you go from one country to another, you're going off of that North Pole circumnavigation. Because, look at that. He's showing us going around the circle. Instead, you go from America to Africa. You're not going in a circle. In fact, you're going a straight line. And if I did that in any other direction, then I'd be going straight off the globe.
What are you talking about, man? I'm not getting it. Yes.
Okay, you're trying to explain the explanation in the side shot, right? The GIF right there. Correct? That pretty much. North Pole. So then
that's one
you're telling me every time you go straight, you're going along the North Pole circumnavigation, or it goes in a circle instead, correct?
On flat or globe, right? That could work. How it would be on a globe too, dude.
Would it though?
Yes, dude. Like I said, there's only one place where, without turning left or right, that you could go on your globe, right? Go in one direction, right?
So then, if I were
perfectly straight line, because the Earth's surface would be curving, right? So you are taking a curved path in one axis, but the other you can just go straight, right? And you can end up back at the same point.
Oh, so you're saying it's the same principle on a globe?
That would be at the equator. Anywhere else on your globe, right? Doing what you're describing, following a latitude line, you would be turning left or turning right. Based on your relationship to north, right? And following east or west.
Basically, you're saying that we do the same on the globe. But what I'm saying is that you're saying that instead of that globe being round, where of course you're going around because you're going around, what I'm trying to say is why? How are you saying they can always go into a circle when it's flat? If something's flat, why can't I go straight off of it? How am I always going? Sir, I'm going around the North Pole. What if I'm slowly turning? Why is there no way to know when it's ever gotten off of that same square or circle, however you like to say it?
I don't know, man. I'm not saying that that's an accurate representation of reality. You're just asking for, how,
I'm asking for an explanation
could work on a planar surface, right?
Because this couldn't work.
How could you said? How can you do that? How can you start at one point? Basically, is what you're saying, and go and follow a direction and end up back at the same point, and that's what's being shown to you as an example. That's how possibly that could happen.
I got it.
Right?
Say it's the Bermuda Triangle. Say that's the edge of the world.
Okay. Well, see ya.
East and west of circles around north, man.
So, has any glober any proof of a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball that supposedly exists? Where for some reason you have Helios as its center, which is for some reason the name of the sun in your religion, in your scientific model. Yeah, that's what I thought. Why is Matthew muted?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
No, it's very unusual because normally it's a cordial guy until he gets very.
Maybe for unwanted chiming in. I don't know. Something. Maybe.
Okay. Anyways, any glober that has some proof for bendy surface 360 degrees in every direction from your position as the observer.
We didn't even get into with that one, that the last fellow who was just speaking. We didn't even get into fact that their globe conceptualization relies on flat Earth elevation angle measurements. Celestial body.
Oh yeah. Like every practical use of the Earth's surface relies on flat Earth. It's very strange, isn't it? It's almost like as if the surface is a topographical planar surface.
Except for globes.
It's even stranger when I find imagery from the International Space Station showing an astronaut right in front of a whole catalog of topographical planar grid surface maps.
They should make a flat Earth map, or is it shaped like when they do that globe map that's all squished like an orange peel?
Hey,
it should show a flat. Is that the map you use? Is that flat orange peel?
Hey, Ben, have you ever seen any map that isn't flat? Well, yeah, exactly. Me neither. Even if you want to make a toy globe you could put on your desk, you're gonna have a flat map as your baseline. What you're gonna do is you're gonna cut it and wrap it around your toy in order to have a toy that looks like a globe. Oh, now we have a chirper in chat. Rich Evans. You didn't see a globe in school. Globes are flat. Globes are maps. Yeah, you're the winner, Rich. You just gotta realize, in order to get your globe toy you've seen in school, Rich, you gotta have a baseline, a fundamental thingy you're gonna wrap around that toy. Even if you want to do it digitally, it's gonna be a flat map, Rich. So the baseline is every map is flat. And even further, if you want to utilize a map for real world purposes, which means if you want to utilize a map practically, it's gonna be a planar grid system. No matter which altitude you add, no matter how high you accent, it's gonna be a flat planar grid system for practical use. Except you, Rich, can come up with a example of practical use of a map that for some reason is your toy globe you put on a desk. Go ahead, I'm interested. And just so everybody knows, the reason why I call it toy globe is because it has no practical use. Therefore, I can use the word toy. It's a legitimate use of a description. It is nothing more than a toy you put on a desk. It has no practical use. Neither does it represent the ground, the surface you're standing on and you have been born onto and you're living on and walking on. It's just a toy. It's a flat map wrapped around a toy ball. And the Globers are very quiet today. Nothing that triggers you. Don't you get triggered by these things that are real? Normally they get easily triggered by real things.
So true.
Such as sea level water or horizontal horizons. Or the true shape of the earth. Maybe some Glober want to chirp in and say, well, I worship the sun that is above my head. That gives me reason to believe in a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from every spinning void of darkness, because I choose to believe that I'm falling backwards 1,600 kilometers per hour, and it's just an illusion that the sun is moving. The sun is actually standing still. It's just me and the earth falling backwards 1,600 kilometers per hour. If you choose to believe that, cool. Maybe you can bring forth some evidence. Otherwise, I will think you're probably a bit delusional. No reaction? Nobody? Man. I'm trying my best here. But at least the Jesuits would be proud, especially the ones that came up with your religion. They would be proud of all that sun worship that is going on in 2025. People still worshipping the sun as the ultimate final experiment. The very ironic instance of a heliocentric religion using a reification fallacy to prove that they are indeed a religious bunch of folk that just look at the sun and they worship it without even hiding it. So much so that they use it as a consequence of a bending surface 360 degrees in every direction. That is exactly what a normal human would do, right? With reasonable thinking skills. Pathetic. 2025, the best proof of a heliocentric religion is a reification fallacy. Well, in other words, what you actually just proven is that it is indeed a religion and that you indeed worship the sun. And let me tell you this, there's nothing new under the sun. This has been happened or is happening since the beginning of humans existing on Earth, worshipping the very heavenly bodies above instead of the one who made them. Being deceived and deceiving. The endless circle of fallacious reasoning. leaning on false understanding. You know, it's very entertaining to read these fables in regards to heliocentrism and its irreligious doctrine, such as how the Earth accumulated water, while you have these inconsistencies in the form of how it happened in the first place. So we have the moon right next to the Earth that supposedly shows craters from asteroids. And quote unquote, it says how the water was accumulated on Earth is, right? We know how much water there is on Earth. Far from the sun, where temperatures are low, water formed icy objects such as comets. While closer to the sun, water reacted with rocky materials to form hydrated minerals. It's though that the most likely way that planet Earth inherited its water was from asteroids and comets crashing into it. Oh, really? Oh, that's fascinating. Imagine believing that doctrine. You need to. You have not a choice. So 71% of the matter that is on the Earth's surface was brought by asteroids and comets. That is the logic of the heliocentric doctrine. There's some rocks in space that brought 71% of the water onto Earth. That is amazing. It's very magical stories. While the moon supposedly shows to be a rock in their doctrine and paradigm covered in hundreds of supposed craters, but shows no form of living or water. Yeah, That is logic in a nutshell.
Behind the flat Earth theory, sorry.
What?
There's no logic behind the flat Earth theory, sorry. I'm a retard like you. I think the flat Earth theory is true.
Can you point out where there is no logic?
But you can't prove to me. Go ahead, show me 3 reasons why the Earth is flat.
Sir, you just made a statement. You said there is no logic behind the supposed theory of a flat Earth, which is false.
There's no proof.
Go
How
ahead.
about that? Yeah, no one has yet to show me proof on why the Earth is flat. Go ahead.
Okay, that is your problem.
Okay, go ahead. Give me the proof then.
Clay.
Yes.
Clay, show him the picture of a flat plane. Do you remember you posted a while back? Show him
Wait. You're gonna show me a picture, but I can show you something real quick that can prove the Earth is flat. Is round. Excuse me.
Yeah, the picture you show is false. It's not real.
It's false.
The picture,
the picture I'm about to show is false.
Clay's gonna post it in the
I'm
side
about to
chat.
show you it right now.
That's the reality you live in.
Wait, you think that's the reality I live in? Hold on. I got you.
Hey, one second. Let's relax. We have a guy, obviously confused, who asks me to prove something to him that is no need for me to be explained. He just needs to go outside and experience sea level, horizontal horizons, and the very simplistic way of how the non-moving Earth is presenting itself to be. But if he doesn't do that, or if he is incapable of experiencing self, if he's incapable of experiencing the presentation of Earth itself, and he needs me to explain what he sees, I think it's your problem.
Wait, I'm gonna show you something since you're a retard. Hold on. Look in chat.
I appreciate the comment.
No. Look in chat. Look in chat.
Yeah, I see a link in chat. But can you point out where my statements are retarded?
Literally, I looked it up on Google. It said yes, the Earth is roughly a sphere.
Okay, so you agree that 71% of the Earth's surface, which is water, is curving 360 degrees in every direction in order to...
Is they gonna ignore Google? Okay, bet. So you already lost
So Google...
No IQ.
So can you ask...
I got that
Can you
Skype app
ask-
and I can find the space station. You can see it with their naked eye. The space station flies.
Yeah, exactly. You can't disprove me. You can't disprove Google.
Yeah. You know, I
agree. I agree that they are vehicles very high in the air.
Yeah.
And I
have a joke.
and I agree that
talked like
they're
2 hours
inhabited.
ago. He goes, "Can you give me concrete proof?" And I'm like, "Dude, the flat earthers should say concrete is flat." I was laughing.
Wow, you guys sound like morons. So who's got any globe proof in here?
Heretic. Heretic. Ain't you the other dude that was saying we should be vegan?
That's got nothing to do with this channel. So who's got any globe proof to share?
Nobody can give me proof that they're this flat, anyways.
Well, so far we have a person that seems to be confused that uses Google as his ultimate proof
Literally,
for
bro.
things.
When I look it up on Google, it says, hold on. It says, yes, the Earth is roughly a sphere. What are you talking about?
Did Google provide any evidence or just a claim?
Literally, yes. The AI showed me multiple articles where it stated scientific proof that the Earth is round. What are you talking about?
Scientific proof of a shape.
Yes.
Wow. Sounds really intelligent. So what's the scientific experiment that was used to produce some sort of evidence for a shape?
Just like you're trying to say the Earth is a flat.
No, bro, I'm just trying to point out that that's a category error, that the scientific method isn't something you would apply to working out what shape something is.
I mean, so you don't think the Earth is round?
I haven't said anything about it. I just asked you.
No, I'm just curious about your opinion. That's it.
Well, you said it is, so now I'm asking for the evidence so that I can make up my mind.
Okay. If the Earth isn't curved, my dick isn't curved. How about that?
Yeah, so this is why I don't think it's a globe, because it's usually some imbecile like that who says that it is, and then he provides that for an argument. So this is why I'm doubtful.
No, the thing is, that's more evidence.
I mean, if you have to be this stupid, if this is the mindset that goes with thinking that you live on a giant ball, then yeah, I'm not buying.
I mean, I have more evidence to my claim than you do to your claim. That's more.
I haven't even made a claim, dummy.
Okay, make your claim then. I need to know your side of this story.
Too late.
Okay, so I just wanted the debate.
It's too late.
I won the debate, guys. It's okay.
The debate against what?
Against me. If you couldn't prove to me that the Earth wasn't around.
You won the debate against you yourself.
I won the debate against you.
You just said against me yourself.
A heretic. You were debating with me and I won. It's okay, bro.
Oh, I wasn't debating, but you won a debate.
No, I already won. It's okay.
You already won when nobody was debating, but you were debating yourself because you said you won against yourself. Anyway, this is stupid. This is just stupid meta commentary. Do you have any actual evidence for globe Earth?
Do you have any actual evidence that the Earth isn't round?
So I'll take that as a no, because you went straight to a burn reversal. So just brain rot. Is that why you think the Earth is a globe? Is it because of your brain rot?
No, it's common sense, actually. Sorry.
Common sense? Well, how come everything you've said has been absolutely retarded?
Okay, literally. So tell me how a GPS would work if the Earth was flat.
So now you're going to ask me a question.
Yeah. That's my proof right there. A GPS would not work if the Earth was flat.
Okay, prove it.
What do you mean, prove it? You want me to read you out right now how a GPS works?
Tell me specifically why it won't work.
Well, I can read you out right now. Hold on.
Yeah, what?
A GPS uses a reference poise.
Oh, yeah. You sound really well versed in this. You definitely know what you're talking about. An ellipsoid? Is that the word you're searching
program
for?
coordinate system. The GPS does not provide a measure.
A reference ellipsoid. Okay, stop right there. Where'd they get the reference ellipsoid from? What sort of measurements were done to derive that?
Do you want to look it up?
Oh, so you don't know anything about this claim?
No, I can look. You can look it up right now. I have it in my notes. I've done my research on it.
It's you who had to look it up. This is your first time even trying to read off the word ellipsoid. I looked this up years ago, so these are leading questions I already know the answers to. I'm just exposing that you don't know shit about what you think you know.
No, I do know more than you.
No, you don't even know what an ellipsoid is.
Yeah, I do know.
Let alone how they got it.
I know what an ellipsoid is.
What?
What an ellipsoid is? Use your common sense, nigga.
Yeah, you don't know. I am using my common sense to determine that you don't know jack shit about any of this.
No, I do actually.
Well, you're demonstrating otherwise. So if you do know so much, how come you're demonstrating that you don't know anything? Do you just want to look stupid for fun?
No, you're actually stupid. Actually, never mind.
Oh no, you.
No. Heretic.
Yeah, you sound like a really intelligent glober.
Yeah,
there's people like you that should probably be running the schools and universities and passing down all this insightful wisdom that you have to future generations.
Of course. Yeah, because I'm using my common sense. I don't need to prove that.
You're using your common sense, Googling stuff that, words that you can't even pronounce, that you're just having to read for the first time,
No, actually, but...
Googling your claim on the fly, trying to debate it as you learn it at the same time.
No, I already actually knew this. It was in my notes, but okay.
It's in your notes.
Yeah, it's in my notes on my phone, bro.
So, what else did you take down? Like, how was ellipsoid actually derived?
Bro, it's literally just like a shape. That's all I can say.
Was that in your notes? Bro, it's just literally a shape, bruh. You wrote that down too?
I didn't write that exactly down.
You thought that was good, huh?
You want to see what I wrote down in my notes? I can read it out right now.
Nah, you're just a waste of time, doofus.
I already won the debate, but okay.
Dang, what debate?
Waste of time, dude.
I already won, bro, unironically.
Yeah, you're just like a 60 IQ waste of time. It's at this point, it's actually stupid of me to continue engaging with somebody so.
No, it's not easy because you had to give me any proof that the Earth is flat. But okay,
I never made a claim. You did, and I just asked.
I never made a claim actually. What claim did I make?
Questions about it, and then you had to go Google your information on the fly. So that basically says what we need to know.
What claim did I make? I'm curious.
That you have a blind belief that the Earth is a globe. You said the Earth
is a globe, actually, but okay.
Okay, how do you know that?
The GPS, literally multiple.
GPS. Okay, what about GPS tells you it's a globe?
Ellipsoids. I already read it out to
Ellipsoids.
you.
Okay, how are ellipsoids made?
By a mathematical equation.
Ooh, that's very detailed. Can you get a little more vague for me, please?
A little more vague. Okay. It's a shape. I mean, there's nothing else.
So what sort of measurements are taken to build an ellipsoid?
What do you say?
What sort of measurements are taken to build an ellipsoid?
I'm not going to get into that. You already know.
Yeah, you don't know shit. You don't even know where an ellipsoid comes from or what measurements are made to make one.
I already won the debate anyways.
Yeah, I know. You won the debate by not knowing anything about your claim and then bailing out and just declaring, I won, guys. Good work.
I unironically won, though. You've yet to give me any evidence.
Yeah, and then you use the word unironically, which I guess you think makes you sound like you won something.
No.
You don't know anything about your claim, but you know how to say some fancy $2 word like unironically. So you won.
Yeah, I did actually, so it's okay.
Yeah, you did, because you said so, right? You didn't even know who you were debating or against what.
No, I'm debating against Heretic. I've met you before.
Yeah, that guy is a winner. If you ask me, he's a real winner.
Yeah, I already won that debate. He's just mad, so...
You're a real winner, bro.
Yeah, Heretic has yet to disprove my point.
Yeah, he did amazing.
All he does is make, comments about me or whatever, right? Saying I'm a retard. He can't counteract my arguments. So I already won the debate.
Right. Yeah, you're hallucinating now.
He said what?
That's a winning debate tactic, is just hallucinating mid-debate. I don't think I called you maybe I did call you a retard.
Heretic.
No, Heretic. It's okay if you lost. It's okay to lose debates.
Yeah, his intellect is just so superior that, it's just the way...
Anyways, I'm not talking to a non-English speaker. My bad.
That's right. So, this guy's a winner, if you ask me. I mean...
He's a big winner. I mean, he said so himself.
Yeah, I mean, I did say so myself. When you agree,
when you say it a lot,
Dem's a fucking flat earther or retard. Who's not a flat earther in here?
It's like, look, listen, guys.
Let me look. Who's not a flat earther?
So let's summarize. So let's sum it up. So you came in, said Earth is a globe. Somebody asked you, how do you know? You said, GPS, bruh. Okay, what about GPS? Ellipsoid. Okay, where'd they get that from? I won!
No, actually, you couldn't disprove me, though. That's a crazy thing. You couldn't disprove me.
Yeah, disprove you on what?
You've yet to disprove me that the Earth isn't a globe, so it's okay.
Yeah, nobody can disprove you because you're too much of a winner.
Well, we can't disprove it because you didn't prove it.
Look, Ben and Jen said in chat even that I won the debate, bro.
So we have nothing to disprove.
Wait, look in chat, bro. Even Ben and Jen said I won.
Oh, yeah. It was a good debate where both sides made arguments and then...
Heretic, look in chat, bro. Even Ben and Jen said I won.
Of your superior intellect. Yeah, it was a great debate. I loved it. I loved it.
Why do you mute Ben and Jen anyways? I don't know it.
Because he's a moron. Same reason I should mute you.
Why are you gonna mute me? Because you can't disprove me?
Same reason
you can't mute him because he's too much of a winner to be muted.
Okay, bro.
Right? You can't mute a real winner, right? Or else you're just a hater. So, I'm really proud of you, Deadly. You did really good.
Yeah, you did great.
Yeah, you did great, bro.
You did great Googling your claim on the fly, not learning enough about it to argue it, and then just declaring that you won.
Yeah.
I mean, Ben and
Jen also said is your father proud of you because you win so often? Like, is your father real proud of his boy being a winner? Right? Do you make a lot of win money for your mama?
Oh man, this conversation is really unfruitful.
What?
Yeah, it's dumb.
Oh yeah, no, but we had such a winner. We have to congratulate him a little, make him feel good about his win.
Yeah,
I think that's just good sportman. It's just good sportsmanship, right? We don't want to hate on him and mute him, and then he goes everywhere and he says, flat earthers.
Rice. We can hear your grinder. Second of all, you have repeated yourself multiple times. Yeah, I can hear you grinding with your grinder.
Right.
Anyways,
I've learned a lot from this whole interaction here. So I think that what happens is when you're getting grilled on some claim that you don't know jack shit about and you can't back it up, and then you get to that point in the conversation where like, man, I don't know how to answer this. You just declare victory and go, I won, easy win.
Yeah, even here,
just like you.
No, even Ben and Jen and the Nazi person said I won, so 3 against 1.
Yeah, you just declare that you won.
I'm not actually grinding weed
2 other
right
people
now.
said
I'm
I
winning.
won too. So.
Yeah, right. So you're trying to prove some sort of a claim. You can't. You get stuck. You're stumped. You don't know how to continue, and then you go, I win. That's a good tactic. I like that.
Yeah, even Nazi. Look, he put 100 under my claim.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Ben and Jen.
Everybody here knows you
3-1,
that
bro.
shit,
Already
bro.
won.
Yeah, you got the golden medal. You get it every time. You're not settling for less than first place. Am I right? Pretty sure you got good grades in school and
no one
you're good
cares.
at sports.
Rice, no one cares. No one cares. This is not contributing to the conversation.
Should we get back to asking him how he actually knows the Earth is a globe?
Conversation, bro.
Can you prove that the Earth is flat though?
So all your winnings aside, we never did find out how you know the Earth's a globe. How do you know that?
Okay. How do you know the Earth is flat though? Since I know you're a flat earther.
Okay, so you went straight to a deflection, so you obviously don't know it's a globe.
Okay, so you're not gonna tell me how the Earth is flat. Okay.
Well, I mean, you're the one who made the claim to start with, and you just can't seem to back it up.
Okay,
if all you can do is flip it around on me to prove some sort of claim, then you obviously don't know.
Okay, so you're not gonna prove your claim. Good.
What claim? What claim did I make?
You're a flat earther. It's pretty obvious.
What claim did I make?
You're a flat earther.
Quote my claim.
Okay, you're a flat earther. I believe that.
So go back on the live stream and find the claim I made that you're arguing with, or just concede that you're hallucinating because you're on drugs.
How am I on drugs? Wait.
Well, because I never made a claim. You keep going back your claim, bruh, and I'm like, what claim?
You're a flat earther. It's pretty obvious. Even if you didn't make the claim, so
okay.
Can you?
So you're a glober who doesn't know why. That's pretty obvious because you want to talk about me instead.
Okay, so you're not going to prove how the Earth is flat. Okay.
So you're not going to prove that it's a globe. You're going to ask me to prove a counterclaim. So you can't prove it's a globe. I win. I won, guys.
That's right. That's a real fucking winner right there.
Wait.
Yeah, you got wrecked. I won.
No, Heretic just won.
You can't prove that I lost. I mean,
that's over. I won.
But you can't win all the time, bro. You gotta let other people win too. Heretic just won that one. Okay, that's the way it is.
I won that debate though. It's okay, bro.
Yeah.
Anyways, is there any other heliocentrist that doesn't use Google in order to prove his?
Klander, you lost the debate too. I don't know what you're talking about.
They kind of did lose a debate. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, Crispy, I won.
You did 100.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. Since I was interrupted, I'm just gonna proceed. Is there any other heliocentrist who want to defend his bending surface?
4 against 1, bro. 4 against 1. Easy.
Deadly. I already moved on because you can't really contribute anything fruitful to the discussion. Therefore, I'm just gonna ignore whatever comes out of your mouth, except that might contribute to the discussion. Okay, so maybe there's someone else who can actually represent your heliocentrism.
Okay, can you prove to me that the Earth is flat? Go ahead.
Yeah, water is flat. Now what?
How's the water flat?
Water is flat.
Oh my god. Wait. Say it again.
Water is flat. Isn't that funny? Water is flat. It's fucking hilarious. Water is flat.
Doesn't know temperature, bro.
Keep laughing. Little clown, little fruit. Water's flat.
You just won another debate
no
right
curvature,
there.
bro. There's no
right
curvature.
Now.
Oh my god.
You did it again.
You just can't debate common sense, bro. These people just don't have common sense.
Is that a projection?
Is that a projection, bro? I looked it up on Google.
I'm learning a lot.
Is your laughing some kind of contribution to the conversation, or is this just trying to hide your insecurities?
What
insecurity? Easy win debate tactic. You just start laughing. Declare win. It's a clear win.
No, I already won though. It's okay. I mean, 5 against 1.
I think he won like 3 times by now.
Actually, 5 against 2.
A lot of winning.
Disagreeing with you for some reason, but
yeah, It's like 3-1.
Let's
1
play
for
music.
Heretic and 3 for Deadly. Yeah. I'm
So someone who is projecting.
How did I know it, bro? It's Goober. It's Goober. He's Goober.
That was some great music. Anyways, you projecting your insecurity. Is that a contribution to prove that you have the spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball?
Can you tell me how I have insecurities? I mean, or how I'm projecting my insecurities? How about that?
Is there anything that you don't know on your own behalf and everyone else needs to put on a silver tablet in order for you to understand?
I mean, you already lost the debate.
Is that how you go through the world, that just asking people, well, I have stomach pain. Can you tell me why I have stomach pain?
Why that is it? Wait. So you can't even prove to me that the Earth is flat, so you just use that retarded ass fucking analogy. Okay.
No, see, I just choose to ignore a problem that is on your behalf. If you're too dense to go outside and see for what Earth presents itself to be, where sea level water is truly level, or horizontal horizons are indeed horizontal, therefore the name of it, then that is your problem. Why should I emphasize on proving or showing you what is already commonly understood?
How's that commonly understood when you're a minority? Most people actually think.
Okay, what is not commonly understood about sea level water?
No, I'm talking about the fact, you're a minority. You're a very small amount compared to,
I do not care. The Earth and how it presents itself, neither. It does not need me or you, and it doesn't need a majority of delusional, heliocentric sun worshippers.
What?
Therefore, again...
Are you out trace, bro?
Therefore, again, the question is... why would I need to explain the obvious to you?
Okay,
are you that dense?
That's not the obvious if you're a minority, but okay.
Again, we're talking about water. You introduced something that had nothing to do with the subject. It seems like you're doing this on purpose, even in the past with other debaters. It's almost like as if you're hiding your insecurity by moving the goalpost. Right?
I mean,
is that the tactic? Yeah, now you're doing it again, right? You're not addressing what I'm saying. You're just inserting something else to furthermore make my point, which is you indeed hiding your insecurities, that you have nothing to bring to the table.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you just keep on doing it.
Oh my God.
So again, can you tell me what is not obvious about water being sea level? Go ahead.
Well, you're a minority, though. You're a minority flag.
He can't do it. He's not addressing the point.
Let me explain.
He lost. Next debate.
No, already won, though. That's like funny. Already won, though.
Wait, Deadly.
Anyways,
Deadly,
right? You're a minority at the end of the day. All the flat earthers in here are a minority. All of you have no common sense.
Yeah, Deadly,
it's okay. I have a brain. The people.
Another blatant projection. We have no common sense. Why he's avoiding the very topic at hand, which can be easily answered by using common sense. But furthermore, this is testifying what I'm saying. He is not intellectually honest. Furthermore, he tries to hide right now. That's all he's doing.
How am I intellectually dishonest?
Listen to my argument, bro. You're a minority, right? And according to you, minorities cannot be right? So because you're a minority, you cannot be right.
Wait, why do I have Bryce muted?
Right now,
so water is, one second, just so we can summarize it. Water is not level because I am not the minority. Is that the argumentation?
No, you are a minority.
You're also a minority, so you can't be right. Think about that.
Wait. Okay. I'm a minority when it comes to thinking the Earth is round. Wait.
No. You're a minority. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I'm not black.
This is.
Wait.
I mean, I'm gonna give you one last chance, and if there's maybe no one else, I'm just gonna head out and do something productive, because this is just a waste of time.
No, Clonder, you can leave now. I already won the debate. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. So you don't want to address how water is sea level?
But that doesn't make sense. Curvature, bro. Literally, the Earth curves. But okay. And that GPS
so the sea is not level.
I mean, it is level, but it's curved. So curvature.
How is that making any common sense, Mr. Curved, common sense, walking, talking, projection?
How's that projection? I'm confused.
Okay. Anyways.
Can I grab this? Yeah, SquarePants. You're just saying something about the water curves.
Yes.
Where do you see it curving, and how do you know that?
I don't know that because the Earth is round. What?
And how do you know that?
How do I know that? Because of multiple pictures of the Earth from space.
Okay, where did those pictures come from?
Online. You want me to show you the videos? Hold on.
Online? Okay, so are you saying that if you find a video online or a picture online, it must be true?
Yes.
Really? Okay, so I mean, I've found photos of Bigfoot. I've seen photos of Narnia. You know, the big lion, and people walking through fucking closet doors, and they open up, they find themselves another.
Yeah, that's CGI.
Dimensions. Is that all real?
No, that's CGI.
Online.
That's CGI.
Oh, it was online.
It is real, but CGI.
But bro, it was online.
Yeah, but that's not a picture of your mom having sex with me online.
Yeah.
Oh, bro,
it's CGI.
Come on, don't poison it. Don't poison it.
That isn't true, but
okay. So you mean to say that you've scrutinized these bits of video footage or images and stuff like that, and came to the conclusion that they're not actual representations of reality?
No, I never said that. I said certain ones are.
That's what these ones I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
right. Okay. So you seem to have a pretty sophisticated technique to assess whether a video or an image is legitimate and representative of reality. Do you think you can share that technique with the room?
Wait, can you say that last bit again, please?
I said it seems that you have a pretty sophisticated methodology of scrutinizing video and images to assess their legitimacy and representation of reality or not. Do you think you can share that method with the room?
That method? I mean, right. Well, first of all, there's AI nowadays, right? Like, I can make an AI video of me fucking your mother, right? Yes. That can't be true, though, right? You can assess that, though, right? By certain methods. Right? If it looks animated or it looks, because they had the background thing, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's how I assess it.
So, given this abundant experience you have with utilizing this method, do you mean to say that you've applied that to everything that you've seen online, or do you just tend to select, certain ones and other ones you don't?
Yeah, I pick and choose. I mean, common sense, right? There's some things you don't need to assess, right? Common sense, right? The Earth is round, so.
Okay. So if I take a picture of a globe or a picture of the world, and there's only North America on it, it's round, so it must be true, right? There's only North America on the world, because there's a ball and there's North America on it. Water bends, and therefore, there's only North America in the world because it's a ball and it's online, so it must be true.
Yeah, of course. That's just common sense. So
really, okay. So how do you reconcile all the different ball images and videos out there? Which one is actually representative of reality?
Whatever's on Google Maps.
Oh, okay. So Google is your big daddy.
I mean, that's a web browser that I use to look at most of my stuff. So
you actually think Google Maps is a web browser?
Actually makes a lot of sense.
So Google Maps is your web browser?
No, I said Google as a whole, not Google Maps. But yes, I use that to look at the Earth. So.
Okay, first of all, Google is not a web browser. Google Chrome is, and there are plenty of other ones.
Well, Google is a web browser. You need to look it up?
For your illiterate
I can look it up for you.
technology lacking knowledge.
Is Google a web browser. Yes, Google is a web browser. Okay.
Google Chrome is, sir. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Okay. So, in a nutshell, Google is your source of truth, effectively.
Yeah, Google. Yes, it is.
So any information that comes from Google, you omit, applying your methodology of your scrutinizing methodology to it solely because it's your big daddy.
Oh, I wouldn't use that word, but yeah, I do use it for the majority.
Okay, so Google source equals Google, therefore true, therefore relinquish any, need for scrutiny.
Of course, I'm not going to listen to a flat earther. I'm going to listen to Google.
Very interesting. Very interesting, indeed. So, just so you know, Google is not a source. Okay, you seem to be a little bit too inebriated to have recognized my trick question. Google is.
I understand it. I'm just purposely ignoring it.
Well, you obviously didn't, sir, because if you did, you would have caught me in my folly. Insofar as to say that Google is an index. It points to other sources.
Yeah.
Right? So therefore, if I create a website, which I can, and anybody can, and I put a website, I create a website in such a way that Google picks up on it and ranks it at the top of the search results, and I put some fabricated photos on it, and you find it on Google because I give you some keywords to look up, and you do, and therefore, you can find my website. Therefore, it's true.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is true.
Man, you've painted yourself in a corner with so many different colors. It's amazing.
I already won.
I win. I
already won, bro. Like, I won.
Oh, yes, how about Mac? Dude, just go smoke another blunt. Get the fuck out of here.
I already won, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, well, let the jury
did win, though. He's a winner.
Yeah, I already won that debate. Can't prove that this round, so I don't know what to tell him. So,
and Google is always true.
Yeah, Google's always true.
Yeah. Rich Evans, shut the fuck up.
Nick, I already won that, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about Rich, who's got peanut gallery in the chat.
Oh yeah, he's a retard. I don't pay attention to him.
Oh, but he's your buddy. You didn't know that?
He's my buddy. I'm playing with him. Yeah, he's not a flat earther. Yeah, so you're a flat earther, correct?
But he's a retard, even though he's your buddy.
Yeah,
and you got real team spirit there. So much winning. You must be sick of it.
Yeah, I keep winning too much, bro. Like, so I'm curious. Are you a flat earther?
Me or Rich?
You, Mick.
Sorry?
Is your name Mick or Mike?
Mick's fine.
Okay, Mick. Are you a flat earther?
Yeah, the Earth is flat, dude.
Can you show me any proof behind that claim?
Sure. Go outside and it looks flat. Prove me wrong.
That's a funny joke.
Why are you kidding?
Oh, bro. Curvature.
Here's the funny thing, right? Here's the funny thing, right? You say it's a joke, and you assume I'm kidding. Right?
Yeah.
Although I just could be very wrong, right? So instead of assuming intention on my part, to be comical or whatever, don't you think that it would be a little bit more wise of you, in order to actually pursue your main goal, that is being to win, you demonstrate where I have been misled.
Okay. Well, you've been misled because of curvatures. Look that up.
Okay. So which curvature do you refer to? Like, where was this measured? What in history led you to believe that there's actually curvature?
You want me to show you? I can show you the studies, multiple studies.
Studies? What studies?
From scientific.com. Scientific fact, specifically.
Scientific.com. So there's an organization calling themselves scientific.com that is endeavoring to do geometric assessments.
Yes, scientific facts.
Well, that's very interesting because assessing a geometric, structure is not exactly science. You know that, right? So
Yeah,
they seem to be a little bit out of their domain of expertise.
Out of their domain.
So why would it be that you would put 100% faith and trust in a group that advocates themselves as scientific.com, i.e. being scientists, endeavoring to do something that they have no expertise in?
Well, because, I believe them. I mean, I'm going to trust a scientist over some random Discord person.
So you're going to trust a scientist, a guy who has credentials in a certain subfield, right? Practicing certain methodologies, whatever. Saying something that is totally unrelated to what he is qualified to do, just because he has, a golden star on his shirt that you think is very shiny and credible and shit. So he can say anything, but he happens to have a golden star on his lapel, and you'll believe him.
Of course.
Okay. Well, thank you for highlighting your psychological state to the room. Thank you.
I already won the debate. I don't know what you're talking about. So.
Love them tears, man. You gotta love them tears.
What tears?
The ones in your Kleenex. Thrown in the trash right next to you. All those Kleenex boxes that you've gone through, they're absorbed in there, sir.
I mean, I already won those, so you're just kind of coping at this point because you can't prove that Earth is.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Keep telling yourself that, sir.
I don't have to tell myself that. Even other people agree that the Earth is, round. Majority. You're a minority at the end of the day, right? You realize, right?
So a win is subject to consensus.
Of course.
Okay. All right.
So, are you just coping right now with the fact that you lost the debate?
Sure. I yield.
Yeah, thank you. I already knew that. I mean, I already won, so. Did I win that debate, guys? I won that debate, didn't I?
You kind of did, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Hell yeah.
Exactly. Like, bro, I won that. Even Mick said, hell yeah.
Don't misquote me, sir. It's not.
Wait, that wasn't you? Okay, so that was
did I utter the words hell yeah?
That was you, bro.
Can you go into the live stream and clip that and share that to the room?
Bro, I literally won, bro.
But you just said something that was not true, sir.
But you just said hell yeah.
You're poisoning your own supposed win.
You said hell yeah, bro. I won.
I said hell yeah.
You
really?
did, bro. That was you, bro.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll pay you money to go and find a clip of me actually uttering that, other than the last 2 times that I said it, questioning your initial assertion that I said it to begin with.
Okay, real quick, guys. Did Mick say hell yeah or not?
Go get the clip.
That was totally me.
I'm not gonna lie, kind of.
That was totally me.
They're even saying you said that, bro. Like, what?
That wasn't me. Oh, okay. Someone else said it.
Hell yeah.
It was you.
It was totally me.
That was Boob Man.
It was Mick, bro.
It was totally me.
No, it was Mick,
he's
bro.
owning it. He's owning it, sir. We just happen to have the similar ranges of voice that you miscategorized the source of that statement.
I would disagree. My voice is way better.
Okay, bro. Easy debate win. Second debate win. Heretic, are you just coping in the back? Heretic just coping.
Yo,
Heretic.
what's the cope?
The cope is that?
What is the cope?
Well, he's coping because he lost the debate. Like, what?
What was the debate?
Can you speak English? What?
Wait, do you not know what cope is?
Yeah, I know what cope is. What's he coping for? Or
No, he's coping because he lost the debate. I mean,
cope is a chant that someone starts using when they're struggling to cope.
No. You're coping though because you lost the debate, and I
With
want to
what?
get your.
What debate? Dude, just go back to your drugs.
What drugs, bro? Like
another bong. Yeah, it's
W cope from here.
not making much sense right now.
I mean, I am making sense. I said you lost the debate, so. I mean, other people said you lost the debate too, so.
Oh, yeah.
Other people? Like what? All the voices in your head?
Wait. Those and the other morons like him, 60 IQers.
Wait, guys. If
enough dumbasses say it, it must be true, right? Isn't that kind of how you came to your globe?
If enough bums on the end of the corner say it's a ball, I guess it's a ball, right?
Yeah. Wow, so retarded. My bad, bro.
Oh my God, this kid's stupid. Is there anybody else?
I mean, I already won the Heretic. You're mad.
Yeah. You won because you didn't know what to say. You choked. You didn't know how to continue arguing your stupid shit. And then you just declared, I win. So yeah, you won. Nice gold star. And then is there anybody not this stupid that we could talk to?
Bro, I won the debate, unironically.
This is you're a one-trick pony. I won.
There's nothing else to say, though. I mean, you couldn't disprove me.
You could have said something that might have actually proved your claim instead of just declaring, I'm a winner.
I mean, I didn't declare it. Other people declared it for me, and I just agreed.
Oh, my God. All right, we're done with you. You lose. Game over. Next.
Finally.
I mean, this channel isn't for morons to just sit and gloat with their imagined winnings, Get wrecked, Deadly. Losers get the red mic. That means you lost the VC. He ran away. That's okay. I was bringing down the IQ of the whole room. It's got to stop somewhere.
Kind of won, though.
Yeah, he won. You got to be fair. I mean, all that, declaring victory, that's a winner. Winners always do that. They just go around reminding everybody of their winnings. Man, I won. I won so hard today. Oh, look at that. I just won again. How? I won. Shut up. I won.
Shut the server down now.
I'm a winner at winning.
Yeah.
He must be tired of winning.
You don't actually have to.
He's better than Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
what about a final experiment, though?
Better than actually having to win anything. Like, it's a lot less work. You just say that you're a winner. You won. I don't actually really have to do anything, I like that. That's smart.
I mean, I already won the debate, so yeah, meet me again.
Okay, well, I'll just get rid of that account. Let's see, 1 second. You lose. See ya.
That was a sock account, right? It sounded just like
one of them was.
That was funny.
Crispy, can you win?
I kind of don't know what I'm talking about most of the time, so I kind of like avoid debating people at this point in time.
You fit right in with all Globers.
Well, that's a bigger win than that other idiot had.
Yeah.
Just admitting that much right there is a bigger win.
Right.
Yeah, denial ain't much of a win, so I think you're doing a little bit better.
Yeah, we respect that.
I don't know everything either. We don't know everything anonymous. But what we do know,
yeah,
we know.
Yeah. I'm recovering from not knowing everything. Bear with me.
I know that I'm going to die not knowing things. And you know what? I've come to terms with that.
Not the government and little kids in schools, though. They got to know everything. Leave no thing unthanged. Leave no imaginary imagination unimaginated. So all the Super Globers and friends didn't come and convince you guys yet? Super Globers!
At this point, after 10 years, we've heard every argument. We've debunked every claim. I mean, what's left?
Just people that deny stuff that you're gonna have to keep doing it for the next 5 to 10 years. Just keep all the people just keep going. Well, yeah, we know that was debunked just 3 seconds ago, but what if you imagine it wasn't? And
You still got people like Rich Evans going, "Nah,
yeah,
you're a liar."
No, that's why I try to get to an end point right when I'm talking to them. I'm like, look, bro, what the fuck is it? Is it this or that? Because you can't waste all this time not understanding a fucking horizontal line or a curve or a lot of other things like globe physics that don't exist anywhere, globe elevation that doesn't exist anywhere, and then pack it up. That's all you need.
Demok, I'm jamming to your background music.
Good to have background thought music. Or else I would have never came up with put it on a flat map or a flat app.
You see Hush in the chat? Do you see the stuff that this dude is saying? He thinks you can see beyond apparent horizon. What? Apparent is where it stops. It's as far as you can see.
He thinks he can see 3 million miles with his eyeballs and his telescope at the same time, no matter how good they are.
Laser eyes.
Right, but think about it. If all you see is the sun, the same sun you see with your eyes, which one's better, your telescope or your eyes?
Yeah. Yep.
You're not seeing any difference.
No.
And wouldn't they need to put 2 telescopes together like a pair of binoculars and then give us the distance? Wouldn't that give them a better representation of what they were trying to do? They said, what do you expect us to do? Use a tape measure? Yeah. Yeah. String, tape measure, something that you've already pre-measured and you know the length of. And, or something. Something that fucking, every time this much wind blows in the front of your plane, it knows how far you're going. A wind counter. Like the little yard thing you put in your yard and it starts spinning when the wind blows. A wind counter. The wind is blown past 77 miles. 77 miles of wind at 77 miles an hour. What's 93 million look like? Left to right? What's 93 million miles look like, and what's 238,000 miles look like, and then 24,901? So the distance to the sun, distance to the moon, and the Earth's width. What do those things look like? Hush. How come none of you boys that do math got a legend set up for the other boys? You say, look, little Bobby, 1/4 of an inch equals 93 million miles. That's not right. 2 inch, no, 3, no, 15 feet, no. The sun just went from that point to that point. And then you can watch it in Antarctica, left to right, front to back. You can see that width. Does that width match 93 million? Does that height match 93 million? So it's 93 million miles away, which is a shorter distance from you looking up than the circle makes left to right, around and front and back. How the fuck does that make sense? No part of the sun should ever be closer at any point, at any time ever, than 93 million miles, or look any different way than a 93 million mile away sun. Shouldn't look like it's circling the island. My sun makes a circle path in the middle of Antarctica. It must be so big. Look at that 93 million mile Antarctica. If the sun's 93 million miles left to right, how big's the Earth? Shit. How do you do 93 million miles worth of math if you don't know what it looks like? Is my thumb 93 million miles? It lines up perfectly with the sun. My thumb must be 93 million miles tall.
Trying to figure out the math for the sun being 93 million miles away. Jeez. It's going to be hard to do. You'll probably need a smooth calculator. Smooth calculator.
And a smooth alligator.
Smooth alligator.
In your head, huh?
Always. That and hello. I just got to let you know. It's just always in my head.
Is it me you're looking for? The curve is out your door. I can't find it anymore. Hello.
You know it's there because it's not.
What about living on the edge? Living on the edge. You live on the edge of something, but they tell you they can't find the edge. But you're standing on the edge. They can't find the curve, but they guarantee you it's curved and that's the edge. You got people coming here laughing and joking like that makes any sense. They don't even know what globe elevation is, but they come and laugh and say they won something. What'd you win, the dumbest person award? For believing shit you can't even demonstrate or don't know nothing about? Wow, you're too dumb to understand or not believe stuff. Cool. Go to the globe side. If a banana's evidence for a globe, go to the globe side. We don't need it. And how many different words these goofballs got to use to try to confuse you? Like if you've already got the word try, distance, appearance, true, false, far, near, validates, proof of, and then they need all kinds of other retard-ass words. Words that would never be used in any sentence at any time ever until you get in a globe debate. And then you hear words like elucidates too. Points to. So instead of using the simple term of this points to that, now they've got elucidation. I mean, it's okay to use big words, but I mean, wasn't the other word easier to say? And wasn't it more comprehensible and chewable for the people you were talking to? I never understood how ill comprehension of the people you're speaking to makes them smarter. when you speak the dumbest shit that you don't even understand to the people. And then if they agree, they understand it. Now you guys are all the smartest people. You're just so great smart, right? You know, math, now you're just so smart, right? Because balls. Ball technology, math, so smart, 360. And I didn't know what all those crazy terms or words out of the dictionary that have nothing to do with sphere had anything to do with sphere. How many different terms and words do you need to say this proves a ball?
Yeah, brother, I'll prove my point right now, Democ. Check this out. Do you know what sesquipedalian means?
I've heard it.
Yeah, but if you don't know what it means, you're not as smart as me, right?
Yeah, but I just heard it the other day. I know what it means.
Yeah, so for the people who don't know, it means using long words unnecessarily.
Right. And there's another word that sounds just like it that's something else too. But yeah. There's a lot of words like that that really like, what's the point of them? Except for when you have to bring it up to like show someone's being crazy and shit. And then you've got the word, hey, that didn't make any sense. That was incoherent, right?
Yeah, so for example, if I use this old English word, which is very obscure, I can flex my intelligence on you. You'd be like, no, dude, I have no idea what you're talking about, so I can't even tell whether you're stupid or smart.
Correct. So it's like we've already got terms, and I understand if you're from a different place and that's the term you use, okay, that would make sense. Like if everybody uses that term where you're at and they understand it to be that thing, then yeah, that would make sense you'd use that. But like if nobody walks around using these words ever, like, huh? And they come in here and they'll literally say the word wrong and ask you what it means. And we don't know what it means because I never heard it said like that. Literally, this dude said, crevaulces. I said, what's a crevaulces? A crevassus. A crevice? A hole? That's what you're asking us? What's a crevice? But the way he said it was, crevaulces. I'm like, what the fuck are you even saying? Say the word right, stupid.
What it is?
The crevice is in Antarctica. He came in and said, do you guys know about crevasses? He just said it real weird, and I was like, what the fuck is a crevasses? You mean a hole? And he's like, yes. I was like, yeah. Big holes. What the fuck? He just thought it was the most amazing thing. He used the word crevice.
What the fuck, dude?
Crevasses.
Oh, man, dude.
I think that was Brenda.
Yo, like the crevice, yo, ass.
Oh, bro. Now I have to ban you.
You what?
Crevasse.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the hole in the glacier, we say crevasse.
Yeah, crevasse.
Oh, wait a minute. So what you're trying to say is you've got a crevice in your crevasse?
Exactly.
Yes. He said, do you know about crevasses? I just thought it was funny. I knew exactly what he's saying, but he was saying it wrong. But I had to make sure, though, because you never know with these goofballs, you know.
Go to a crevasses triangle?
Yeah, dude came in like a Brenda. Yeah, it was a dude with Brenda or next to Brenda, insane.
Do you call it a crevice?
Yeah, it's a crevice. Yes.
Okay, I think is he talking about the hole in the glacier?
Yes, about the red flags they had to put to mark the spots where you can't walk because there might be a crevasses.
Yeah. Okay. So look at the Wikipedia. I mean, it says not to be confused with crevice. A crevasse is an actual thing. It's a distinct thing.
So what is it?
Well, a crevasse is a hole, a deep crack in a glacier, and a crevice is like a fracture or fissure in a rock.
Oh, so like a thin hole. So you got a thin hole.
Right, so all crevasses are crevices, but not all crevices are crevasses. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. These dudes are just stupid.
Yeah, because Demok, you might be confused and think he was talking about, a hole in a rock in the middle of Utah.
Right. When they're talking about Antarctica, I had to be talking about sand crevasses somewhere that don't.
Yeah, but you gotta remember as well that these crevasses are upside down too.
That's impossible.
Well, you're gonna drop upward into them like helium, just like your poop from the outhouse.
Guys, you guys know? Yeah, you're cool. Holy crap, dude! Get a new microphone, brother. Hey, brother, check that cord on your mic, bro. Holy crap!
Get out of Walmart's technical room.
Yeah, but see, the way to survive if you fall down a crevasse is you just really quickly whip it out and take a big piss, so you get an ice spear, and then you stab that ice spear into the crevasse wall, and then you piss some more and get another one, and then you can climb up on them. Or am I smoking crack? I'm not sure which.
Shouldn't that piss
going up the crack? Wait, what?
Shouldn't that piss turn into a spear as it's going down?
Why wouldn't you just have a big rope tied to you and the big square building that you like go camping in, and then like if you fall down, you just climb up the damn rope?
Yeah, that's a good point.
How come if they were so worried about crevasses, nobody had a rope attached?
Demok, the additional ES at the end of that is what is making me laugh out loud, literally. Well done.
Hey, bro, if I was there, I might, get some extra red flags and just, put them in random places, and then slowly but surely the camp would get smaller and smaller and smaller till we're all trapped.
A maze of crevasses flags. We've got.
Yeah, and then somebody will be like, dude, we can't go any further. There's a red flag. And the other guy will be like, no, bro. Somebody clearly moved the flags. Then I'd be like, why don't you go first and find out, dude?
It's like Hunger Games on ice.
Did I really move that flag? And pull a flag from behind your back and say, "Where'd this flag come from?" Everybody's
or dude, or you stay up all night and you dig a hole near the camp, and then the next day you fall in it and pretend like you fell in a crevasse and make everyone scared, and then you just come out of it and go like, "Ha ha, punks."
Yep, it'd be easier to fool the Globers that way. You could tell them, "Yeah, there's no edge. It's okay, go ahead," and they'll be like, "Oh, you're right. Yeah, there's no edge, so it's safe."
Sonny,
what are you guys talking about Are you guys talking about the Krivotov experiment?
Yes.
Travis,
you mean the ice shadow measuring thingamabobber?
We're talking about the Cavendish experiment in a cabin.
Oh.
The Cavendish crevasse.
Well, it's a full pendulum.
I don't know. I got a bad joke. I got a bad joke. Now remember, everyone, this is just a joke. Don't take it too personal. So I heard that Jaron and Whitsitt were spooning in the same bed once. I guess that was the Cavendish experiment.
Oh my!
Oh my!
I was ready to catch that one.
Where is Bumpkin? Where is... Oh, whoa! Hey, watch that. No, but I did hear weird things happen when scientists get stranded for a year or two with 7 to 10 of them. Some of them come back with the crying game story.
Yeah, they started killing.
Oh, dang.
100%. That's a big thing. When scientists and researchers get stuck and left places, some of them come back sad because something happened to them by the other scientists.
Wow, dude. That's
Male
why you
or
don't
female.
Bro, that's why you don't go on any survival trips with any dudes that have long hair. Okay? You just don't. For obvious reasons. Because once you start getting delirious, you don't know what's going to happen.
Man, oh man.
Yeah, I have long hair. I wouldn't be going. No thanks.
I don't got long hair and I wouldn't go anyway.
Yeah.
They'd be like, Democ, come read us a bedtime story in our tent. And I'd be like, hell no, I'll kick your tent over.
Well, at least Planer Walk didn't end up going.
Knock their tent down and make them mad.
Yeah, somebody be looking for Lizbeth, and they'd find Planer Walk.
Somebody will be sure shit falling into a crevasse. Haha.
I don't think Mick Toon and the other guys would be looking for anybody. I think they'd be right at home. They'd be like, oh, we got the good tent, boys, the Globe tent.
Yeah. Remember GF6? It would be the GF6 tent.
They're going to measure with sticks in their tent and see what time it is.
GF6, who are they?
You don't remember? It was like that. It was that boy band. It was like Gay Force 6 or whatever it was called. I can't remember. There was a parody album cover. It was hilarious.
Otherwise known as Goat Fuckers 6. That was a name, I think. Who gave us that name? I think it was Old Hosrad.
Have you ever been stuck behind a driving school car and they're driving all erratically like crazy and you think like, oh my goodness, why am I stuck behind this student? And then when you get to your destination, it was actually the guy who owns the company.
No, but I've been behind the car that says student driver, but it was a grown lady. It was a grown lady. A grown lady getting a permit or a driver's license or whatever.
Ayo, AI. This is what you say. So you're the cause of traffic, teaching these young minds how to drive.
I don't know. I can't understand you. You're too bassy.
Apologies, brother.
You're the cause of traffic, teaching these young minds to drive like that.
I got Democ. Yeah, thanks to Democ. Well done.
Take a left, thank you. Good grief.
Bye-bye.
What up?
Say bye to him. He's departed. Holding you up.
Who?
The dude that finally took in front of you.
Hey, Kiwi, do I need to send you some hemorrhoid cream for your recent injury?
Wait, what happened? What are you talking about?
Oh, you got timed out on a live stream?
I did?
Oh, man.
When and where?
Man, you're fired.
Bro, you're throwing. I'm definitely not catching this one. Sorry, brother.
I got muted for the whole entire stream.
What stream was it?
Oh, that
Politics.
My bad.
Nathan Oakley Politics.
What'd you do?
Questioned the lie, Brian's lie.
Lie about what?
Exactly. Just trying to find out what the lie is.
Oh. I see. Don't start questioning
Brian and Brian has said that AI has lied, and he posted a video about it. Can you just state what the lie is? You know, if there's a lie, you should be able to say it, right? And they just get angry. They just become like globers and just start muting you.
Well, how many people are muting you for Brian?
Well, Neil muted me from the YouTube comments.
Oh, Neil? Oh shit, yeah. Neil's Neil. You know, Neil don't give a shit what you got going on. It's not really. Neil
Well,
just
it's not really good for Nathan, though, is it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Now, wait a minute, Kiwi Buzz. Kiwi Buzz, are you just me with a voice changer?
That's what they tell me.
I'm everybody now.
Well, apparently you've also got a Scottish accent too.
And you sound like an Autobot.
Bro, old dude, what's happening, brother? Hope all's well, man.
Yeah, mate, all's good, all's good. Apart from the nonsense that's going on around Flat Earth, all the jumped up little gatekeepers, all the instigators, all the ones starting fires, casting dispersion, pouring poison in ears. Other than that,
If you sit on a spinning ball, you'll get younger. That's what I learned from Ball Time Machine.
Yeah, so if the Earth's rotation is slowing down, doesn't that mean we're all getting younger?
Yes.
Dang.
And then if you get away from Earth, you're going to get older, like the twin who got older than his younger twin.
faster or slower if it's
The fucking stupid old head. Yep, dude. A lot of you are flat earthers, but you're really just.
Hey, no, dude. We're going to get on Ball Time Machine with you.
You're old and stupid. You have dementia.
Yeah, well, tell us about Ball Time Machines. How do Ball Time Machines work?
Don't worry about it, bro. You'll be old and stupid and have dementia too someday. Maybe you'll be able to hold a legible conversation at that point.
Yeah. Rumor has it that when a man reaches between 35 and 45, that's his maximum earning potential. So when he gets there, maybe he can afford a microphone. That works.
Oh, my.
Now, I know what you're all thinking. You're thinking, who are you to talk, Mr. Shit Microphone yourself? And I'm like, dude, my microphone may sound bad, but it costs a lot of money.
It's not necessarily always the mic. It's where you're located, where your shit's at, where your connection is, your Wi-Fi, your whatever. It's all that.
Yeah, bros. I once bought this super expensive traveling headset that's for truckers, which is supposed to drown out truck noise and road noise and all this. You know, the maximum awesomest noise canceling technology you could ever afford. The problem is the microphone heard me speak, and it was like, that's noise. So it started canceling me out, man. All right, real quick.
That's the one thing it's supposed to not cancel out. I think they actually get better with that.
Yeah, your voice. Yeah. Let's play a game called Who Has the Worst Mic in the Flat Earth Community. I'll go first. I vote for Elijah. All right, who's next?
I vote. I'm using my phone mic. Does that count?
Dude, you sound good though.
Okay, cool then. Okay, I vote Elijah. and people who drive a lot. All the people who drive a lot have shitty mics because it just don't connect all the time.
Yeah, Indio has a crappy mic quite a bit too.
Yeah.
I was going to crowdfund Indio a mic at one point, and then I heard they had a good mic, and I thought, oh God, what's the bloody point?
Yeah, it's not necessarily the actual mic sometimes. If you're driving and you can... the best microphone I ever had, I don't know about noise cancellation, it picked up everything. It wasn't canceling shit, but it was the best mic that I could hear everything on it. Like if you had a pin drop in your house, I could hear it. If your dog farted, I could hear it. It was Turtle Beach, something Series 70, and it had like a little square that came with it, superhuman hearing thing, and you could like adjust it. It had like a little square equalizer with it on the cord. And they cost like $35 to $70. When they were on sale, they were $35. When they weren't, they were like $70. So they were like half price. And my buddy off the internet, he's like, "Man, DeMarc, you got," because I had a generic headphone at the time, and he sent them to me. It was the best pair of headphones I ever had. They were just badass. And I asked him, I said, how much you pay for these? These are like good. And like I bought good pairs. These were topping every pair I bought. And he just happened to get 3 pairs for a really good price. So he bought 3 pairs and sent me one. I was like, thanks, cool. They lasted a long time too. I duct taped them the first day I got them. That's what I always do with my earphones. I duct tape all the fragile parts. And then when my buddies are like, shit, mine broke. And I'm like, nope, still got mine. And they're like, you still had yours for another year or 2? I was like, yep, duct taped them the first day I got them. They was like, oh, shit, I forgot about duct tape. Strengthens everything. Seriously, if you get a microphone and you want them to stay, like the parts stay, good and go to your ears good and like go in, connect, duct tape it where you want it not to mess up or break. When I first got on Discord for YouTube, that was a pair of headphones on YouTube for a Flat Earth. That was I had a pair of taped up, messed up looking headphones, but they were brand new good. They were great. They were just taped up because I always tape them. Your friends won't want to steal your headphones, even though it's $100-something pair. They'll be like, what the hell? You got duct tape all over your headphones? Those are broke, ain't they? I was like, yeah, those are generic.
Yeah. That Turtle Beach stuff, though, that is good stuff.
And it was like Recon 70, Turtle Beach, Recon 70s or something. Yeah. They were badass.
Yeah, they do work good. I have those as well. And I had the wireless ones too for a while. Like the more advanced ones are like in the $250, $300 range. Those are really good.
Yeah, it's just the ones I've never got. I didn't get the wireless ones yet.
The only problem with those kinds of headsets is if you want to use them, if you want to have a good headset while you're working and stuff, they're just too big. And they keep your head hot, sweaty, and so you got to use like a little earbud or something if you want to work and talk.
Yeah, something that doesn't take the whole ear away and everything. Yeah. And the earbuds are good because you can put one in and then take it out, recharge, take the other one, put it in. Use them one at a time and still hear what you need to on the other side.
Yep. And I got these DeWalt ones that are pretty badass. Hey, I'm not using them right now. I'm in my van, but that's what I work at a wood shop. That's what I use.
Are they a necklace or are they the ones that are just earbuds?
No, they got a little like a hard plastic wrap around the back of your neck.
Yeah.
They're wired. They go up to your ears. They come with little ear hooks too. I really like those. They kind of hook in the inside of your ear. I got a real small ear canal, so I have a hard time with just the foam insert. But
I had an idea. I had an idea for an invention to reinvent a one-size-fits-all earbud. There's one kind that's would be waterproof considered, and then the other kind would just be they would never fall. They can't fall off. Like they will not fall off. One-size-fits-all earbuds because you take a thing and the thing wraps on your ear. Not like the ones you've seen. It's really comfortable. It's cool shit. And it holds it on your ear. And it's like, it'd be a thinner material. Or you go with the one where you air it up. You have like a little circle, like a beach ball on the end of your thing, and you press a little button, and it airs it up. When it's in there, you just go, so it inflates in your ear, and then when you want it out, you just deflate it and pull it out.
Bro, that sounds like a risk of blowing out my eardrum.
No, it ain't gonna blow up your damn eardrum. It's a little bitty thing that would just inflate a little bit or widen.
And I chew gum at the same time. Well, the chewing gum.
I told you I got 3 different designs. God damn it! That's the waterproof design,
bro.
That's the waterproof design. It would be like a little air thing on one side and air thing on the other side. They both blow up like a figure 8. So on the inside, you have a little ball, and on the outside, you have a little ball. You can go swimming with them. They're waterproof, and they'd be stuck in.
Yo, you just push life-preserving designs for your eardrums. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. And then you have the ones where you just turn it, right? like, okay, where you have a certain design where you turn it and it widens itself like a plus sign now. So you put it in one way, and when you turn it, it widens and opens all the way up like the dial of a circle. Like the diameter, the little piece just spreads out like a fan blade in your ear.
Yeah, that sounds like a mechanical design, right? Versus
Yes, you just turn it and it widens in your ear and it stays in until you turn it back. Yes.
Yeah. So that would be probably like for the ones who are afraid of the pneumatic design against blowing with some
exactly. And then I have another design where it's like a hairnet.
A hairnet?
A little ear hairnet.
What?
A little ear hairnet. It just goes on your ear. It's the ear size hairnet. Like the little slippers you get at the hospital that go around your foot. You just put a little ear one on, and you have your headphone in there, and you put it on, and it keeps your ear warm, and it's thin material, and it goes on one ear or two, however you want to put it on. It doesn't connect to the other one. You can have them both left and right. You can take it off your earphone or put it on.
So
like a little cozy for your earphone, and you put it on, and it wraps around the outside edge of your ear. And that way, if your earphone falls out, it just falls right in that, and you just put it back in.
So have you started researching Bluetooth and water?
No.
Because you can't Bluetooth when you're in water.
Well, then you'd have wired ones then.
Well, yeah, you would have to come up with some kind of.
Well, it would be wired headphones with the little air.
Yeah, I bet exactly. That's
you
all
just be able to screw it on. Yeah, connect it to whatever. Yeah. But I just had the idea that if you want to noise cancel, it would have a little air bubble that would blow up on the inside, and that would cancel for you. You wouldn't hear shit out that ear, but the fucking music.
So, from a standpoint of having pressure, we do agree that you need containment.
Yes. But what I agree is containment will make you guys mad.
What you talk about? What you talking about, Willie?
I think temperature's containment because it controls the pressure rate.
No, bro. We know that temperature is related to how excited the temperature gradient is, right? Hotter.
How unexcited.
Hot air rises, things of that nature. The mixing of the hot and the cold air causes a disturbance in the force, and you get like whirlwinds and typhoons and all kinds of stuff. Water spouts. We observe this stuff. But for them, from
water.
What?
Temperature differential causes water to happen. Condensation, conduction. It's the conductor. Hot and cold are the conductors.
So how do you explain the result? Water spout, or well, yeah. How do you explain a water spout?
What do you mean?
Well, formation of a water spout. I thought it was the difference of the hot air and the cold air mixing, and that causing a disturbance, if you will, which causes this
hot and cold
spinning. Yeah, and the water would cause the water to get basically like funneled up, sucked up to the sky, and then this thing through the turbulence and force would move upon the waters, and this like thing could have the potentiality of blowing to an air storm or dissipating.
That's the magnetic effect that happens with temperature. Temperature causes that. Temperature causes the differential, which creates water. It's the conductor. The conductor is the thing that causes the resistance with itself, hot and cold. High to low, hot to cold, positive and negative.
So you're telling me that your explanation for containment is temperature. Is this correct?
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I can go freeze a ball of water. I can go get a unicorn of water, sculpt it, freeze it, and it'll be a unicorn until you unfreeze it. Yeah, it'll contain that water solidly. Ting, 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 ting.
I do my best to observe the Demachian principles, and I try to tip my hat when I can, like the cereal box over water. I thought was cool, observing it as it went off on the horizon, things like that. But, brother, you've officially lost me on this one.
I don't know, but I can go freeze a ball. I can go freeze a ball of water and hold it in its shape, brother. I don't see how I lost anything.
Yeah, but you have to propose freezing it in order to observe your containment.
That's temperature. Right. And then what's the opposite of freezing?
But how does that equate to what we experience here in this realm?
That's what causes it. When they clash.
Yeah, but you have to be able to provide that. Like, am I frozen?
The sun is that. It's the clasher. hot with the cold.
I'm
If
good.
everything,
Nah,
if
I'm
everything wants to be super
done.
cold, but then the sun heats it up along its way, right? And then the ground and the dirt, different things, different materials heat up different ways they do. They pull it in and they put it out, right? It's an onset and an offset of heat or cold. It's a rate of exchange. So, I mean, that's what the sun does. It gives us our same rate of exchange for light versus darkness, heat and cold. Doesn't seem really.
Can you go back to this claim of the clasher? The sun's the clasher?
Well, yeah, it's hot.
But the name, how did you come up with the name the clasher?
You.
The what?
You. From you.
From me?
You just said it. So I said the sun's the clasher.
I thought you said the clasher earlier. I was asking you. Never mind, brother.
No, you said the word clash. You said, what's the clasher? I said the sun, I guess. I don't know. Because you said, what's the other temperature? It'd be heat. Hot and cold. They make everything react. When you put things under a certain rate or whatever, they can freeze or burn. They can get cold, dry. They can react crazy. They can get super magnetic and cold. They can lose or gain an attribute because of the temperature of magnetism or battery or power, like reaction or conduction. So to me, I don't know, man. And I mean, without, how do you contain temperature?
So I'm still on the point of an electromagnetic closed system. I agree with you about the...
it's all the same. It's all the same thing.
Well, then let's call it as such. Electromagnetic closed system.
Well, I just haven't found the cold frequency yet.
Pardon me?
I haven't found the cold frequency yet.
Well, you don't have to necessarily find the frequency just to identify a good name for the system. That makes sense.
Well, what causes the great coldness to increase when the sun's not around?
The lack of the sun.
Okay, so the sun's the clasher.
Well, I would say that so that'll take forward with the idea of a closed system. And you have the gases present within the closed system. That's a constant. And then when the sun shows up, those gases get excited.
They react like a motherfucker, but react to what extent, to what point? They go to what extent to like when you open the container, in the container they're doing one thing, right? But as soon as you open it, there's a different reaction right there.
Container though, bro. We have the observation of 14.
The temperature is the containment. If it's cold, it's going to react one way. As soon as you heat it up, it's going to react another way from that. It's a reactant.
I disagree with you on that.
I don't see how.
Anyways, so the sun
ice cubes turn to mud puddles when you heat them up.
So the sun shows up,
and then they turn to vapor, brother. The vapor is what everything would be if there was no temperature differential.
All right, let me say this, and then I'm going to go on mute. The sun shows up, sparks the medium, heat's provided, so on and so forth. The sun goes away, the medium is no longer excited. The moon shows up, and this is where it's inconclusive. But if the moon shows up and provides a cold light, indirect light, that is the thing that I want to know for sure. Whether direct moonlight is colder than shaded moonlight. Because to observe that would be the absolute opposite to what the sun does. Which is absolutely amazing if we could prove that. But I hear the jury is still out. So look
into Gaussian physics. Supposedly, shadows can be split with a prism and get a different spectrum than a regular prism. And so this is the claim. I haven't fully looked into it yet. The infracyan port of the prism actually cools things down. So I'll give you that link over on 24/7.
Thank you, later.
Oh, by the way, it is a fact, at least in the claims of quote-unquote modern science, that light can cool things down. That how you actually cool things down to the lowest temperature humanity's possible of cooling things is with a laser.
0 point?
No, just a laser. It's a special laser, I'm sure, and a special method. but it's definitely with a laser, which is made of light. Well, the beam is made of light, not the thing that does the shooting, obviously.
So is it a retractor or is it like?
Man, listen, you're gonna have to look it up. I'm out of here for now. Peace.
It seems like it would be a retraction beam instead of a beam that would like impose something. But it's got to be something crazy because it's got to be reversible. Well, if everything was too hot, it would act just like a vacuum, wouldn't it? It would all just sizzle away and evaporate. If everything's too cold, it doesn't want to react. It'll just sit still. Is the sun a fireball or is it electric ball? Who knows?
Well, fire gives off electromagnetic radiation, so.
Fire does?
Yeah.
Can you grow plants with it?
Yeah, you can grow some plants.
With fire? With a log fire? What kind of fire grows plants? Besides the sun, which other? And you have to, it doesn't have to be like electrical usually. I mean, have you actually used candlelight to grow a plant? Or a fire? But seriously? How long a fire did you have growing? You start it every night for so many hours and then put it out. And then your plants grow to the fire and then burn? I mean, I don't know. Hello? Did you really grow plants with fire, or are you just making that up? 'Cause I've never seen
I didn't.
Okay, I've never seen that. So what's the sun if it's the thing that grows the plants? And then you can plug in an electric light in your house or outside in a greenhouse, and it'll grow the plants. Incandescent, condensant, phosphorus, sulfur. I don't know, there's a lot of kind of light bulbs, but usually takes like a light bulb of some sort. And different ones work different ways.
Yeah, well, sun's the best because it's got the broadest spectrum.
Spectrum of what?
Light wave.
What kind of light wave? What's the sunlight light? What kind of light is that? I mean, I know it's the sunlight, but like if people think they know shit, what kind of light is it?
Different wavelengths, like the from trough to whatever the other one's called. Trough to I guess you could say it's the amplitude of the wavelength.
What about the focus?
No, man, it's not the amplitude at peak and trough. That's not
peak and trough. That's what I was looking for.
But that's amplitude. Wavelength is amplitude is over the y-axis when you look at it on a graph, and wavelength is the number of oscillations up and down in a given domain, so per second in this case, measured in hertz.
I'm just wondering what kind of attribute can flat air.
The amplitude is more of an attribute of the power of the light or the brightness, for example.
What's the word for the distance between the peak and the trough?
Amplitude. The amplitude is the distance between the peak and the midpoint, and the trough and the midpoint. So the amplitude would be positive, let's say, x, positive 1, let's say, and the trough is negative 1, assuming they're constant. You follow? Like you have a midline, you just have a line, and then you have the sinusoid function going.
I was saying.
No, you said you were talking about wavelength, and then amplitude. So the amplitude is whatever, and that influences the wavelength. That's not necessarily the case, because the wavelength is over the horizontal line. The number of times that function will cross the x-axis.
Oh yeah, I get you now.
Yeah. Follow? Yeah, like the amplitude can be really high, but still have a wavelength of whatever, however many trillion times per second, whatever the color red is, whatever that is. But if the amplitude is high, it just means it's like a really bright red color. But that same red color with can be seen with a low amplitude, but it would just be like not very bright. And by bright, I don't mean like color. I just mean like the intensity of what you see.
So what's the word for stretching it the other way? If amplitude's for the vertical, what's the word for the stretching it out lengthwise?
That's what I'm talking about. That's the wavelength. That's the wavelength.
Okay.
Wavelength or frequency, rather. Wavelength and frequency are kind of interchangeable. Because the wavelength is the measurement from, measurement in whatever unit of distance between the emission, let's say, and when the cycle actually completes. So it goes peak to trough back to zero, and however long the domain is for that cycle to happen, right?
Right.
And similarly, you can measure the number of times that the x that the line or the curve crosses the zero line in a given length, right? So if you fix that specified length, like by a unit of in meters, for example, then how many times does that cycle happen in a meter? And that gives you a frequency.
I've never seen a wave, frequency wave, so I don't believe in them.
Yeah, you have.
You've never seen a chart?
No.
Look up a sound a chart for like and look up a visual representation of an MP3 file, for example. You'll see like all those little squigglies, they get really high. And
you've never strummed a guitar string or looked down a road on a hot day?
Yeah, I'm trying to Google that.
Okay, well then you've seen.
Look up
at the moment
visualizing an audio clip, like an MP3 file or something.
Gotcha.
Right, now that's just a graphical representation of what's going on. Right, sound is just the air moving back and forth, and how much that air is moving back and forth, how much it is, how much pressure, let's say, or I forget how it's measured in pounds per square inch, I think. Right, that translates into voltage given a certain microphone, and that voltage signal is anywhere between -1 and +1. Anything beyond +1, that's where people get when people speak on a microphone and so it's clipping, it sounds very like choppy, not choppy like it cuts out, like there's sound and then no sound, but like where it gets really like gritty, let's say, it's because the voltage is beyond 1, that the computer cuts it out.
Beyond 0, actually.
Is it 1 and 0?
0 dB.
Well, that's what? Okay,
yeah, you go over 0 dB and then it's clipping.
Oh, okay, because I'm thinking because there's charts out there that represent the sign, the sound function between 0 and 1, and -1 and +1. So I'm getting the stuff.
I don't know. In decibels, though, it goes up to 0.
Well, isn't that like your standard, and then anything beyond that is like you're adding gain to the
zero. Well, hold on. Well,
because I have a mixer, right, and like there's like a 0 line, and then you can add decibels to it up to 24, I think. So you know what I mean? Like there's a benchmark. There's like a fixed kind of like container, let's say, of what's your standard, what's your max, and then anything that is below that, well, it sounds very low, and then anything that is higher than that, it'll get cut off, right? But you can amplify the lower volume to sound better, but everything else will be expanded beyond that limit, and those parts will be clipped. You know what I mean? So it's like it's kind of finicky, but
yeah, I'm just thinking about it now because like 0 dB is actually, I mean, obviously you wouldn't hear that, but when they're measuring it like in a DAW or something, right? 0 is where you would start to clip.
Okay, so maybe that unit is like is the max, and anything below that you can say is like it's safe to listen to without clipping. So it's like a difference, the differential between the actual sound that you're hearing and its max, and if it's 0, well, it's like you're pushing it.
For the first time, I'm actually wondering why they scale it that way digitally.
There's like 3 or 4 different scales that all intertwine. It can get complicated.
Yeah.
But if you picture it purely mathematically, and you picture a sinusoidal function, well, it goes from +1 to -1 and back to 0. Excuse me, 0 to +1 to -1 to 0 again. But then I think they square it so everything gets pushed up to between 0 and 1.
So it's a parabola. Just kidding.
You're parabolizing or parabolizing the sinusoidal function.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's not a parabola.
Yeah, audio is very interesting.
Yeah. I record a lot.
Oh yeah, what do you play?
A lot of things. I play guitar mostly.
Okay, that's cool. The most complicated recording I've done is with a 16-piece drum kit. I think there was like upwards of like 8 or 9 different microphones. You know, it was really crazy, really complicated, but fun.
Done that before. Find out that got my best recordings from fewer mics off of drums. It's hard to align them all. You need to have a good room and stuff.
Yeah, and good microphones too. And not all DAWs actually give you the ability to manipulate the individual sounds of the microphone depending on the mixer that you have. You know, like it condenses everything into one audio track, and then you have to kind of like, instead of record and then master it by reducing the highs on this microphone, that microphone, etc., you actually really have to readjust the microphones themselves and try it again. That's where it gets really weird.
Yeah, doing your actual mixing with the mic placement. Well, I guess that's because you don't have enough channels going in.
Exactly.
Each mic to its own channel, but
Exactly, yeah. I had purchased a mixer years back that has, I think it's 16 different channels. I was like, perfect, or inputs, I should say, like channels on the actual mixer.
But those don't split out to separate tracks on your computer, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that at the time, so.
You kind of have to try to mix it up front. You got to fit on the way in.
Yeah. My noob days.
That's how they did it back in the day, so I don't know. We're spoiled nowadays.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, they didn't exactly. I mean, they'd have like 4 tracks or whatever, and then bounce everything that they have from there down to 1 track so they could keep adding. And yeah.
Yeah, like if they were doing everything one at a time, you know, give someone a metronome, they do their part, and then people play on top of that, they create a new track, and then they have 2 separate things to work with. That's all synchronized, you know. But in real time, that's, yeah. We're talking thousands of dollars for, you know, a mixer that can handle it all.
It's got to get a good interface. Well, yeah. I mean, for like 8 channels, 16 channels to get something decent, it's going to be money.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, like, even like kind of like so-called entry-level stuff nowadays is really good compared to like where it was at before. It's kind of splitting hairs, almost, the differences now, because everything is so good now.
Quality wise, yeah, the electronics seem to be pretty good. Like I don't have much noise, you know, in my stuff. But like the features, you know, to be able to split tracks, you know, just plug this guy in on that one and press this button, and it's a separate thing that you can manipulate in a DAW manually. Like those things, yeah, that's where it gets like next level, you know. Everything else is pretty standard, I think.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
Yep. Never ends. There's always something else you can do. When's Hush ever going to globe up in here?
Is he chat skanking?
That's all he ever does.
One of the longest journeys home I've seen yet. Still waiting, and I'm getting there.
Yeah, every day he says that same thing. Oh, sorry, I can't. I'm out trying to get home or something, and you just never hear him on the mic.
I mean, I get it that there's a lot of people that can't speak on the mic because their voice would be a dead giveaway. And I get it that there's people that are hard banned because their voice would be a dead giveaway. Again, it's the same thing. But, like, if they would just open up and say, yeah, it's me, here's the deal, you know, that'd be fine. And if they really can't speak because of who they are, admit it. And get us to stop badgering you to get on the mic. We can still talk in text. We can have a private conversation that isn't broadcast. That's not a problem.
We have heard Hush on the mic before, but he's just not miking up anymore.
Maybe he's busy. Maybe he's bought himself a limousine and he's driving folk up and down the country. I hear that's a thing. That's the other thing as well. I know we get a lot of people listening on YouTube or like in the podcast days when stuff was going out that sort of way. We used to get a lot of people kind of jumping in and contributing from the outside. I get that angle too.
To be able to call in a few Rich Evans alts, I'm sure he's listening to the YouTube.
Well, Hush is probably rich.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, odds on, to be honest, odds on that anybody could be rich the way that he's conducted himself. And other people here that have ended up banned or hard banned. You know, they've chosen to not be here through their actions or their temperaments. And so they have to skank around. It's like being allowed into the playground but not allowed to use the swings or the roundabout or the seesaw. You can look at it, but you can't really do anything with it. Useless. But it's their choice.
Yep, should be another Rich Evans alt around any minute now.
Like a number 9 bus, mate, you'll get 3 coming in a row.
In this corner.
Yeah, he's offline on his main. Well, he's terminally online, so that means he booted up an alt. Look out for him.
My calculator says curves are flat, mountains are flat, hills are flat. My calculator says it's all flat, but it's a ball. How do you calculate those smooth mountains, Robert? Well, let me tell you, Todd. First, we're going to take refraction and a whole bunch of other useless numbers. We're going to work them around like so. And we're going to make that mountain in the Grand Canyon a smooth curve. That's right, Todd. You heard it here first. Smoother than a cue ball.
Where's the beef?
We keep it in the freezer. If you got beef, you got to keep it in the freezer.
Oh man. Whoa. Did I miss anything? Man, I thought I was going to join in, and Brenda was going to be smacking you guys around like nobody's business, converting half of you back to the globe, making the other you look like punks. I thought it was going to be a bloodbath in here, and I was going to be like, oh, it's going to be good. I got my popcorn. I got my drinks. I got a fresh haircut. It's going to be good listening. And then I come in, and I'm underwhelmed. I thought Brenda was the wrecking machine.
We're all just sort of contemplating the defeat.
Retroactive future defeat.
Well, yeah, because the past, future, and present all simultaneously exist in the same space.
Man, what happened while I was gone? Did somebody come in and prove that planes ever presently rotate on the vertical axis in a horizontal manner?
What she said.
I know.
I thought Brenda was going to put on a wingsuit and show us the rise pitch data of the globe. How she dives down to stay at sea level.
Oh man, that's a good rap song, bro. Every time I go to sea level, all I do is sea level. Ain't no curve or a bevel.
Did you think that was a good point that Demok made AI?
What point?
Ask it again, Demok.
It was the point that you were going to make. If you listened correctly, you were going to get in your wingsuit and you were going to dive down around the curve and show us how diving down keeps you at the same altitude.
Is that a good point, AI?
Sounds good to me.
It's not a bad point.
So you think that's a good question to ask?
Hey man, that's the claim. That's the claim that things are falling around the earth as they go forward.
Right. So why are you lying right now? Because you know better than that.
Isn't that the claim of like the ISS and all that stuff supposedly orbiting the Earth, that it's going forward while simultaneously falling down? And because of that, it's maintaining the same altitude, right?
So you're not answering the question. I feel like you're just avoiding it.
All right, so how about you parse it out in the way in which you think Demok meant it? Because keep in mind, Demok doesn't exactly make sense all the time.
Yeah, do you think he made sense just now?
No, I said, isn't that the claim? And then you could say no.
So you're not going to answer the question.
Is he strawmanning?
Look. As a professionally trained para who went through the special education series, I understand the multiple modalities of learning and expression, and I will tell you that I don't appreciate you picking on Demok for his disability.
Yeah, I just don't know why you're choosing to lie about this when you know better.
Why don't you correct Demok where he's wrong instead of asking somebody else to do it for you?
Yeah, AI steelmanned him. So, are you saying that steel man was a straw man?
He didn't address it at all.
Well, it was a question.
I guess you have to repeat it a third time, Demok.
You didn't hear it, Brenda?
Well, apparently not everybody here heard it. I heard it.
Well, go ahead and repeat it.
Oh,
No, you go right ahead. You go right ahead because let them hear.
Apparently, you didn't hear it then, did you?
Let them
All right,
hear it
Demok.
from you.
He definitely did.
Demok, the spotlight is on now, Demok. Rise to the occasion.
All right. You're supposed to show how elevation works on a globe, right? So with your wingsuit and some type of device that shows you